originally going to be a Zeus's debut track. The arrangement was a bit different and there were no lyrics yet, but it was the same song. We really hope you can pick a concept that doesn't feel too far removed from a youthful student style. Yes, we'll work hard on it. If it doesn't work out, it's fine to just pick a song for us. Ah, yes. Don't worry about it. Just let us know quickly. They don't have much hope. All I felt was a desperate office worker vibe. Just get the deadline met as fast as possible. We really don't have much time. If things get more urgent, they'll probably use test as participation only for marketing and the company will handle the rest. What this hastily prepared album would turn out to be, well, I certainly wasn't looking forward to it. Thank you. The members left the meeting with an awkward atmosphere. Everyone instinctively felt that our debut promotions were probably doomed to be subpar. Ryu Chong-woo spoke up. Shall we at least try to do as much as we can? Yeah. Let's at least ask to use the studio. Surprisingly, the consensus was to pull an all-nighter if necessary to produce results quickly. Having become accustomed to chasing results first and worrying later from the audition, these guys immediately rallied to crank out something. Hey guys, wait up. Watching the manager urgently contacting the reality show staff, I had a strong premonition. I'm not sleeping more than 5 hours for a while. The Madhouse March to set up debut promotions within a month had only just begun. The emergency studio for the reality show cameras had been set up in the basement of a building near the company. They don't even have spare workrooms or dance studios in-house yet. This agency was utterly lacking in both mental and physical infrastructure. Hello? We're starting work now. After greeting the camera with feigned enthusiasm, we dove straight into discussion. Let's choose between track 2 and track 7. Majority vote. Got it. I was pushing for 7. The result was 4-3. So 2 then. Yes. Track 2 won. That was tough. Those who voted for track 2 were Ryu Chong-woo, Big Sejin, Seon Ah-hyun, and Lee Se-jin. I think since the company's song is upbeat disco, we should pick something easier on the ears on our end. Yeah, medium tempo like track 2 is comfortable. It has that wistful youth vibe, right? Could fit the school concept. I also vote for track 2. In short, they were conscious of the company track and considering the school setting. I wanted to persuade them, but since they'd already used majority vote, it was awkward to bring it up again. If I seemed unwilling to accept the result, I'd lose credibility. Maybe I should try again in a bit. Then, shortly after, unwelcome news arrived at the worst possible moment. Oh, no way. While eating dinner and glancing at my phone, I saw this article. June Comeback Wars, from VDSE to Chard Dolce. The article listed artists making comebacks next month, June. And scheduled for the second week of June was VTIC. Our planned debut week fell right in that window. Fuck. So, an artist capable of overshadowing Testa's first week results, VTC, just happened to debut in the same week. If this is right, our promotion week overlaps exactly with VTIC seniors, doesn't it? Big Sejin murmured after quickly doing the math. We could get a signing event though. The members forced awkward smiles. If the schedule were fixed like this, it was essentially a sentence to abandon hopes of a #1 on broadcast charts. And judging by how the company had acted so far, I could predict their angle. Seeing how high the division head is on himself, he'll spit bullshit about how we can beat VTIC too. Even if the staff tries to persuade him, they might push the date by a week, tops. Best case scenario, we'd compete in TIC's second week, but they still had the advantage. Their last album must have sold over 1.8 million. So unless we picked the perfect promotional track, #1 was out of the question. I can't waste this chance to avoid a sudden death debuff. Now is the time to speak up. Wait a moment. I shifted tactics immediately. I'm sorry to bring this up after the vote, but no matter what, I want to push track 7. The members jumped in surprise. I'd expected them to be annoyed I was reopening the issue, but the reaction felt different. Why? Oh, I've never seen Mundy like this, so emotional. You really like demo track 7, huh? Has TIC's simultaneous debut awakened you, Mundy? These guys were staring in wonder. Say whatever you want. We have to go with 7 anyway. Mundy, I get why you're upset, but the decision's already made. It's a majority vote, and we don't have much time. Ryu Chong-woo glanced at the others and chuckled, trying to close the matter. No good. If we lost number one by even a NOVLIGHD hair, just imagining how furious we'd be waiting for our next album was enough to give me a headache. And if we fail number one next time too, we'll truly face sudden death. Give me 5 minutes. I want to try persuading you at least. Oh, really? Mundy's going this far? This is strange. Unintentionally, the members began to stir. What did they think of Park Mundy all this time? Anyway, stirring up some debate was a good opener. I quickly laid out my case. Since it's already a 4-3 vote, I only need to sway one person who's persuadable. Big Sejin and Chongwoo, you chose track 2 because of concept alignment, right? Ah, that's right. Yeah. They both nodded. So, they were willing to. Listen, I needed to develop my argument quickly before Chongwoo shut it down again after 5 minutes. If you compare the tracks objectively, ignoring concept, track 7 is solid, right? I liked 7 slightly more. But that alone isn't enough, is it? Big Sejin answered immediately. Got you. Because it doesn't match the company's title track? Right. Then how about we swap the company track? In an instant, the members erupted. Hyung, that's impossible. They'd never agree to that. But I want to swap it. Wait. Ryu Chong-woo grabbed the conversation again. Mundy, think about it. Even if we ignore the company track, 7 itself isn't a song that fits a school youth theme. True. Kim Rae-bin, who'd chosen 7 herself, nodded gloomily. Track 7 is deep house, with a kalimba riff giving it a dreamy vibe. It's hard to convey a youth theme. If you remove those elements in arrangement, the charm disappears. I shook my head. You don't have to remove them to fit the concept. While the company was yammering about concept, I mentioned the idea I'd been thinking of, and the members fell silent. They looked convinced. Kim Rae-bin had that glazed-over look of someone already imagining it. It is a good idea. Ryu Chong-woo spoke with difficulty. I'm not sure the company folks will be persuaded. ×2. Tight. He couldn't ignore that. Of course he'd worry the division head wouldn't listen. I didn't want to say this. But what choice did I have? I just needed to tailor it to the division head's tastes. I'll make the PPT. By tomorrow morning. There was no alternative but to show effort and passion. All those years of university finally paying off. I sighed. That night, Park Mundy pulled an all-nighter at the dorm. The other members couldn't sleep either. Their conscience and loyalty wouldn't let them leave everything to the planner. So it turned into a group effort on the presentation. What do we need to look up? I'll write this part. This image is perfect, but the one who'd proposed an all-night PPT wasn't entirely pleased. Too many cooks spoil the broth. I'd planned to just show them the draft in the morning and get feedback. 20-somethings who'd rarely made presentations before weren't exactly necessary. Kim Rae-bin can handle research, and I can do fine on my own. And there was a bit of strategy behind it. If I go through all this trouble, no one will dare vote 2 again. I intended to guilt-trip the minority, especially Sean Ah-hyun, who genuinely liked track 2 and voted accordingly. And Mundy wants something to drink. But Ah-hyun worked so hard helping with the PPT that it was almost too enthusiastic to be just. Conscience. Feeling uneasy about the imbalance, I finally asked, "Are you okay with this? We're basically pushing for 7. Ah-hyun nodded earnestly. I've thought a lot and made my decision. Track 2 can, happen next time. Thanks. Why yeah. No. It's all of us working together. Why does it feel like I should feel guilty? I decided to treat Ah-hyun more kindly. Where's Cha Eugene? She's sleeping in the kitchen. Anyway, the night flew by, and morning arrived. Good morning. Park Mundy and the members walked into the company's morning meeting with the PPT. They're full of passion. Thank you. The division head, who still didn't know the content, was favorably impressed by our speed and attitude. After all, we weren't an uncertain rookie act. We were a goose laying golden eggs. And 5 minutes later, the division head was utterly flustered. Division head. I heard the baseball team concept came from referencing cartoons. That's right. If it's a school-based cartoon, sports are trendy. And one more thing. There's a genre just as steady selling in school cartoons as sports. Oh, what is it? Park Mundy flipped the slide. A magic wand filled the screen. Magical girls. The conference room erupted into chaos. 68 chapter. A moment of surreal silence passed. The division head, as if hearing a bizarre joke, asked again, "Magical girls? Like what kids watch? Something like Luna Moon?" "Yes." Before the division head had a chance to take offense, Park Mundy quickly laid out the plan. Tap. "Of course, I don't mean literal toddlers' magical girls." The slide advanced, revealing dreamlike props. A sunset-lit classroom window glinting in gold. A cracked feature phone background of the sky. A classroom clock shimmering violet. If we merely reinterpret the genre's symbolic motifs, it becomes a highly competitive concept. Retro sensibilities are in vogue, so it's a choice that captures both mass appeal and forward-looking vision. On the next slide, Park Mundy displayed examples of retro marketing. Among them, AT1 SNS viral campaign launched by our parent company. Moreover, if we blend the song's ethereal atmosphere with the keywords youth and magic, we can achieve artistic value through an art film approach. Artistic value. He deftly struck the division head's weak spot. When the division head had raved about self-produced idols, Mundy noticed what image he wanted for the agency's business. He wanted to seem sophisticated, so it was bound to work. And having already talked up commercial appeal, the excuse was ready. Here are reference images and arrangement samples. Flipping the slide, Mundy showed additional visuals the members had helped select. Then he briefly played the chorus of track 7. It felt different from the demo. We intend to proceed with the full arrangement in this direction. Kim Rae-bin, standing by the screen with the rest of us, gave a slight nod of approval. Seeing the arranger herself pleased was oddly reassuring, and the others let out soft sighs of relief. She couldn't sleep because of this. Thankfully, Ryu Chong-woo had a car and a license, so they could head to the studio after texting the manager. Of course, the manager nearly freaked out when he woke up and saw the message. "Oh." The division head let out an impressed murmur, then nodded repeatedly. Then he applauded. We need young, talented people to prepare and present something in just one day. He likes it." Mundy stifled a smirk. The division head praised the staff, saying they were better than new hires these days, then got to the point. "All right, let's move forward with this." "Thank you." "Oh, I'm giving my okay on behalf of the company." Other division heads, old folks, don't get this stuff. Watching the division head boast, Mundy offered a diligent smile, like a student before a professor. Behind him, the members exchanged glances, silently asking how badly he'd wanted track 7. "That's right, division head. Trusting your decision, there's one more thing we'd like to mention." Mundy advanced one more slide he'd thought was finished. It's feedback on the company's own chosen track. "The baseball team concept is great. We love it, right? Of course, we'd really like to try it. We heard the division head chose it." "Thank you." Mundy and the members exchanged the expected enthusiastic responses. Let's finish before they regain their senses. So, to bring out more of the traditional baseball team vibe, how about adding another genre instead of disco? What? Mundy offered a faint smile. How about using rock? 2 weeks before Testa's officially approved debut date, the news hit portals. Azusa's Testa to debut June 18th. Major newcomer Testa from Survival, show poised for debut. Testa arrives. June music world in turmoil. Although 5 days later than our original #InkViaLight deadline, fans' excitement was intense. There'd been no news for the past fortnight. Finally, so something's in the works. Phew, 20 days left. Now I can wait in peace. They haven't posted anything except their first SNS update. Come on, guys. Good luck with the album. I heard the reality show schedule is set too. Hope we get a teaser soon. Some worried about overlapping with Tick's schedule, but they couldn't delay a debut already dated. My favorite members respect VTIC, so this'll be fine. It's not a simultaneous release. There's a week difference. Should be okay. Can't wait to see Mundy meeting Chong-woo again, faced with tears of joy. Fans spun theories off that single announcement. Though a few voiced complaints, most urged patience. A week later, with under 2 weeks to go, why is nothing showing up? People erupted. Does the agency even work? We should have teaser images by now, why nothing? Their SNS is Ghost Town. How can there be zero hype? Ridiculous. Did they hide the members on some island? No sightings, no leaks. Are they going to eat all our money and vanish? Won't stand for it. The hastily built agency site crashed under traffic. The internet vibe was on the brink of revolt. And then, at midnight that night, the teaser dropped. Taystar Magic Boy official teaser. The thumbnail showed two hands reaching skyward against a sky, tinged yellow and violet. Clicking play, the screen abruptly went black. Click. English narration appeared with subtitles. When I was a child, I always returned home before sunset. There was no night the moon ever rose in that routine. And now, I look out the classroom window. The sun was setting. Film reel sound. Suddenly the screen filled with the glowing sky. Golden light, purple hues, crimson sunlight colliding. A music box melody chimed. Two notes, like droplets, tinted the image dreamily. The camera began to pull back. A white border framed the fantastic sky. A curtain flanked window. Leaning on the sill, sleeping, a silhouette. A black-haired boy in a white summer uniform, seen from behind. Around him lay an old glove and baseballs. He shifted slightly as sunset light poured through. At the moment his uniform pinked in the glow, the curtain billowed open, then shattered into crystalline fragments. Payas. Transparent shards rained down, scattering violet sunset beams. A riot of glorious color. Then the screen went black. Magic Boy. 6.18 midnight. The 30-second teaser ended. Its brutal view count proved the reaction. Views, 5,191,045. Insane momentum. They say it took under a day to hit 3 million. Considering Testa's lack of overseas base, it was astonishing. How is it? Do people like it? I nodded. Yes. Thank goodness. Several members, detoxing from the internet before debut, collapsed in relief. Fatigue made their eyes dark circles. No wonder. If the response had been bad, my own mental state would have crumbled. I'd been working sleepless for 25 days like an insomniac ox. But the timing's still tight. We'd planned to release the teaser later. Magic Boy MV editing wasn't even done yet. But everyone rushed it forward, fearing fans would bleed stress waiting. The agency finally got scared a bit. In any case, the reaction was overwhelmingly positive. Crazy quality. How is this real? How did they conceive this concept? Send bank details. Already fun, already a masterpiece. Magic Boy? You are my magic sob. No wonder they were silent. They were making this. Okay, I get it. My wallet belongs to Testa. Pre-order via teaser. Not a single snarky comment in sight. The backlash had been swept away. Even I thought the teaser was well done. The excerpt chosen was perfect, and the direction was on point. Keeping their faces hidden was smart. Releasing a survival debut group teaser with one member spotlighted invites chaos. Above all, the lavish visuals stood out. Time bought with money, but it paid off. Expectations are sky high now. But the song is good, so we should manage. More content would follow in days, easing fans' anxieties. Everyone, snap back to focus and get ready. Why yes. To Ryu Chong-woo's weary voice, the members stirred like zombies. I tossed my phone aside and joined them. You did great. Now the MV, we just have to shoot this song. Wow. We'll switch to choreo practice next. It was nothing less than hellish. Yes. Through the heavy silence, Cha Eugene's excited reply rang out. At that moment, a staff member approached. Setups complete. Yes. The second MV shoot was winding down. Frankly, starting shoots even a month before release is standard. This schedule was insane. All staff are definitely pulling all-nighters. By the way, the same director who shot Magic Boy was handling this too. The agency's staff really know their stuff. They'd snagged a renowned up-and-coming director, probably through T1 connections. A career move worthy of T1's. Season hires. The only worry was the overzealous division head and the agency's chaotic system, a ticking time bomb. Especially the higher-ups who launched headlines about a one-month debut. I hoped they'd resign immediately. Better erase that thought. I needed to work, not stress. Does everyone know their shooting segments? I have nothing special to prepare. Same here. Alright, we don't really either. Si Jin-hyung's doing the heavy lifting, it seems. Not really. Lee Se-jin replied curtly, but wasn't uncooperative. Both MVs had storylines, so it made sense to make use of our former child actor. Might as well motivate him further with a compliment. I turned to Lee Se-jin. Honestly, I was impressed watching you. You're really skilled. It wasn't empty praise. His experience was evident. He looked far from amateur in every uncut take. I get where you're coming from, Monday. You'd be embarrassed if you were the only one in the teaser's backshot. An unexpected remark from the oddball. Big Sejin averted his eyes at me. What a brat. I'm relying on this for my career. I better do well. Yes. Sejin fell silent, face slightly downcast, following the staff. He reacts that way to praise. I stifled a sigh, too tired to get annoyed. All right, let's start with the group choreo scene. Yes. As I took my position, I mentally mapped out the schedule. The concept photos should have come first. But teaser delays meant they'd drop around the album release. That means the reality show episodes will come out first. I'd expected a promo video by now, but it was already late. The live show was days away. As predicted, that night a reality show trailer went up. Living Together with Testa. Grand reveal Friday, June 8th at 7 p.m. 69 chapter. Finally, the day has come. Park Mundy cracked his knuckles and stared at the monitor. Today was the day the first episode of the reality show would air. He still had messages saved from when he and his friend got excited over the teaser released a few days ago. Mundy's cooking. Mundy's gaming. To fans starved for content. That snippet was pure drug. He'd watched the adorably edited teaser so many times he could recite it by heart. And now, he was about to see the full episode. Let's start. When the rated 12+ label appeared, she rubbed her hands together. She paused the teaser stream she'd been refreshing for the view count and sat upright, attention at full alert. Glorious debut. The program opened with quick clips of Azusa's final episode announcements and media reactions, establishing Testa's origin. Testa finally formed. Where are they now? Ominous subtitles. Then, one more time. Shots of the Testa members hilariously engrossed in a board game. Lol. So glad you're okay, Nuna. They look extremely happy. As the comments said, Testa looked like they were having a blast. Fans enjoyed seeing them relaxed after the audition drama, until the teaser cut too. Why is Testa playing this game so intensely? With that humorous subtitle, the scene switched. 2:02. May. 9 a.m. Woo. Loving this house. Testa pouring into their dorm, chattering and laughing. The editing emphasized their efforts to look bright and excited. They resembled a litter of puppies. Where's Mundy? He wasn't dashing around, but stood wide-eyed, taking in the room. He wore the yellow hoodie from Testa's first SNS photo. So cute in motion. While she gushed, other viewers ran commentary on their outfits. Finally seeing their personal styles in HD, this is debut bliss. Their tastes really shine through. LOL, everyone's predictable except Mundy. Wow. Yeah, he always wore t-shirts in sightings. Never thought he'd rock something that cute, LOL. He even wore that Welsh corgi costume. He's really committed to his character. Exactly. The mystery, hardworking one. On screen, the members got mission cards delivered by the robot vacuum. To become a true group, clear your missions. Mission. Then, every time they overreacted to something reminiscent of Azusa, their subdued gloom made for excellent comedy. So funny, lol. Guys, we suffer Azusa PTSD too. This show's a sin. Test is here. Cancel it. Instead of another season, just give us yearly Testa reality. Haha. Viewers laughed in sympathetic solidarity. When the roommates became so obsessed with the game they forgot everything else, they laughed again. One more round, please. I want to win. LOL. Their competitiveness is next level, LOL. Isn't that a kind of occupational hazard? They carried over the all-night audition habit. Sounds about right, lol. And the fact that the person most engrossed and the most composed took first and second made for subtle humor. Yay, we won. Congrats. Cha Eugene's triumphant celebration contrasted hilariously with Park Mundy's calm reaction, reminding fans of their team dynamic. Mundy's got that Tibetan fox expression again, LOL. They're so different but on the same team. So fun, stay friends, guys. LOL, they swapped first and second among themselves again. Eugene's lucky, Mundy's skilled at games? LOL. But interest cooled slightly when the roommate pairings were revealed. Fans hadn't really thought about or wanted specific pairings until now. So that's how it goes, LOL. Hope they get along. They'll probably keep switching roommates, right? They regained enthusiasm during the dinner prep segment. The shopping team's exuberant supermarket spree and the cooking team's calm, harmonious making of braised chicken were both endearing. especially Park Mundi and Seon Ah-hyun, whose unexpectedly good cooking skills earned them plenty of screen time. First, let's prep all the ingredients. I'll handle cleaning the chicken. Does that work for you? The moment ingredients arrived, Park Mundi rapidly delegated tasks and grabbed the trickiest job himself. He didn't trust the others fully, but on screen he seemed capable. And Seon Ah-hyun, who looked like a natural cook, spectacularly bungled her part, adorably flustered. More great footage. Sorry. No need to apologize. Mundi glanced between the pitiful pile of onions and the knife Ah-hyun nearly used on her hand, then gave her a new task. Could you set the table with these? Why, yes. On screen, Ah-hyun brightened instantly with cheerful effects. Fans loved it. Mundi cooks well too. Surprising. A high and lol. Let's never give Ah-hyun a chef's knife again. She'll hurt herself, lol. Mundi really cares for people. Why was he so cold in Azusa's early stages? A mystery for all Mundi fans. Eating braised chicken as their first dorm meal, chatting happily, the scene fit the fans' expected reality show trope, and they praised it. They made so much chicken, haha. They all dig in. They seem really close. Comrade bond from Azusa? LOL. Let's stay together, guys. Then came the grand finale of the episode, the group horror movie night. Hee. As ghost faces filled the screen, PB popcorn flew through the air. Eek. Yikes. Cutting between each member's reaction, the producers gave fans more ways to enjoy their personalities. Cha Eugene is laughing? LOL. Big Sejin scared of ghosts. I thought he was an ultra-social in-crowd. Rabin's clothes are gonna tear, LOL. Chong-woo, I didn't expect this. Picking a scary movie but claiming he's not scared. And even before Park Mundi's cut, fans had already guessed. Of course he wouldn't be afraid. Bet that Tibetan fox face is coming again, LOL. Everyone's scared. Horror movies are scary. LOL. Already cute Mundi. He'll calmly eat popcorn, bet. But the final shot of Mundi showed him looking down at his popcorn. Each time a ghost screamed, his popcorn tub twitched upward. Why, popcorn acrobatics. Still, Mundi never looked away from the screen. Comments exploded. He's scared. Oh my. Too cute. I could wreck the apartment. Fans who'd only ever seen Mundi's stoic demeanor, whether pulling all-nighters or snagging first place, went wild at this unguarded moment. He can't look away until the end, haha. He finished the popcorn, but is still holding the empty tub. Too scared to let go. He jumped up when the movie cut off, LOL. The others didn't notice, right? Mundi probably thinks he looked calm in front of the camera. LOL. Mundi's top fan, watching the screen, couldn't help messaging her friend. Oh, Mundi cooks well, plays board games well, but can't watch horror movies, too cute, wanna smash the apartment. Even as she typed, she fixed her eyes on the screen and made typos. But that was exactly what she wanted to say. 7 colors, 7 flavors. Testa getting to know each other anew. What will happen tomorrow? With the horror movie segment delighting every fan base, the first episode wrapped up. As realization struck that an hour had already passed, mid-episode ads ended and a preview for next week aired before her. We're in the studio now. Testa in a soundproofed music studio, discussing plans. Then, we're heading to present now. Clad in formal attire, the members walked into a conference room. Whoa, so there'll be some album work footage too. She already wanted to see the next episode. She hurriedly opened SNS, eager to share her excitement. Honestly expected it to be boring, but it was so much fun. All the awkwardness rumors. Where'd that go? They seem close and comfy. The preview and debut talk is such a relief. Did the members pick that godly concept? From Azusa experience? Every comment on her timeline resonated. She clicked to post her own, but paused when she saw a newly updated post. Equals. This is insane, link, screenshot. Equals. The link pointed to a Portal News article. The screenshot showed the article's text. Reading it, her chest seized as if doused in cold water. Equals. Idol. Corporation's Testa exposed in unfair contract lawsuit. Members of Testa, Taystar, who debuted on relisting Idol Corporation, are being sued by former agency Dream K over an unfair contract with TNET. Dream K alleges that since January, TNET forced multiple agencies to pressure their artists to join relisting Idol Corporation, then coerced contestants who debuted via the show into contracts transferring their management rights to TNET unfairly. Equals. She swallowed hard and clicked the article. Past midnight, the dorm atmosphere froze. Let's sort this out. So, Sejin's former agency is demanding their artist back. Ryu Chongwoo NVLG. Continue reading. Calmly summarized the situation. I held back a sigh. It was bound to blow up. From the start, TNET's insistence that any Azusa debut meant management rights belonged to TNET was a reckless overreach. Born of greed to milk a survival show group indefinitely. Usually they'd settle with dual management fees, right? Stealing an act outright was almost unheard of, even in this industry. The broadcasters would have insisted the agency back down, but Azusa's success this season must have encouraged them. I bet complaints piled up since those casting call segments where they offered to change agencies on air. And with Sejin still useful solo as an actor, Dream K must have been even more upset. They'd at least want their share during Testis activities. Sian Ah-hyun stayed silent in prolonged standoff, head bowed on the sofa. Big Sejin prodded with a grin. Hyung, say something. At first gentle, his tone grew urgent. Big Sejin, we need to clear this quickly. You know we debut in a week, right? No time. If you don't sort your position now, other agencies will jump on, and we'll have lawsuits all around. He still smiled gently, but his words raced. If you stay silent, it won't just end with you. Other members get hurt too. Talk to the company now. His mental states cracked. Indeed, Big Sejin's agency could even join Dream K's suit. Having just earned debut, he must be furious at the thought. But instead of speaking, Lee Sejin leapt up and fled the room. Hey. Bang. He slammed the door closed behind him. You've got to be kidding. He was the one it concerned most, yet he chose to escape. Even I, who hadn't been overly invested, felt my irritation rise. After all this, the guy was running away? If I want to sleep tonight, I'll have to unlock it. I moved to the door and struck the doorknob from above. Thunk. As expected, a residential lock opened easily. My workout paid off. I'm coming in. 70 chapter. I unlocked the door and stepped into the room. Sejin, sitting dejectedly on his bed, jumped in surprise. Ugh, pull yourself together. I sat on the bed opposite him. Chongwoo and Big Sejin, who I'd expected would follow me in, were nowhere to be seen. They must have taken the hint and left. Well, fine. Since Sejin was in this state, there'd be no sleep tonight anyway. Let's hear what he's thinking. I wish I had something to drink. But of course, there wasn't any alcohol in the dorm of a brand new idol group. I cleared my throat and spoke. Hyung, you know the company's going to call you in for a meeting at dawn or tomorrow morning, right? If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to sort your thoughts here first? Running away won't make it go away. For once, my turns out they're right. Trait was silent. After a long pause, Sejin finally spoke. I don't know. Know what? What I want to do. Isn't it way too late to be worrying about your career path now? Do you want to go back to your old agency and keep acting? I don't want to go back. So you still want to act? Isn't that obvious? Sejin buried his face in his hands. I never wanted to be an idol. This feels eerily like the moment my debuff triggered. I clicked my tongue. So he didn't join the audition by choice. You only joined Idol Corporation because your old agency forced you, right? Right. I'd been off work so long, they told me if I didn't do something like this, no one would hire me. I said without thinking. You gave it your all, though. You have to give it your all if you can't do it. Sejin snapped back. That's not quite how I remember it. I recalled what he said to me in the finals. You're debuting, so it's not over for you, huh? Must be nice. He meant he wanted to keep going, too, and I'd seen his stat screen update. No more F. When filming began, his dance stat had been an F. Now it was D+. Growth like that, without any excitement, couldn't happen by accident. So I had an inkling. Honestly, it was fun, right? Once you tried it, you enjoyed it, and pushed yourself harder without realizing. Sejin pressed his lips shut. He couldn't deny it. You're right. Being on stage felt great. I thought, I want to keep doing this. But I also want to keep acting. Go ahead, then. What? I didn't understand why he was agonizing over this. In a year or two, this agency will give you solo roles anyway. Just act. After 5 years, when it's time to renew your contract, If you want to quit idol life, just keep acting. Seijin opened his mouth, then gave me a bitter smile and bowed his head. I can't. Excuse me. You don't know what my old agency's like. Well, I didn't really know. Acting wasn't my field. Seijin, half resigned, poured out the situation. Dream K, it's not a bad agency. If I stay here, they'll punish me for disloyalty by leaking something. Did they get some dirt on you? If he dropped any hint of a drug scandal, I'd be first in line to tell him to quit. Fortunately, Seijin frowned. They wouldn't go that far. They'll just drop some salacious rumor to make a splash. He went on to explain. Over contract renewal seasons, they'd intentionally spread rumors to lower actors' market value. Several had already been dumped that way. A caricature of a ruthless agency. So what rumors are likely? Well, the obvious one. That I only joined the audition to restart my acting career, and I never wanted to be an idol. They'd plant that, set the tone. I doubt T1 would let them go that far. They're our investors. That's why they dumped the sensational stuff first, to get T1 to fire me. Seijin muttered bitterly. It's just, I joined last minute, anyway. And right now, my image online isn't great. Lots of people say they'd rather I wasn't here, because I'm not good at it. He must have looked it up. That talk did circulate, that removing the lowest skilled member would make the group better. I shrugged. That sentiment will fade after our debut. Thanks for the useless pep talk. No, I mean it. Once we're up against VTC, everyone will rally together. What? When an external rival appears, people stick together. And once you're gone, someone else becomes the target. That's how groups work. So you don't need to worry about that. Every group tries to drop its weakest link. This wasn't unique to Seijin. He looked moved, then shook his head. Still, there's nothing I can do to stop Dream K right now. Even if I talk to our company, I can't block every rumor. Well, you can preempt them yourself. What? I cross my arms. You make the announcement first. What do you mean? You post how you were forced into the audition by your old agency, discovered your knack for idol work, and chose not to go back. Emphasize the forced coercion angle. Say you escaped, thanks to the audition. Then even if they spread rumors, fans will dismiss them. Oh, he escaped from his old agency. Once public opinion swings, Dream K will hesitate to press the lawsuit, and T1 won't want to get dragged into it either. Seijin stood silent, mouth agape. You, what kind of dropout are you? I auditioned. He never changes his script. This time, at least, no spy agency conspiracy was involved. Then that's how you talk to your agency. Okay. Anyway, the situation was roughly handled. Chong-Woo would soothe him later. I exhaled once. Should I post it on my SNS account? Be sure to say it's handwritten. After the news of Dream K's lawsuit broke, every entertainment portal filled with related articles. Since the unfair contract claims were valid and overlapped with broadcaster abuses, reactions varied. Taking someone mid-contract was too much. They should just manage, not own. That'd mean double commissions, idol. Management isn't outsourcing. Dream K did nothing. They pushed him onto the audition for exposure. Now it's successful, they want him back. Pathetic hypocrisy. They did train and invest in him. They deserve some recoupment. Particularly loud were voices demanding Seijin's removal. He contributes nothing. If he's bad luck, just drop him. A week before debut, what a mess. Who wants to see a reluctant participant? He cried from lack of sleep. He's no real idol. Their attacks hurt Seijin's fans deeply. Then, the next morning, after a long silence, Testa's SNS account posted again, and fans got notified. They clicked at lightning speed and saw a handwritten letter photo attached. It was from Seijin. Hello, I'm Testa's member Lee Seijin. I'm writing to share my thoughts on recent news and discussions. In careful script, he began recounting his experience as a child actor, explaining how his old agency overworked him to the point of illness. I had to pause child actor work when my health failed. At 12, I couldn't endure schedules allowing only 3 hours of sleep. Then he described how, just as he recovered and sought a new start, Dream K coerced him into the audition. I had never been on stage, so I refused multiple times. But they threatened me. If you don't appear on this show, you'll never get work again. Under that pressure, I joined Idol Corporation. He continued, saying how unexpectedly joyful the audition was. For someone shy with peers, finding good friends and performing with them was immensely fun and thrilling. I never foresaw it, but I wanted to continue this path, desperately so. And now, I feel so lucky to debut with these friends. He closed by affirming his desire to debut as Testa with Novelight, this group. I'm sorry my first post isn't happier news. Next time, I'll share joyful updates as a Testa member. Thank you for reading. Almost instantly, Seijin's loyal fans rallied support. Seijin says he wants to be an idol. Let him do it. Where's Dream K's conscience? They overworked a 12-year-old. T1 got it right. Dream K deserves a beating. I always wondered if Seijin truly wanted this. Sorry I doubted you. Those who'd followed him since his child actor days were especially moved. Seeing him smile through that ordeal still hurts. I thought he'd matured, Sai. I miss his acting, but most of all, I want him to follow his passion. Not back to Dream K. With that shift, many who mocked him drifted away. Though some taunted, they were now outnumbered. This is emotional pandering, but can you blame him? At 23, he's doing just fine, better than those posting hate. Seijin's proven he can do this for a few years, then he can move on. Even Testa's broader fandoms, moved by his empathy, began to recoil from the hate. Seizing the moment, Tnet used a carrot-and-stick approach, quietly pulling down damaging articles. When the tide turned, at midnight they released another teaser, this time not on Testa's official YouTube. Instead, it appeared under Tnet's reality show channel. Taystar High Five official teaser. Wrong channel. Not Magic Boy. Fans hesitated a moment, then clicked the video. 71 chapter. The new teaser video began with a bright, upbeat voice. High five. Against a backdrop of what looked like a school playground and a clear blue sky, Chai Eugene waved and shouted. Behind her, the members had formed their dance formation. Each was wearing a perfectly matching striped baseball uniform. As they'd been warming up, the chorus suddenly kicked in and they snapped into choreography. This shot is tang tang tang, going to hit just right. In your heart. Pang pang pang. Like a fanfare. Just bursting out. The dance was energetic, with big movements and rapid-fire beats. As the chorus line finished, the frame froze on their final pose. A foot thrust toward the camera as they glanced back. A moment later, cut. Phew. White subtitles appeared over the members collapsing onto the field. High Five music video. First premieres in Testa's Living Together, EP2. In contrast to the first teaser for Magic Boy, this one was humorous and dynamic. Naturally, comments exploded online in an instant. 2 insane titles? Is this an early reveal? What do? I love this too. They really milked the school setting LOL. One of them's gotta be In Your Heart, right? LOL, I love both though. Testa, you nailed it. LOL, you too? Me too. Just heard the beat, and I'm hyped already. This track's gonna win. The Magic Boy choreography isn't even out yet. Give it a fair shot. LOL. Drum roll hits and my heart's like a drum too. Testa is the human defibrillator. The internet was ablaze with excitement, enough to completely overshadow the previous gloomy scandal. But some fans seemed a bit bewildered. Things were going too smoothly. Did the agency go into seclusion training while we were cut off? 2 title tracks and both slap? And the concepts are perfectly contrasting but somehow tied together. Remember the teaser for Magic Boy with the glove and the baseball? OMG, this is fire. I watched the EP2 preview of the reality show, and it looks like the kids took charge themselves. So hyped already. Let's hit 500K first week sales for our debut album. When EP2 of the reality show aired, reactions spiked again. A caption reading, "Here are the reference images and arrangement drafts," popped up because the members actually prepared the presentation materials in a single day. Thanks to clever editing, mentions of the director's missteps and Tick's simultaneous release plans were cut out, leaving only Testa's passionate handling of the title track. Why are they this good? I didn't expect them to pick all the songs and nail the concept themselves. And no fights, everyone's so harmonious. They're persuading each other, even with different opinions. Testa's group project hype circuit is becoming reality. Of course, skeptics popped up too. Newbies this polished? LOL, it's all staged. Don't fall for it. Everything was pre-decided, and they're just selling it as if the idols picked it. Don't trust the show script. The idols you stand can't do anything on their own, Poor things. Yeah. Hang ink via Elgar HT. Don't copy, read here. In there. But the diehard fans who had their hype meters off the charts ignored those comments entirely. They hardly even cared. The vibes felt destined for success. This is a hit for sure. Buzz is off the charts. Teaser's insane. I bet it slays. Music videos dropping at the end of the broadcast, right? Reality EP2 was more like a production diary, ending with a bit of variety show fluff, a crane game segment. It was footage cut from EP1's horror movie style and squeezed in here. Mostly, it showed the members failing to grab plush toys and faux triumphant celebrations. Captions read, "This machine's broken, huh? Lol lol. Oh, Big Sejin is too funny." EP2 closed with Lee Sejin winning a puppy plush toy. Then, when the music video coming up caption appeared, tension spiked again. It's starting. Music video time. As the ad break ended, the scene switched to a classroom window bathed in bright sunlight. Music videos here. Wait a sec. Sean Ah-hyun slid into the living room as the break ended. Perfect timing, I thought, fixing my gaze on the screen. The first shot opened on Park Mundy. Well, me. Looking out the window at the sunny blue sky. Suddenly, a paper flyer was thrust before my eyes. Sports Day? Inter-school baseball tournament. The flyer was held by Lee Sejin, whose usual sulky demeanor was nowhere to be seen. She looked like a nervous model student. As Park Mundy peered at it with a reluctant tilt of his head, the intro riff kicked in. FSHHH. The song began with a sprightly whistle melody, an electric guitar-tinged disco rock remix with the upbeat drums stripped down. Honestly, I didn't know the exact genre, but it was undeniably catchy. Thanks to Kim Rae-bin's suggestion, the cheesy vibe was completely gone. Time constraints meant we couldn't rewrite the lyrics, though. After much worries, I made up my mind. Today I'm gonna send myself out. Into your heart shot. That ought to do it. The choreography fits perfectly. Eugen's flying around. Hee. As the group dance cut appeared, the members chimed in, probably noticing the reality show cameras set up for reaction footage. They saw the script beforehand, so nothing's really surprising, I thought. The video intercut dance shots with the storyline. Model student Lee Sejin recruiting classmates who wouldn't normally join Sports Day, ending up with a motley crew of eccentrics. Yep, that's the gist. Mundy's from the library club. See? He fits right in. My role was the bookworm, always buried in novels or my e-reader. You've got to give off a mysterious vibe, okay? The director stressed that, though I'm not sure I delivered mystery, just unreadable, at least. Next up was Seon Ah-hyun, predictably the dance club member. Really good. You move like a pro. Thanks. Her modern dance in the video was impressive, and the bit where she reluctantly gets dragged into baseball was spot on. Then came Ryu Chong-woo. With that aim, he's national team material. Guys, he actually shot and hit that target. Haha, rusty from practice, but still. He was cast straight from archery practice, so it felt natural. After that, a short sketch with Cha Eugene and Kim Rae-bin. Lee Sejin flung open the sports equipment closet door. Screech. Inside lay Rae-bin, and Eugene sprawled on the floor like delinquents. They stared silently at Sejin. Sorry. Screech. The door snapped shut again. Ha ha ha. KH, that was good. Watching the music video, everyone burst out laughing. It was even funnier knowing the two youngest insisted on those roles. I remember Rae-bin said he wanted to experience being top of the social ladder, even in fiction. Then Eugene's innocent comment came back to me. It's fun. Both played the tough guys perfectly. Finally, they cast Big Sejin as the student council president in an election subplot. Pros stand out. In that world, she would have been elected. Big Sejin grinned slyly, clearly chosen to overshadow Sejin's bullying rumors by rewriting the narrative. The video ended with the ragtag team humorously beating another school in the tournament. As a post-credits scene, Sejin's student record got a little twist. Wow, that was fun till the end. It never dragged or cut awkwardly, hitting the perfect fun spot thanks to the dance cut pacing. Great job, everyone, and well done, echoed as relief washed over the team that the video was safely out. Then Ryu Chong-woo, almost on cue, softly said, especially, thank you, Sejin. Yes, thanks to you. Even us amateurs looked natural on camera. Gah, Rae-bin. The seniors were totally the amateurs. Despite Big Sejin getting trolled again, Sejin bit her lip, nodded, and quietly added, "No, you were all great. And if I've been a jerk, I'm sorry. Oh no, I won't dodge things like this anymore. I'll get my act together." Sejin clasped her fists so hard her knuckles whitened. Looks like she finally cooled off after putting out that fire. Probably reflecting on the past few days. It's okay. You worked hard too. This is our debut. Mistakes are bound to happen. Stay strong. Thanks. With that, the mood warmed again. The tension from Sejin's scandal seemed to melt away thanks to the music video. They weren't exactly best friends yet, but at least professional barriers loosened. Let's go, team. Sure, Big Sejin still seemed cold towards Sejin, but 7 strangers bonding completely is unrealistic. As long as they don't fight, they're good. The reality show's vibe will look great too. They'll edit out the apology, no doubt. Stretching, I heard Ryu Chong-woo say gently. All right, let's get back to the practice room. Yes. Even Cha Eugene answered half a beat late. Everyone was sick of the non-stop grind, but knew they couldn't rest. Only 3 days until the debut showcase. Come on, almost there. Right? F fighting. After a few meaningless shouts, they geared up for another all-nighter. I hope more fans than reporters show up at the showcase. That's the only consolation. Hey. Yes. As I rubbed my eyelids, Lee Sejin spoke quietly. I turned and caught what she muttered. Thanks for writing it with me. Writing it? My brain hurt from fatigue until I realized. Oh, the handwritten letter? Yeah. Sejin snapped, then took a breath and forced herself calm. Thanks to you it went smoothly. I'll repay you. You don't have to worry about it. Honestly, anyone who got their head in gear could have jotted it down. There wasn't time. What mattered was no new drug scandal popped up, though I suspected those rumors. Were the old agencies doing? Hope no other skeletons jump out. I shook my head and moved on. Both of us had to sleep in the practice room anyway. Sejin bolted out of the dorm before 30 seconds passed. Testa's high five music videos satisfied the fans. That might sound trivial, but it meant meeting expectations so high they seemed to bust through the ceiling for debut group Ajusa. Honestly, I was worried about a double title, but that was needless stress lol. Did you see the video's production value? Big company money at work. I can't even stand it. I'm so excited. Magic Boys vid is gonna be insane too, right? Bop of the year, OMG dropped the digital single Already Please. Meanwhile, tears flowed for those who couldn't snag showcase tickets. Ajusa hoarded all tickets with stock packages and sold out before fans could even try Loudly Crying Face. This is ridiculous, Tnet. Some buyers are fans of eliminated members and still charging crazy resale prices. Loudly Crying Face. If it ends at resellers, fine. What if someone boos on purpose at the showcase? As unclaimed fans raged, a few still refused to sell their tickets, even on the black market. Let's see how this goes. Whether any heckling happened, no one knew, but Tnet had clearly overlooked a risk. And on June 18th, when the Magic Boy video dropped, the showcase began that night at 8 p.m. 72 chapter. I heard that the Magic Boy music video dropped at midnight last night, but there was no time to sit down and monitor it properly. Cha Eugene's half-asleep mumbling should be proof. Is it time to wake up? We finished waking up a while ago. Now we're just traveling in the van. Oh, Eugene let out a pale exclamation and immediately dozed off again. That's right. Since last night, we've been shuttling around, polishing performances, doing shoots, doing interviews. I haven't slept properly in almost a month, so it wouldn't be surprising if someone didn't even know where they were. This is for the showcase now, right? Yeah. I heard Sian Hyun, who'd whispered to the manager as if she wasn't entirely sure, take a deep breath. It must feel nerve-wracking now that it was almost time. Well, let's show them everything we've prepared this past month. No matter where, hard work doesn't betray you. Of course. Yes, sir. A few members who were awake responded to Ryu Chong-woo's hoarse encouragement. Then Kim Rae-bin, sitting beside me, murmured quietly. Actually, proportionally we've practiced more than most, but by absolute hours we're still a bit short. When I looked at him silently, he slipped in a correction. Not short, but I think we can deliver the stage with plenty of passion. Right. Thank goodness he's perceptive, even if he lacks social skills. The reporters at the showcase had high expectations. not for Testa's skill, but for their buzz factor. I'll at least get enough views for an article. If it flops, it'll be an interesting story too. Photographers and columnists alike sat eagerly, waiting for the showcase to start. In front of and behind them sat shareholders who'd bought stock packages from Ajusa. Most brought slogans or cheering props, since no official lightstick existed yet. Shapes and colors varied, but you could feel their excitement. In that electric atmosphere, the lights dimmed and the opening began. High five. Wearing the exact same baseball uniforms from the music video, Testa performed the choreography even more sharply live. My feet move, like a camera zoom, straight toward you. Dan Dan Dardara, Dianya. The upbeat song matched high-energy jumps in the choreography. Whoosh. Each whistle turn and foot flick raised the stage's intensity. They're good. The song's great too. During the instrumental breaks, playful ad-libs, rock, paper, scissors, waving to each other, came off charmingly confident. Not like rookies. Auditionees do this well. Reporters turn their praise into headlines. High five proves Testa's meteoric rise. Testa hits a home run with their opening. After the opening, Testa members left the stage briefly and the MC appeared to fill time. It was a familiar face to everyone there. Hello? Hey. As fans registered both fondness and mild disgust at Ajusa's usual MC, Testa, aided frantically by staff, rushed backstage to change. Ugh, my hair. This uniform won't come off. Dashing on stage in their flashy, epaulette-studded school jackets, the MC deftly rallied the crowd. Well, shareholders. Oh, not happy to see me? Let's not be like that. We've known each other 3 months now. Granted, only you guys have seen my face, but still. Laughter, playful jeers, and cheers mixed as the MC introduced the next act. Now, let's see your stocks, sir, once more. Your shares have taken flight. The lights came back up, and Testa beamed as they began the intro dance. It was Here I Am. The audience, still buzzing from the broadcast, felt a strange nostalgia wash over them. Seeing Testa split parts and sing Here I Am, with smiles felt like watching an epilogue after a happy ending. They enjoyed it warmly. Today on this stage, shining bright. Here I am. Yes, the shining star you made. Here I am. At last awakened, I radiate light. Soon the audience joined in singing. Testa, pleasantly surprised, grinned and sang even louder. Even reporters who watched Ajusa and nodded along to the catchy tune. But not everyone's heart warmed. A few grew cold. So they did all their own songs, huh? And they're having fun with the parts? These were fans of eliminated Ajusa contestants who'd come with sour expressions. Most non-winning fans still enjoyed the stage. After all, there was at least one Testa member they liked. But there are always exceptions. Challenger version, thank you. The incident happened after the next song ended, during the brief member talk segment. I've always wanted to do this version. Congratulations, little Eugene. They performed the other team arrangement of Final, the song Eugene used in the finals, and chatted excitedly about it. The other members found it cuter than they did off camera. Reporters didn't lob vicious questions, but a few sharp or slightly leading ones came up. You all seem close. Which member are you least friendly with? Your album prep happened in a very short time. How is that possible? VTIC just made a comeback on the 12th. What do you think of that? All were expected, and Ryu Chongwoo and Big Sejin skillfully deflected them back and forth. Our friendship is growing. Strange solidarity formed during Ajusa made us bond faster than expected. The agency had everything prepped for the album, so we could move quickly. We thank director Kwok Shin-jaeun and all the staff. When I meet the VTIC seniors, I plan to get their autographs. It's on my bucket list. Their survival-style interview skills, honed to avoid evil editing, shone through. Then came a genuine question. You chose 2 title tracks. What unique charm does Magic Boy have, different from the high five stage you just showed? Oh, Ryu Chongwoo reflexively reached for the mic, then decided to pass it to me, the ideas. Originator. It's a fair question, Mundy can answer it. Though I dislike interviews, I couldn't hand the mic back, so I took it. Magic Boy is. That was when it happened. From just off stage, something translucent flew fast and struck my arm. Watch out. Ryu Chongwoo's reflexes pulled me back, but it hit hard enough I couldn't fully dodge. I stared down at my arm. It was soaked. They threw a water bottle. From my epaulette to my sleeve, water dripped steadily. My temple felt cold. Some had splashed onto NVL GT, official version. My face too. My elbow throbbed slightly. They threw it hard. The auditorium froze in shock. Murmurs of alarm, worried whispers, even faint screams rippled through the crowd. And the reporters rejoiced. Oh, this is something. Whoever did that made a statement. I quickly assessed the situation. Doesn't seem harmful. Since my temple was fine, it wasn't acid or alcohol. At worst, I'd tasted spit. Then I'll just roll with it. That whole incident lasted about 3 seconds, the time it took to shake off my arm. My teenage years taught me to always read the room. I cracked a small smile. You've got keen instincts. You anticipated my answer, I think. Then I shrugged off my jacket to reveal the white summer shirt from the Magic Boy video. I thought that if you saw the stage for yourselves, you'd recognize this song's unique charm, so I'll let the performance speak. The members immediately caught on, shrugged off their jackets, and tossed them aside. All right, then let's dive right in, Magic Boy. I brushed my wet hair aside, gripped the mic, and the music box intro filled the hall. Against a dreamy violet set, soaking wet, I opened my mouth. I've been thinking about you. I'll meet tomorrow. Today, I dream a sky as blue as noon. The bottle incident was forgotten in an instant. Testa's showcase lasted just under an hour, never too long, but articles and reviews began pouring in before it ended. Of course, none omitted mention of the mishap. Magic Boy drips with dreaminess after water attack. Prepared stars prowess. Crisis turned performance. Click any of those headlines, and you'd see photos of me shaking water from my hair in summer uniform, or tossing my dripping jacket. Droplets flying off the epaulette glittered in the lights, adding a strange beauty. Pictures of the thrown bottle existed too, but most were blurry phone captures. Still, the reaction was clear. Who is this crazy jerk throwing bottles at a debuting idol? They aimed for his face, lol. He nearly got it if Chong-woo hadn't pulled him back. What a lunatic. I hope they get caught and thrown out. I missed my seat, and now some jerk took it? LOL, kill me please. Fans were furious, yet deeply relieved by my reaction. Could have ended badly, but Mundy handled it perfectly. He must have been shocked, but he stayed cool and kept it natural. Nah, Mundy's just oblivious and thought it was part of the show. LOL, he really embodied the character. Even bringing up the character here? Shut up. When everyone took off their jackets together, I got chills. Those kids synchronized so well. Meanwhile, YouTube re-uploaders didn't miss this juicy clip. For a moment that day it trended under titles like, Who threw a bottle at a Juice's #1? Debut idol soaked at showcase. Ironically, the smooth handling made it feel like viral marketing, a buzz within the buzz. Hyung, did you see this? That news even reached VTIC just as they wrapped their first week promotions. 73 chapter. During the boring downtime waiting for the pre-recording of the music show, one VTIC member, fiddling with their smartphone to pass the time, called out to Chongrio. They showed her the YouTube trending videos, where at #9 was debut idol soaked by water bottle at showcase. On the evening of the 18th, a debut showcase by an idol group took place at Red Square. It was none other than the group from the audition, Idol Corporation. The YouTuber was gleefully adding their own commentary about the bottle-throwing incident. That's definitely them, right? That a Jusa. Yeah. Chongrio looked at the video and remembered that absurd psychology test. Park Mundy. You have keen instincts. At just that moment, a shaky, low-resolution fan cam clip, included small for copyright reasons, showed me deftly smoothing things over. This guy's actually pretty smart. Told you. But it's too bad it happened to them. Right when they're debuting. Other members who had been watching chimed in with sympathetic clicks of their tongues. Tnet's been overconfident for days now. The numbers look good, but missing out on first must sting. Their tone carried a hint of pity, founded on the assumption that in week 2 they'd overtake Testa. Honestly, they had reason to feel that way. #1 night sign /VTIC. That was the daily chart on the country's biggest streaming site. Ever since real-time rankings were hidden, it was nearly impossible to shoot straight to #1 without sustained streams. Even if you're fast, it takes at least a week. Testa's tracks, which would drop at midnight, faced the same constraint. For Testa to snag first place on the music show, Their first-week album sales would have to blow TIX's Week 2 numbers out of the water, but their promotional periods overlapped by about a day. Unless Testa set some insane record, it was assumed they'd lose. Of course, it was almost laughable to think a rookie boy group would top the streaming charts. Forget it. Instead of worrying about juniors, let's focus on ourselves. Right on. VTIC immediately returned to their own interests. Chongryo propped her chin on her hand and thought, we might actually lose. The debut showcase ended successfully amid roaring excitement. But there was no big after-party. We just debuted. Can't exactly go on TV variety shows like steamed buns. A feast would be overkill. I like steamed buns. You've got to look good enough to be drooled over. None of that chubby cute stuff. Cha Eugene nodded at once. I briefly admired Big Sejin's remarkable communication skills. Then the conversation turned back to me. Still, Mundy's quick thinking was so after-party material. Why yeah. Brilliant. Thank you. He's shy. Since the showcase ended, I'd been hearing variations of Park Mundy's reflexes are world-class. I was more annoyed than embarrassed now, especially since Big Sejin seemed to be teasing me on purpose. Everyone worked hard. Let's take a short break. Yay. At last. So instead of a party, we got a brief rest. At Ryu Chongwoo's words, the members slash scattered to the dorm, relief and joy all around. As for me, I slept. Lee Sejin, who shares my room, slept too, improving the quality of my rest. I miss my no sleep needed trait. The reality show cameras were still rolling, though, so after a short personal break, we had to gather again in the living room. Hope everyone rested well. Hee. Cha Eugene, crumbs still on her face, laughed. Then we all huddled around Ryu Chongwoo's smartphone. Can you believe the release is today? I'm nervous. At midnight, the debut album's tracks would drop. Watching it together, even though it wasn't your own, just felt heartwarming. Oh, it switched. The phone's clock ticked over. Midnight. Is it out? You want to check now? Kim Rabin cut indecisively. It takes at least an hour for a song to appear on the 24 hits chart. An hour. Lee Sejin murmured and headed for the kitchen, probably to get water. And it probably won't show up even after an hour, because they'd have to compete on 1 hour's worth of streams against other tracks counted over 24 hours. Even VDIC only sat at number 87 on the 24-hour chart after an hour. Kim Rabin seemed about to explain that too, but when our eyes met, he shut up. He could have explained it, but didn't. Big Sejin, to break the tension, grinned and said, how about we watch the Magic Boy music video first? Oh, right. We hadn't even seen it yet. Having just changed into the dorm and taken our break, none of us remembered. The reality show crew wanted reaction footage for that too. Great idea. Let's watch it big. Cha Eugene grabbed the remote and switched the TV to YouTube. No need to search. The video was already at number 1 in real time. Taystar Magic Boy official MV. Yay. Whoa. We stared in disbelief, then snapped back to attention. Oh, the thumbnails. Mundy. Looks great. The thumbnail showed me in the classroom, looking back over my shoulder at the window. Beyond the white curtain, the sky glowed red-purple in backlight. Treated like number 1, huh? I eyed it warily, then Cha Eugene hit play. Oh, over Cha Eugene's startled voice, the Magic Boy MV began. It opened on the thumbnail shot. In the empty classroom, I stared out at the sunset sky. The instant I turned to meet the camera's gaze, the song started. I've been thinking of you, I'll meet tomorrow all day, I dreamed a sky as blue as noon. The scene cut to the old, crumbling school grounds, bathed in midday sun before suddenly shifting to purple dusk, where glittering soap bubbles rained. In each member's verse, we saw them doing unusual things in ordinary school spots. Even if the world is cold, dreams are sweet. Even if reality crumbles, dreams stay vivid. Cha Eugene sat alone in a wrecked classroom, perched on an intact teacher's desk. He lined up wind-up animal toys on the edge and wound them. Shadows and lights made them look alive. I don't want to stay locked up, I want to fall asleep dreaming, but reality is breathing all the time. Sian Ah-hyun sat on a clinic bed, tearing open a pillowcase. Instead of stuffing, dandelion-like luminous down floated around her. All that time it was needed the magic to reach the future, so I Ryu Chongwoo fired a toy gun at flowers in a garden bed. Instead of BBs or water, beams of light burst, sending blue petals flying. Then it cut to a rooftop tinged purple by sunset. Cast a spell, make a wish come true, true, true. Slip into the future, quietly. Cast a spell, make a dream come true, true, true. Drift into a dream, blue. After the chorus, the beat chopped finer for a flashy dance break. Cuts shifted between the rooftop and purple set, deepening the video's surreal feel. That makeup change must have been so hard. It's true. If you look closely, the day scenes and dusk scenes have different outfits and makeup. Big Sejin explained to the camera. It was true. Day shots were more barefaced. Dusk shots added sparkle and subtle rosy under eye. They even added accessories for the dusk scenes. They must have been exhausted shooting it all in one day. Thankfully, the results looked great. Then came the second verse. After a hypnotic fingerspell gesture, Kim Rae-bin appeared, delivering a slow, intricate melodic rap. The cut alternated with him sitting atop a pile of broken lockers in the hallway, catching and throwing in all. Oh, nice voice. Thanks. Rae-bin was a bit sheepish but couldn't hide his pride. Why pick something as dangerous looking as an all, Rae-bin? Because it was cute? Big Sejin was speechless at that unexpected answer. I happily answered for him. Fair enough. Yeah, cute, Rae-bin. Comforted by how well the MV turned out, our reactions relaxed. Next, Lee Sejin appeared for the final verse. She stood inside the school building, looking at the front entrance. Beyond the glass doors lay the campus. As the pre-chorus bridge played, the music box melody dipped in tone and the vocal followed. What can't be hidden even if you hide, it must be magic, breathless, and trembling dream. Lee Sejin shattered the glass door. At that moment, we heard the reel-to-reel film rewind and a shushing whisper like a tape flipping. Then a cut with no music. I walked onto campus from outside the school gates. Stopping before the entrance, I stretched both hands to the handles. Then, click. I locked it. Click. As the film rolled forward again, the final chorus burst with choreography. Cast a spell, make a wish come true, true, true. Drift into the future, quietly. Cast a spell, make a dream come true, true, true. Sink into a dream, blue. The rooftop around us had transformed into an even more unreal space. The guardrail shattered into transparent crystals that refracted light like prisms. Like the light weaving through the set, the choreography grew more complex and curved. At the dance's climax, we naturally formed a circle. The moment we lay down head-to-head on the rooftop, the song ended. Thud. Purple soap bubbles popped outward. A black screen appeared. Over a slow instrumental remix of Magic Boy. Classic ending credits rolled like a short film. Only then did we break into cheers. Wow, this is amazing. Thank you, director. I think it turned out so cool. Everyone spoke at once in that weird moment where no one could hear each other, but no one cared. We talked excitedly over each other. It's so, symbolic and fun. Fans will enjoy spotting all the little details. I loved it. Hope the fans do too. The atmosphere was as warm as it could get. We got off to a great start, so no wonder we're hyped. So even checking the streaming charts didn't send us into panic. Then the results came in. Wow, we made it in. We debuted at numbers 85 and 88. One of them's even higher than VTIC. The post-audition buzz propelled us farther than expected. Insane. But since most of us were more used to real-time #1 entries, ranking in the 80s barely registered. The more intense reaction came next. Oh, our songs all. Gah. On other streaming sites with live charts, Testa's 2 title tracks had claimed first and second. 1 High Five / Taystar New. 2 Magic Boy / Taystar New. 3 Night Sign / VTC2. Remarkably, all 4 songs from this album were in the top 7, though VTIC would quickly reclaim their spots. Still, the momentum was insane. Only then did we truly realize, staring at our phones in shock. Let's screenshot this. Great idea. Even before our first music show performance, we'd set our safety signal. 74 chapter. Taystar's strong performance on the streaming charts caused a huge stir. Equals. Taystar 24 hits entry rankings, 1 hour. High Five number 85. Magic Boy number 88. Highest entry ever for a boy group since the chart redesign. 1 track even ranked higher than Tix. Equals. This is insane. Wow, Ajusa is terrifying. We need Taystar in the big three boy groups lineup. LOL. Kick out the washed-up T-holic. I'm not a Taystar fan. Please report this troll. Report filed. Knew the teaser's firepower was crazy. LOL. I heard they sold 250K copies in one day on the album charts even though pre-orders were short. Another class debut. Wow. This is bound to attract chart fiends. I'm first in line. Yes. LOL, I'm literally getting a hit of that stream high. Their domestic recognition, already through the roof, exploded even further. Everyone who'd watched Idol Corporation chimed in. And once a rivalry took shape, VDIC fans' reactions turned icy. Debut album entry resets the record. LOL. Broadcast networks really disrupting the ecosystem. You have to look at the numbers. Obvious chart rate. Unfortunately, the streams are exploding right now. LOL. If they'd released a month earlier, they could have aimed for the 70s. Your headcanon is wild. LOL. Taystar stans are oblivious in every way. Enjoy it now. By the next album, all the Ajusa hype will be gone. They'll peak with their debut. VTIC fans must be losing it. LOL. Pathetic. Tika. During the audition show, I think everyone had some controversy, but it's wild how many are listening now. Malicious netizens fan the flames with glee, freezing the fandoms toward each other. Yet casual Idol fans found it all immensely entertaining. So this week we'll see VDIC and Taystar on music shows together. Can't wait, this is going to be awesome. At this rate, Taystar will be #1 next week, right? No idea. TIC's first week sales period ends today, and they moved about 180K today. Whoa, that number is insane too. The key will be how much Taystar's streams jump after their music show stage. They need to book Taystar on variety shows a lot. LOL. The next day, on the daily chart, Taystar's High Five rose to #17 and Magic Boy to #19. It was absurdly fast, but still not VTIC level. Taystar is crazy. VDIC is in the heavenly realm, so don't compare. LOL. It's unbelievable for a rookie boy group to do this on the streaming charts. If they can just maintain those ranks without falling, it's a huge success. Everyone was equally amazed and satisfied. And then Thursday arrived, the day of Taystar's first music show pre-recording. I'm so sleepy. Same here. I never expected to empathize so wholeheartedly with Cha Eugene. I knew it started at dawn, but I didn't think about prep time. If the recording began at 4:30 a.m., we'd need to be at the broadcast station by 4 o'clock a.m., meaning we'd leave the shop hours earlier. In short, overnight work. We stay inside and move around. But what about the people coming to watch? They say they're chosen by lottery, but at that hour they should at least get paid overtime. Luckily, it wasn't cold. Nobody would catch a cold waiting here. I'm going to sleep. As soon as we entered the waiting room, Eugene collapsed on the sofa. Should we wake her? If she wakes up groggy, her voice might not come out right. She's always like that, and she's fine. Don't worry about it. Kim Rabin's firm words made Seon Ah-hyun draw her hands back, her face pale. She looked more nervous than sleep-deprived. Wait a sec. I rifled through my small bag and tossed a pack of candy to Seon Ah-hyun, glucose candies. Eat some. They help when you're tired. Thanks. Whoa, Monday, me too. Big Sejin, staring at her phone, tried to nab one from Ah-hyun but was unexpectedly stopped. Fine, I'll eat it. No, Ah-hyun. I wordlessly pulled out more candy and tossed it. Big Sejin gleefully accepted it. Thanks. I should have bought 3 or 4 times as many. They're going to eat as much as they want. Our finances are already tight. This isn't ideal. Just then, our manager and Ryu Chong-woo entered with a camera. Another reality show segment, huh? This music show is on Tnet, so entry's easy. The manager waved cheerfully. Chong-woo smiled. Guys, fans. Sent us lunchboxes. Whoa, lunchboxes. Eugene shot up in her seat, genuinely surprised. The lunchbox stacks in the waiting room were dazzling. I never thought I'd see a 5-tier lunchbox in real life. I started unpacking compartment after compartment, astonished. A lunchbox normally feels like a simple meal, but this was something else. On the top box was a sticker. Taystar's debut is magic. Below it simply read, from all Taystar fans. It looked like several fan communities had pooled together. For our first debut stage, instead of dividing into subgroups, they'd sent one big gift. A thoughtful gesture for us. Let's take a photo. First one shot as is. then another when we open it. That's best. That's a great idea. Monday, you're good with photos, right? You should take it. Okay. Without a word, I framed a few shots with my phone, then adjusted brightness and saturation to correct colors. These look awesome. Why, you're really skilled. Thanks. Is it okay if I upload these? I was actually asking the manager, not the members, since we haven't posted privately on our account since Lee Sejin's letter. There's spoiler risk and tone to consider. I thought we could start soon, and the manager gave an approving gesture. The members saw it, and the discussion moved on. Of course it's fine. Monday, great idea. Shall we eat now? Eugene's hopeful question was implicitly ignored. Instead, Kim Rabin nodded seriously. We should upload frequent updates starting with this. Right. But you should get it checked before posting. Include something about loving them. If we say we love them because they sent lunchboxes, wouldn't that look disingenuous? Eek. While I edited in AOVELIGHT photos, the members busily drafted the post. 180 character limit. Choose carefully. Got it. Here's the final copy. Equals. This is TSDAR's official account. We're waiting for our first music show pre-recording. Thank you so much for the lunchboxes. We'll eat up, power up, and give you an amazing performance. We have so much we want to show you after all our hard work. Thank you, and we love you for waiting for us. Let's be together for a long time. Photo. Equals. Done. Uploaded. As the members beamed, Ryu Chong-woo, who'd been watching with a faint smile, suddenly looked startled. Wait, what time is it? It was 3:50 a.m. Dead of night. Sian Ah-hyun went pale. We just sent a notification at dawn. Can we delete it? Does that stop notifications? It definitely went out. The mood turned solemn. Many idols post at dawn, but dropping a month's worth of group news like a morning chat was problematic. Eugene, looking sad over the lunchboxes, asked, why? If fans get a notification at dawn, it's annoying. Oh, Eugene said innocently. Apologize. Shortly after, a new alert popped on TSDR's account. Equals. This is TSDR's official account. We're sorry for the sudden dawn post. We lost track of time. Next time we'll post in the daytime. Photo. Equals. The added photo showed all of us bowing our heads in the waiting room. I felt a sense of dissonance. Wait a sec. I think we just spoiled our outfits. Fortunately, the production team understood. But moments before the broadcast, the members who'd just escaped that unexpected panic looked drained. From now on, let's think for at least 30 minutes before posting on SNS. Yes. After that chaotic fiesta, recording time was upon us. Let's eat lunchboxes now. No time. Eat after. Eugene was crestfallen. We each grabbed one vitamin drink included with the lunchboxes, then headed to the stage. Wah! About 200 fans who'd waited since nighttime cheered us on. Note that we hadn't even gone on stage yet, just pacing back and forth beside it. Big Sejin spoke seriously. Let's not ask, did you eat? At this hour it looks like we're just taunting everyone by eating lunchboxes. Everyone nodded hard, now fully aware it was dawn. Everyone except Cha Eugene. But I didn't get to eat. Eat right after we finish. Okay. Ryu Chong-woo casually calmed the situation. Let's go on stage. Yes. Following staff directions, the members climbed the stairs. The set was spectacular. The crumbling school set from the MV, purple LEDs, and soap bubble effects all in place. They spent some money, but no time to study it deeply. Hundreds of eyes watched. This is our first pre-recorded stage. Please support us. Please support us. At Chong-woo's cue, we bowed and the crowd's cheers mixed with screams and greetings. If you have any requests for Taystar, post more often. Posts. Given that they'd noticed our SNS post, laughter erupted from the audience. Chong-woo couldn't help but laugh too. We will post often, but not at dawn. We'll post today. How often enough? Every day. Fans shouted at the top of their lungs. Impressive, matching Rabin's energy. This was our first time interacting so closely from the stage, so I can't say it felt entirely natural, but it had its own fresh charm. It's only this early in our rookie days. Fans will enjoy the moment. Okay, we're starting. After a few short exchanges, staff signaled, and we took our positions. I was at center for the first part, so I moved forward. Monday, After a moment's thought, I made a small hand heart. Not the K heart, just a simple heart with my fingers. Eek! My limbs felt like they'd explode, but seeing everyone's joy made it all worth it. My legs must have hurt at dawn, but hey, at least this was fun. As the cheers subsided, the intro began. From below the stage came enthusiastic voices. They know the fan chant. I never thought I'd hear it. I've been thinking of you, I'll meet tomorrow. Thinking of you. As I began the first line, I couldn't help but smile. It was actually fun. 75 chapter. Thursday evening at 7 p.m. when Music Bomb begins. Unusually, people were buzzing online as they awaited the live broadcast. Love the lineup tonight. Taystar goes on first. Let me know when they're up, lol. Two major boy groups were appearing on the same music show, one of them debuting live. Naturally, Taystar's fans were even more active. Did you see they posted at dawn? So cute, loudly crying face. That apology pic was absolute killer. But next time include a selfie. That's real sorry. They can post 10 million times at dawn if they want. Hope they do. Lunchbox support was on point. They must have worked so hard overnight. Hope they at least ate well. Reading the pre-record recap, I nearly died of envy. They did 3 takes and talked so much in between. Mundy's hand heart was so cute. OMG. Why did I not get the fan cam? Please someone upload it. By the time recaps of the pre-record surfaced, covering outfits, makeup, fan service, and talk segments, fans had every detail memorized. They waited for the live broadcast even more eagerly. High Five is live, not pre-recorded, right? Yep, can't wait to see those baseball uniforms in action. When will they appear? Any spoilers on order? Unfortunately, Taystar's stage didn't come up for a long time. They'd received special treatment on tonight's show, so their slot is way later. Kinda sad but cool. Where are they in the lineup? Loudly crying face. At least fans could take comfort that the group intro interview aired mid to late. Here to meet the rookie sensation, Taystar. Take your star. Hello, we're Taystar. Taystar appeared on screen, smiling and waving in their baseball uniforms, each holding a prop matching their image, from guard to glove. Those baseball uniforms are insane. Mundy's black hair looks so good. He's rocking the dark look. Thanks so much to whoever gave Cha Eugene pink hair. Love it. They're all so handsome, loudly crying-faced. Cool team slogan. How do you feel before your stage today? We're really nervous, but we hope to show you everything we've prepared. The interview was nothing special, scripted lines and a snippet of the chorus, but fans loved seeing the members. Then finally, when the live broadcast began, whoa, comments poured in instantly. They're F*** King good. Shouldn't most audition winners drop the rose-colored glasses after the show? Why are they so good? LOL. The concept is perfect for a solemn vibe, and they nail it. Makes sense since they chose it themselves. No joke, I think I'm officially Stan. Need the name of the doe-eyed guy ASAP. Cian. Ahyun. Good pick, teacher, our angel. I'm now Taystar's baseball team manager. Take no arguments. The live High Five stage was a blast. Taystar immediately owned the concept, finding every camera, pulling mischievous faces or bright smiles exactly on cue. Because they divided parts among themselves, their live vocals never wavered. They danced crisply without any sign of nerves and looked like they were having fun. So much fun. Of course, idols need to slay the stage. Even with just High Five, people spoke as if the show was already over, until the Magic Boy stage hit, and again comments and social feeds exploded. LOL speechless. Mundy has great vision. I see why they pushed this track. Right? That idol corporation fortune teller Fox knows her stuff. LOL so true. Few boy groups can do a dreamy concept without it feeling corny. Taystar has to be in that lineage. On screen, Taystar swirled through the sensuous deep house track, underscored by that ethereal music box melody. Using the pre-record slot, they added tasteful graphic glitch and sparkle effects that perfectly evoked surreal and magic. The school setting remained, giving a fresh yet uneasy adolescent feel, enhanced by the occasional dramatic, dance-like movements in key moments. The members who anchored those moves executed them so well, jaws dropped. Fans marveled and shared preferences. Honestly, the baseball song is more mainstream, but the fandom will stick with this one. Isn't it the other way around? This is more trendy. The baseball one is just performance-driven. Let's just say both are awesome, lol. Human triumph. How did they pick two such strong tracks and kill both stages? Honestly, Magic Boy wins. From the story to the choreography to the melody. High Five feels a bit B-movie in comparison. Yeah, but High Five is charting higher right now. It'll flip soon, though. Guys don't fight. Taystar gave us both. Right, just enjoy it. Fans reveled in the afterglow. A rookie who ripped up her debut stage? That's us, Taystar. Am I even worthy of standing such precious idols? Shareholders, your taste is immaculate. Thank you. Part distribution was so thoughtful. I can feel how much they care red hard. The veteran ballad group's stage followed, but TSDAR's fans remained lost in ecstasy over the debut. When Tick's turn came, the mood shifted. Class is what class does, lol. Scary how good they are. They should register them as cultural treasures. Anyone dissing them post-T-holic. Where'd you go, lol? Tick's Noir Swing House track was fiercely stylish and powerful. Yet people are drawn to fresh images and dark horses, so Taystar chatter never died. K-pop's future looks bright. We get to see both stages all week, lol. Since Tick's was the final stage, the #1 announcement followed immediately. This week's #1 is Tick's Night. Sign. Congratulations. Wow. VDIC skipped Music Bomb last week to appear on a terrestrial network, so they got their comeback stage and trophy together. Congrats. So obvious I almost forgot to congratulate. Congratulations. Thank you so much. First, thank you to everyone who worked on this album. Neither VTIC nor netizens were surprised. No grand emotion, but the acceptance speeches were happy and heartfelt. Soon after, the MC closed the show. The joy of music that makes you burst out laughing. Music Bomb. See you next week. That was fun. So worth staying up for Music Bomb again, huh? In the wake of that strong finale, Tick's members stepped forward for their encore bow. Then, unexpectedly, a cut aired showing Chongrio looking back at the departing Taystar and waving with a smile. Whoa, did you see that? That was Chongrio, right? Why is Chongrio waving? I thought Engavier Elgar HT, don't copy, read here. He had no friends in other groups, lol. Looks like they made a connection. So cute, lol. Junior idols are so adorable. Fans chatted happily, unaware that the recipients of that wave were extremely uneasy. Why is he waving? VDIC had rushed in for their live stage due to scheduling, so they'd had no chance to greet Taystar after the show. This was the first time Chongrio had seen them since Idol Corporation ended. Yet he waved so openly, without even making eye contact. That's not his style. I felt a twinge of discomfort, then shrugged it off. We were busy. I didn't care who waved at whom. He must be excited after winning #1. Hey, Mundi, that was a greeting for you, right? Maybe from when you met at the casting call. Could be. I agreed with Chongrio's considerate words and moved on. Cha Eugene's hopeful voice followed. Can we go home now? No way. We have to wave back first. At the manager's answer, Big Sejin murmured. Oh, so that's still a thing. Which thing? Greeting the PD in a line before leaving. Oh, I'd heard of it. Idols end up stuck filming group shots after the #1 announcement, delaying their wrap. I heard some terrestrial networks do it too. I dreaded the prospect. After staying up all night, I was tired. But that's showbiz. Better to keep a low profile. We followed the manager without complaint. This feels awkward. In the hallway, as we formed the line, Sian Ah-hyun whispered wide-eyed. The place was crowded with other artists, all eyes on us. It felt like someone might speak at any moment. Though I'd greeted PDs during album promotions, I'd never done a group greeting like this. The sociable ones will handle it. I ignored the stares and chatted with Ah-hyun. How was the stage? Of course it was amazing. In what way? Well, the fans cheering, the song, the friendly members. Honestly, we're not all that close yet, am I right? But no need to spoil the vibe. I just nodded. Ah-hyun brightened noticeably. Then, across the hall, people parted like a tide rolling out. That must be VTIC. The next group on stage, a ballad act, had left before the #1 announcement due to their schedule. Fascinating that seniority offered advantage here. VDIC, by the same token, seemed to glide up to the PD for greetings thanks to their tenure and popularity. Wish T1 affiliates got perks like that. I muttered cynically as VTIC walked by. I intended to nod and greet quickly, until someone stopped and spoke. Ah, Monday, nice to see you again. Congratulations on number 1. It was Chongrio. Oh, this is the... Yes. Great to see you. Good luck with your promotions. Other VTIC members nodded and added greetings. Chongrio smiled. He's doing this on purpose. I couldn't shake my suspicion, but simply replied. Thank you. Nice to see you, seniors. Nice to see you too. Shall we exchange numbers? It's rare for our promotions to overlap like this. I'd appreciate that. Better to exchange contacts, one never knows. I pulled out my phone. Yet I doubted Chongrio's motive for doing this in a packed hallway. He could have quietly asked the manager for the number. Between the on-camera greeting and this, there had to be an agenda. What it was, I had no clue. Is he just showing off connections? Anyway, I am the audition's number 1 winner. Maybe Chongrio just craves attention. How could I know his real personality? I'll be in touch. Thank you. Have a good night. VTIC soon disappeared down the corridor. I sighed and tucked away my phone. Big Sejin, next to me, clapped and grinned. Wow, Monday exchanges numbers with a boy group before any girl group. He should stock up on glucose candy next time. 76 chapter. Big Sejin grumbled for quite a while. No, they're really not giving in. It's not like I asked to get a girl idol's number. If that were true, something else would have flown at me instead of the glucose tablets. Anyway, after Big Sejin finished all his candy, he seemed to be in a better mood, and as soon as he got into the car, he started teasing again. I get it. Monday, you have a girl idol you've been wanting to see. No, you idiot. We already saw her plenty at the event. I let out a soft chuckle and replied. How about you? Oh, me? I married the fans' girl idols? What are those again? At Big Sejin's nonchalant words, Ryu Chongwoo's laugh sounded from behind. Kim Raybin earnestly chimed in. That's right. We must make an effort not to let our guard down toward other groups, regardless of gender. Because girl idols are also competitors. No one could reply for a moment, taken aback by Raybin's abrupt intensity. As if taking it as a cue, he continued his serious explanation. Think carefully. Being an idol is a long-term competition, but the number of people who like idols is limited. So as idol groups, regardless of male or female, continue over the long term and try various concepts, their target audiences inevitably overlap. Sian Ahyun jumped in surprise. That's true. Exactly. That's why we must never let down our guard against idol groups with overlapping demand. Silence fell for a moment. Just go along with it. I mustered the strength to speak. Yeah, that makes sense. Right. Raybin's eyes lit up briefly, as if savoring a moment of victory. Ryu Chongwoo gently steered the mood onward. Raybin's really smart. Thank you. Behind Raybin's spirited voice, I heard Cha Eugene mutter quietly. Isn't he an idiot? These guys are just as bad as each other, belittling one another. Got it. Music show recordings continued every day until Sunday after that. With early morning pre-recordings every other day in the middle of the night, my head started to spin. At least Friday's pre-recording began at 9, so I caught my breath, but I still had to show up at 7, so it wasn't much different. If someone with the Bacchus 500 trait like me felt this way, it was obvious how the others fared. Lee Sejin almost collapsed yesterday. Fortunately, she fell over in the van and wasn't hurt. The agency was probably surprised, because after that their previously fat-free meal plan loosened up a bit. On top of that, adding reality content shoots in the evening meant our stamina was being drained at a steady clip. We have to do this every week. The only good part was that moment on stage, hearing the fans cheering. Both fans and idols had to endure this trial for that instant. Thinking of the many who'd missed their chance and ended up crying made it even more impressive. They're squeezing people dry. I sighed. And now, the number 1 in this week's popularity music show. Congratulations to Tix Night's Sign. At last, the last music show of the weekend concluded. I gave the mechanical applause to the number 1 winner. They didn't make us pre-record, so I got some sleep. I'd heard they'd shown a bit of seniority toward the cable audition veterans. No wonder their performance order was in the early to middle slots. Of course, there were pros and cons. Without a pre-record, our stage setup was more limited. We had to finish the stage in one live broadcast. For the first week of promotions, having a pre-record is useful. Even as I thought that, It felt absurd, but since there's no work-life balance anyway, I figured I might as well have good results. Shall we take some pictures? Sure. Monday, how about a selfie? As soon as we returned to the waiting room, the photo requests began for SNS uploads. This was something we had to do. Without complaint, I took the phone, switched to the front camera, and angled it so the 7 of us could be framed from the waist up, then snapped a burst of photos. They'd happily pick and post from there. Sure enough, some of them started arguing over which photo to upload. Isn't photo number 3 the best? You can see all 7 smiling well. Looks nicer. Their mouths look weird. Use the next one. Don't listen to him. It's irrational to pick one person who looks good. Every photo looks fine. Of course, Cian Ahyun's objections carried no weight. In the end, 2 photos, one chosen by Big Sejin and one by Cha Eugene, were uploaded. Lee Sejin watched the process with a bored expression and shook her head. Apparently, she'd cleanly forgotten her grumbling about photos she didn't like yesterday. Haha, this team runs smoothly. I was just grateful the camera was rolling, so it couldn't escalate into a fight. In any case, it seemed our first week of promotions was wrapping up like this. At least the stage reaction was good. I'd been checking whenever I had a chance. Views and overall feedback were really favorable. Guess focusing on the dance was the right choice. Actually, right before shooting the music video, I invested my last stat point in dance. My stage time was more than I'd expected, probably a side effect of finishing first. Since I kept ending up in the center, I couldn't avoid it. I'd wrestled with other stats until the last minute, but ultimately decided it was priority to shore up my weakest area. I don't want to deal with meme mockery. Thanks to that, my current dance stat was B-. It meant I danced pretty well. Though with 3A ranked dancers, I didn't get a huge advantage. It wasn't an individual competition now, so I'd be satisfied that I'd risen to a level where I contributed quality. Well, watching fans enjoy Park Mundi's fan cams was also fun. You all worked hard. We wrapped up the first week smoothly. Before leaving the waiting room, the members and staff celebrated with smiles. The manager added a word. Congrats on getting into the top 10 on the charts, too. Huh. Indeed, as the manager said, our streaming numbers were rising encouragingly. I recalled the screenshot from today's 24 hits ranking in our group chat. Number 10, Magic Boy 4. Number 13, High Five 3. So there really is a music show bump. What surprised me a bit was that Magic Boy had overtaken. It was probably thanks to our performance, but also because the song didn't get tiring. Some people find High Five too loud to keep listening to, but Magic Boy must have sat well. I was satisfied that my new stat for song selection was working effectively. Of course, VTIC was still clinging to number 1 on the streaming charts. Those guys were really amazing. Maybe a public broadcast win this round is unrealistic. Given how things looked, we'd probably put out our next album before year's end, and this album performed decently, so there was no need to tremble with worry. Though honestly, I'd be better off without this damned situation of sudden death looming. A deep frustration I'd forgotten in my busy schedule bubbled up, then I managed to calm it down. Anger wouldn't change the situation, so I reminded myself to stay calm. Let's just be satisfied with putting ourselves on a smooth trajectory. I shrugged and grabbed my bag. From beside me, I heard Ryu Chong-woo asking the manager, "So, are we heading straight back to the dorm today?" Actually, there's an urgent meeting scheduled. You all wanted to do variety shows, right? Variety. When the manager said that brightly, a few of them, even tired, were lured in. Oh, what variety show is it? Is variety fun? The manager nodded confidently. It's called Working Human. It's a new program TVC is launching. You know them, right? All their variety shows have done well. Ooh. Several members perked up. The manager added more. It's a show where you experience unusual jobs. The PD is a great person and expectations are high. They said they really want to do it with Taystar, so let's give it our best. I already see what's coming. It was weird. From the moment they started speaking slicker. TVC is AT1 affiliated broadcaster. In other words, they want to use Taystar for buzz since they're launching a new variety show in-house. And it was a show from 3 years in the future that even I hadn't heard of. They must think it's going to die miserably, so they're sticking us on it. Since other networks haven't invited us, because Taystar hasn't scored a number 1 win elsewhere, they're playing it safe, fighting for variety bookings. They couldn't wait for a better deal and burned the first variety boost on this. I was speechless at the company guys making a choice that yielded zero productivity for the group in pursuit of some grand plan. But the clueless members were cheerfully nodding at the manager. Yes. Got it. Okay. In the end, I nodded too. Yeah. Better to just do it. What right does a rookie have to refuse a schedule, after all? Let's just go without complaining. At that moment, I caught Big Sejin's eye as he nodded with a forced smile. His look said it all. This sucks, but what can you do? Later, once we were in the van, I casually asked and learned that the reaction to episode 1 of Working Human had been catastrophic. As expected, I thought I'd fully abandoned any hopes for the company, but apparently I'd foolishly recovered some optimism while preparing the album. Time to abandon even more. Hello? When we arrived for the meeting with Working Human, there were already cameras. Apparently the agency and the show had arranged everything in advance. They've already synced their stories. I have a few preliminary questions to ask first. Sure, they seemed in a rush, with our next shoot looming. Without any small talk, they ran through about 10 Q&A items and wrapped up. As their title suggested, Working Human mostly asked what jobs we'd like to try. Not working at all would be the best. But given our current profession, I couldn't say that, so I listed a few unusual occupations. They're really in a hurry. The production team hastily collected all the Q&A they wanted, then ended the meeting. They looked like they were about to drop dead from busyness. They must be losing viewers from episode 1, so they're scrambling. Anyway, thanks to that, we were able to board the van back to the dorm before nightfall. All right, everyone, wave your hands. As Big Sejin shot video for SNS, I dutifully waved, then felt my pocket vibrate. I've got a bad feeling about this. Once Big Sejin finished filming and turned off the camera, I checked my phone. VDIC Chongrio Sr. I didn't hear from you, so I'm texting first. Is this Park Mundi's number? Happy face. Ugh, how creepy. Trying to make me feel obliged because the rookie didn't contact first. I knew she hadn't taken my number out of genuine interest, but I couldn't ignore her given the seniority hierarchy, so I sent a reply. Sorry for the late reply. I don't check my phone often. My apologies, Senior. I got an immediate response. VTIC Chongrio Sr. No need to apologize. I just texted to say hi and stay in touch. I was dead tired. I sent a brief, understood, thanks, and then turned my phone off completely. I'll just say I'm slow to reply tomorrow. INVLIGHT was already annoyed by random creeps texting from unlisted numbers. Time to block unknown contacts and change my status message. Anyway, is that it for today's work? Just as I was about to doze off in the van, Ryu Chongwoo spoke up. Guys, our choreography timing is drifting a bit. Shouldn't we lock it down now while we have time? That woke me right up. Everyone around me was wearing faces that said, I just want to rest. But no one dared to disagree with a valid point. So a tacit silence of consent followed. I stifled a sigh. Rest? What rest? Guess I'll go practice. While Taystar powered through a brutal schedule in our first week, fans were having a great time with all the content flooding in. That very fact became the momentum driving Taystar to follow the schedule quietly. The week's music show cross-edits are up on YouTube, and they're insane. Link. The reality showcase episode this week was so good. Watching them get their hair done was adorable, and seeing them tear up preparing the stage. Please let Taystar last forever. CQ photoshoot and interview behind the scenes are out. The magazine is sold out already. Link. It's too late. Please print more copies, I beg you. Since TSDR's contract wasn't short-term, the agency strove to foster a group-loving atmosphere rather than incite individual competition among members. And that effort was making inroads with the fandom. The group used only one SNS account, and posting photos of us all together now met with little resistance. But there was one area they couldn't do that. Random photo cards in the album. Because they're directly tied to album sales, the traditional tactic of random member photo cards remained. Consequently, those who wanted to trash-talk Taystar gleefully flocked to comparison posts. See, Cha Eugene's #1 LOL. Haha. Park Mundi got first place by selling his dead parents. How sweet. Lee Sejin is truly useless everywhere. Does she do anything besides hogging music video time? Finally, Ryu Chongwoo's bubble burst. No core fans left after the final ranking LOL. Please stop pretending to be a friendly, handsome guy controlling the situation, Big Sejin. Unpopular members don't get to show off. Seeing Ahyun stuck at third, even with that face, makes me think she's better off being a model, not an idol. No matter how much fans reported or ignored those posts, there was a limit. The envy and rage heaped on the rising group on the brink of breaking out were beyond reason. Because that mockery rained down from all directions on every member, it ironically forged a strange sense of solidarity among the fans. Let's not feed the crazies. It's been ages since a Juso ended. Why are they still ranking the members? They can't be real fans, or even personal fans. That's right. A true fan wouldn't vent himself in those kinds of posts, lol. No need to be swayed by wannabe insiders talking big just because they watched a Jusa. We just focus on the group. Right. TSDR's doing so well. No need to waste emotions on that trash. Just ignore the haters and the losers. They weren't just formally stating this. A genuine group fan identity was forming. And right around that time, a special event was approaching. TSDR's first fan signing. 77 chapter. On Sunday evening, after reworking our choreography until I nearly collapsed, I woke to find it was already the following week. That meant it was time to check our first week album sales figures. The result was terrifying. 670,000 copies? That's right. I asked the manager again. That's actual sales, not just pre-orders? Is that not the same? Anyway, it's sales. For reference, pre-orders are the number of units retailers order in advance, expecting sales. I thought they might have stocked more than our first week sales, so I half suspected those numbers. But to hear we actually moved 670,000 units, it was surreal. No matter how inflated album sales have become recently, that number numbs your senses. And considering TSDR's fan base, like any survival show group, remains overwhelmingly domestic, it was all the more staggering. It even exceeded the usual record. Wasn't the standard debut first week around 600,000? Groups emerging from a Jusa typically sell 600,000 in week one. Where did the extra 70,000 come from? I heard we broke the record for a male idol debut album. Holy moly. The others looked more overwhelmed than elated. If we'd sold 300,000, they'd have been rolling on the floor with joy, but seeing a double score left them a bit intimidated. Of course, someone soon recovered and made a pragmatic assessment. Does Inc. via LGT, official version, this mean we could hit number 1 next week? Instantly, tension spiked. Ryu Chong-woo spoke up. How many did VTIC sell this week? I'll check. Kim Rae-bin immediately looked it up, and we saw the weekly figures on the chart. Long Night / VTIC 312,608. Wow. An unbelievable number for week 2, even with the last day of first week sales added in. That's the total sales of a very successful male idol across 2 weeks. Now I truly wanted to know TIC's initial 7-day figure. Wait a second. I tapped through Rae-bin's screen and confirmed TIC's first week sales. 1,872,863. We were utterly outmatched. Well, if we keep working hard, the day we hit number 1 will come. The tension evaporated. The members chuckled and began encouraging one another. As expected, with such a baseline gap, all rivalry vanished. At least our album sales gap had halved this tally, but on streaming, we were badly outpaced. I doubt many copies will keep selling beyond week 1. Week 2 will be tough. Our streaming rank crept upward, but dislodging VDIC from number 1 seemed doubtful. I shrugged. Shall we get ready to go on? That sounds good. Let's do our best today too. The members scattered to change into street clothes. The manager muttered, "This isn't what I wanted," a few times, then sighed deeply upon accepting reality. I guess he had other plans. Anyway, he'd deal with it. Moments after we piled into the van, the manager spoke again. Remember your fan signing is in 2 days, right? Already. The members tensed, though they'd heard about it. Their busy schedules made them forget. The manager nodded. Yes. With fans buying so many albums and cheering you on so passionately, you've got to do well, treat them sincerely. Oh, of course, dropping the album numbers first was probably meant as build-up. Even now, it felt relieving to hear it said aloud. A fan signing, huh? Talking to 100 fans back-to-back without messing up definitely required focus. But one member's reaction suggested it might backfire. Seeing Ah Hyun turned instantly ashen. I don't think I can do it. Why not? I can't speak well. You speak Korean fine. Entangled by Cha Eugene's teasing, Ah Hyun grew more flustered. I sighed and interjected. You're careful, so you'll probably make fewer mistakes. Don't worry too much. Thanks. Ah Hyun gave a faint smile, but her concern remained clear. Understandable. She'd never really had a one-on-one fan chat before. On tour, we'd sometimes greet fans up close, but usually it was just a quick wave before getting back in the van. And those who followed us near the dorm were stalkers, not genuine fans, so no help there. Anyone would be nervous in a proper face-to-face. That time needs to fly, gotta see our fans. Everyone but one. In the front seat, Big Sejin hummed and scrolled his phone. He's so confident, huh? Who knew the extremes of idol fan sign readiness would be so obvious? And what about me? I don't know. I'd once paid a proxy to shoot a public idol signing, but I'd never heard the two-way conversation. Those venues are so noisy, most voices get drowned out. Well, I have seen fans wear headbands. That seemed embarrassing, but doable. Then I clicked my tongue. I'll at least look up what conversations are like. Since we were on the move with no reality cameras rolling, I pulled out my phone and searched SNS. Fan signing reviews. I added reviews so I can filter out actual write-ups. But before I even switched to the popular tab, one fresh post caught my eye. Wait. Equals. TSDAR's fan sign. 120 cuts LOL on a weekday. Are you crazy? I got cut early. Please post your fan signing reviews, photos. Equals. The attached image was a screenshot from someone boasting they bought 100 shots and then dropped out. 120 shots? Honestly, my first thought was, how much is that worth? TSDAR's debut mini-album retails for 15,000 Korean wons. Even with group buy discounts, the lowest might be 11,000 Korean wons. Even at that rate, that's 1,320,000 Korean wons. Damn, my brain word. Even if each chat is only 1 or 2 minutes. With 7 members, each needs to warrant about Korean 1180,000's worth of time to match that value. Isn't that horribly inefficient? 1-minute chats at 100,000 Korean wons per minute? No way I'd be confident. Maybe I just have to do whatever they ask. No other solution came to mind. I closed the phone and pinched my brow. I'd photographed fans taking 100-plus cuts before, but never imagined being the subject. A cold sweat broke out. Park Mundi's first dedicated Homa arrived fully prepared at a small art hall in Mokdong for the fan signing. The cozy venue, seating 300, handled the 100 waiting fans with ease. We distributed waiting numbers. 07. Yes, an early number. Hoping to talk before he tired. The Homa cheered as she set up her camera. Then, just after 7:30, Taestar entered from the side of the stage. A roar so loud it nearly deafened filled the small hall. Normally you'd hear shutter sounds first, but the excitement for our first fan signing came first. Waving shyly, we took our places behind the signing table and bowed. Take your star? Hello, we're Taestar. Wah! Our rookie greeting was endearingly formal. Fans cheered wildly, each silently chanting their favorite member's name. Park Mundi's Homa was no exception. Mundi's black hair. Oh, I love it. She'd seen Mundi's black-haired look at pre-records, but each time was thrilling. Maybe it reminded her of the first Mundi she stanned. Blonde was nice, but black is definitely the best. She briefly thought of her die-hard blonde lover friend, then refocused on her camera. She had to capture that face for everyone to see. He looks more handsome every time I see him. Possibly due to the album concept, black-haired Mundi in a white summer uniform looked refreshingly crisp. This isn't flattery, it's the truth. Murmuring to herself, she watched as we finished our bows and sat back down. Mundi's last. She was glad she'd brought a small gift for every member. It'd be awkward if Mundi got nothing. Numbers in order, please. The signing began in earnest. With her early number, she didn't wait long before our first encounter. First up was Ryu. Chongwoo. Hello. Hello. Seeing Chongwoo greet her, she stammered a bit. He is handsome too. She'd seen him called the webtoon male lead online. Up close, it made sense. He looks like a sports major protagonist from a webtoon. After some light small talk and a high five, she handed him a small red ginseng box. Wow, thank you. Ah, it's nothing. The first signing ended warmly. Next, where should I sign? Child actress Lee Sejin approached. Delicate, neat, neither overly forward nor aloof. Who did you come to see? She surprised the Homa by asking first. I came to see all of Taystar. Really? Thank you. She answered politely and signed swiftly. She's so breezy. Each member refreshed her impression as she went. Next was Kim Rae-bin. I'll find some blank space that doesn't block your face. Despite his sharp looks, Rae-bin's visible nerves were endearing. Which album cover do you like best? I like Violet the most. Cha Eugene, more excited than the fan, doodled around his autograph and peppered her with questions. Adorable. He was so annoying on Ajusa. Glad she hadn't said anything then. She silently congratulated herself. Then Big Sejin appeared. Welcome, how are you feeling at your first signing? I was really nervous. I was nervous too. Oh, I didn't think so. Big Sejin, in a friendly tone, instantly had her telling him about her day, her current mood, even her worries, no prompting needed. Then, spontaneously, they high-fived. See you next time? Why, yes. I feel like we're friends now. She felt she'd bonded with the handsome business school president, though she vaguely suspected he treated all members that way. Impressed by that 2.5-minute inside-person vibe, she braced for Mundy's turn. Mundy's up in just 2 spots. Bubbling with anticipation, she leaned forward, only to realize his face is too overwhelming. Very nice to meet you. She beamed and listened intently, almost entranced as she received his autograph. He even added a heartfelt P.S. Thank you so much for coming today, Jaiwanim. I'll work harder and show you my best side. Happy face. He really is a national treasure. That face, that personality, hard to maintain even as a fictional character. And now, what remained was the moment she'd been waiting for, her ultimate bias. She swallowed hard and turned to look at Park Mundy. 78 chapter. The Park Mundy sitting beside her turned slightly, a faint smile on his lips, already looking straight at her. Hello. A real conversation. Her first ever word spoken at close range to Mundangdang. Huh. Her mouth, which had been working fine just moments before, froze for half a beat under the sudden surge of nerves. Years of fansign experience were useless. Oh, hi. I'm Mundy. Nuna. What the? She wanted to slap herself for the casual speech, and at the same time congratulate herself for using Nuna. A swirl of conflicting emotions overwhelmed her. That's right. Nice to meet you. Would you like this? Mundy slid something out from under the table and held it toward her. A lollipop. Not an ordinary convenience store cheapie. Either, it had a cute, sizable animal charm attached, definitely from a specialty candy shop. You made this for me? Yes. It's really good. Tears welled up for reasons beyond any sense of character consistency. Why would you give that to me? He hasn't even been paid yet for all his schedules. How did he get money to buy these? Buying 100 must have cost a pretty penny. Clutching the candy, she almost lost herself in emotion. But Mundy didn't give her a moment to dwell. He spoke again at once. Is this part of yours? Oh, yes. Reflexively, she realized she'd set aside the floral crown she'd planned to give him for his turn. I'd prepared a whole script, asking if he remembered me from the Corgi headband ad in my intro video. But no need. Mundy simply grabbed the crown, plopped it on his head with a flourish. Want to take a picture, Nuna? I'll keep wearing it, so just focus on the shot. He breezily signed her copy of the album as she sat, stunned. What's your name? Oh, my real name. Only after he'd finished signing did she realize she'd blurted her actual name instead of her usual account handle. I wanted to use my handle for Mundy, but that thought evaporated with Mundy's next words. Thanks for coming. I wish I had a funnier personality. I'm not great with words. Anything you're curious about? No, Mundangdang. You're plenty fun. She wanted to say that, but a staff member was already striding over, ready to call next, please. Having witnessed the staff's strictness, she reflexively blurted one last question. What's your MBTI? I've never done it, so I don't know. I'll take it and let you know. With that unhelpful exchange, the staff motioned for her to move on, and she was supposed to leave the table. Except she didn't. Wait a second. She was still sitting there because Mundy was deliberately holding her album down with one hand, refusing to let her go. Mundy cleared his throat, as if nothing had happened, and tried again. You didn't answer the earlier question, so let's scrap that. Any other questions? Her brain whirred through her prepared script in an instant. Mundy, remember we met when you wore a Welsh corgi headband during that ad shoot? But her mouth had a mind of its own, driven by instinct and the public good. You, aside from chicken feet, what's one favorite food of yours? I know you eat everything. Mundy let out a soft laugh. I like all chicken dishes. Really? Yeah. I'll buy you some next time. What about you? Do you like chicken feet? Did he just offer to buy me food? And was he teasing me about chicken feet? Huh. With no time to think, she hurriedly answered. I like chicken too. Looks like we have similar tastes. Good. Her next line, and I like you more than chicken, died on her lips at Mundy's gentle words. Every bit of her prepared fangirl gush was preemptively disarmed by the idol's own preemptive charm. Next, please move on. This time, even Mundy relented and handed back her album. She finally snapped out of it, held out her hand, and blurted with all her heart. A handshake, please. Oh. Mundy lifted his hand and, instead of a formal shake, threaded his fingers through hers and gave a gentle squeeze, then waved with a smile. Take care. Oh, okay. Good grief. Good grief. She returned to her seat in a daze, then sank down in thought. This is insane. How could he be so calm and perfect? His voice projection was so good that he didn't need to raise his voice for the conversation to flow seamlessly. I knew a rookie fan sign would mean sincerity, but this level of sincerity. Her preconceptions that Mundang would be indifferent here were utterly useless. She wanted to scream and throw everything away, but with superhuman patience she held herself back, lifted her camera, and resolved. I'm definitely taking the best crown shot I can. Her battle spirit soared as she silently adjusted her camera. Through the viewfinder, she saw Mundy, still wearing the crown, and now also perching a pair of rabbit ears, the white tips peeking above yellow flowers. Oh, it suited him. Afterward, Mundy even received and donned a little plush cotton ball doll made in his likeness. The Homa's hawk eyes instantly gauged its height. About 20 centimeters, custom-made. Mundy paused, considering placement, then perched the doll on his shoulder. Too cute. All three items looked incredible together. Cameras flashed from every side, calling Mundy. Mundang. Park Mundy, over here. Each time a fan brought up their album for signing, Mundy used that lull to lock eyes with their personal camera. It was professional skill born of his past life. Wow. But time flew by in an instant. Amazed by how long he let her linger, the Homa only realized why when she watched a few more fans. He was using every last second, letting each fan stay until the next person's turn. He'd clearly calculated that she was at the end of the line. Our Mundy was born under the star of idols. No arguments allowed. She was moved by his dedication, truly a career mindset for an idol. Through her viewfinder, she then saw him receiving money gun cash props and shooting fake bills into the air. Watching him shred those notes like that made her want to stuff real bills into his pockets. Please never retire. Walk a money path forever. She watched warmly as Big Sejan and Mundy tossed fake bills back and forth across the table. Then the next fan approached, holding up a yellow Welsh corgi hat. Time for a swap. A little disappointed, but satisfied with the crown shots she'd already gotten, she braced herself to capture Mundy donning the corgi hat. As expected, he removed the crown and rabbit ears, put on the hat, and then, after a few perfect shots, he layered the crown and ears back on top of the hat. In that instant, Mundy's promise echoed in her mind. I'll keep wearing everything, so don't worry. And true to his word, Park Mundy didn't remove a single item until the very end of the fan signing. The ride back after the fan signing was silent. The 7, worn out from back-to-back conversations with 100 fans, had all passed out. Thanks to that, actual quiet to check the internet might be possible. She let out a tiny sigh. I did everything I could. Still, there was no way to claim she'd earned a full /100,000 per minute worth of time in conscience. She briefly recalled a few standout requests. Can I pinch your cheeks? Mundy, show your EGO in 3 styles, quickly. Mind if I clip this on you? Morning call. Could you do a morning call for me? Most were exactly what she'd predicted through her research. Thanks to that, she'd cleared them without embarrassment. Embarrassing, but doable. Occasionally a fan tried to pick a fight, but even that went by without issue. They weren't trying to punch his face, after all. Oddly, many fans brought actual cash gifts, as if to impress him, which flustered her more. Why would they pay money? Remembering the student who'd come wearing a corgi mask and performed an acrostic poem with Park Mundy, she realized what she needed to do next: reaction monitoring. She turned on her phone. First, TSDAR's first fan signing was trending in real time on SNS. Expected that to some degree. Though private, so many people cared that posts were going up almost like a live broadcast. They were even chattier than me. I spilled my entire life story to Cha Eugene. I never thought I'd get a really? From Mundy. Taystar was so nervous at their first fan signing, LOL, so cute. Short video. Who gave Ah-hyun the monocle? Thank you. I'm crying with gratitude. Photo. Look at Chong-woo in a hanbok. Cast him in a historical drama immediately. Photo. Everyone was delighted by the warm atmosphere, and fans who couldn't attend lamented missing out, but still enjoyed the real-time buzz. Suggesting no sticky notes was a good call. Since so many Ajusa, NVLIGHT viewers followed us, the group already had high attention. Better not leave any room for someone to doctor posts. No baseless rumors floated to the surface. Meanwhile, my own stunt seemed to make waves. I single-handedly earned a trending tag. Number 6 Mundangdang's item parade. Let's check the most liked post. Equals. Everyone look at Mundangdang's item parade. He stacks everything fans give him on his head, lol. Crying he's so attached to his merch, it's adorable. Photo. Equals. A collage of shots showing Mundy layering prop after prop on his head and shoulders caught her eye. By the end, he had like 5 items stacked. And none of it collapsed, amazingly. I'd worried that my ridiculously high /1.32 million estimate meant I overdid it, but at least people were laughing. Let's skim more popular reviews. Mundy's crazy. Staff kept telling him to stop, but he held my hand until the end. Almost proposed. He helped pick out my dinner, lol. Did I mention? I really thought he was my own dog. Fan sign review, 7. Last was Mundy. We played rock, paper, scissors. I lost, but he pretended he lost so I'd win. My heart dropped. Giving Mundy a fluffball doll was the highlight of my year. He said it was so soft and took it himself. Photo. The fluffball doll really was soft like a stress ball, and I even ended up tucking it into my bag. I felt oddly moved. Shouldn't the recipient be the one moved? Why was the gift giver the one getting emotional over something they'd made themselves? Anyway, grateful she. Moved to the next post, the most shared one. Mundy prepared candy for each of us, matching the headcount at his first fan signing. When did our pup grow up enough to do this? I'll treasure this forever. Photo. I brought them to tide fans over in case signing got boring. And nobody ate them. Still, the fans were happy, which was wonderful, but the comments below were a problem. Oh, I thought he gave out something huge, but it was just candy. Do I know you? No, but I feel sorry, spending so much on albums and only getting candy from this budget idol. Please value yourself. What strange people show up blocking? She tapped around on various forums. Popular threads began receiving similar snarky comments from apparently anonymous accounts. The timing felt coordinated. Am I the only one who thinks this is selfish? It's his first fan signing. Why did only he prep stuff? Candy is so cheap. I feel like he's making fun of us fans. He only gave them to people who came to the signing? Ranking fans by spending, geez. What's the point of stacking props on your head? Doesn't look nice. They debuted at number 1, but group popularity isn't there. So it's obvious they care. Knew it. They never changed their patterns. Apparently, after the hell of Ajusa ended, they realized insults needed a veneer of tact. Now they were trying to dig at us carefully. These trolls no longer mattered once the audition was over, but they were ruining the fun for everyone who enjoyed it. Need to fix this quickly. She clicked over to TSDAR's official SNS 79 chapter. When SNS buzz over TSDR's fan signing reviews was drowned out by belated trolling accounts, some of Park Mundy's fans relapsed into Ajusa PTSD. Why are they doing this? They're attacking like they've lost their minds, sigh. Feels like they all came from the same plotting session. The antis tried every distorted logic across all communities to incite public opinion against Mundy. He selfishly prepared gifts all on his own. Only a lollipop, yet calls it cost-effective generosity and stupid attention-seeking with fansign items. Though almost no one bought it, defending against them drained mental energy. Fans risked giving them any opening. Why ruin such a great day? Can't we just finish this and go back to fan signings? I'm so tired of this. Just as their shock was turning into exhaustion, TSDAR's official account pinged with a notification. Hello everyone. I'm Mundy Dogface. Here's today's breakdown. Photos. Attached were selfies of Park Mundy wearing each fan sign prop one by one, clearly taken in the van. And that wasn't all. Immediately, another alert arrived. There's more. Photos. A stream of similar concept shots followed, each member wearing their fansign item and switching props for variety. The compositions were so professional, it was astonishing. Mundy, what precious things are these? Before the fandom could react to these unexpected teasers, another post appeared. Next up is hashtag Barona. Photo. PS will do all 7 much anticipation and love. It showed Big Seijin striking a V-sign selfie with Mundy unboxing a package full of individually wrapped, colorful lollipops. Holy, insane. It turned out Mundy hadn't planned this solo at all. In the still group-oriented Taystar fandom, a solo event could have caused backlash. So, of course, the first recruit was confident Big Seijin. Fans instantly exploded. Selfie bomb for real? More, please. Reminds me of the Ajusa mascot event with doll outfits. Our kids are such loves. I adore them. Look at this stunt for fans who couldn't attend. Now that's survival from Ajusa idols. I should have bought 120 lollipops. Such a gift. Holy crap. And Park Mundy's fans finally relaxed. They could now crush any trolling nonsense. Him doing it alone looked weird to me. Nope. Tomorrow Big Seijin will do it. We planned a full relay. Isn't TSDAR's fandom love just beautiful? Photo. What's with this stack? Fans who gave items will feel let down. He let everyone pose individually. Then he posted each item's shot. Even the other members did it together. Want to see? Link. From there, the nasty comments quietly vanished or showed up as deleted comment. This is so satisfying. More cider for Mundangdang, please. Clink. This is pure joy lol. Mundangdang's genius. No rebuttals possible. Mundangdang must report survival daily via selfie, or it breaks some law, whatever. By the next day's fan signing, everyone was joyfully riding that high. Big Seijin gave bubble blowers lol. The fan sign turned into a magic boy set IRL. Too cute. After the candy, Big Seijin also picked things matching himself, photo. And in that festival-like vibe, a new conflict emerged. The company announced additional fan sign schedules. New dates for the next fan signing. Link. They schedule more after first week sales? Agency really clueless. This is nuts. Next fan signs on a weekend. So wanna go. Shouldn't everyone experience at least one signing? Our next album will soar. If not now, time to break the piggy bank. Unaware that those additional signings would jump to 180 photo cuts and blow everyone's minds. Nobody yet realized what was coming. Clack clack. I woke as the van jostled me from sleep. A muffled voice came from the front. Ahem, have we arrived? Not yet. Okay. Drowsily, I registered Ryu Chong-woo and the manager's exchange. Right. We were still en route. If I paused my thoughts, I'd nod off again, so I moved. First priority, my smartphone, modern human's best friend. Friday 4:35 a.m. Nearly 2.5 hours since departure. What a schedule this week has been. I rubbed my aching head. No pre-record? Fine, but they send us to shoot Variety at dawn. And all the way to Gyeongsang province. I hadn't even settled the fan sign accounting. I should at least post something. Torn, I went to the official Taystar account and uploaded a few candid group photos from the dorm. This is Mundy Dogface. Taystar wore matching pajamas. Photos. Too much info. Once posted, I wondered why I cared about their pajamas at all. People ask for idle TMI, but often get disappointed, so I'd need to gauge the reaction. We'll adjust next time based on responses. No sooner had I hit upload than I heard movement beside me. Ugh. Half awake, seeing Ah-hyun opened her eyes and recoiled at seeing me fully awake. Dash. Have we arrived? No. Oh. Go back to sleep. With that, I closed my eyes again. 2 more hours to go. It was time to rest. And with Ah-hyun next to me, there was no hope of napping undisturbed. But upon reopening my eyes, we were already at our destination. Fatigue had eaten time again. Awaiting us was a bizarre request. Please wear blindfolds. We need to film your reaction. Job reveal happens when you can't see. Oh, okay. The manager had cleared it. No choice but to don the blindfolds. They even blocked all side light. Some of the drowsier members looked nearly unconscious. Cha Eugene, on the brink of snoozing, snapped awake when someone poked his side. Oh, let's go. We stumbled after the production crew. Okay, remove your blindfolds now. Okay. When I lifted mine, the scene that greeted us was a lake and open grassland. What is this? Of course I wasn't the only one bewildered. We're awake, right? Where are we? Before anyone else could speak, the crew unfurled a portable banner in front of Taystar. Congrats. National Stock Taystar visit. Korean birds welcome you. In Junam Reservoir, a gaudy rainbow bird illustration fluttered above. The underlined, clear Gothic font gleamed. Even Lee Sejin stood stunned, mouth agape. No one could grasp the situation, until a kindly middle-aged man appeared, chuckling. Hello, everyone, I'm Kim Jong-won, avian researcher. Oh, hello. Good day. Their survival show training kicked in. In an instant, they snapped to attention and bowed vigorously. Their sleep's gone now, but their faces still showed utter confusion. The researcher beamed and extended his hand. I hear today you'll experience life as avian researchers. We're doing a one-day job experience. Indeed, let's learn the basics of bird research together today. Bird research. No one expected this profession, and chaos ensued, but the researcher didn't flinch. Oh, what charming people you are. Today, we'll observe those friends in more detail. We'll be filming migratory birds. Gasp. Instantly, cameras were handed out. Receiving the gear from the well-coordinated staff, Taystar snapped to it. Oh wow, birds are cool. We'll do our best. The researcher laughed warmly. Youthful energy, I love it. At last, genuine smiles broke out. Ah-hyun, relieved, leaned over with a quietly hopeful expression. This is going to be fun, right? Definitely. You're great at photos, Mundy. They really had no clue. Naturally. Checking my own camera, I managed a reply. This will be rewarding. Exactly. Yes. Truly, it would be rewarding. I recalled a tearful anecdote from an upperclassman I barely remembered. If you want to photograph migratory birds, you have to go in winter. In summer, hardly any stopover sites. And it's so hot you'll feel like dying. I already worried whether they could perform on tonight's music show, but let's move out. Yes. The researcher's cheerful laugh sounded like a professor capturing grad students' attention. Like clueless undergrads, Taystar followed behind him. Wow, the weather's beautiful. The sun's up early, it's so bright. As they chatted, I walked on in silence, then kept walking, and walking. Amid growing bewilderment, Ryu Chong-woo took the lead. Sir. Yes. How much farther do we have to go? The researcher chuckled. Until you see birds. Oh, when will we see them? Big Sejin jumped in. The researcher waved him off. Oh dear. If I knew that, I'd be a god. Just as they stiffened in panic, Big Sejin jumped back in. Night? But with the god's blessing, maybe we'll get lucky and see them soon, Yeah. A cue to keep the variety show vibe going. Exactly. Forced cheer returned, and the march resumed. Step after step, endless reservoir and green fields stretched on. At this rate, they'd film a nature doc, not a variety show. Thankfully, Big Sejin kept the researcher engaged, securing ample airtime. His eager politeness seemed to suit the elder professor, and the dialogue flowed. So, buntings get this slim in summer. Oh, so the photos online must mostly be winter shots. Thanks to that, all they had to do was react while we walked. He's earning his keep, but every answer circled back to buntings, so who knew what footage they'd actually get? Then, at some point, the researcher raised his arm. Look, do you see the willow tree? There's a bird. Ooh, wow. Instant relief lit their faces. They'd arrived. Cha Eugene nearly ran off. Hey, don't get too close. You'll scare them. Oh, sorry. As he prepared to step forward, the researcher gently caught his shoulder. Let's sit and move along the bank. Moments later, everyone started shuffling in duckwalk formation toward the water. What is this? Boot camp training. Now I understood why the first episode flopped. 80 chapter. After everyone, crew included, crouched down and tiptoed to near enough to the summer migratory birds. At last we were allowed to lift our cameras. But near enough was relative. Here. Yeah, better not go closer. We could barely see the bird with the naked eye. Ryu Chong-woo, holding up his camera, muttered in frustration. Honestly, I'd rather just shoot it like target practice. A mental image only an archery gold medalist could conceive. Meanwhile, Cha Eugene, jiggling his camera beside me, kept furiously clicking the shutter. I don't think any of those were in focus. Who knows? It was a total mess. I sighed and took the camera he offered. This brings back memories. With no money, I used to borrow our club's gear. Later I got a cheap secondhand rig from a graduating senior. I adjusted the basic exposure settings on this consumer camera. Let's see if I zoom in. The feel and resolution weren't terrible. I could salvage a few usable shots. A small navy and white bird, its belly white, snapped at branches with a fierce attitude. But I had no clue what species it was. I'd rather match the camera settings to the bird. Suppressing a sigh, I approached the researcher and quietly asked, I got photos, but I don't know the species. Ah, right, good catch. His eyes widened, and he immediately praised me. He seemed surprised. But before I could think further, the others swarmed in. Oh, as expected, Monday. I want to see too. How does it look? I handed the camera around, and they peered at the LCD in delight. Nice shot, so cute. Monday, you've got the golden touch. Cool. Sir, what bird is this? The researcher raised a finger. Finding that out is today's goal, friends. After we finish shooting, we'll review the photos to identify them now. Let's move on. We don't have much time. Let's photograph various migratory birds in different spots. Okay. And so the forced march began again. This is going to suck. There was zero fun in sight. I sighed, dusted off my pants, and stood. Ah Hyun, still examining her camera, hastily handed it back. Here. Thanks. On a whim, I snapped a candid of her. Looks good, I said. Natural light suited her well. I'll upload that later. And me too. Your heart's enough. Let's move. Okay. I felt drowsy again. My hopes for this shoot had evaporated. Are we just going to walk until it's over? That thought proved ominous. Hey, I think we can get closer to that white bird over there. Let's go. Okay. Following the researcher's direction, we approached a large white bird at the water's edge. 5 seconds later, the bird flapped its wings, screeched, and charged straight at us. Ugh. Wait, hold on. We scattered like crazy, dodging the bird's frenzied pursuit. It zeroed in on Cha Eugene and Kim Rae-bin, who'd gotten closest. F***CK? What kind of madhouse was this? Sir, what do we do? Help. Normally birds are wary. This is rare, fascinating. Cha Eugene, face pale, tumbled away. It was utter chaos. Then I realized the bird was running. I strode up to the avian researcher and barked. This is fake, right? This isn't a real bird. At that moment, the giant bird costume attacking Eugene cried out. Gotcha. In an instant, the bird's faux neck snapped aside to reveal a human face inside. Eek! The mask was so realistic it was gruesome. I finally understood Eugene's terror. Surprise. Working. Humans quack Jongwon's prank show. Ugh. Eugene collapsed, melted into the pavement. The woman under the mask popped up, exclaiming, Oh my, I'm so sorry. Moments later, we followed the grinning crew to a nearby lakeside CAF. The MC sat, then immediately apologized, standard prank show protocol. All part of the genre. You guys looked fearless, so we thought you'd chase it, but I'm sorry you were so scared. It's okay. I'm still terrified. Kim Rae-bin gratefully accepted the apology, but Cha Eugene sat as far from the MC as possible, hiding behind the others. I just hoped he didn't slash my shirt again. My throat still felt strangled. He handles horror movies well. But this was different. In any case, the MC deemed the chaos cleared and moved on. Now that you know, Working Human was actually a hidden camera show. Aya, Taystar, groaning, applauded. The MC chuckled. So, what about the original first episode? It was the sneak preview to trick viewers too. By the way, Working Human is just an abbreviation. The real title is One vs. Human. Sian Ahyan gaped. I nearly bit my tongue. I've heard that name before. To get fooled by a title change of all things. How did you feel experiencing the true title, One vs. Human? Words poured out in a flood. That banner. You made it on purpose, right? We were wondering why we were walking so much. So we didn't need to duck walk? Haha. All correct, all correct. The MC laughed, sipping coffee. I stifled a sigh and asked one thing. Was the avian researcher fake too? Of course. Our wonderful actor. No wonder. He only talked about buntings the whole time. Big Sejin's comment set the crew roaring with laughter. You see, this is a winter migratory bird site. No one comes here for summer birds. They scatter elsewhere. You can find them in Gyeonggi province. I'd never seen Chongwu so painfully embarrassed. I quietly sipped my drink, else I'd have reacted the same way. Fortunately, the agency wasn't clueless. The MC segued into chatting at length about TSDR's album and promotions. Chongwu, suffering but dutiful, answered diligently. Glad I'm not the leader. Definitely a position with obligations you want to avoid. After that chatter, we even shot one of our title tracks. Performing in a rustic CAF, cheered by the crew, was a uniquely fun experience. Oh my, you're amazing. True audition winners. Phew, thank you. Watching Taystar bow all around, the MC beamed. Thank you for kicking off the show so entertainingly. We thank you. It was fun. The wrap-up was heartwarming. Variety shows have to end on a warm note. By the end, even Cha Eugene snapped to attention and bowed. I'm scared of birds. Haha. The MC laughed, thinking it a joke, but Eugene's sincerity was clear. Well, it's not an angle anyone can exploit. He's the type who'd never catch on anyway. At that moment, the MC got a thumbs up from the crew and clapped. Okay, everyone. You still get your appearance fee as promised. We brought a feast to match your payoff. Expensive lunch. Whoa. No way. They rolled out grills and premium Korean beef. And every negative feeling washed away. The power of fine beef. Help yourselves. Thank you. The members stared at the meat in awe, half expecting another prank. But nothing else happened, and that sirloin was the best I'd eaten in 6 months. Pretty good. Considering we even got paid, it was a solid schedule. I bet Eugene, having been pranked, might feel differently. But soon he whispered in my ear. He's a good person. Yeah. I agreed with his earnest words, though I still had no idea how they'd edit this circus into a show. No clue. As long as we don't catch flack, it's fine. I turned to my bowl and dug in. The manager was signaling for us to stop eating, but only Ah-hyun seemed to notice. And time passed to Sunday afternoon. TSDAR's second week music show promotions concluded. Fans rejoiced as non-MV outfits appeared on broadcasts and events. The baby pink summer uniforms on Music Bomb are legendary. Screenshot. Watch Park Monday burst through the black baseball uniform. Join Taystar now. No need to buy stock if you stand early video. T-Star Park Monday at Osong Enterprise event, photo, wearing Osong Bears uniform, number 11, perfect. Gripes about the slow agency flared now and then, but overall fans enjoyed the content-rich promotions without major incidents. What they craved next was variety show airtime. Reality's great, but I want them on a major variety show. I want to see them on a talk show getting cute segments. They each have personalities. Any show would be a hit. Why no news? Then, unexpectedly, an article announced TSDR's appearance on an unheard of show. National Stock TSDR's first variety show, TVC's new Working Human. First guest on Working Human? A Juice's Taystar. What is this show? Misinformation? A new show? But soon, seeing the pre-released episode 1 on WeTube, anger flooded SNS. LOL T1's using our kids to promote their show. Episode 1 was zero fun. Are they nuts? Already word-of-mouth disaster among variety fans. They're really incompetent, Psy. Of course, it died down quickly. Public complaining only feeds trolls. Instead, private forums overflowed with rants. On article comments, a different tone prevailed. Wow, TSDARs on this show, it'll do well now. Finally, a show beyond reality where we can see them. Can't wait for the broadcast. These sentiments quietly stored up and could erupt like a volcano. But before fans cooled off, that night saw the Working Human Episode 2 pre-release. Working Human Episode 2 pre-release featuring Taystar. It's out link. Already. Isn't it Thursday broadcast? Curious fans clicked and saw this title. Sorry, the name and episode 1 were clickbait. Prank Show 1 vs. Human First Guests. Taystar Episode 2 pre-release. The thumbnail, TSDR's stiff faces before that surreal banner. What is this? LOL. Amid confusion, everyone hit play. 81 chapter. When you hit play, the first thing you hear is a music box melody. That's right. It's TSDR's Magic Boy. But it's so oddly warped that it sounds like a goofy gag BGM. Ding down right arrow, deling up right arrow, ding ding, deling down right arrow, ding up right arrow. Over that, a kaleidoscope of rainbow banners and TSDR's stunned faces flash in close-up. Big Sejan, are you awake? No sooner have the words faded than a massive caption appears, designed to make you keep doubting reality. And then, out of nowhere, an ornithologist appears. Beneath her kindly smile, CG flames of hell flicker. Ornithologist, today you'll join me to film migratory birds. Taystar. Above the flustered Taystar, violently shaking captions slam in with heavy metal sound. A totally random expert appears. Fake. Bird filming starts out of nowhere. Fake. It was blatantly telling viewers to laugh. But as the cut changes, the mood turns solemn. But Taystar is no pushover. Under the red, flashing caption, a brief shot overlaps. Former national archery team member. I'll do it if it's shooting birds. Cian Ah-hyun. Eyes jitter. At Ryu Chong-woo's deadpan remark, the camera slowly closes in on Cian Ah-hyun gripping the camera in terror. Then, again out of nowhere, a shot of Taystar all crouching down hurriedly and Ernest pops up. Ornithologist, let's approach quietly. Taystar, collapse. They take the filming very seriously. A silent sequence follows. These big boys tiptoe forward like ducks, over-immersed. Then Park Mundy carefully raises the camera and quietly snaps a photo. Park Mundy. Click snap. But as he pans back, it's not a bird he's captured. It's Cian Ah-hyun. The caption is as baffled as we are. And in that quiet cut, suddenly a shot of Taystar running away screaming like mad bursts onto the screen. Taystar. Aya. Ornithologist. Fascinating hee-hee. Taystar. Guyarg. Roughly, those broadcasting station guys are dead. The handheld cam shakes like crazy. Cha Eugene. Help. The captions flicker. It's like a disaster movie. The first variety show shoot that should have been peaceful. An inexplicable disaster strikes Taystar. What fate awaits Taystar? A pixelated MC silhouette appears, with a distorted voice leaking through. Sorry about that. Then on the black screen, a triumphant golden caption emerges. Made by an MC and staff who live for pranks. Working Human. One verse, only human. Thursday, July 5th at 11 p.m. The warped plinking of Magic Boy returns as the screen ends in grand style. These guys, they've lost their minds. Puhaha. Big Sejan, watching beside me, is rolling around the living room laughing. He'd been cracking up from the moment that warped Magic Boy BGM played, and now he looked like this. I had to admit it. It's entertaining. They're doing the same context creation trick they did back in Ajusa, only now without uncut footage. Still, it's nothing new, so I let it go. It shouldn't trigger any controversy. They just seemed dead serious about making people laugh. I still couldn't believe the agency had bundled their first variety show slot as a T-card add-on. But apart from that, I figured fans would enjoy it. If we keep up appearances, we can crack terrestrial variety next time. Thinking it was enough to pass, I skimmed the reactions. What did I just watch? Cosmic pull-in photo. Lol? They must be insane. LOL, world's funniest LOL. TSDAR's first variety condition? Attached. I clicked the attached GIF on the last comment, and it played a goose taking a breath, then firing lasers. And it was even shooting lasers from its eyes. In a way, they nailed the prediction. It reminded me exactly of how Cha Eugene looked when that goose's neck snapped. Wahaha, our fans are too cute. Big Sejin hopped up, peering at the comments with a grin. He tapped the screen at random and queued up a related video. That tablet's our shared sponsorship device. I resisted. Hey, let's watch this too. It's hilarious. What is it? He thrust the screen so close I had no choice but to check the video. TSDAR's Animal Kingdom. Park Monday Edition Mundangding's Life Study Zip TSDR's Living Together TSD EP.3. By then, the 5-second ad had ended and the main content began. Woofha woofha. A cheesy 90s animal show opening, parodying Taystar, breezed past. Next up, Park Monday dressed in puppy pajamas. He wears them occasionally when all the others are in the wash. It was a gift. Looks kinda weird on screen though. Regardless of my embarrassment, a voiceover with that familiar foreign documentary tone started. Wild wolves hunt in packs. They live in nuclear family units and have complex social lives. But here, this specimen is not a wolf, it's a puppy. It's adapted to city life by cohabiting with humans. On screen, a fast-forward shows puppy pajama Park Monday zoned out on the living room sofa. Even as all his housemates bustle around, he doesn't budge. Cha Eugene and Big Sejin wave at him, sit beside him, even switch on the TV, still no reaction. This specimen has evolved to conserve energy by avoiding trivial social tasks. He probably answered every interaction, though. He must have just worked out and showered in the break, so he was too tired to move. The familiar scent of fabricated facts felt oddly comforting. But true to puppy form, it loves humans, especially those in its pack. What is this even saying? On screen, Park Monday suddenly jumps up and disappears into the kitchen. He returns with a soda bottle. Let's see if it's NAV right. Read more on our source. Friendliness succeeds. He first offers the bottle to Ryu Chong-woo passing by, but Chong-woo politely declines. First attempt, failure. It was just asking if he wanted a drink. Does that really count as failure? No, any sane adult would do that gesture. But regardless of my mood, the narration kept spouting nonsense. On screen, Park Monday trudges back to the living room with the bottle and, cheered on by Cha Eugene and Big Sejin, hands it over. A triumphant hunt success graphic appears. This time it succeeded. It has received gratitude from humans. The video ends focused on Park Monday, already half through the soda, bringing the bottle to his lips. This was a glimpse of Taystar-type fauna and soul and the Park Monday specimen. Dudung. I was speechless. Since we hadn't had time to film separate reality show content, they were airing this as soon as MV shooting wrapped. Big Sejin burst out laughing again. Funny, right? Honestly, it's hilarious. Yeah, everyone really knows how to laugh. The top comment read, "Lololololol, perfect fit." That string of LOLs had 4,000 likes. Below it, more comments cracking up. They all looked genuinely delighted. Of course, not every comment was positive. I read more top replies. As expected, official pushing is all about Mundangding. Tibetan Fox is heresy. Everyone, Monday has always been serious about being a puppy, from mukbang to mascot suit to pajamas. Let's respect Monday's choice. The Animal Kingdom BGM is insane. LOL feels like the puppy is hyped hunting that bottle. Yeah, let's forever be puppy with our Mundaying. We won't forget the station's tacit oppression of the Tibetan Fox faction. We shall return. Lololololol. The image work I'd done to survive this survival show was now being gleefully twisted to depict Park Monday as puppy-obsessed. I swear I could hear my 29-year-old civil exam prep self screaming. Well, if people like it, fine. A few days ago, I'd even worn puppy ears for a fan meet. It was about time my civil exam brain gave up. Park Monday, you not mad, right? Right? Okay, I'll play your video fairly too. Big Sejin laughed, and autoplay kicked into the next clip. Its title was a dead giveaway. TSDAR's Animal Kingdom. Lee Sejin B Edition Big Sejin's In Crowd. Zip TSDR's Living Together TSD EP.3. In Crowd. It was a Big Sejin highlight reel showing him effortlessly befriending everyone. They'd edited it to balance humor and warmth perfectly. But honestly, you're funnier than my video. Hey. This jerk takes something good for himself, then teases others. I handed him the tablet and lay back on the bed. Gotta use my precious rest time wisely, not waste it on this. Hey, monitor me too. are you the only one watching before bed? He's just been cracking up at Park Monday vids. Monitoring me is out of the question. Yeah, you should get some sleep too. I sleep in cars. If I've got free time, I gotta use it. I can't fathom where he gets his stamina. He slept only 3 hours yesterday. Just then, my roommate chimed in. I said I'm sleeping. Get out. You're noisy. Lee Sejin, already lying down, tossed out that remark. You could see she'd been holding back. Big Sejin said nothing, stared at his namesake, then just laughed. Okay. Sleep well, Hyungnam. He shook his head when our eyes met, shrugged, and left the room. He seems a bit pissed too. With the reality cameras rolling, he downplayed it to avoid a fight. They really don't understand each other. They must clash badly. I need to avoid pairing those two if we ever rearrange rooms. Just then, my phone buzzed. Big Sejin, come out. Now's our chance. Sleep. I sent a brief reply, powered off my phone, and drifted into deep sleep. At that point, I had no idea what would happen with TSDAR's first variety show clip. TSDAR's first variety clip is insane, lol. Working Human EP2 early release, feat trippy. The variety show that fooled everyone with total fakery. The wildly edited preview naturally shot up to the top of entertainment forums. OMG, so funny, lol. Wow, lol, I thought it'd tank, but these Ajusa alums really go through lol. All the comments worrying about TSDR's variety debut are gone lol. Fans must be thrilled, it's already so funny lol. This real fishing show vibe is so nostalgic. Glad to see it back. These are those Ajusa kids. So cute. I'll watch live. You're obviously a fan. Who is this person? Ignore them. They're nuts. Not only did this underdog variety show pull a twist, but having the hottest recent audition show idols appear made it inevitable. Plus, the clip itself was hilarious. Thanks to word of mouth, it spread beyond just entertainment communities or SNS. What's the identity of the new variety starring Taystar? Full Fishing Show, the show that's dead serious about pranking Taystar. TVC's new variety, Taystar Skyrockets? The crudely drawn bird banners and prank keywords in the clip drew massive clickbait attention, and before long, it was selected by the fabled WeTube algorithm. LOL, does anyone come in here by searching? 82 chapter. The WeTube algorithm. I have no idea what its precise criteria are, but it's the video recommender that pops up suggested videos. And for some unknown reason, the early release clip of One Verse Only Human featuring Taystar was chosen by this algorithm. First up among the suggestions were foreign prank comedy videos. These viewers, surprised to see a Korean hidden camera show after so long, clicked excitedly. LOL, are we making this kind of thing again? So awesome. I hope they bring out famous people so we can all LOL. This is literally my fetish. LOL, famous people reactions are the best. I'm bored of these healing variety shows. Next, it appeared under various TVC variety clips. The similar vibe drove even more views. Wow, is this a new TVC variety? LOL, Taystar is so cute. Our Taystar needs a talk show and a healing travel special. They should show off how cozy they are to drive the stands wild. Come on, TVC. Hurry up and book them. They're those Ajusa kids, man. I was insane back then. This brings back memories. I miss the nuclear fire chicken flavor. Need to watch live. Finally, strangely, it drove traffic from animal videos. The bizarre bird prints on the thumbnail were misclassified by the AI as animals. Curious folks, unsettled by the out there thumbnail, clicked through in droves. Why is this monstrosity showing up under cute puppy videos? Came to roast, but it's actually funny. LOL. Whoa, someone else thought that too, LOL. Did the AI think those bird prints meant actual bird-eating content? Ridiculous, but it made me laugh. My pride is wounded, LOL. All these cast members were pre-taped, right? They look so surprised I'm worried about them. Thanks to that, the early release video for EP2 of One Verse Only Human surged in views without stopping. In the process, the utterly outrageous clip's perfect matched BGM also began to draw attention. TSDAR's warped Magic Boy instrumental. This BGM sounds like a chunky cat tapping its hind paws. My brain is scrambled. LOL, what an analogy. Yeah, that's exactly it, LOL. Does anyone know the BGM? It's Taystar, Magic Boy, their latest idol song. Ah, thanks. Wait, an idol song? LOL, is their concept parody? No, The original is a legit banger. MV link. Just watched it, so cool. They actually did that to the song LOL. And once again, through the related videos loop, people found their way to the official Magic Boy MV. Anyone here chosen by the algorithm? LOL. I was definitely watching a fountain installation for migratory birds. Then bam, suddenly, add a boy idol MV. My mind is blown. They're so adorable, and the MV is amazing. Liking and leaving. Wait, idols do stuff like this now? I graduated and lost interest, so I didn't even know. The song's great. Ajusa fans, is this fun? I'm suddenly super curious. Remember, these friends are debuting idols. It's hilarious, but will make you angry, cry, and want to smash your monitor. Highly recommend. This sequence of events triggered an unexpected butterfly effect. People who'd never cared about idols or current pop music became curious about the song. As a result, it drove a modest but notable bump on the digital charts. Number 5, Magic Boy / Taystar 1. Previously oscillating around #6, 8, Magic Boy made a small leap. And once a good song hits top 5 exposure, even skeptics give it a listen. The next day, number 3, Magic Boy / Taystar 2. On Tuesday, Magic Boy rose another 2 spots. For context, VTIC had just lost their long-standing number 1 to a top rapper a few days earlier. Among the fans furiously streaming for Taystar, speculation began. Could it be? No way. And as always, no way becomes the hook that catches you by surprise. Week 3 of music broadcasts was winding down. Though the mics were off, the members mouthed their thanks and waved as they dashed backstage. A rainbow of light sticks swayed below. That was so fun. Today's outfits were gorgeous and comfy. I loved them. Kim Ray-bin, shaking out his ornate summer costume, called out, and everyone burst into warm laughter. Haha, right. They seemed ready to laugh at anything. Their sweat-slick faces were all smiles. Cha Eugene chimed in. I'm so happy we got number 1. That's right. We finally took number 1. Of course it wasn't on terrestrial TV, but still. This week on TNET's Music Bomb, we clinched first place. Does it sting? Honestly, yeah. It's our last shot before a major artist comeback this Friday, so our chance for number 1 this cycle is gone. And, well, Music Bomb's number 1 isn't hugely prestigious. It's basically favoritism. I checked, they'd pushed us via broadcast score. Anyway, no need to kill the mood, just clap and nod. When you hardly sleep for promos, you need that boost. Even Lee Sejin added, if only there hadn't been a preemption. Well, we got the trophy anyway. Yeah, we're leaving with a trophy this promo. Ryu Changwoo stretched and smiled, relieved to wrap the week well. A moment later, for the first week of July, popular music number 1 is Congratulations to TSDR's Magic Boy. Suddenly, another trophy appeared. Stage pyrotechnics exploded before the bewildered members. Crackle. Boom. As MCs hurried to hand out bouquets and the trophy, no one quite processed what was happening, including me. What on earth is this? And of all people, the mic landed with Kim Ray-bin. Thank you. Unprepared, Ray-bin looked around for help. Our eyes met for a moment. I'm no help either. Sorry, but I didn't know what to say. My brain froze at this sudden reprieve from sudden death. Thankfully, the second mic made it to the leader, or so I thought. Thank you. We never expected this number 1, so first we thank our fans. And the staff who work with us, thank you. Ryu Changwoo calmly listed everyone to thank, and then tears suddenly fell. He'd snapped back to reality. I'm losing it. Honestly, it was touching. Ryu Changwoo's been half a manager, looking after the kids nonstop. Luckily, Big Sejin, holding Ray-bin's spare mic, jumped in. Director Kwok Shin-jaeun, team leader Kim Ha-young. Thanks to everyone who made this album with us. And above all, fans, we love you. We really didn't expect this. Thank Inavia Elgar HT. Don't copy, read here. You so much for this undeserved. Number 1. Congratulations. The audience below roared in response. VTIC had finished their 3-week domestic run and sat out this week, sparing us live boos. Wait, right. How did we even beat VTIC? But the teleprompter's score section had already vanished. It was right before the encore. Yes, MCs moved in for closing remarks. Then, out of nowhere, Cha Eugene snatched the mic, eyes wide, and blurted, "Shareholders? Thank you." Gulp. A broadcast gaffe. As the members rushed to cover her, the MC soldiered on. "Ha. When you want to hear hits. Live popular music. Come back next week." And the Magic Boy intro started again. The members exchanged confused glances at Cha Eugene, then let her go. I barely managed to start singing. "Tomorrow. Meeting you today, I think of tomorrow." Perhaps it was my imagination, but the music box melody sounded warped again, like in the first Variety teaser. I only realized I'd flubbed the lyrics when I checked the encore footage that evening. It was absolute chaos. Got it. From now on, run anything you plan to say by the Hyungs first. Why yes. Cha Eugene got a 30-minute scolding from the manager and slumped, yet kept darting glances at the trophy. Her mind was elsewhere. No point lecturing more. She seemed repentant, so I pressed on. "Hyung, we should get a photo of this too." "Okay, go ahead." "Yes." Cha Eugene darted over, hoisting the trophy like a proud baby lion. I stopped her. "Hug the trophy and bow your head." "Pardon, you need to show remorse." "Okay." She lowered the trophy, looking pensive. It had framed well. After snapping a few shots, I sent them to Big Sejin, queuing up an SNS post. Add a note. In reflection. "Okay, though that seems unnecessary. Look at this." I checked the trending SNS post Big Sejin showed me. Taestar got a historic first terrestrial #1, but still no fandom name? LOL, this is Chang Go-young, shaking the carrot. The vibe's fine. Wait a sec. I took the phone back and searched deeper, finding the answer in the top trending forum post. Taestar #1 frenzy LOL, feet can't escape the survival show's grasp. Clicking it, I saw the encore footage already uploaded with captions and effects, making the members' shocked faces twice as hilarious. By the way, I was memed as the robot ignoring gaze, and my lyric slip was cross-cut with the original stage, accompanied by countless captions. TSDAR's first #1 award becomes a cringe moment. That was the title. This is insane. Right there, Cha Eugene's shareholders line was edited as the comic highlight. Shareholders? Thank you. The subtitle read, "The Unshakable Ajusa Spectre." Below the video, amid laughing and congratulatory comments, fans occasionally raged about crushing the Ajusa Spectre. They debuted and got #1, but the only fan name we have is Shareholders. With Ajusa PTSD plaguing idols and fans alike, when will the company shape up? I want to hear "I love you" fandom name. Can we fill that in? It'd be so fun watching the kids use a fan name and fan chants. And it didn't stop there. Recent SNS and forum posts took it further. LOL, no official lightstick color or fandom name yet. Totally slapdash. I had my doubts at the comeback a month ago, but kept quiet for the kids' sake. LOL. No extra variety schedules or events. Fuck it. Hold a concert already. For a group this size, it'd make way more money, and they don't even know it. LOL. Come to think of it, the kids chose the #1 song concept themselves. And Monday did the PPT presentation. How wild is it that they produced all this in under a month? How much did they grind them? Suddenly, everyone was zeroing in on the truth. 83 chapter. The anger over the agency still not giving us a fandom name, colors, or even official lightsticks spread like an escalator. Honestly, we've held back as much as we could. It wouldn't have been surprising if it had blown up earlier, but the song was so good and momentum was riding high that they must have been afraid a scandal would hurt our chart performance. In any case, it seems the company's planning department got a red light. Tonight's company-related schedule for Taestar was canceled. Congratulations. Instead, they held a modest first-place party in the dorm. With the approved corporate card, they'd ordered a few buckets of chicken, nothing fancy. The unexpected touch was that there was alcohol. Since it's our #1 celebration, beer should be fine. Just don't get drunk, and we'll clean up afterward. Yes. Ryu Chong-woo, who'd gotten the permission, said cheerfully and downed a beer in one go. You could tell at a glance he handled his liquor well. Of course, the two minors got soda instead. Feeling left out, Sian Ah-hyun, rarely the one to speak up, addressed them. Next year, let's definitely drink together. Cha Eugene, paper cup clamped in her mouth, mumbled in reply. She'd been so focused on the soda, she barely managed an answer. I can't drink. She's a Korean American, so she can't drink until she's 21. Big Sejin, pouring the beer, chuckled as he slipped in. Haha, what does it matter? We're drinking in Korea anyway. Kim Rae-bin and Cha Eugene both bore expressions of profound realization. They really know how to party. I held a beer in one hand and scrolled my phone with the other to check the situation. How on earth did we hit number 1? A few days ago, it had seemed impossible. After that, the chart period ended, so I'd stopped checking. A little while later, I pieced it together. 3 factors converged. The first was the variety show preview. It drove a trickle of viewers from the clip to the MV and song, letting the chart position climb steadily. The second was the fansign event, because the extra fansign lottery drove album sales successively higher. The tally even rose. I broke into a cold sweat when I saw we'd sold 180 copies for the fansign. I'd worry about that later. Right now, I had no idea what to do to fulfill this properly. Anyway, with those 2 factors synergizing by chance, fans caught wind early and concentrated their votes. Plus, with TikTok's music show promotions finished, their voting momentum dipped. Then the decisive third factor kicked in. The popular music show on Sunday had recently overhauled its chart system. In that process, the usual Monday tally date slipped to Wednesday, so all our increased streaming points got counted. Meanwhile, the fansign bump reflected fully in album sales, and TikTok's window shift widened the gap further. Pure luck. That's how we narrowly beat VTIC. The difference was only 7 points. I unconsciously chugged my beer. I couldn't believe we'd pulled it off. Of course, it had been a filthy grind. But perhaps spurred by the reward psyche, it felt exhilarating now that we'd done it. Plus, a small experiment succeeded. Want another? Yes. I took another can from Lee Sejin and summoned the stat screen. Kiaha! Laughter echoed all around. They'd cued the subtitled encore footage on the TV. Amid the embarrassed but entertained members, a cool, concise stat screen pop-up caught my eye. Successful number 1. You have achieved first place on the terrestrial music show Popular Music. Time limit. Met. Great success. Status ailment. Die if not number 1 removed. Claim truth confirmation. Click. Because I hadn't claimed the reward, the ailment hadn't been removed. In other words, unless I accept the reward, the pop-up's effects don't apply. I've been debating this anyway. The sooner I remove the ailment, the shorter the interval until the next one appears. Then the sudden death risk remains while the difficulty skyrockets. So it's better to drag it out as long as the deadline allows. Considering past cases, I'd been pondering this strategy. Luckily, the simplest guess worked. I feel so much calmer. For one thing, I've got about 300 days before I'm hunted again to assess the situation. And it strengthens the theory that this stat screen is a system, not some malevolent sentient entity. If it were malicious, it would have threatened me in the pop-up or forced me to accept it already. Since that hasn't happened, there's a good chance this ailment ends eventually. After all, games usually have endings. Well, that's hopeful speculation. Anyway, now that I've deferred the pop-up, I can take my time analyzing the stat screen and the situation. I drained the rest of my beer. Mumundi. You're drinking too fast. I don't think that's good. Oh, true. Polishing off a can in one go was a bit much. I clicked my tongue, set the beer aside, and grabbed a piece of chicken. I saw you like chicken, so I got you some. Me? Oh, that fansign event. Yeah. Sian Ahyun smiled and nodded. Eat a lot. I will. Eat a lot. She seems tipsy. She got drunk without finishing even one can. Guess she doesn't know her own limit. Must have never tried. I handed Sian Ahyun a soda. Then, recalling the home admin I'd met at the first fan sign, I bit into the chicken. Their color corrections were so good. They'd uploaded tons of great stuff back in Ajusa. I owe them one. Next time I see them, I'll dedicate more time to their camera. Ooh, hey, look at this. We look so dumb. Har. Somehow the others had cued the full episode 2 clip of one verse, only human, after the encore footage. Screech. Right as Cha Eugene, in a goose mask, screamed at the severed headshot. Ooh-ha-ha. She laughed until tears streamed down her face. It really is funny. They'd edited it well to avoid any sadistic controversy, and they even preserved the final beef scene to keep things warm. You must have been startled, but eat up. That day, Taystar ate 5 kilograms of hanwoo. Worth every production cent. The crew. The members were aghast. Whoa, 5 kilos. No wonder I gained some weight the next day. It's okay. You burned it all off on schedule. True. The few warriors still muttered under their breath. I didn't think they'd eat up to 5 kilograms. That must have cost a fortune. It'll be fine. They pretended it was a loss. But is there any real loss broadcast? I snatched the remote from Big Sejin and pulled up a related clip. TSDR's 5 kilograms Hanwoo mukbang unedited 1 verse, only human EP2. We must have already made back the meat cost there. It already had over 1 million views. The members nodded in impressed silence. How about our own mukbang? We could try everything we've ever wanted to eat. Let's send Monday to Center. So Center, who gave Sian Ahyun more beer now? Fortunately, that topic died down quickly. I want to keep watching. All right, let's replay from when Monday barged in. Excited, they giggled and restarted the video. Now that I look, everyone's kind of tipsy. Even the 2 minors were drunk on the atmosphere. Well, they look happy, so whatever. Since we're in the dorm, it doesn't matter if they get drunk. I decided to catch up on monitoring on my phone. Thanks for feeding our kids so much Hanwoo. Overwhelming gratitude. Cha Eugene watches horror movies fine, but is so scared of real-life horror. It's so cute. Are you afraid of the bird? The preview was so funny. Total success pitching to friends who never watched. Ajusa. On why Ahyun's photos by Monday beat mine. 1 loss for me. 1 win for Monday. Edited photo. The last one was from an account that buys prints of Sian Ahyun's photos. And I vaguely remembered that photo had been taken a few days ago. Didn't know they'd find it online. Just then, the TV showed the post-mukbang bonus footage. Dom. Post-credits clip. First, a short montage of Taystar filming here and there with a shaky camera. Result of this action. A jumble of pictures. A bird so blurred it looked like a monster. Only its running feet showing as if it had fallen. A random sky shot. A mis-leveled waterfront shot. Utter chaos. Then the caption appeared. Unidentifiable. Aha. It's my first time using this. What a waste of film. As they each chimed in, a new caption appeared. Exceptions apply. Blackbird launching from water's surface. A blue bird flapping a branch. A few neat reservoir shots. They were clean cuts in stark contrast to the previous mess. Finally, a shot of Sian Ah-hyun smiling brightly in sunlight. That was the original of the cleaned-up photo her home admin had posted. That must be Park Monday. As Lee Sejin stated flatly, the caption popped up. All photos taken on the same camera. Photographer. Intercut with footage of Park Monday shooting Sian Ah-hyun. Then a mosaic blurred crew member's voice, labeled camera director, chimed in. How did he get shots this good? This friend is a natural at photography, shocked. On screen, the crew peeked at the camera in amazement, murmuring, "Oot. Park Monday. Mystery golden hands." Camera director's words. Confirmed on 1 verse, only human. A stamped effect sealed the caption. Then the video ended. I never would have guessed they'd turn that into content too. Beside me, Big Sejin started feigning heartbreak. This is so unfair. Monday's favoring Ah-hyun. Why doesn't he take photos of the rest of us? If he has a friend who's this talented, shouldn't he prove the friendship by uploading our pics too? The more he stays silent, the more I'll rant. Monday, just promise to upload my pictures tomorrow. Wouldn't that be easier? I'll take and upload some tomorrow, so drop it. Fine. The drunk never quits. He might start again, so I pretended to check my phone. On screen was still seeing Ah-hyun's retouched photo. Anyway, it turned out as expected. Honestly, hand it over and it'd fetch more than market rate. I'd rushed returning the camera and never got a proper look. Didn't expect to see it here. Well, being recognized is nice. There's nothing wrong with being good at photography. I continued checking SNS with a relaxed mind. Then I saw a popular post from a Park Monday fan. I thought his photos on Sunsu's feed were exceptional, but he really is a great photographer. Why are his selfies half as good? Maybe he's just never practiced selfies? Come to think of it, when he shoots others, it only benefits them. I should research how to take good photos of myself. 84 chapter. The dorm living room had fallen silent. Having secured first place and with alcohol in their systems, the accumulated fatigue finally caught up with everyone, and most of them had passed out asleep. The 2 minors had nodded off and drifted into sleep as well. Lee Sejin, perhaps out of stamina, had already gone to her room. She was probably asleep by now, too. So the only ones left in the living room were, Monday, are you okay? Just me and Ryu Chongwoo. He could handle his liquor, and thanks to the Bacchus 500 trait, my mind was still clear. Yes, I'm fine. That's good to hear. He slash smiled gently and downed his beer in one gulp. Just how many cans has he had? He didn't seem drunk, but I was pretty sure he'd had at least 6. His tolerance was incredible. So, how are you feeling about promotions? I can manage. Haha, you're always so calm, Monday. He folded up his empty can and set it down, but his expression was oddly bittersweet. Why the glum face now that we've hit number 1? I wish I were as level-headed as you. Hyung, you're plenty calm, I think. After Ajusa ended, he'd been nearly drunk all the time for 2 months, so the compliment was absurd. But Ryu. Chongwoo shook his head. No, I feel like my judgment fails me at critical moments. Like today, I couldn't deliver my first-place speech properly. It happens all the time. That was even more random. He already botched that speech into a train wreck, though. You've always been a good leader since the audition. I don't think you had that problem. I only led because I was the oldest. The team only ran smoothly. Well, except for the second round we did together. That wasn't exactly his fault. You just had lousy team luck. I reluctantly opened another beer. At Ajusa, yeah, short-term survival shows rarely run teams smoothly. But Taystar is doing fine. I'm just worried that my mistakes will mess things up after we've gotten this far. He gave me a rueful smile. Honestly, I took on leadership because it seemed the only role I could contribute. But I'm hitting my limit. I'm not naturally the type to bottle things up like this. No wonder his attitude had grown more conservative since Taystar formed. He'd been suppressing everything. Come to think of it, he was more outgoing and adventurous back in the second round. I guess the conflicts at Ajusa left some weird learning effect. Even so, Ryu Chongwoo kept talking. He must have needed to vent. I even wondered at Ajusa if this was the right path, whether joining was correct. Now that I thought about it, he'd won a gold medal in archery. He had no reason to quit and enter a flop audition show. How did you end up here, anyway? Oh, you guys don't know? One of the Ajusa writers is a relative of mine. Wait, don't tell me it's Ryu Siren? That's right. Same last name, did you guess? He smiled, but I couldn't. My heart sank. She begged me so much. And I'd already been planning a new career path this way. So I came on. Cold sweat ran down my back. If this gets out, it'll be a scandal. It didn't matter back when that audition flopped. But now Ajusa Season 3 was a massive hit. Yet one of the debuting members was related to a writer, and Ryu Chongwoo's only gotten favorable edits the whole time. This was definitely a scandal waiting to break. But Ryu Chongwoo seemed aware. He added with a laugh. It won't harm you guys. She's a distant relative. We barely know each other. I got a sudden call. Basically the same as being scouted. Formally, it was no different from how Park Monday was brought on. But any article would omit that nuance. It would just say, Taystar member secretly writer's relative, agency nepotism exposed, and so on. I forced the words out. Please don't tell anyone. Don't worry. This is the first time I've told anyone. He said that Ryu Siren had called him immediately after episode 1 aired, begging him to keep it secret. Just need to get through this period. If it broke around the time Ajusa season 5 or 6 aired, say, in 2 or 3 years, it would barely matter. And since it hadn't hit yet, no one else knew. I double-checked. How distant are we exactly? Aside from sharing the same Pungsan Ryu clan? I don't even know the cousin level. That far. That was enough. I could claim we weren't close kin if needed. Just say we share a clan name, making scouting easy. I relaxed a bit. I didn't know what the next status ailment would be, but I was sure a team-level misfortune would be bad. No wonder he looked weighed down. Then another thought struck. Come to think of it, I'm Pungsan Ryu too. I'd never paid attention since my parents died, but I must be on the same clan roster. Ryu Jianwoo, Ryu Chongwoo, similar lineage name. The Wu, John, generation, I bet. But so what? I shrugged. This is weird. I never thought I'd confide this to you. I don't usually share with juniors, you know? Huh. He must have known I sensed he was older. I changed the subject. So, since you were scouted, you'd already been preparing to be a singer. Yeah, I couldn't go on with archery. He shrugged one shoulder. When I was a kid, I had a bad car accident, some nerve got tweaked, and after I finished growing, my hand trembled when I put force into it. So I quit a couple years back and tried to find what I could do. Huh. He spoke with the calm confidence of someone who's already overcome it. So it's over for him. I simply nodded. Just then, something rustled by my foot. Ahem. Cha Eugene roused herself from the floor, tears streaming down her face. Kim Ray-bin, who'd been lying beside her, sniffled and stirred. I'm sorry. I overheard. It's fine. Ahem. The two who hadn't drunk snapped awake at the noise. Ryu Chong-woo looked startled, then smiled. My fault for talking smack in the middle of the living room. Don't worry about it. Go back to sleep. But they hesitated before speaking again. Hyung, I'll do better. Chong-woo Hyung is awesome. Idol life suits you. Ryu Chong-woo nodded with a complex expression. I chimed in. You seem like you'll listen now. Why not take it easy from now on, leader? You want the job? Huh? I'd quit halfway and ruin everything. Me as leader? I'd probably drop a few people in anger. Reading my sincerity, Ryu Chong-woo looked speechless, almost incredulous. Phew. But after a moment, he answered with a lighter tone. All right. I get it. I'll keep leading. Awesome. But you guys have to stop me if I go off on some pointless tangent. I can't just slam on the brakes forever. Of course. He muttered something like, here we go again, stretched, and went to his room. Having unburdened himself, he seemed lighter on his feet. The living room was left with food trash and fallen bodies. Shall we head back? Yes. They'd come in on their own when they woke. Let them be. Just after Taystar celebrated their #1 victory, fans held their excitement in check until it hit the news and trended. They didn't want to kill the buzz. We'll keep making inquiries. Once they get the hint, they'll prepare. Fans quietly continued calling and emailing for feedback. But days passed without a word. These agency jerks are clueless. The simmering outrage finally boiled over, and fans issued a public statement aimed at the agency. Statement requesting artist support. July 10th, 202X. TSDR's official fan union criticizes T1 Stars Entertainment's unreasonable operations and demands respect for artists and consumers' rights. Before debut, because it wasn't about any one member, all the individual fan communities banded together and the movement ballooned. If the statement didn't work, they planned fax and post-it protests, but then the agency responded. Hello, this is T1 Stars Entertainment. We are fully committed to supporting TSDR's activities and will implement the fans' recent concerns without delay. A declaration of surrender. Some fans bristled at the "we were already working on it" implication, but the promise of action soon calmed things down. Finally, these bastards respect what we say? If we'd let them alone, the fandom name would have come out with the second album LOL. More than a lightstick, please stop scheduling comebacks. Like crap. Squeeze them all you want, but give them a break. Next time they announce another comeback within a month, we'll send protest trucks. So beware, LOL. The agency teased an Ajusa-style fandom name chosen by fans event in the press, but fans attacked the idea. Please stop. Voting stocks was enough. Just let Taystar decide. Enough of the Ajusa specter. Why make fans pick concepts for genius idols? We just want to enjoy watching them. Fine, we'll spend money, so hurry up and release merch. Luckily, the agency didn't dither and got to work on scheduling. So that Friday, we're so happy to see the national stock. TSDR's first W Live. Taystar chooses our fandom name. July 15th, Sun, 3 p.m. An urgent event banner popped up. Finally, our kids do W Live now. Hold on, we made it. Big Sejin speaking through a live W with insane energy. Aw, please be long, even if it's boring. These guys from T1 Stars know how to work, credit where it's due. Fans who'd only caught Taystar on music shows grew ecstatic. Subscriptions to TSDAR's W app channel, lacking even a teaser video, shot up. Then at exactly 3 p.m. on event day. Hello? Taystar went live on W Live. 85 chapter. Is everyone connected? It looks like the notifications are still going out. The stream was merely delayed, but in used to live broadcasts. The Taystar members whispered at the screen. Then Cha Eugene's face brightened as she cried out, "Oh, they've shown up. Hello?" Watching the real-time comments pop, and instantly, The Taystar members beamed, bowed, and waved. Hi, hi. A college student watching from home waved back without thinking. Her dog, lying on the bed, gave her a look that said it had seen it all, but she couldn't dwell on that. I missed the fan meet, so I had to catch this live. She was heading to graduate school in the fall, and, unlike her home admin friend, simply couldn't spare time in late June. She'd left the fan meet in tears. I even thought about breaking my savings. Her friend had comforted her over chat as she cried about having money but no time. She'd heard far too much about what Mundy had done at the fan meet. When Mundy had blonde hair, I can just wear a wig. She muttered that she'd wanted to see his first real appearance with blonde hair, a sad self-justification. Our reason for greeting you on W Live today is that we're finally announcing our official fandom name. Wah! At Ryu Chong-woo's announcement, Taystar applauded enthusiastically. Mundy tried to clap too, but without rolling up his oversized sleeves, the fabric fluttered comically. So cute. Thinking it was about her, the dog perked an ear, then scowled when it realized it wasn't. Comments were flying in. Love you. Congrats on #1, guys. Marry me, please. It's my birthday today. Please call my name. Here's to Taystar's next album being a smash. Since it was early, most comments just threw stuff at the wall. Taystar looked like they wanted to read them, but they scrolled too fast. Instead, they smiled, noting there were lots of hearts. Hello, everyone. We missed you so much. What are you all up to? It's 3 p.m. on the weekend, snack time. I want a snack. No sooner had Cha Eugene spoken than the off-camera staff signaled urgently. Please run the opening as scripted. We'll bring the snacks. The staff fretted that the rookies might veer off and derail the opening. Fearing she'd really wave a carrot on camera, the members gently guided Cha Eugene aside. Haha, shall we first show you what we've prepared? Yes. Taystar stepped back and revealed a table draped in white cloths. The lumps underneath clearly hinted at something hidden. What's under the table? An album? Sending support from Indonesia. Haha, you guys are all so cute. You're all ugly now. Eugene, are you hungry? The mixed comments, questions, personal queries, even insults, filled the chat, but happily, Taystar stood too far from the screen to see them. With anyone able to join, the live chat was pure chaos. The college student ground her teeth. I wish I could report all these trolls. They scrolled so fast she could only glimpse them. Hoping Mundy couldn't see, she refocused on the screen. Today, we're unveiling Tata, our cheer lightstick. Designs. Wah! They whipped off the first cloth to reveal stacked placards bearing each member's name. Clapping excitedly, they passed each placard to its creator. We each made one, and today, with you as our witnesses, we'll choose one by vote. We really drew these with all our hearts. We haven't even seen each other's designs yet. First reveal. Clutching his placard in both hands, Mundy looked adorable, but her blood boiled. The agency really doesn't listen. She'd pleaded for fans to vote. Instead, they made the idols vote among themselves. Just compile fan suggestions and pick the best design. A first-time Idol fan, she felt faint with frustration. Could concept announcements for the title track also have been fan-made? Taystar hadn't chosen them themselves? She suspected as much, but Mundy in real time held her full attention. All right, let's unveil each design and explain one by one. Sounds good. Starting from the right. On the far right, Ryu Chong-woo blushed slightly, peeled back the tape, and revealed his drawing. A sphere rendered in wobbly lines. Hyung, that's a light stick, right? PFT. A few hid their faces in their laps to stifle laughter. Chong-woo himself cracked up. Haha, I'm not good at drawing. I thought a round tool, like a baseball, could have grooves for your fingers and be easy to wave overhead. Ooh, instead of a baton, a ball. Shape. A sparkly circle would look pretty. Though the drawing was underwhelming, the presentation won nods and suppressed giggles. For the rest, they praised each other's good points, since it wasn't a matter of whose design had to win. Any pretty pick would do. Ahyun's looks like a magic wand. So pretty. Thank you. Where? Magic boy. So using a magic wand as a light stick? That makes sense. It's plausible. Overly unrealistic ideas were gently passed over. For me, the lightstick's purpose is adding fun for fans. What if it shook like a maraca and made sound? That's a fun thought. Ray-Bin, wouldn't that drown out our vocals? Gasp. Kim Rabin sank within 3 minutes of his pitch. LOL. Rabin, it's okay. So cute. I'll love any lightstick. So cute. Every so often, please, or lol what, popped up, but most fans watching were charmed, smiling at the screen. The college student, hugging her dog, also grinned. Now it's Mundy's turn. Okay. Mundy, oh. Mundy quietly peeled off his tape, turned his placard to the camera, 2 stately black rods. That was fine on its own. There were rod-style lightsticks out there. The problem was the chaotic scribbles around them, looking like some grotesque amoeba. He opened his mouth with an expression of total surrender. That's how it turned out. Instant uproar swallowed the audio. Faha. Mundy's design is the most impactful. You drew worse than Chongwu. They all burst out laughing, forgetting the polite speech style. Even Sian Ah-hyun was red-faced, stifling giggles. And the college student laughed too, equal parts amused and affectionate. Mundy really can't draw. But the effort was so endearing her heart might burst. Sorry for laughing. That's okay, Mundy, please explain. Sure. Mundy cleared his throat a few times, tapped his drawing, and began carefully. So, at first it looks like baseball bats. MHM. But if you twist and pull the handles, a magic wand would pop out. That's ingenious. I love it. They got excited, reminded of the toy magic sword he'd played with his kids. Then for our actual lightstick, how about using Ah-hyun's design? Put Chongwu's circle in the center. Make the bat detach with one touch. Production costs soared, but no one cared. Out of this came an ultra-luxe magic gadget hybrid. LOL, guys. Stop it, LOL. OMG. What is that LOL? So we transform with it and cheer? If you like it, I'm in. They even fetched pins off camera and, off mic, sketched a new design combining elements. Naturally, it made Mundy's design look even more hilarious. Wait, so that was the magic wand, Mundy? Yes. Big Sejin howled at the twisted pretzel shape. Mundy slumped, covered his face with one hand, and slid his drawing to the table's edge. Oh, so pitiful and cute. The grad school hopeful finally jumped into commenting on the live chat, and the flood of comments lagged from overload. Mundy is so cute. Let's get married. LOL, Sejin, comfort Mundy. This is love. Heart emoji. Looks like a worm, LOL. Do something else besides drawing. I love you. Even foreign language comments peppered the stream. An uncountable torrent of reactions poured in. Meanwhile, the screen showed the final chosen design. Tada, our official lightstick concept, decided. Wah, the production team's cost explosion was palpable, but it looked legit, thanks to capturing the best ideas. Incidentally, Mundy, hearing repeated, "It's fine," took his drawing back. Yet he seemed pleased the design was done, clapping with a small smile. I like dark hair too. Blonde or black. She admitted she needed to see him in person anyway. The members slid their placards under the table again and then crowded before another white-draped section. All right, now for the moment you've all been waiting for. Announcing our fandom name. They said they'd decided it together. Looking a bit nervous but excited, they reached toward the cloth. Do-goo. Reveal. They all lifted the cloth and threw it back. 86 chapter. Tada. What lay hidden beneath the cloth was a hefty nameplate. Dash. What is this LOL? On what looked like a luxurious, oversized mother-of-pearl nameplate. Something you'd expect atop a corporate chairman's desk. An inscription in Gungseo script read, Grobuo. Loveywer. Ryu Chongwu opened his mouth with a grin. We decided on this with our fans in mind, the ones who watch over us with love. Love plus reviewer. It's our name. Cha Eugene added the extra explanation, then looked proudly at the giant nameplate. We had it custom-made. It means our fans who've invested in us up to now are the very best. Oh, and after the W Live, we'll raffle one off to a lucky fan. It went without saying that the sudden appearance of the nameplate was so out of left field that it was just hilarious. For the record, Park Mundy opposed it until the very end, but was outvoted and gave up. In any case, since Taystar looked so pleased, the fans flooded the comments with simple smiley face emoticons and hearts. Because it was cute. Of course, the SNS feeds were alive with heated live commentary. Do you want me to tell them on the W app that the nameplate is so old-fashioned to just throw it away? But it's our first W app stream, so let's let it slide. Let's cut them some slack. Offer real LOL, just let it be. As long as they don't pull something too terrible, they need to read the room. The name itself is fine, so you can swallow the cuteness of the nameplate, right? Thanks to that, when the members leaned in close to check the fandom's reaction on their phones, they could gauge the situation from comments like, "And I love you." Look, the reaction seems positive. That's a relief. Great. With excited faces, Taystar continued their announcements. Next, we'll officially announce our colors. TSDAR's first W Live went on for quite some time. It had originally been scheduled for 2 hours, but the members felt it would be a shame to end as soon as they finished following the script for their first W Live. So in the latter half, a lot of TMI spilled out. Today on the W app, Taystar shared their MBDI results LOL. Ryu Chongwu ESFJ / Lee Sejin AISFB / Cian Ahyun ISFJ / Big Sejin ENTJ / Park Mundi INEJ / Kim Raybin INFB / Cha Eugene ENTP. It was a real treat to see people who've never done this before getting excited in a live stream. Taystar is a hotspot all the way through W Live. Not an official test, so just take it for fun. Wow, no overlaps at all LOL. They were so cute today. I hope they do W app more often. The extrovert / introvert results were uncanny, especially Big Sejin as the surefire ELOL. Whenever Chongwu's ESFJ was mentioned, the members all went, "That's so us." Like kindergarten kids who love their teacher. Oh, so adorable. The ones with low empathy are the T's. Fits perfectly. Is there an idiot judging personality by MBTI here? Oh well. Grouping half of humanity together and roasting them. Amazing. Of course, the mood celebrating their finally decided fandom name was strongest. Taystar honestly reminded me of Tester and made me uneasy, but thanks to our loving reviewer concept, I've forgotten all that. That's true. Taystar Loviewer is the perfect destined pair. No objections? I'm planning to legally change my name to Kim Loviewer as soon as the court opens tomorrow. So adorable and perfect for my secret identity. LL, are you crazy? It'd look weird filing 2 requests in one day. I'm the only one doing it. LOL. I like how they picked sky blue tones by time period to create a 3-tone fandom color. Feels connected to the album's world, right? Colors are so overdone these days that it almost doesn't matter LOL. Actually, our lightstick is going to stand out so much, colors probably don't matter that much. LL exactly LOL. I'm already hyped for the fan art lol. TSDAR's fans spent Sunday enjoying all the teaser crumbs dropped during the first W Live. Plus, the final fan signing event of this promotion was happening at the same time. Will the fans sign after W Live even be okay? They really can't plan their schedules. Even as they worried for Taystar and cursed the agency, they couldn't help but look forward to hearing reports about what questions were asked related to the W Live. Luckily, the live updates indicated things were going very well. Someone gave Raybin a baseball bat-shaped maraca LOL. He's dying of embarrassment photo. I asked Mundi to draw a dog. Anyway, now this is officially Mundangdang the dog. Photo of a lolly-like drawing. Today Ahyun prepared a gift. It's a dear character pen. I got her to sign it. Photo. And with the feeling that the event was ending successfully, Taystar conducted the fans signing with even more energy. Mundi, can you draw the lightstick here for me? Sure. Right here. Yeah. I felt like I'd gotten the same request at least 10 times today. I tried not to show my reluctance as I drew the final version of the lightstick next to my signature. Even though I drew it, you can't tell what it is at all. How cute. I love it. Maybe seeing me look so helpless made them feel endearment. Or maybe it's so badly drawn that it's rare. Either way, if the recipient is happy, I don't mind. But I can't shake the feeling that this lightstick is some sort of con artist. It feels like I was just killing time. I hurried to finish the drawing and looked up to ask again. Is there anything else you'd like? Whoa, then write me something heart-fluttering. Something heart-fluttering. Vague requests like this are the trickiest under time pressure. But since I'd heard this at least twice every fansign session, I was getting the hang of it. I wrote beneath the lightstick. Park Mondays. Evening schedule. Thinking of the reviewer I met at the fan signing. Oh wow. See you again. The fan slumped forward and was ushered away by staff. Having already resisted once, there was no arguing this time. Mentioning something personal about our interaction works best. A slightly personal touch would be better, but I couldn't think of anything in under 20 seconds. I'll probably actually think of something tonight. I rubbed the back of my neck and waited for the next person, but there was no sign of them yet. Sejin, do you have any secret to performing on stage? Just tell me what you like about my performance, and I'll make that my secret. Wah. Big Sejin was carrying the conversation like some kind of performance art. Even the staff couldn't step in. Time's up. As I fixed my gaze on the camera calling out names, I heard the fan who'd moved on to see an Ah-hyun speak. Ah, hello. Ah, yes. Hello. It sounded like the fan wasn't all that interested in Ah-hyun. Their tone was flat. What's your name? Sorry. The fan's voice, slightly embarrassed, echoed back. My name. Ah-hyun asked again, but her voice grew even quieter, making it harder to hear. A hint of irritation crept into her tone. It's hard to hear. I'm sorry. No. The vibe was bad. After that, Ah-hyun didn't say anything. Glancing over, I saw she was still signing. Hello. Hello. Finally, it seemed Big Sejin's turn had ended, and another fan stepped up to me. While the fan, still waving at Big Sejin, held out their album, I heard Ah-hyun's voice again. This is for you. She must have been offering the gift she'd prepared. And with a slightly hurt tone, the fan refused. Oh, it's okay. You can keep it. The fan who'd been sitting in front of Ah-hyun left immediately. Actually, it could happen to anyone. No one in this job meets only kind people. It wasn't as if she'd been insulted to her face. It might have been nothing more than feeling a bit hurt. The problem was how fucking awkward it felt. Stutter, stranger of the same age, rejection. That was a triple crown of triggers for Ah-hyun. It's like someone tap danced on her trauma switch. I looked over. Ah-hyun was frozen stiff, sweating profusely. Shit. If this went on much longer, someone would notice. I snatched the pen from Ah-hyun's hand and tore open the wrapping. This is a gift Ah-hyun prepared, but may I sign with this instead? Wow. I'd love that. I immediately began signing, drawing Ah-hyun into the conversation. And Ah-hyun says she'll also give you the one I'm using now, plus another still wrapped. Whoa. Really? Of course. Right. Yes. Ah-hyun, seeming to snap out of it, started responding. At least she's less tense. Now. Wow, that's amazing. Why am I getting two? We're giving this as a token of appreciation for how patiently you listened to Big Sejin. Our member does talk a lot. You guys are too much. Ha ha ha. Big Sejin miraculously reappeared to toss in a comment and then left. By now, it seemed like everything was a joke, and the fan laughed heartily as they gathered their pens. Thank you so much, but how did you know I was a girl? Big Sejin said it like 10 times next to you. Ha ha ha. That embarrassed laugh from the fan was a relief. They earnestly spoke to Sean Ah-hyun, the next in line, and had a proper conversation. And Ah-hyun regained her composure before the next fan arrived. We got through that. Thankfully, nothing else odd happened until the fan signing ended that day. You okay? I am okay. On the ride back to the dorm, Ah-hyun was definitely better than before, but her complexion remained pale. She kept mumbling apologies over and over. I'm sorry. I almost caused a big problem. It's not like that. It could have been an annoying scandal, but it wasn't something that would damage the group. The problem was that her mentality might break down first if this continued. She'll keep worrying that the same thing could happen at the next fan signing. And if her grit trait ever deactivated, it could really hurt the group. There'd be a hole in the dance line. Have you thought about talking to someone? I don't have time. If you tell the agency, they might ease your schedule. These days, people even take breaks for this sort of thing. She's been active for 4 weeks now. If she really can't handle it, they'd probably give her some time off. But Ah-hyun shook her head hastily. They'll give me a vacation soon, so I'll do it then. I suspected it was just PR spin, a token few days off for show. I was about to suggest she take it now, but Ah-hyun spoke up first. And now? I don't want to. I'm still promoting, and I don't want to miss any schedules. She was resolute. Since that was her decision, I let it go. It was the first time something like this had happened. Okay. Got it. If things get worse, I can always contact Ah-hyun's parents. Because we spoke quietly over the music playing in the car, nobody overheard. I escaped into Cha Eugene's voice singing along to a pop song using my earplugs. When we arrived at the dorm, the living room was filled with balloons. 87 chapter. What is this? Ryu Changwoo mumbled as he surveyed the living room, which looked like it had been hit by a balloon bomb, then froze. He must have spotted the cameras spinning between the balloons. They started refilming today, huh? Since they'd barely been at the dorm lately, the reality show cameras only popped in briefly whenever they needed content, then left. We've already milked our promo and daily life content so much it's basically worn out. But they'd never been in a setup like this before, so the members hesitated before entering the living room. Trembling among the balloons was a gigantic note. It was so large it occupied a quarter of the wall. Special feature. TSDAR's first place celebration trip. Trip. Cha Eugene immediately kicked aside a balloon and approached the wall. Dozens of balloons in the 3 official Pantone colors hovered midair. You can tear this. What's inside? Eugene, be careful. Okay. Remembering how she'd been scolded last time, Cha Eugene meekly placed the note on the floor. All right, let's open it together. Okay. Even though it felt unnecessary, they tore it open on camera. 1, 2, 3. A gigantic roulette wheel appeared. A roulette. Just hearing the word gave me flashbacks. But the members were thrilled at the prospect of real travel content. Wow, what is this? Random draw? It says travel random draw. As Kim Rae-bin pointed out, the top read travel random draw in big letters. Below, an explanation continued in neat handwriting. You will spin this roulette together to decide the concept of this trip. A 2-day, 1-night friendship trip for Taystar. Wow, this is really serious, huh? I love it. Should we spin it already? Even A. Still downcast, C and Ah-hyun perked up and joined in. The roulette had 7 slots, each labeled with a different theme. Healing, mukbang, adventure, extreme, theme park, history. Ooh, all the keywords were fairly distinct. Healing sounds best. From the look of it, we'd go live in the mountains and do a rural life schedule. The easiest, lowest effort plan. I want adventure. Healing is nice. Mukbang is obviously for Monday, right? After considering the airtime, they couldn't resist and clustered around the roulette. Everyone grab hold and spin together. Let's do it. Monday, come join. Yes. Thus a bizarre scene of all 6 spinning the roulette was caught on camera. Please, at least let it turn out wholesome. I muttered that hope and pushed the wheel along with everyone else. Oh, it's spinning. Of course it spins, why wouldn't it? They must have really heaved, because the wheel spun for quite a while before finally stopping. Theme park. Despite Kim Rae-bin's longing, the pointer passed the purple theme park slot and landed on the red. Oh, the bright red slot bore its theme in avant-garde letters. Extreme trip. Extreme? Oh, extreme. Cha Eugene finally realized the pronunciation and grinned, raising both hands. Is this what Eugene wanted? It couldn't feel more ominous. Moments later, Ryu Changwoo's phone buzzed with a message from production. TSDR's trip theme is extreme. We'll treat you to an exciting theme of extreme pleasure. Happy face. No backing out. No backing out. Maybe their survival show instincts kicked in because the members' faces changed. I stepped closer to the roulette, Monday, and gave it another spin. Round and round it went, and stopped again on extreme trip. I spun it again. Round and round, click. Extreme again. Then the members realized what had happened. This is rigged. For the record, the next day production joked that they couldn't schedule 7 different trips, could they? They all laughed. Those bastards. You could feel how they were determined to wring ratings from the travel content. I really had a bad feeling. Sorry for the late notice. Congrats on music chart number 1. Thank you, Sunbeam. I replied to the message waiting as soon as I woke up, feeling increasingly absurd. Even if I updated my status to late reply, the texts kept coming. By the way, the sender was Chongrio from VTIC. This guy is really annoying. He was a candidate for number 1 himself. There's no way he checked late. Surely any of the members would have mentioned it that day. After 3 weeks of thwarted triple crowns on public broadcast, there's no way no one said anything. He probably messaged just to rub it in. Sure enough, a reply arrived. Hope you get number 1 even faster. Next time. He meant, stop bugging me and go get your own number 1. Thank you. Have a good day, Sunbeam. Can't just ignore him. I muted the chat notifications. I already hated seeing him every time we met the head of production. All packed. And Monday, have you got everything? Just a sec. No sooner had I turned off my phone than chaos broke out. They're filming us getting ready to depart. The reality show travel content NVL GT official version was starting. That's it. Yep. Is that enough? Of course. Luggage check comments rang out. One backpack for a 2-day trip? No way. It's a package tour, productions orders. Clothes and toiletries are enough. What about snacks? What? Snacks? Snacks. Yes. We'll buy some there. Okay. Apparently inside Cha Eugene, I'm now the snack supplier. I feel like a bread shuttle. I can't keep my head straight under this fancy title I never had in high school. All right then. We're finally heading on our first trip. Wow. Hope we make lots of good memories. They nailed the opening on camera. Even though it was a setup, everyone looked excited at the word trip. It's been nonstop since preparing the debut album. They'd run hard for about 2 months straight. But once production started smirking as they filmed, we should have seen what was coming. About 3 hours later, we arrived at a rural village at the foot of some mountain on the edge of Gyeonggi province. Congratulations, Taystar, on reaching your first travel destination. Wow, the scenery is amazing. It was hot, but the weather was clear. The PD shouted through a megaphone to the members, who flushed with the thrill of outdoor activity. For your first extreme activity, skydiving. The mood froze. Do you see that small plane up there? Thump, 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 thump. A black aircraft slid across the blue sky. You'll board that and jump. Chaos ensued. This is totally safe. I am safe. Is it possible to quit partway? It's a pity to waste the plane ticket, you've already paid for it, after all. Chong-woo's face drained at the instructor's casual answer. This is a mess. At least production conceded one last option. If you really can't jump, you can come back down. But the next course is double. I bet the fans will roast us for that. If anyone begged off crying, they'd curse. Why make idol reality so sadistic? And demand an apology. But that seemed unlikely. All right, we'll go one by one. These guys were surprisingly stubborn. They'd fought tooth and nail on Idol Corporation, so maybe it made sense. At any rate, from corner-cowering Kim Rae-bin to stomping Cha Eugene, everyone leaped without issue. Having the instructor behind them probably gave them courage. Here we go. Why yes. Seon Ah-hyun also jumped without a hitch. Next is me. Before I knew it, I was the last one. The Ajusa surprise VCR flashed through my mind. I'm not scared of things like this. It's not like I'll die or get hurt. What's the point of worrying? I didn't even know why anyone would pay for this. Okay, you must jump together. Take a deep breath. Yes. Oh, this one's got the strongest nerves, let's go. Whoosh. The wind punched my face. Good, right? It was amazing. I never imagined this. Endless blue sky spread in all directions. Beyond the horizon lay mountains and fields as far as the eye could see. The sun stung my eyes, but I wasn't hot. The wind swooped and eddied around me. Okay, parachute. Thunk. Under pressure, I suddenly halted in midair, then drifted on the wind. It was an incredible sense of liberation. You're handling it well. Pull this, and try pushing like this. Had I stayed Ryu Jianwo, would I ever have considered doing something like this? Definitely not. I would have said, why pay to jump out of a plane? Yet here I was, doing it. And there had been so many moments like this. Accomplishment, performance, fans, cheers, the feeling of living. Strange. It didn't matter about debuffs or anything now. Strangely, I liked being Park Monday. Okay, landing. The moment I touched down, the ones who'd gone before me waved and laughed. Even Monday made it. Well, an extreme trip might not be so bad. I smiled as I stepped onto solid ground. Did I say it might not be so bad? Next up for today's second extreme experience. We present. Invitation to a haunted house. Oh, I want to cancel now. These production guys have no sense. Do you see the building up ahead? Yes. I mean, you see it, but some members already voiced terrified squeals. The PD babbled through the megaphone. This is a horror-making team's specially constructed haunted house set, open only for this summer tour. And it's open this summer only. You can only do it now. Such a detailed spiel means it's a PPL. Beside me, Lee Sejin murmured in a gloomy tone. So we just had to survive until summer ended. Exactly. All right, everyone. Divide into teams to enter invitation to a haunted house. We, we have bad memories forming teams. We're going in all together. Of course that objection fell flat, and Taystar began splitting into entry groups. 88 Chapter. Surprisingly, the Extreme Horror Experience group was organized with a common-sense number of people. We'll split into two, and three, then. Phew. At least knowing none of them were alone eased the cowardly members' faces, especially Kim Rae-bin's. Then, how should we split up? I want to go with Chong-woo Hyung. Me? Too. Suddenly Ryu Chong-woo's popularity shot up. He really does inspire confidence in this kind of situation. Chong-woo glanced around, chuckled, and spoke up. Haha. Then including me. Why don't Rae-bin, Mundy, and I go together? Thank you. That's no fun. It's only interesting if Hyung goes in a pair. Big Sejin started raining on their parade. That bastard, seriously. It seems his fear during horror movies was all an act. Is that so? Of course. And because Chong-woo was persuaded by Big Sejin, they ended up playing rock, paper, scissors, with the final winner assigning all the teams. Well, look how it turned out. Fuck. The craziest part was that Big Sejin survived to the very end. Usually the one who suggests these things ends up screwed. Big Sejin grinned and rapidly formed the teams. So I'm out, was paired with Big Sejin and Cha Eugene to explore the haunted house. I felt my eardrums would burst before we even went in. I mustered the courage to ask Cha Eugene, "You weren't scared of horror movies, right?" I thought she'd be afraid of ghosts, but weak to gross out visuals. Yet she jumped at every step as if stomping on live frogs. I'm fine watching them. I just hate the real ones. Only fakes are okay. In a way, isn't this also fake? But there was no reasoning with this, so I let it go. Instead, I asked Big Sejin, "Why on earth did you pick me?" How to explain? It's a call of conscience. My inner voice said it'd be unfair if the bravest guy joined the three-person team. So I decided to show off the cowardly trio's glorious triumph. What bullshit. I mustn't forget there's a camera on my forehead. Let's move out. All right, let's go. We need to hurry. We'd better think shortest path. But Mundy, where do you think these suspicious omens will be? That was the problem too. Each team had a mission in invitation to a haunted house. Find and photograph at least one suspicious omen. They said if you find lots and take photos, you get a gift. Let's explore and challenge it. That sounds good. Even Cha Eugene, drawn by gift and exploration, began showing bravado. Hopeless. Then, let's go down the hallway and enter the smallest door first. The large, conspicuous rooms probably have staff waiting. They usually hide these things. We should start with the out-of-the-way spots. Wow, great idea. Then the idea provider leads the way, right? I really wanted to quit, but being at the front was better than the back, so I stood in front, choosing the lesser evil. Right. Wow, so cool. I'm scared, so I'll stay at the back. Big Sejin didn't want to position Cha Eugene at the very back, so he kindly took the last spot himself, determined to capture reaction. Footage. All right, let's go. Let's go. I walked slowly down the corridor. Inside the gloomy wooden building, a dank, moldy smell stung my nose. Mundy, there's blood. I nearly cursed. I turned my head, gritted my teeth, and replied, "Don't scream." Big Sejin sheepishly apologized. "Okay, sorry." Wah. I turned fully around. A woman stood there, dressed like a stewardess from a film set 50 years ago. But she had no feet, and no eyes. Only blood, dripping everywhere. Jaya. Run. Screaming with the others, I bolted into the next room, realizing our team was already doomed. When we emerged, the sunset was glowing. It had taken an hour to get out of that crazy haunted house. It was supposed to be a 25-minute course. I couldn't even guess how embarrassingly it would air on the show. My throat hurts. You too? Mine as well. The two who'd screamed their lungs out were guzzling energy drinks from production. Of course, Big Sejin, who yelped half for fun, deserved it. Sian Ah-hyun, worried about their ragtag group wasting twice the expected time, spoke up. Incidentally, Sian Ah-hyun and Lee Sejin's duo team took 3 photos in 20 minutes and found the exit. I had a serious reality check, in many ways. Why you okay? Fine. Just fine. This was truly an experience for which I couldn't fathom paying money. No, even if they paid me, I'd never go in again. I'd rather earn minimum wage. You did well. Monday hashtag NVLite hashtag hey thanks. Thank you. Because it was all caught on camera, no one absurdly claimed they carried the team. I nodded slowly. Still, at least we got the photos, much better than running away. Phew. We're back. When the final team of Ryu Chong-woo and Kim Rae-bin returned in 35 minutes, the PD launched into another spiel. Great job. Everyone, now it's time for dinner. You're kidding. Dinner's extreme too. Of course. Ugh. Without cameras, there'd have been an uprising, but cameras only showed size and reactions. An extreme whole roasted pig. Yulo. Whole roast pig. Fortunately, production seemed to sense it was time to let up. Before long, a whole suckling pig barbecue was rotating over the fire in the clearing beside the haunted house. They'd already cooked it. Judging by the heat, the fire was just to keep the meat warm, like a campfire. Anyway, the spectacular sight delighted most of the members, except Kim Rae-bin, who still looked shell-shocked. Let's eat. Thank you. Though not as overwhelmingly delicious as it looked, the meat, as always, was tasty. The gift we received for the photos taken in the haunted house was animal pajamas. Another set added. Including all gifts, we'd received over 5 sets. Given they gave us 7 sets, it meant we were basically expected to sleep in these throughout the reality trip. Not too hard to do. So at 8 p.m., Taystar sat in the pension's living room, all dressed in animal pajamas. You 3 scaredy cats look good in these. I like it. S so cute and lovely. Hearing them speak up so eagerly, I thought, they really know it's for PPL. In any case, from now until bedtime, it was free time, though obviously not truly free. They want us to produce a piece of content ourselves. Whether karaoke games, board games, or writing sincere letters to each other, anything that looked casual. How about we play truth or dare since we're bored? Like that. TR truth or dare. Yeah, I saw a lie detector in the corner. Really? That sounds fun. But at that moment, Kim Rae-bin, deep in thought, interjected. Since we've spent the afternoon playing, how about something productive for the evening? At the ominous word, the members snapped to attention. Productive? Rae-bin, don't tell me you want us to make something? Yes. A brief silence fell. But surprisingly, Lee Sejin spoke up. Make what? A new song. Dash. What? A new song? Yes. Actually, I've been working on one recently. I even brought portable recording equipment just in case. Rae-bin excitedly produced his bag. Instantly, everyone leapt to prevent him. Whoa, Rae-bin. That's a spoiler if you're not careful. Yeah, it'd be better to finish this promotion before starting. Really? Rae-bin's face fell as he pocketed his phone. He hadn't expected that reaction at all. He's not socially clueless or a fool. Let's see if we can steer this. This new song isn't aiming to be the next album's title track, right? Oh no. Only then did Rae-bin realize. It's a fan song. We'd triggered the banter machine. If anyone responded with, that's odd, the community would spin it as, Taystar doesn't want to make a song for fans. Of course, now it wasn't production's edit. It'd be the trolls. Moments from today's Taystar reality that sparked debate. TSDAR's statements split fans. It's fine vs. kinda weird. It was already clear this would dominate the forums. Fortunately, Big Sejin chimed in. A fan song? That's awesome. I've always wanted to make one. He lent support. Sounds fun. The timing's perfect. It'll be fine. I think it's a great idea. In an instant, the shift happened, and Rae-bin beamed with pride. Thank you. He may not have meant to, but it was the only time I saw Rae-bin score a political victory. On a quiet weekday afternoon, TSDAR's fans spent their time revisiting the flood of content from the promotion. On YouTube, this MV analysis is the best IMO link. Classic musician's reaction to Magic Boy concept video popped up. Can anyone tell me when they'll perform High Five in the red PJs on music shows? Last week's Music Bomb. Oh, thank you. After beating VDIC on Music Chart to claim #1, trolls tried sparking fights with VTIC fans, but it never escalated seriously. Since TIC's domestic promotions had ended, their fandom was more than happy to let it slide. Thus, TSDAR's fans, enjoying a relatively peaceful time, received a new SNS notification. It was from TSDAR's account. Who could it be? Since the members checked in fairly often, fans clicked without much tension, just curiosity. Please accept my heart, YouTube link. Accept your heart. This isn't love-related, right? Half worried, half confused, the fans clicked the link and saw the thumbnail. 7 members in animal pajamas. 89 chapter. A video from Taystar suddenly appeared, and beneath it was the title. Taystar, Magic is You. There was no extra description, and it didn't feel like an official teaser. But seeing Taystar members in animal pajamas gave off the vibe of a cute behind-the-scenes treat. Nice. Fans, pleasantly surprised, clicked play. A fresh, gentle medium-tempo electronic piano track began. Taystar, sprawled casually in an indoor set, gradually stirred and formed a line. A new song? A cover? Just then, the vocals kicked in. Today I feel so good. Like something great is going to happen. With you, everything will be fine. It's unfamiliar, but somehow feels right. A modest, pleasant melody. Then Taystar, clad in animal pajamas, bounced once into the air and launched into dance. The floppy animal ear hoods fluttered above their heads. Live comments flooded SNS. Thought it was reality BTS, but it's a new song. Click now. Go watch the video on their account. Insane. So cute. The choreography was built on basic moves with a hint of cuteness. The animal pajamas and the freedom to gesture toward the camera kept it from looking awkward. Reality shines like a dream. In dreams I imagine tomorrow's glory. When I see you tomorrow, I'll only tell you of sparkling dreams. Cha Eugene, in a snow leopard onesie, swung the tail in one hand as he hummed the verse and scattered flower petals to the beat. Sian Ahyeon, in a deer onesie, emerged through the petals. My unending dreams drive me to sprint through reality. Reality is breathing, yeah. Yes, breathing. Hoo-ha. Hoo-ha. Perhaps embarrassed by the unexpected hip-hop arrangement or by the cheering audience, Ahyeon broke into unusually Johnny moves. Fans suddenly realized. Magic Boy lyrics. They've reassembled words from Magic Boy into something new. And it's Kim Rae-bin. It was the impact of the Moon Rabbit showcase. By then, the song moved into the pre-chorus. I'll run breathlessly. Will you smile when you see me? Park Mundy, in a white puppy onesie, strode to center and immediately dropped to one knee. He then imitated Big Sejin, who stands center in the original Magic Boy ending choreography. It was obviously a gag, but performed with gusto. Fans were rolling with laughter. Mundy's intermittent state again. About to pass out behind Big Sejin LOL. Someone clip Mundy's part. This is rewatch gold. The bit ended when the other members lifted Park Mundy back up, restoring order. Meanwhile, the lyrics were still sweet. Nothing stays the same. Even so, the magic of this very moment. Maybe it's you. After everyone sang that last pre-chorus line in unison, they hit the chorus choreography in style. Big Sejin, wearing a black bear hood, took center. Today I feel so good. Like something great is going to happen. Yeah. With you, everything will be fine. It's unfamiliar, but somehow feels right. The positive lyrics and Big Sejin's expansive moves made the chorus feel like a full-blown performance video. Then Kim Rae-bin appeared in a pink rabbit onesie. The contrast was incredible. Rae-bin in pink. What is this medieval bunny? But it's too cute. Rae-bin, do whatever you want, but get permission first. Holding a carrot like a mic, Rae-bin rapped in a sing-song style. Life is strange. Kick off lightly and rise up. Walking above the clouds. Even if it rains, I don't mind. My life is bright, pouring light. All right, you're the one. Today I'm shining. Watching Taystar headbang with animal ears flopping like at a rock festival was the highlight. You guys being happy makes me happy too. The video continued mixing humor with just the right amount of cool. At the end, though, they shared shy smiles and wrapped things up earnestly. Meeting you yesterday became today's shining dream. And tomorrow's magic. Yes, the magic is you. The video closed with Taystar holding hands and bowing. Why drop a video like this out of nowhere? These good kids. My quality of life just skyrocketed. Who thought of the animal pajamas? Feed them Korean beef. Fans were ecstatic and a bit incredulous over the surprise new song and video. Yet questions arose. Is this really a new song? feels new, but nothing shows up in search. Can they release a new track like this? It's not on music sites. Did their agency slip up? Crazy. Veteran fans, remembering past agency mishaps, grew anxious. It was all too strange. Less than half an hour later, a new post appeared on TSDR's account. To all our lovey-wers who've gifted us so much from debut through number 1, this is a small gift from Taystar. We love you. Magic is you. SoundCloudy. Link. They'd released the fan song in full for free, and fans were floored. It was a fan song. They actually gave it away free on SoundCloudy? But maybe they should have put it on streaming sites for year-end awards this timing. Hurts. The song is so good I feel even worse. When did they even make this? They barely sleep. But thank you, you're all so cute. While many were delighted, they also lamented, it's perfect for easy listening, would have charted if on streaming sites, and so on. Still, most were moved to tears. Taystar is magic, their Inc. VOIite, original source. Flipping a meme back on itself, it's perfect. They won't just drop this and be done, right? At our year-end concert, fan song with choreography and a group sing-along? I can't wait. How did they think to take lyrics from their number 1 hit and make a fan song? Kim Ray-bin is a genius, true to his arranger role. It might not be Ray-bin. Taystar is credited on lyrics. If you're someone's stan, get off my account THX. When the next album drops, I'm buying it. I need the official art and lyrics booklet. In any case, fans were overwhelmingly happy, and Taystar, monitoring the response, were too. Worth working all the way out here, even with the trip. It really is. We shot it last minute, and it turned out great. I love these pajamas. Cha Eugene, still in his snow leopard onesie, grinned. It was 1:30 p.m. The final reality travel segment was due. Honestly, I didn't expect production to go this far. They'd spent all night through that morning recording the fan song and editing the video. The producers had been so excited about fan song content that they cleared time for it. Thanks to them, a rough draft turned into a finished product. They'd planned to release it later, but production had even convinced the company to drop it now for reality show promotion. Next week's preview would say the making of that fan song, with the full behind-the-scenes airing in 2 weeks. Everyone's expressions were bright at the positive feedback. Shall we grab something to eat? Yep. They'd skipped breakfast for dance practice and were starving. Thankfully, production took them to a nearby duck bulgogi restaurant, and they each ate about 3 servings. Thank you for the food. Delicious. Monday, any detailed review? The balance of sweet and spicy was excellent. The meat quality was good, and the rice made it go down smoothly. Happy. Oh, their next activity was valley rafting. Watch out or you'll fall. Wah! Splash. A wave hit them in the face, but they still had to paddle. Everyone, if one of you slips, we all go in. Help each other. Yes, sir. Paddling under a spray of water felt close to labor. Yahoo! Yet a few members, especially Cha Eugene and Ryu Chong-woo, seemed to be having a blast. What joy they found in it, I couldn't tell. One thing was clear. They're burning off all that duck bulgogi. I couldn't shake the thought that the company had suggested the balance. I paddled on in silence, haunted by the idea that duck bulgogi was the culprit. See, move your arms like this. It felt just like my factory part-time days. Great work. So fun. After rafting, they washed up in a nearby facility and changed, and afternoon had slipped away. It was time to wrap up filming. They set up cameras at a scenic spot nearby. Wow, this was a productive trip. It really felt like we traveled by ourselves. Thanks for making it fun. Half sincere, half for the show, the members exchanged ending lines with smiles. And next time, if we get the chance, we should travel together again. That one felt sincere. Yeah, let's travel together again. Agreed. Would be nice to go abroad, too. Wait, were they all being sincere? Then we'll show you our best selves next time. Until now, this has been TSDAR's Living Together test. After the scripted ending, the members waved enthusiastically. I waved, too. Thanks for watching. See you again. And that was a wrap. Cut. Good job. Yes. Thank you. Finishing another schedule safely left everyone in high spirits. It seemed they genuinely enjoyed this shoot. This place near Seoul is great. I'd bring my family next time. Yeah, it was nice. As I handed back the mic hidden in my clothes, I overheard Ryu Chong-woo and Lee Sejin chatting. Suddenly, the manager rushed over. Ray-bin, hold on a sec. He led Kim Ray-bin to a secluded corner and handed back Ray-bin's phone, which had been set aside during the water activities. Whispering something quickly, in that moment, Ray-bin's face turned ashen. 90 chapter. I'd never seen Kim Ray-bin's expression change so drastically. Even a few of the members, who had scattered to take care of their own business, noticed immediately. Ray-bin, what's wrong? Hyung, what's going on? Ryu Chongwoo approached and asked quietly, but the manager whisked Chongwoo away as well. When something personal and complicated happens, people often don't want others meddling. Chongwoo, as leader, might be okay, but who knew how Ray-bin would feel about the other members prying? I'll see how things play out first. Sure enough, a moment later the manager returned with Chongwoo. Ray-bin was already gone. What about Kim Ray-bin? Just a moment. Let's talk after we wrap shooting. The manager seemed concerned about the surrounding staff. The members, having grasped the situation, fell silent and resumed their tasks. A little while later, after brief goodbyes to production, they piled into the van and the full story came out. Grandmother collapsed. Yes, we rushed her to the hospital right away. The other members' faces fell. Everyone knew Ray-bin lived with his grandparents. I clicked my tongue. It felt awful. At least they let him go right when his day's schedule ended. That was something. No complaints, just immediate release. Wait, could bad news ever arrive at such perfect timing? Hyung, when did that call come? What? When did you get the message about Ray-bin's grandmother falling? The manager looked grim. It came around when your rafting wrapped up. I turned off my phone for a bit and only checked it after shooting ended. The van fell silent. So, Ray-bin might already have left. It might be too late. That can't be. We kept getting calls. The manager hurried to clarify. Right. At least the mood in the van lightened somewhat. I studied the manager. Maybe he knew earlier but didn't say anything. That could happen. Production might plead. We'll finish the shot, then let him go. After all, Grandma's recovery wasn't guaranteed either way. But no, that was way too cynical. Neither the manager nor the company would be that unethical. Besides, if they'd held back, they wouldn't have been so frank now. I sighed and leaned back. Is Grandma okay? I heard sniffles beside me. Cha Eugene, flushed and stifling tears, was crumpled into a corner. Chongwoo forced himself to speak. She'll be fine. Let's try messaging Ray-bin in a bit. Okay. The van's atmosphere remained heavy. Even Big Sejin, unsure what to say, shook his head when our eyes met. Lee Sejin stared out the window, as if bored of the gloom. And so, with that somber ending, we drove back to the dorm. The past 2 days of wildly energetic shooting felt like a lie. Kim Ray-bin didn't return to the dorm until after midnight. You're back. A few members, still awake, sat in the living room. Seon Ah-hyun and Lee Sejin, who had an early morning photo shoot, were pressured by the manager to turn in first. Smart. No one knew when Ray-bin would come back. That was the right call. It was already 3:30 a.m. You take a taxi? Why, yes. Ray-bin's face was swollen from crying, but he didn't seem entirely broken. It can't have been too serious. I spoke up. How's your grandmother? She's fine. They got her to the hospital quickly, and she should have almost no after effects. It turned out she'd suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, but Ray-bin's sister discovered her in time and treatment began within the golden hour. That's a relief. It really is, Ray-bin. That must have been hard. You did well. Thank you. Ray-bin's eyes welled again as he slipped into the living room. A small, consoling welcome awaited him. Have you eaten dinner? No. Oh dear. You must have had a rough time. Let's get you something to eat before bed. He was right. Can't help it. I sighed and volunteered. My portion would finish fastest. Sit down. I'll heat something up for you. It's fine. It's late. Keep your voice down. Why, yes. Seeing Ray-bin was okay, the other members stretched and relaxed. Get some rest, Ray-bin. Monday, thanks for staying. Yes. Eat before you head in. Good job. Everyone. Cha Eugene patted Ray-bin's shoulder, then left. Tomorrow afternoon, they had another group schedule. Now that Grandma wasn't in critical condition, sitting around watching him eat would only make him more uncomfortable. I should finish up and go to bed. I microwaved instant rice and stew. Ordering an extra dinner earlier proved wise. Here. Thank you. Once I confirmed Ray Bin was eating, I was about to leave, then realized. Is it weird to have him eat alone at 3 a.m.? It seemed perfectly sad. I should stay. This is right. I sat opposite him. Ray Bin ate quietly, then set his spoon down after half a bowl. Not good. No, it's not that. He dropped his head and muttered. I'm relieved Grandma's okay, but I still feel strange. Why? If this happens again, and I'm late, and if it's really serious. Even if circle dasterisk operator iota GHD circle dasterisk operator. Read the full story. I see the call right away. Is it right to stop a performance or shoot to go? But then, I'd feel unprofessional. I can't stop thinking about it. It was understandable. Anyone whose life is split between work and personal crisis would worry. What if you get a devastating call in the middle of something important? The problem here was that Ray Bin wasn't even legally an adult yet, too young to drink, worrying over such a job. I wasn't sure that environment was healthy, honestly. Well, they earn money, so they're professionals. But without experiencing it, it's hard to know how it feels. It's tough. I hesitated, then spoke. When I got a call like that, I was at Hagwon. My phone was on silent for class, so I only saw it much later. I had an exam coming up. 24 missed calls. I still wondered, what if I'd skipped Hagwon and gone to them instead? But such thoughts are pointless. At that time, I was way less busy than you. You were just a student. Timing is really down to luck. Oh, and you won't have schedules like this forever. As you gain experience, you can adjust your calendar. I rubbed the back of my neck and continued. If you're worried, tell the manager to always let you check family calls. And there's no shame in stepping away mid-shoot if you have to. Everyone does it. Anyone who criticizes you can be reported for harassment. After a long silence, Ray Bin nodded. Yes. Feeling better? Yes. Ray Bin answered more firmly, lifted his spoon again, and dove back into his food. I checked my watch. He'd finish in about 5 minutes. Morning light would soon break north of the horizon. My day-night cycle is toast. Need to fix it after vacation. Just then Ray Bin spoke. Hyung. Yes. Can I ask something? Go ahead. He cleared his dishes and asked carefully. You said I have amnesia, but I don't understand how I remember the events as I do. I suddenly remembered while I was sleeping. Oh, I see. He was consistent to the end. As soon as news of TSDR's reality trip episode broke, fans erupted with excitement. Yahoo Travel episode. TSDR's reality was so fun early on. Lately it's been boring. Glad production got it together. I heard there were valley sightings. Feels like a healing show of them playing in the countryside. I can't wait. When the teaser trailer dropped, reactions doubled. Extreme stuff. Skydiving, haunted house, water play. Only the best bits. Monday in a haunted house. This stock's going up by now. They even made the fan song here. I saw one cut. So adorable. Of course Ray Bin led this. Kill the haters who say otherwise. Glad they ate well. That's totally my reaction, lol. Worried they wouldn't feed them, but they got a whole pig, lol. Fans eagerly awaited the first episode of the reality trip, just days away, while scouring rumors for other spoilers. One anonymous, unverified post appeared. The next guests on First, Get Close, are Tix Chongrio and TSDR's Park Monday. They were approached, and they personally chose them. Everyone's whispering it'll boost ratings. It claimed that Tix Chongrio would film with Park Monday. Predictably, fans mocked it. What nonsense. Great fanfic. They saw Chongrio and Monday greet each other. Now they spin it into best friends rumor? The world's better these days if low-level trolls get no reaction. Fans dismissed it until a few days later, a formal article appeared. First, Get Close, next guests. VTIC and Taystar? Exclusive. On the 21st, an MBS insider revealed that First, Get Close plans to film with Tix Chongrio and TSDR's Park Monday. What is this? Is it real? It was real. Shortly after, First, Get Close released its official teaser. 91 chapter. The preview video started by showing a roll call of past guests. After presenting appearances by such stellar celebrities, it teased the summit of that lineup, the new guest. This week's guest is VTIC. Behind the captions, Tix's countless records and activities flashed by. Then one member was shown in close-up. The famous scene of him accepting an award and greeting at an international ceremony. TIC's leader, Changryo. Who does he want to get close to? Immediately afterward, a new screen appeared. One day in July, 2002X. Changryo, hello? I'm Changryo of VTIC. It was a pre-meeting clip showing Changryo in casual clothes. Question: what's your criteria for choosing someone to get close to? Changryo: probably a fellow singer. Laughs. Changryo: honestly, I've been so focused on activities that I've hardly met any fellow singers. A small subtitle popped up and vanished. The sorrow of a workaholic. Question: if you had to pick just one person? Changryo: that's tough. Laughs. Changryo: actually, there's someone I've been keeping an eye on recently. Changryo: I think they're kind of similar to me. His next line was censored with a beep. The audio was muted, and his mouth was obscured, giving no clue. But almost everyone guessed whom Changryo had in mind. The clip cut to a fuzzy close-up of Ajusa's performance of Here I Am. It had already leaked everywhere and felt like a blatant hint. Who was the fellow singer Changryo pointed to? Find out next week on. Comments were already flooded with spoilers. It's obviously Park Mundy LOL. Wow, Changryo's hardly ever on variety shows. Can't wait for the chemistry with the junior. This is gonna be hilarious. Those were the top comments. Sorted by most recent or on SNS you could find other takes, but general viewers were buzzing. It's rare for a male idol with mass appeal to appear solo on terrestrial variety, and neither had done NLGT. Only on NLGT. One before. One was even a first. Fans were ecstatic. OMG Mundy's solo variety debut. This show is so fun and seems perfect for Mundy. Can't wait. Finally a win for the patient wait. So emotional. Already live tuning in, move along. There were still echoes of past tensions between VTIC and Taystar, and some of TSTR's individual fans grumbled. But that didn't dampen overall excitement. Fans of any member just wanted someone to break into terrestrial TV. Even the most toxic stan quieted down. It wasn't the agency forcing him. He was chosen himself, so I can't hate. But still weird that the bareface got traction by pity vote. Mundy, don't mess it up. We need our bias on TV too. Don't care about Idol X's variety. I'll mute, but gotta keep watching the group account. Ugh. Wait, only Park Mundy's on terrestrial? Get our member a solo booking too. T1. Those negative threads surfaced briefly, then quietly died down. Please let it be next Friday's Sun. That summed up most entertainment forum sentiment. And the one at the center of this excitement was walking onto the set, filled with suspicion. What the hell is this guy up to? He'd gone ahead and named me as his variety guest without consulting, then not even sent a single word about this show. That meant he never intended to give me a heads up. He must want to screw with me. But there was no way the agency would approve a primetime Friday slot on terrestrial TV and then let him back out. So here I was, greeting the staff and heading toward the shooting location. I saw a massive wooden structure ahead. Great memories this brings up, I muttered, holding back a sigh before knocking. Anyone in there? Thud, thud, thud. Knocking hard, the door cracked open. You must be cold. Come in quickly. Thank you. Because of this ridiculous winter and summer setup, I'd even worn a padded jacket and nearly died of heat. He must have picked this setting since he was already indoors. Swallowing a curse, I stepped inside. The interior looked like a typical mountain lodge, not quite a pension, more of a basic shelter for hikers. Time for my line. I shrugged off my bag and murmured. I was startled by the sudden snowstorm, but luckily there's a lodge. I saw the weather and came in quickly, too, he replied. Right. The default scenario was stranded in a snowy mountain lodge. This absurd setup is the show's gimmick. You bring together two celebrities and drop them in an extreme situation as a sketch. The pilot's hit scenario was a zombie apocalypse in an apartment. And I'm the problem here. I thought, facing an idol with 1.8 million first-week sales and zero read on his intentions. Just don't give him any openings, I resolved. Treat him like a spiteful senior and get through filming intact. This weather's rare for mountain climbing. Funny to meet like this. Want some coffee? Changryo smiled and held up a thermos with a tacky old mug in his other hand. Thanks. I took the mug. The Americano inside was scalding. Long sleeves and boiling coffee in summer. I just mimed sipping and set it down. Thankfully the air conditioning was blasting, so I could bear winter clothes. Since I've had coffee, may I treat you to dinner? I brought plenty of rations. Sure. The blizzard's still bad. We'll need a good meal if we're stuck here. We passed the time tidying up trash while making light banter about why we'd been climbing. I offered to clear away the containers, but he wouldn't let me do it alone. Then a deafening roar came from outside. Kaboom. They really put that sound effect in. I muttered, startled. Thunder. Chongryo frowned and tried the door, but it wouldn't budge. It must be an avalanche. The snow's piled up, he said. I'll call the police. I grabbed my old flip phone and pretended to relay that they'd been notified, but that no one could reach us today. Well then, let's hold out here for now, I suggested. Right. Thank you. Likewise. With the basic setup notified, they told us we could improvise the sketch around 2 character traits. I pretended to struggle with the heater, then sat back down. The heater's not working well. Who knows what could happen? Guess we stay up all night, I said, following production's cue to chat through the night for footage. What should I do now? I thought. It seemed like the right time for genuine getting to know you talk. Maybe I should ask for advice as the junior. It'd make for good TV. I decided and spoke up. So, why did you decide to go mountain climbing today? I wanted to clear my head, and today was the only free day, he laughed. Actually, I'm a singer. You are. He flushed and cleared his throat. I'm in an idol group called VTIC. Maybe you've heard of us? This pathetic scenario. I feigned a reaction like, of course I've heard. I'm a fan, then shared my news. I debuted recently too. Really? You're a junior. What a coincidence. Indeed. The setting had zero realism. As we were about to get serious, Chongryo, who'd been rubbing his chin, suddenly said, Since we're in the same line and can't sleep, a story came to mind. Oh, want to hear it? Who would refuse? Sure. I'm all ears. It's not that deep, just some chatter. He tapped the wooden floor. Do you know any idle urban legends? I heard one recently. Urban legends? Yeah. I didn't know what sketch he was aiming for, but played along. What's it about? He smiled wryly. There was an idol who one day woke up and found himself sent back in time. That idol decided he'd become a successful idol without controversy this time. But every time he died in an accident, he'd go back to the past again. They say that idol eventually became a ghost. He haunts recording studios, and when an up-and-coming idol starts recording, he barges in to record with them. I could have done it, too. Chongryo folded his arms. So what do you think? 92 chapter. I met his gaze and murmured quietly. I think I'll remember this every time I record from now on. Haha. Chongryo waved his hand. You don't need to worry. Actually, I just made it up. I tweaked that recording studio ghost story a bit. Oh, I see. But you know the real. Recording studio ghost story is true, right? Chongryo laughed a few times, spouted some nonsense, then said he'd go wash up and disappeared. Phew. I got past it. I forced myself not to show how unnerved I was. He definitely knows something. That bastard used the cursed stat screen or this time loop thing as a smokescreen to probe me. How could he know? He didn't seem certain. He hadn't actually seen my stat screen. So maybe he pieced it together from context. No, that's ambiguous, too. There are too many unknowns. I wiped the cold sweat from my brow as if gathering my thoughts, then decided on my next move. Soon Chongryo returned. Good thing I brought that rechargeable electric kettle. Mix it with cold water, and it'll be fine. Oh, thank you so much. I took the cylindrical device he handed me. It wasn't a thermos. It was an electric kettle. No wonder the Americano was boiling hot. Marveling at the producer's pointless attention to detail, I did what I needed to do. Stat screen. First, I check his stat screen. Judging by patterns so far, traits and status effects usually offered hints about the person. Nothing to lose by checking. But the moment the pop-up appeared, an unexpected hint landed. Name: Chongryo, Shin Jae-hyun. This character's details are currently unviewable. Requirement: confirm truth a second time. I immediately turned toward the bathroom to hide my agitation. Then I moved slowly inside and shut the door. There were no cameras in the bathroom. Phew. But the mic was still on. To keep from blurting anything, I stayed silent and checked the stat screen again. Requirement: confirm truth a second time. So I hadn't misread it. To view Chongryo's stat screen, I had to claim the truth reward that I'd withheld. Is it hurrying me on? Or maybe Chongryo really was tied up in all this. and it demanded the reward. Feels like content gated by a level restriction in a game. Either way seemed plausible, so I couldn't be sure. It's insane to be told to re-trigger a status effect with such uncertain hints. It made me uneasy. If it really wants to push me, it could have used more extreme measures. If that bastard actually held a clue, the stat screen was dangling the carrot. Time to decide. I can't live with the status effect popping up forever. My assumption that it would clear on its own was just wishful thinking. And anyway, it'd be 300 days before I could delay further. Then I'd have to claim the reward. Might as well grab what I can now. If I waited, who knew how Changryo would act? Better to finish while we were still probing each other. Pop-up. Success. Number 1 rank. You have achieved first place on the terrestrial music show. Time limit met. Great success. Status effect. Remove die if. Not number 1 inch. Confirm truth. Click. I slowly raised my hand and hovered over click. Then, as before, my vision went black. A cold wind blew across the building's rooftop. A man stood smoking a cigarette. Smoke dispersed in the chill air. He didn't even flinch in the cold. He merely stared down with clear eyes. The night view glittered below. An LED billboard across the street displayed an advertisement. It was for a brand he'd once filmed for. Actually, his group had. Where did it all go wrong? He studied the vivid colors of the video and suddenly fell into thought. A mistimed overseas debut? A concept out of step with trends? Members who'd lost their original spark? Investors stuffing pointless gusts of hype? Then he reached his conclusion. It was flawed from the start. Even the member lineup was wrong. There were too many useless members. No, rather than useless, they were obstacles. I wouldn't have set it up this way. He finally admitted it. He'd lived wrong. Emotion, tears, those are only for selling when times are bad. People sitting want to lie down. Lying down wants you to sleep. Personal struggles, unavoidable backstories, all just mouthful excuses sold cheap. Admitting it felt like relief. He smiled faintly, tossed the spent cigarette butt into the sky, and then let himself fall over the railing. Clatter. With the noise of the railing kicked aside, he fell to the road far below. But when the man regained consciousness, he opened his eyes in a small bedroom of a private home. What the? The cracked screen of an old phone reflected the face of a boy. He had woken up as himself before becoming Changryo. I gasped and came back to myself. Then I immediately turned on the water tap. Grr. Cold water poured out with a creak. I splashed my face right away. It was exactly the same as Park Monday. The third-person view into someone else's past. And that guy was definitely Changryo. Damn it. He'd gone back in time, too. From what I could piece together, he'd destroyed his career, come back, and succeeded. The thought made me snort, but more than that, it pissed me off. So that's why he blocked me from checking his stat screen. If I'd confirmed it, the truth reward would have been meaningless. No, more than that. Why on earth was it a reward? Park Monday's past was related to me, so fine. But why is Changryo's past a grand reward? They could have at least given a hint about my status effect. Anger bubbled up until I submerged my head in cold water for a while. Eventually, I calmed down and arrived at a rational conclusion. It means I can get a hint. If this bizarre supernatural phenomenon participant could provide insights, I could finally understand what was going on. In that sense, the stat screen was doling out hints. Step by step, just like in a game. Ding. Die if not number 1. If you fail to win Rookie of the Year at the most prestigious domestic awards within the allotted time, you will die. Remaining period, D, 365. Seeing this crap again makes it feel like whoever set this up just wants me to suffer. Still, this is better. A Rookie of the Year award won't be hard unless an upset happens. That vague, most prestigious criterion worries me. But there are, 3 major awards? By objective metrics, there's no way I'll lose. In these times when mass appeal is hard to secure, no new act later this year will surpass a Taystar alumnus from Medusa. Getting number 1 on terrestrial music shows might be harder, though. I took a steady breath and wiped my face dry. Then I opened the door and walked out of the bathroom, kettle in hand. Thanks for this. Really appreciate it. No need to thank me. Glad you found it useful. I returned the kettle and sat across from Changryo. Then I pulled snacks from my backpack and offered them. We'll be up all night. Want something sweet if you like. Thanks. Changryo took them, but only pretended to open a pack, not eating. Is he managing or just wary? I acted like I was rummaging and checked his stat screen again. This time it displayed fully. Name: Changryo, Shin Jaehyun. Singing: B+, B+. Dance: S+, S+. Appearance: A+, S. Charisma: A+. Trait: sensitivity, A. Status: effect: correction, deactivated. Unbelievable. His stats were god tier. I'd intended to check his traits first, but my eyes flew straight to the status effect. Almost choked. But his potential isn't infinite. My vague assumption that every stat would be YEX was off. Anyway, I refocused on what I came for. First, the trait. Sensitivity, A. Values are rare. Junk is everywhere. Human resource judgment, plus 150%. A talent for management, then. If the truth, flashback was real, maybe he gained it after reviewing his life before death. Only one trait, though. That felt significant. Was there no trait roll or something? The difference between us was striking. Next, the status effect. Correction, deactivated. Try again. Upon failure, returns to the beginning. That sent chills down my spine. Recalling his story, he tries hard to succeed without controversy, but he keeps dying in accidents and returning to the past. The ghost story was his own tale. Could it be that if he fails to remove, die if not number one, he's sent back to when his stat screen first appeared? A terrifying deduction. But that status effect was deactivated. Even that was a big reveal. It meant there was a way to deactivate it. Analysis complete. Next, further investigation. I set down my bag and stared at Changryo again. Finished checking the snacks? Yeah, nothing special. Haha. Still puzzled, aren't you? Indeed, that bastard didn't know much about me. Just probing. That means I have the informational advantage. Now it's my turn to probe. Here we go. Senpai, may I and OVELIGHT ask for some advice? Of course. I'm not sure I can advise, but any worry on your mind? Yes. It's just, Senpai, how did you start off with your senior members on your team? Start off? I fetched my cold coffee and took a deliberate sip, then continued slowly. In my team, because of how we formed, there's a strong shared experience. I'm curious how other groups got started. Is that so? Yes. Senpai of VTC, what process led you all to debut together? I was sure, in the truth flashback, he'd cited members as the root cause of Tick's failure. He must have switched members midway. I didn't know how a mere trainee pulled it off, but it seemed certain. VDIC was now thriving at top tier with no major controversies. Interesting question. Changryo smiled and picked up one of the nuts I offered. Crunch. He ate it. I waited with a serious expression for his answer. Now, show your unease. 93 chapter. I'm not sure where to begin. I'm listening. I deliberately knelt. On screen, I had to look like a rookie idol seeking guidance from a senior like him. Changryo forced a hollow smile, told me to sit comfortably a few times. Then, once he decided he couldn't change the topic any other way, began to speak. For us, we met as a team through the agency and started together, and everyone's personalities clicked quickly. He proceeded with the standard answer about how they all worked hard at debut. It was obvious, but it was also exactly the kind of virtue people expect from idols. I couldn't let him dodge it like that. I really appreciate the bond one have with my Taystar teammates, and you, Senior Changryo, likewise clicked with your team right from the start. I downed the rest of my coffee in one shot. Its strong taste snapped me back to focus. So strangers came together as a team without knowing each other, and yet never fought and got along perfectly. It's truly amazing and admirable. Surely they're all wonderful people, but I can't help thinking it was your leadership as the leader that made it possible. I really admire you. That was just the right amount of flattery for a rookie, not so much that it looked like I was bashing the other members. Changryo would have understood the meaning behind it. You must have picked just the right people by some trick. I know how it went. Indeed, Changryo stared at me intently. Do you think so? Yes. I'm embarrassed. It wasn't that big a deal. Not at all. It's impressive. Well, thank you. By now he must have grasped the situation. It's my first time talking about this in a setting like this. I don't know how it came across. It was very helpful. Thank you. You're welcome. That exchange made it clear who felt more dissatisfied. I wrapped up the conversation there. Shall we get comfortable then? Yes. Thank you. After that, the routine Snowy Lodge stranding skit resumed. Continued avalanches, a ruined backroom, even a chilling news report on a radio found in the storage closet. They shot it with a fair bit of immersion. I'll tune in live. Without further incident, filming wrapped the next morning. No sooner had filming ended than torrential rains began. Monsoon rains. Great work, everyone. I nodded in greeting around me, then followed the crew's suggestion and pulled out my phone to make a video call. Beep, 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 click. Soon a familiar face filled the screen. Big Sejin. Why am I calling Chongwoo? But you answer first. Whoa, Mundy. Mundy Hyung, is that you? Chaos ensued, and in no time the Taystar guys crowded into view. So they told everyone to hop on if I called anyone. Makes sense. The producers had wanted a few shots of Taystar as a side note. It was meant for the main shoot, but timing made that impossible, so it'll probably show up as a cookie cut behind the scenes at the end. Yo, done filming? Yeah, I'm heading back in now. Be careful on your way. Why yeah, take care. Pick up snacks on the way. Rain, and still they make cheeky requests. I nearly ignored them, but thought of the cameras, and replied kindly, why don't you buy some for yourself? I'll eat when I get in. Mundy's got good comebacks. Nice. They laughed, aware of the camera. I chatted nonsense a bit more, then ended the call. My manager texted that heavy rain would delay arrival. Oh, by the way, the new manager started just a few days ago. Turns out they're younger than me. Mundy, aren't you going in? Oh, senior. I bowed to Chongrio, who had approached me. A few crew glanced our way. My manager said they'll be late, so I'm waiting. Must be because of the rain. Then lunch will be late, too. Why don't you grab a bite? That's right, Mundy. Let's eat first. We were supposed to have a wrap-up dinner, but the rain messed it up. A rider passing by chimed in. They said the footage looked good, seemed to have a high opinion of me. Glad they made my job easier. Then I'll gladly eat. Good. Chongrio brought the car around, and I explained to my manager, who kindly gave permission, no afternoon schedule anyway. As soon as we finish, I'll go straight home and sleep. As I daydreamed, Chongrio returned in the car. After 7 years, you'd expect him to have his own car. Hop in. Thank you. I slid into the front seat. The door clicked shut, I buckled up, and we pulled away immediately. Chongrio wasted no time. I hate wasting time. Let's not beat around the bush. Shall we get to it? What year did you come from? You first, senior. Haha. He laughed, then stopped abruptly. Kinda psycho, isn't he? Suddenly switching to casual speech and smirking. I made sure he kept his eyes on the road. I monitored both his words and his gaze carefully. After all, he had basically admitted it himself. I already came from that time frame. It's not much use to me. I was hoping to hear about the future. I don't have much to tell either. Really, I was preparing for civil service exams. Chongrio was momentarily speechless, then sighed as if deflating, his tone easing. That's absurd. A civil service exam candidate becoming an idol. If I don't do it, I die. Oh, you already knew that far along. I felt a slight dissonance. When did you find out? He tried to send one guy back, but failed. He died and returned. Send back where? To his home country. He was going to set up his own agency as soon as he completed 3 years. Chongrio tapped the steering wheel lightly and laughed. I'd rather drive myself. The problem was, Park Mundy didn't have a license, an utterly sigh-worthy situation. In any case, I realized for sure from that exchange. This guy can't see his stat screen. He only realized the die status effect after dying and coming back, so he never got that in his own guide. That's why he only got 2 traits. He'd basically been flying blind. Though, starting as an idol and returning in his own body gave him some advantage over me. When did you die? Probably during an audition when you failed to debut. If I lied, things would get tangled. If he sensed deception and began mixing lies, I'd be in trouble. So I told the truth. I haven't died yet. Really? Then how did you know? I just knew. If you don't achieve it by the deadline, you die. Chongrio stared ahead silently, then muttered softly. I envy you. In the rearview mirror, I saw Chongrio glance at me with only his eyes moving. Honestly, it was creepy as hell. This is exactly the perfect time. Feels like living as the main character. Living as the main character. only to possibly die each time the deadline returns? All right. Different perspectives, I guess. Suddenly, Changryo shifted to a much lighter tone. I think it's a kind of penalty. Pardon. Fail at something you feel compelled to do. You die? Honestly, it's bearable. Inc. via LGT, official version, isn't it? You return to the past, after all. I didn't get it at all. This sounded like pure insanity. Some defense mechanism rationalizing the situation? Yet Changryo gave a surprisingly reasonable explanation. Astonishing, really. By my calculations, you get it once, plus once more for each year you go back. That's how it seemed. That meant there was an end to the status effect, so his was deactivated. Assuming he was right, I had gone back 3 years. 4 times total. Already cleared twice. A spark of hope. Of course, trusting him remained a separate issue. But I was satisfied to have someone to probe. Next, I asked the point that had been bothering me. How did you know I'd returned to the past? I just knew. He echoed my words deliberately. He wanted me to press him first. I clicked my tongue inwardly. Still can't talk stat screen yet. He seemed normal otherwise, but with this supernatural affair, he was a little off. Best not push today. Anyway, it was fun meeting you in many ways. A valuable experience. Yes, senior. Thank you. Contact me if you're curious about anything. Thank you. We quietly dined at a Korean restaurant and returned to the dorm. Finally, staying up all night in that battle of wits left me filthy tired. Opening the front door, the guys without afternoon schedules popped out from here and there, waving as they passed. Monday's back. How was the variety show? Why, yeah, good job. Yeah, it was fine, thanks. Wow, they're so friendly. They say you get attached if you see faces often. Living together must have made it comfortable. I grabbed Big Sejin, who was brushing his teeth. Snacks. Oh ho, did you really think that, Monday? Of course not. But the mood tempted me to ask once more. As expected, I got the same result. Yet to my surprise, Big Sejin pointed at the fridge. Check it and pick 2 things you want. Got them from the convenience store. That defied expectations. I shrugged. Thanks. You're welcome. Oh, by the way, normally it's 3 each, but since you got a solo variety show slot, we deducted 1 for you. Haha. Just kidding. Normally it's 2. He's really pushing boundaries these days. In that moment, my phone buzzed. Vrying. VTIC Changryo. Text me if you feel like you're gonna die. Happy face. Suddenly, even Big Sejin's antics seemed trivial. Still way better than that guy. Yes, understood. Thank you. I replied curtly, left the snacks, and headed straight to bed after washing up. You're back. Yeah. Everything okay? All good. Want to sleep? Yes. I stayed up all night. Mind if I draw the curtains? Go ahead. I exchanged a few words with Lee Sejin. Then we agreed and drew the blackout curtains. I settled in for a nap. There was evening monitoring to do. TSDAR's Living Together test. Episode 6. Today's airing reflected the reality travel edition. 94 chapter. Awake. How did you sleep? Yeah. Feeling refreshed. I spoke outright for once. After a good nap and a shower, I genuinely felt better. All right, everyone, look over here and smile. Big Sejin was rounding up those sneaking into the living room to take a photo. 4. Uploading. Yeah. I didn't meddle. He seemed to know how to edit it nicely. Instead, I pulled out my phone for real-time reaction monitoring. Slow. I'd bought the cheapest model even among budget phones. Maybe heavy use was catching up to it. Well, I didn't have money to upgrade now, so I let it be. Anyway, the SNS timeline was buzzing with people waiting for the broadcast. Oh, it's starting. Cha Eugene, you're on reality show. Yes. The show began just as Cha Eugene ran into the kitchen holding snacks, all excited. The first footage was of Taestar prepping to depart, brimming with anticipation. Ryu Chongwoo, is this enough packing? Cha Eugene, I love trips. Big Sejin, we'll be back safe. A moment later, a cut showed the tiny skydiving plane drifting overhead. The camera panned down to Taestar standing dumbfounded on a rural airstrip, gear in hand. PD Young, do you see the plane up there? Taestar. PD Young, you'll board it and jump out. Taestar, horrified. A huge white caption loomed over their stunned faces. What caused this situation? Immediately the screen cut back to their lodging. A few days earlier, TSDR's dorm. A giant sign reading Special. TSDR's first-place celebration trip lay spotlighted among balloons scattered across the living room floor. A subtitle appeared. Cause of this situation, spoiler. What followed was TSDR's ordeal, shown and censored. Cha. Eugene, a trip. They'd spun a roulette they thought was harmless fun, only to land on extreme. Their startled reactions edited for comic effect. But the real punchline was them noticing the roulette was rigged. Tada. Again, extreme trip. Tada. Again, extreme trip. T-Star. An interview cut in. Park Monday, genius pupper when the wheel stopped. I saw it bounce once. It felt unnatural. Park Monday, pupper tricked, but I never thought it would actually land on it. Lost for words. Lee Sejin, Ajusa's A-lister Ajusa didn't rig it. Ha 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 ha. Lee Sejin's line is hilarious. Ajusa didn't rig it. So obviously heartfelt LOL. All the warm moments were just momentum for the trip episode. Man, Monday's stats are extreme. Great at some things, hilariously bad at others LOL. Example of bad. Horror, drawing. Looking forward to that happy face. Can't wait for the haunted house. Gonna lose it. Why are they looking forward to my failures? Anyway, the footage showed T-Star receiving thorough skydiving training and boarding the plane. T-Star, focused. Fans took note of each member's attitude. Raybin chanting prayers LOL. Kim Raybin. This is completely safe. Anyway, I'm safe. Ahyun has a strong heart. Didn't flinch at all LOL weird, but he comforted the scared ones. That part was so funny LOL. But they're all giving 110% effort. Guys, if you're tired you can protest. This isn't a survival show. My heart hurts all of a sudden. Ryu Chongwoo's jump was epic. Trainer also impressed. As for me, I just jumped when it was my turn, no big build-up. But on landing, they slapped on one more caption and composite. Doggo landing. And a translucent black Welsh corgi was CG'd in during my fall. Waha. Doggo. Knock it off. And quit punching the couch. Those reality producers, when they lack footage they just throw in a dog. Where on earth did they source such stock video? Regardless, fans cracked up. Every so often someone would joke about Tibetan foxes. That one interview from Big Sejin really stuck. Big Sejin, what's it like flying? Haha, it's not an everyday experience. I loved it. Cha Eugene, I want to do it again. Kim Raybin, when I actually jumped, I felt a refreshing sense of freedom. The show intercut heartfelt interviews, probably to balance the jump right in skydiving shock. Next, PD Young. Then please split into teams now to enter the invitation to the haunted house. That dreaded extreme scare challenge. Big Sejin. We have bad memories making teams. Kim Raybin. Let's all go in together. Fans sympathized mockingly. Bad memories gag, LOL. Ajusa PTSD here? LOL. How scary can it be LOL? This is what I've been waiting for. Get in there, guys, popcorn. And as they wished, TSDR's haunted house exploration aired. Our group got the most screen time. 3 people, so makes sense. If I didn't think that, it'd be embarrassing to watch. Big Sejin, Cha Eugene, Park Monday. Faints. He's moving around just fine. Why that caption? Annoyed, I watched Big Sejin and Eugene applaud and laugh. That's right. We really thought you passed out. No spirit left in me. Even Eugene knows words like spirit. It wasn't that bad. Really, Big Sejin chuckled. All right, then name one phrase you said when chasing that thing. I spoke? Don't remember, do you? You might have fainted. Big Sejin cackled, pleased with his own editing that didn't gap audio. Hey, look there. It's coming out now. I turned my head. The screen showed a staff member sprinting down a hallway. He was screaming. Beard. See that? Big Sejin asked triumphantly. But immediately, the footage on either side of me showed Eugene and Big Sejin screaming louder. Wah-ah. Volume adjusted. That was their doing. Meanwhile, the show compiled Big Sejin's quieter heroics into a highlight reel. Did everything while scared. Oh, found it. Big Say looking out for team. Solo discovery. Big Sejin's kind of cool. Saw how he turned around at once. What was that? He's actually enjoying the fear LOL great at exploring. Truly competent. Monday looked frozen. So cute. Our pupper. Didn't even bark. So gentle. I turned. and Big Sejin beamed. Wow, I cut escape time, huh? Let's say you covered me Monday. By trade, it must be tough, but I'd love to land one good hit on that mouth of his. The invitation to the haunted house ended with a brief backstory. What's the mystery behind the photos Taystar took? A gruesome narrative mixing human sacrifice with a 20th century Western haunted mansion was chilling. Oh, so that's why there was an altar there. Kind of sad. Emotions vary, so let's move on. In any case, the first travel episode closed with a pig roast feast. Since staff usually get to sample in these ending montages, that scene was heartwarming, too. So nice seeing you eat well. Wow, a whole pig gone in no time lol. Not managing diets? Always meat eating. What are you saying? They're all sticks anyway. Mind your own business. W-app mukbang please. The last suggestion is worth considering. So reality show ends next week. Episode 7 was effectively the finale. Episode 8 would be a highlight special, something like a director's cut. Most idol reality shows wrap within 4 episodes, so this was ridiculously extended. Ajusa's finale energy plus Tnet's freed schedule, another big drama airing on cable at the same time, made the stretch possible. Longer than our promo period. Also, this week was our final music program. The debut album promotions were done. Should we do at least a W-app to celebrate the end? I went to my bedroom and logged into TSDAR's W-app account to check. I was surprised to see their last live stream had been just hours ago. Test. But the video was only 1 minute, 2 seconds long. 1 minute. I had no idea what that was. No mention of an accident, so it wasn't that. What happened? Who was it? Big Sejin was the likeliest candidate, but he wouldn't stream for only a minute. I clicked the black thumbnail. A bit of white noise played, and the screen was dark. Then, suddenly, an arm filled the frame. Like this. Gasp. And it ended. Cian Ahyun. Clearly he'd hit a wrong key during practice and accidentally started the live feed. Comments were filled with how cute it was. Many guessed they'd reopen it properly at night. I found it odd, though. He's the type to post a long apology on SNS, but I saw none today. He must have planned a W-live anyway, so I might as well bring it up. It's easier with 3 people than solo. Someone motivated would lighten my load. I went to the next room and knocked. Mind if I come in? Why ya? The door opened quickly. Kim Rae-bin was likely still in the living room. Only Cian Ah-hyun was inside. What's up? But why was he looking so guilty? He'd always been quiet, but this was beyond that. I don't think I've heard Ah-hyun speak today. He'd been much more talkative lately. Now he'd regressed to Ajusa's early days in both tone and manner. You all right? No. He stubbornly denied it. Sigh. You're sweating. If you don't want to tell me, talk to Chong Woo-hyung or the manager. Wait. He was still sweating, then struggled to speak. I made a mistake. A W-live mistake? You saw it. Yeah. You started it by accident. But, no problem. I told him how fans said in comments they enjoyed it. He shook his head gravely. That. I didn't start it by accident. He swallowed. I meant to start it. I deliberately stopped it. B because I was too scared. 95 chapter. I see. So you turned it on to at least say hello, but then you got too scared and turned it off. Why yeah. Cian Ah-hyun bowed his head like a criminal. Sitting on the floor just inside the door looked almost comical. What exactly scared you? People might hate me. If they hate it, they won't watch. They insulted me. Did you see it in the live comments? He nodded vigorously. Another jerk must have jumped in the moment the alert went off and started spouting garbage. I don't understand why so many people want to hurt others by sacrificing someone's life for content. It's frustrating. Anyway, Ah-hyun must have endured monstrous insults during Ajusa. This time the tipping point was probably the fan sign event. Having comments appear in real time must have made it worse. He must have felt it personally. I rubbed my shoulder and said, even outside this profession, you can't only meet people who love you. Someone will always dislike you. And some just enjoy insulting others. Of course it feels awful. It can be scary, but if it's so scary you want to quit, maybe you should get some help. Wouldn't it be better to talk to someone now? Your promotions are wrapping up. I'm fine. Why is he so stubborn? I narrowed my eyes. You just don't want to see a counselor, do you? I've tried, it didn't help. He squeezed his eyes shut. I used to fix my stutter, but it just comes back. Uh, it's no use. He bowed his head deeply. I have to live like this forever. What a melodramatic thing to say. Did you just run into a quack? Cue quack. And I don't mean you have to cure your stutter. I just thought you'd feel better if you had someone to talk to. If you don't trust one, I can call someone else and we can vote. Fortunately, he had no trauma around polls, so with his blank consent, I polled the team. First, Ryu Chongwoo. I can't speak for everyone, but any recovery needs consistency. Don't give up until you get a conclusion. Good thinking. Why yes. Next, Big Sejin and Kim Rae-bin, who were browsing fan comments in the living room. We should definitely meet another doctor. Tell the agency. They'll likely introduce you to a reputable one. Many came from other agencies. I don't think one example can generalize. You need at least 5 comparisons for reliability. I see. In the kitchen, Cha Eugene didn't understand quack. After I explained, he said, drop the quack. Meet a new doctor. It sounded like a soap drama plot summary, but concise. Finally, I asked Lee Sejin, who was lying on the bed. Surprisingly, she gave a sober answer. Doctors vary widely. Some make you wonder why they charge, others are great. Got it. If it doesn't fit, switch quickly. I haven't seen many myself, but... Then, hesitantly, she added, try your best. Thanks. Unexpected support. With that, the survey was done. I folded my arms and asked again. Well, this time, Ah-hyun seemed moved. He thought hard, then clenched his fists. Taechin, after promotions end, I'll tell them right away. You will? Good. Oh, okay. Let your parents know. What? He looked like he might postpone again when the date approached. I stayed until he messaged his parents about counseling plans. He sent the message with sweat on his brow. They replied immediately. His counseling appointment was successfully scheduled. Well done. Thanks. He looked dazed. I patted his back and returned to my room. That evening, I got a sudden thank you call from his parents. Apparently Ah-hyun told them I'd convinced him. Was that necessary? It felt awkward. Thank you. Some things are beyond our control. Her voice trembled. After clearing her throat, she thanked me again. I only suggested you bring it up. But still, I later overheard that Ah-hyun had endured verbal abuse like, you'll live like this forever, right after his relapse. It slash must have been at school. I'd stake my balance on it. Peer pressure again. Anyway, I ended the call politely. What an experience. I stepped onto the balcony, leaned on the railing, and felt the summer breeze. Tired, but it's cool. Our group living ended like that. The final music show went smoothly. Everyone really likes these shorts. Yeah, they're comfy for moving. I felt cool too. Big Sejin's kneeling finale move might have had him thinking differently, though. Hello, lovers. I'm Muddy Dog Face. This is today's outfit. Photo. After uploading the final group photo, I truly felt our first promotional cycle was over. Starting vacation tomorrow. Yay, I can finally go home. Everyone lit up at Ryu Chongwoo's words. Our agency, true to its word, gave us vacation, exactly 4 days. Living out of town means a few days of eating and napping, then it's over. Still, this was better than nothing. I'd heard many agencies skip vacation and jump straight into the next album. That evening, right after finishing a commercial shoot, Taystar members grabbed their bags from the dorm and headed home one by one. I'll see you in a few days. See you. Stay healthy. Bye. Through it all, Ah-hyun fretted over his upcoming counseling, stumbling off. Click. Tinkle. The front door closed behind him. I was alone in the dorm. This is awesome. Thinking of using this huge place quietly for 4 days gave me energy. I sighed in relief and flopped on the sofa. I'll lie down for a bit, then eat, then catch up on monitoring. I thought that and drifted off. I woke in the living room that evening to find something very wrong. I couldn't move. The same symptom I'd had after my first Ajusa shoot, terrible flu-like exhaustion. I'm dead. It was worse than before. My brain felt like it was boiling. I tried to do something, but realized I couldn't. Even watching TV is too hard. With heavy hands, I turned off the TV showing YouTube. I'd planned to monitor the preview with Chongrio, but barely remembered it. My head throbbed. Check my temperature. Beep. 38.8 C. Unbelievable. I rattled through the medicine box for painkillers and an antipyretic and swallowed them. They tasted terrible. After a while, The pain eased. Then I could think more clearly. Manager should rest, too. It wasn't bad enough to call the company, just an overwork flare-up. 4. Now, I should rest during vacation. Resting due to illness isn't fun, but it was unavoidable. While I have energy, let me prep food. I cooked some instant rice porridge, took a few spoonfuls, then lay back in bed. With the meds still in effect, I began monitoring. First, stage reactions. The comeback stage fan cams on Music Bomb had racked up views. Rivalries among stan fandoms probably drove numbers. M-Bomb fancam. Taystar Moonday Magic Boy / 1.12M. I've crossed 1 million too. All that dance practice paid off. I smiled weakly and clicked the video. Here's our genius dancer, Mundy. Come see. Let's all stand Mundy. Mundy, you sleep while practicing, right? I'm worried you'll stay up all night like an Ajusa. Take care and eat well. Wow, this is the #1 feeling, huh? Every move has subtle details. What practice did you do, Mundy? My basic skills took over. I felt good anyway. This must be why people devote their lives to work despite work-life balance. There were English comments, too, but I couldn't focus. I moved on to the next task. I'd been meaning to search SNS for Park Mundy. Like last time, videos, photos, and fan art poured in. Hard to grasp that so many cared about me, but exploring was fun. I scrolled slowly, reading reactions. Then I saw something odd. Park Mundy Taystar Mundy Ajusa. Park Mundy, please go blonde again. Black hair really doesn't suit you. Please blonde. Why did you dye it black after all that? It'll just grow out dark anyway. Please go blonde. The desperation in that plea pierced the screen. Below, people argued and defended. Well, wow. I chuckled. Next album. Maybe I'll take votes on hair color. Next. Did I say that out loud? I stared at my phone, blurry. My head hurt. The meds must have worn off. Fuck. I felt unbearably weak. I collapsed on the bed. I didn't know what to do. Maybe a nap would help. My thoughts ended there. My body felt heavy. I must have been caught by sleep paralysis. A voice called. Hey, you. Park Mundy. In an instant, I snapped fully awake. 96 chapter. A blurry shape resolved into a familiar face. Big Sejin. You look like you're burning up. I couldn't be certain, but I'd bet Big Sejin's expression was one of genuine alarm. I cleared my throat a few times before answering. Yeah? I took some medicine. Medicine isn't enough. Hey, go to the hospital. Want me to call the company for you? It's not like I've got some grave illness. I've just got the flu. Big Sejin clicked his tongue. If you want to recover quickly, why suffer? Go get in 4 drip. Ask for the strong prescription, too. Annoying as it was, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted. The company will cover it, right? Still, it was a big company subsidiary. I could hope they'd treat it as a work-related injury. Then reality hit. Oh, my manager Hyung's off today. Just call a taxi. Throw on some decent clothes. Taxi was an option, huh? I watched Big Sejin finish his call, then summoned enough reason to ask. But why are you here? I had something to pick up at the company, so I stopped by. I live nearby. Pick up what? That important? Never mind. Let's get you changed. The taxi's almost here. Okay. I rose slowly, peeled off my sweat-soaked tee, and pulled on a generic hooded sweatshirt. I was chilled, not hot. Need help? I'm good. That should do it. A mask would hide my face. Here, put this on. He spotted the mask in my hand like a ghost. I clipped it on and conceded. Thanks. Don't mention it. Just be nice to me. Big Sejin shook his head, checked his phone, and said, The taxi's nearby. Let's head down. Right. Front gate. I called it there. Follow me. It wasn't a send-off. He was coming along. I'll just nip over myself. Imagine the headlines if you collapse alone. I surrendered. Let's go. Okay. I kept quiet and followed him downstairs into the taxi. Half awake and queasy, we soon reached the hospital. Feel a lot better, right? Yeah. I conceded. No clue what was in those 4 bags, but after 2 different colored packs, I felt significantly revived. Just a tolerable case of flu. It was a big hospital, apparently quiet even for a celebrity, and it went smoothly. Now we just eat and take your meds. Man, you don't get friends like this everywhere. Yeah, thanks. No problem. Big Sejin shrugged, opened the dorm's front door, and I froze. Stack after stack of boxes lay piled up. These weren't ordinary deliveries. Each box was wrapped in ivory paper with dark green ribbons. Sizes varied wildly. Oh, they already moved them in. Huh. I asked the totally unfazed Big Sejin. Is it my birthday? Huh? Oh, you must have seen it when you Googled Monday. He winked. That's right. My birthday's the day after tomorrow, August 1st. So that's what he needed to pick up. I thought he'd been hyping it for a week. I hadn't expected such nonchalance. If I hadn't vaguely remembered an SNS mention, I'd have passed these off as debut support gifts. In any case, the birthday boy himself was totally chill. Since it falls mid-vacation, I wanted to get the proof shots first. You know how good it feels to see them on the day. That's true. And happy birthday. Yes, send me a touching message and a gift icon. Chicken would do. I snorted. Today you've already covered one chicken. Huh. Say that, and Monday, I might negotiate too. What? He grinned, went into the kitchen, and lifted a pot. Is that Galbi, Jim? Galbi? Where did that come from? I was worried you'd be alone here, so I borrowed it from my birthday. Feast. Doesn't it warm your heart? Big Sejin bringing Galbi Jim for his teammate during his own birthday vacation. Haha, that'll make a good anecdote. You're speechless 'cause you're moved? It's okay. I get it. He waved and headed back out to the vestibule. I'm heading back now. Take care during your vacation. Don't forget to heat up that Galbi Jim. Can I get a shot of the gift setup? Come on, you're sick. I already took one at the company. He left me with a final reminder to head back to the hospital if I got worse, then disappeared. I sure lived through some things. I'd rarely had anyone stay with me when sick. It's usually just chores. This was surprisingly nice. Having someone help is comforting. I'll definitely send chicken for Big Sejin's birthday. It's worth it on my vacation. Okay, time for my meds and another round of monitoring. Click. A message popped up. See you in Ahyun. Monday, enjoying your vacation? I just finished my first counseling session. The counselor seems great, so I'm going to give it my all this time. I had to thank you, so I'm texting. More. Nothing's changed. Still, she didn't post in the group chat. I tapped to expand. In short, she was grateful and wondered if I might visit during vacation. Nope. I replied that I was recovering and planning to rest. I tossed my phone on the couch, took my pills, and when I looked again, there were 5 long replies, and the group chat notifications had exploded. Big Sejin had already updated the entire group. Cha Eugene, get well soon, Hyung. Crying emoji. Ryu Chongwoo. Maybe you got tired from working. Rest was good. Let me know if it's too much. Kim Raybin. My grandpa gave me red ginseng. Should I bring it when I get back? Blurry water bottle pic. Big Sejin. Count me in too. LOL emoji. Dozens of messages piled up. Sigh. I felt like they were all right next door. Still, I appreciate it. They could have chided me for being bothered while I rest. Even Lee Sejin texted me, privately, not in the group. Lee Sejin, are you okay? I replied in order. To Ahyun that I was recovering and hadn't minded her suggestion to hang out. So no worries. To Lee Sejin that I was fine. Finally, I posted in the group. I went to the hospital and I'm okay now. Enjoy your vacation, everyone. Checkmark emojis filled my screen. Quick, positive feedback was kinda nice. Now let's eat. I shrugged, reheated the Galbi Jim and instant rice, and it was delicious. By the time Park Monday quietly wrapped up his vacation feeling recovered, TSDR's fans were buzzing over the SNS vacation posts. Ian started crocheting dishcloths, lol, so cute. Too cute. Half-done dishcloth pic. Today's Raybin. Grandpa gave me sweet corn. I want to feed him Chudang peach until his belly's stuffed under the AC. Seriously. Anyone know where Chongwoo went? Looks like a mountain. Did he really hike in this heat? On vacation? Especially around Big Sejin's birthday, he flooded SNS with photos and videos, giving fans plenty to talk about. The most popular clip, Taystar lip-syncing their high-five performance playing on TV, passing through the living room, drinking water or reading. They got excited and mimicked each other's parts, and it racked up tens of thousands of shares. Why do they seem closer here than in the reality show? LOL. I didn't know actor Sejin could match Eugene's rap part, LOL. They're so comfortable together, my heart warms, sob. Taystar renew for 100 years. And with the reality travel finale airing, fans felt bittersweet as TSDR's debut activities concluded. Except one member's fans weren't ready for nostalgia. It was Novellight Park Mundi's fans, anxiously awaiting the broadcast of Get to Know You First. Finally, today's the day. Monday Variety show so much screen time. I was so nervous I couldn't sleep last night. The preview showed an escaped murderer and ghost story. Imagining Mundy pretending not to be himself and trailing the senior makes me think it'll be cute and hilarious. I even took a day off to watch with a clear head. I'm the winner. LOL, how excited are they? Amid their excitement, this week's Get to Know You First began. First up, a sketch of two people meeting at a mountain lodge halfway up a snowy slope. It startled me when the blizzard hit suddenly, but luckily there was a lodge. Indeed, I saw the weather conditions and came in quickly. If there was an issue, neither had any acting skills, so it accidentally became a hilarious comedy bit. Comments exploded in real time. Lol. It looks less like a rescue and more like a business meeting. Mystery conference room vibes. Where'd leader Chongryo go, and who's Jaehyun popping out? Someone might think this is a seminar. Mundy, it's supposed to be winter, but you look hot, hesitating to take off your coat. They sipped hot Americanos and awkwardly shared instant heat packs from backpacks, cracking everyone up. Mundy pretended he didn't see the chicken feet lunchbox. He brought that as part of the setting, but is rifling through his backpack like he's never seen it. Chongryo, who only drinks hot water in midsummer, makes a junior drink piping hot Americano. Speechless. They must hate the lunch. They're silent while eating. The cheesy blizzard CGI outside the window made it even funnier. At that moment, a sudden thunderous sound echoed. With trivial subtitles, the mood turned even more bizarre. A tremendous roar shakes the lodge. Castaway 1. Is that thunder? Calm. Castaway 2. I'll report it to the police first. Calm. Though trapped by an avalanche, we feel no tension because we have PPL that produces infinite hot. Americanos. LOL, I can't. They're exactly the same. They probably think they're super immersed, maybe. The endless sketch finally broke when Chongryo brought up a ghost story. 97 chapter. On screen, Chongryo smiled and began the ghost story. Have you ever heard an idol ghost story? I only heard one recently. A ghost story. Here we go. Finally, LOL. Park Mundy, are any of ya Elgar HT? Don't copy read here. You going to spill that Americano this time? True to their expectations, the moment Park Mundy heard ghost story, he froze solid. Mundy is even scared of ghost tales? LOL. His face is frozen, but he's pretending he's not scared. So cute. I'm not even a fan, but watching him freak out is the funniest thing ever. Welcome to the Park Mundy Appreciation Board. In reality, he was tense because of the ominous premise, but on air it appeared he was literally petrified by the ghost story. They say if you wander into a recording studio, and an idol who seems destined for success is recording, the ghost will slip in and record alongside them. I could have done it too. It said. Midway through, the ghost line appeared in blood-red subtitles, heightening the atmosphere. Inside the cabin, silence settled. At last a chill ran through the set. Oh, wow, Money got really into it. Finally escaped the sketch LOL. Nice shot, Chongryo. Haha, don't worry. Actually, I just made it up. I tweaked. A studio ghost story. Oh, I see. But the original studio ghost story is real, right? So it turns out it was a phone ghost story. But that phone ghost story was also a phone ghost story. Chongryo rarely jokes like this. He's definitely a new character around juniors. Fun. This blend of comedy and immersion is perfect LOL. From there the show found its groove and built genuine atmosphere. The heater's broken. It seems the backroom door is locked. A sense of isolation grew. In this slightly serious mood, Chongryo and Park Mundy sat facing each other, launching into a heartfelt conversation. Sunbeam, is it okay if I ask you for advice? The hottest rookie shared worries about forming the group and teamwork up to their debut. It's my first time talking about this in a setting like this, so I don't know how it feels. Though shy admitting it, the senior responded with genuine care, an unexpectedly touching scene. Exactly the emotional moment a primetime variety show aims for. Tears, it's a bit cheesy, but I love it. Makes you realize how hard idols work even at such a young age. Wish all our K-pop idols strength, except the ones in the scandals section of the news. The leader talking makes me hungry. He's eating a snack LOL. I only remembered Mundy's impression from the first juicer evaluation, but he speaks so beautifully. Pleasant surprise. It seemed destined to end on that warm note, but they dropped a little teaser for next week. Next story dash. Looks like the radio works. CHCZT, breaking news. A brutal suspect escaped from the detention center near Jowan Mountain. Dash. Oh, getting serious. Are they going to escape the cabin together? Or defend it? Viewers knew it wouldn't stay too serious. There'd be a comedic payoff at the climax, so they watched with keen interest. And next week, most viewers were stunned. What is this? What is this? Lol WTF LOL. Did it really connect like this? At first it seemed to follow expectations. Early in the show, Chongrio and Park Mundi relaxed while waiting for the police. But then, oddly, they realized their phone batteries were dead, so they searched the cabin for something to send an SOS signal. Instead of a flashlight or flares, they found a radio. Let's listen to this at least. It seems to work. CHCZD. And they heard that a murder suspect had broken out of prison. Frozen by the sudden news, both of them stiffened. Bang, bang, bang. Someone started pounding on the door, and a muffled voice called from beyond. Police. Open the door. Given the timing, of course the escaped murderer was lying. They exchanged glances. OMG, I'm more tense than I thought. Guys, you're both so brave. Don't fling that door open. Bring back last week's conference room vibes. Fortunately, they cautiously approached the door. Park. Mundi spoke first. Please state your rank, name, and affiliation. Suddenly, it went quiet outside. Then, moments later, bang, 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 bang. Hey, open up. So scary. Feels like a thriller variety show. Have they ever done something so intense? Viewers were bewildered. Then another shocking moment. Cracks. The front door splintered. Briefly, huge question mark subtitles exploded across the screen. We must escape. Before the door fully gave way, the two dashed backwards and fled. Whoa, this is intense. Isn't this show supposed to be just sketches? Why is it so brutal all of a sudden? Comments shifted from surprise to alarm, but it didn't last long. They tore open a window and escaped. This way. Yes. The green screen backdrop around the window ripped away, and the CG faltered. Subtitles glitched. That, a sight unseen. Yet in the chaos, they worked seamlessly. One disarmed the lock while the other held the frame. Perfect teamwork. That's when everyone burst out laughing. They're too into it, LOL. Where are last week's business people now? Can they break the fourth wall like this on air? Fourth wall broken, physically. LOL. After they leapt out, the camera scrambled to follow, and cheap CG popped up to obscure the crew hastily. The snow has all melted now. Thanks to the sudden warmth, it seems. You could take off your coats, I think. Still feels a bit chilly though. Lol, these guys, shameless. It melted because it got warm, LOL crazy. I wondered what the snow art around was. Turns out they just CG'd over crew and equipment, LOL. Mundi almost took off his coat, but Chongrio blocked him, LOL. Guess they won't break immersion there, LOL. I don't even understand the rules. Against the uproarious viewer reaction, the two carried on casually. Let's head down before that weirdo notices and chases us. Yes. See you next time then. Aren't you coming down with me? In case of emergency, it's better if at least one of us survives. Shall we split up? That makes sense. See you next time then. Yes. Take care, Sunbeam. LOL. Wisdom from another world. So cool. This is what winter feels like. Can a conversation flow this smoothly? LOL. I thought they'd give the same idle psychology test answers. Didn't expect this level. Amid belly laughs, Chongrio and Park Mundi exchanged polite farewells. The camera briefly lingered on Chongrio heading down the mountain, then whipped back to focus on Park Mundi. He watched Chongrio go, then turned and strode back toward the cabin's entrance. What is he doing? Mundi, why there? Standing before the door, Park Mundi shed his coat, revealing the clothes beneath. It was a mustard-colored prison uniform. In a flat tone he murmured, "Oh, you're lucky, Sunbeam." Viewers realized the truth and screamed in the chat. Huh? This is insane, what is this? Prisoner uniform. I feel like losing my mind. Is Mundi that ninja from the radio escape? Park Mundi whistled as he entered through the front door. As if on cue, startled gasps played briefly in reaction. Then the scene cut. Next was Chongrio making his way down the mountain. Run, Chongrio, run. Chongrio, Sunbeam, hurry. Sudden thriller drama. What's happening, MBS? But Chongrio, already moving slowly, stopped mid-step and murmured. I still couldn't take him with me. What is he now? Sighing, Changryo resumed walking. As a massive tree trunk slid past, briefly blocking the camera, Changryo vanished. By the tree he disappeared beside, a flyer came into close-up. Lost person, fell missing during snowstorm collapse. His ID photo was printed on it. Is he a ghost now? What kind of structure is this? Well, thank goodness. Tense BGM played. If we meet again, then. With that subtitle, the broadcast ended. My God, what did I just watch? The turn of events was so over the top that viewers were more shocked than scared. I want a joke, an unexpected twist, but this feels insufficient. They really planned this with the worst actors, MBS. Wait, were they pretending to be bad actors on purpose? What do you mean? If both prisoner and ghost escaped, they weren't stranded, so they were calm last week on purpose, lol. Whoa. After initial bewilderment at the grand scheme, viewers started to find it hilarious. The final sketch completes everything. LOL, they pull it off. Suddenly the PDs had a master plan. Haha, this is so fun. I need to rewatch last week, lol. Though it was absurd, the show balanced immersion and entertainment, and viewers were forgiving. With both stars' large fan bases, word spread quickly. Today's Get to Know You First was so fun. Hope to see Tix Changryo on more variety shows. Happy face, go te SDR's Mundi. This is Mundi's first solo variety, but he handled it so naturally. Great chemistry with Changryo Sunbeam too. Highly recommended. Both casting choices were excellent. Please invite them back. Smiling emoji. With entertainment news comments gone, the fan boards flourished. Even general viewers who didn't know Changryo or Park Mundi praised the shocking, hilarious format and enjoyed the variety show buzz without worry. A few days later, new buzz emerged. On Monday from Taystar Dogface, this is W Live. It was Park Mundi's first solo W Live 98 chapter. The stream has indeed started. I checked again that the video was coming through clearly, then sat down. Soon viewers began to join. Because there was a slight delay, I waited a moment. Then when comments started appearing, I greeted them. Hello. This is the first time I've personally broadcast a video online since that PR live. I spoke slowly, watching the delayed reactions fill the screen with hearts, hellos, and trolling comments. Still hard to read anything. I continued my introduction. I was thinking what to do. I'm a bit nervous. So I prepared something familiar to both of us. I tilted the phone down slightly. Today, Tada. The camera showed the table in front of me. Wrapped rice, sambap, was arranged on a platter. I prepared a let's eat together content. I picked up my spoon and chopsticks. Well then, bon appetit. I put a pre-made wrap in my mouth. Spicy pork stir-fry flavor. Not bad. Since it's my first broadcast, I felt guilty about just ordering delivery, so I made it myself, and the familiar taste made it easier to eat. Mind the audio. After chewing and swallowing, I made ink via right. Read more on our source, Small Talk. I timed this around dinner, but if you have other schedules, you can play this while you eat later. Camera angle. Can't see your eyes. Appa, fix the camera. You've already started eating. Oh, I checked the phone and saw the angle had slipped down, so my eyes were half hidden. Maybe a mount issue. This should be fine. It still showed the wrap well enough, but since people complained, I adjusted the stand and moved the phone back. Just a second. I tightened the mount, tapped the phone. Better now, how is it? I waited calmly. Replies mixed in. Wow. My idol. Shaking it for me. Mundi's clavicles are so straight. Looks good. Good. Love it. Looks like it's okay. Seeing comments respond to my little shake made me imagine a tiny crowd inside the phone. This is pretty fun. I chuckled, sat back, and resumed eating, picking comments to answer. Is this a favorite menu? I generally like anything that tastes objectively good. So far, it's tasty. Did you order this? No. I made it myself. Now that I thought about it, I haven't cooked much lately. My schedule's been busy, so it's mostly been ordering in. Honestly, that's simpler. Are you good at cooking? I want to eat too. Came for the chicken feet mukbang. How did you make it? OMG, homemade. Describe the taste. Oh, reactions were stronger than I expected. To everyone wanting to try it. After the stream, I'll post a simple recipe. But there's no secret, probably not much different from what you usually make. I popped another wrap in my mouth. Bulgogi flavor. As for the detailed taste, the sweet marinade soaks into the meat and pairs well with rice. The samjang adds a little kick, and the lettuce finishes with a refreshing note. I kept an eye on comments. More foreign languages than I thought. Mundi, I love you. Noong sub? Hello, smiling emoji. Is it mukbang? Did you got kimchi refrigerator? They even found a group's solo broadcast. Though Ajusa touted a global launch, I've never seen any overseas buzz and news articles. Maybe they heard because our schedule overlapped with VTIC. Or maybe the YouTube algorithms deep dive. In any case, it was surprising. Oh, the kimchi fridge. I haven't received it yet. I just assume they'll send it when they're ready, so I'm waiting patiently. I continued answering fitting questions, but surprisingly, it was hard to pick fitting ones. A minute of scrolling often yielded only foreign language or troll comments. Boring. Eat more? Of all things, bare head. Are you using your phone? Something's moving behind you. Change the filter. Scanning past the trolls, I found one worth answering. Oh, this is the company phone. That one's mine. I grabbed the old phone I'd set aside and shook it in front of the camera. At that moment, a notification arrived. BZZZZ. VTIC Chongrio Sunbeam. Terrible timing. Good thing the pop-up didn't show the content. Chongrio. Whoa, VTIC. You're friendly? Ugh, no. Comments already knew. I quickly clarified. Oh, we've just exchanged greetings now, and then since get to know you first. If I don't reply immediately, VTIC might drag me. Yet replying could spark attitude controversy on my first W Live. I asked permission first. May I reply briefly since I saw it? No need to ask. Sure. Show us the content. What will you send? Friendly? This is maddening. I opened the message, just work chit-chat. I sent back. Yes, got it. Then closed it quickly. Need to change the subject. Fortunately, I'd planned something. I found an apt comment. The same question recurring since the stream started. Where are the other members? Many are asking about the other members. Some are at schedules, some are at home. Just a moment. I stood and stepped out of view. I opened the door to fetch the friend already waiting in the living room. I brought someone who's at home. Oh, hello. Sian Ahyan. Her whole body shouting, I made up my mind. Though she said having 2 or 3 weeks of counseling had given her courage, and she'd agreed to appear briefly. Comments reacted well. Whoa, Ahyan. Welcome, Sammy. Love you. No Chongwu Appa? Call Eugene. Ahyan's complexion was surprisingly steady, despite a few rejections. With a slightly flushed face, she waved at the phone. Everyone's doing well. Because of the delay, the only thing she saw was, your face is insane, utter flattery. They say everyone's doing well. Ahyan, what have you been up to lately? Oh, I learned to crochet. Wanna see? Sure. With a crash, Ahyan dashed to her room. I turned to the camera. If she shows something, could you send lots of clap emojis? She just learned and is so proud. Even if it's silly, they'd fill the screen. This is it. Ahyan returned at lightning speed, thrusting rainbow-colored items at the phone, dishcloths. Shaped like bread slices to strawberries, every variety. As requested, people flooded the comments with clap emojis the moment she re-entered view. OTH, thank you. Unaware of the claps from people who hadn't even seen the cloths yet, Ahyan beamed and bowed. That should do it. I avoided letting her see any sudden troll comments that could wreck her confidence. But Ahyan, now brimming with confidence, sat at the table and began explaining her crochet. I made the bread-shaped one first. It looks a bit odd, but I think the strawberry came out well. Just as I was about to discourage her, someone knocked on the door. It swung open, and in walked Mundi. We've had reports you're still doing your PR mukbang 10 minutes past the end. Big Sejin. If you give me one rap, I'll pretend none of this happened. I want one too. Cha Eugene barged in, hand raised like a true mukbang guest. Clearly they'd been watching and jumped in. I bet there's still meat in the pan upstairs. They came all the way here just to crash my W Live. Suddenly the room was noisy. Whoa, this is really delicious. There's plenty more in the kitchen. Help yourselves. No, this special sambap you prepared for the broadcast tastes even better. The best. Cha Eugene gave a thumbs up like a pro. Then he offered wraps to Ahyan. She looked apologetic, wanting to eat but feeling shy. My head ached. Help. Yourselves. Why yes. Hyung, should I eat a lot too? Do as you like. Okay, yay. Watching the wraps vanish instantly, I told the camera. Next time, I'll prepare more generously and see you. The comments exploded in laughter. Glad they at least got a laugh. Since we've run out of Sambap, today's mukbang ends here. I was about to propose a Q&A or other content, but then Big Sejin shook his head. Huh? Don't do that. Let us wrap Sam for you right now. So for the next 20 minutes, we moved the phone to the kitchen and broadcast us wrapping Sam. Eugene, how many lettuce leaves did you use? Your wrap is face-sized. Soon the other three, who'd been at a health check at the hospital, joined us. Hey, what's up? Hyung, try this. Only after feeding them and hearing their tasting reviews did I end the W live. Wondering what on earth had happened, but seeing the viewer count, there's no denying it was engaging content. But I never got to say what I originally planned. That side effect of being hijacked by crashing friends. I opened SNS instead. A quick scan showed reactions were pretty positive. I clicked mukbang, but ended up watching the great rap competition. The chicken foot ghosts got so excited seeing this W live they ran here. If this were on YouTube, the chicken foot king would now be the rap king, lol. Mundying getting raps, screenshot. This is a success then. I shrugged and posted the promised simple rap meat recipe as a new post. And added, plus started preparing the new album. By the way, the kimchi fridge I mentioned arrived at the dorm 2 days later. 99 chapter. In truth, I'd long expected the preparation for our second album to go relatively smoothly. After the hell the staff had gone through getting the debut album ready, they were determined to start the next one as early as possible. Our candidate tracks are almost all selected. We'll pick from this pool according to the album concept. Anything that doesn't fit will either save for the next album or drop entirely. Understood. The only problem was that the division head couldn't shake his obsession with in-house production. This time we have plenty of time, so take your time discussing the title track. Let me know when you're ready. Thank you. Got it. He'd postponed deciding on the title track until much later, probably because he thought his own ideas always worked in entertainment. Maybe the success of the debut album went to his head. Still, 2 months was generous, and almost all the songs were already written. The members looked fairly cheerful. Let's pick another great song this time. I'm already looking forward to your arrangement, Ray Bin. Thank you. Even before the concept was set, asking them to select 3 title contenders out of 20 had created an optimistic mood. But a few days later, I found myself thinking that at least the in-house production idea had been the lesser evil. A collaboration? Yeah, that one. I'd sensed something was off when the division head summoned me, but I never imagined this bombshell. May I ask what kind of collaboration you mean? Look at this. He slid a document across the table with all the confidence in the world. The heading leapt out. New business proposal. Mobile game. Company, T1 Plays. This is a game developed by a startup T1 just acquired as a subsidiary. I can feel this is going to blow up. The timing's perfect. If we do a collab with Taystar, the synergy will be obvious. Right? It's a game, so it's easy to nail the concept. How great is that? He rattled it off, then added with a smug grin. This is an internal doc. I showed it to you because I trust Taystar. Just look at it. Don't say anything. Screw just look. I didn't care about confidentiality right now. A mobile game? I wish someone would tell me I was dreaming. Ryu Chong-woo, standing beside me and not exactly versed in gaming, managed to ask in as calm a tone as possible. Could you explain what kind of collaboration you have in mind? Think about it. When the game launches, we'll do our comeback at the same time. We cross-promote each other, doubling the buzz. Where do these fucking ideas come from? Does his pituitary gland secrete saliva instead of hormones? What on earth could they be expecting from a mobile game? Had he taken a bribe? Even if it were an ad deal, few would welcome being so deeply tied to an idol album launch. They'd bury our idol image. If it's released in 2 months, the album's practically finished. And now they want to shove in promotion for some unfamiliar game? Perfect recipe for disaster. If they're pushing this from their side, they're just trying to suck money out of TSDR's fans and bail. I could already see our brand image going straight to hell. We'll become the poster child for mass-produced shitty game memes. And how do you even embed game promotion into an album? A mobile game of all things. I didn't know whether the division head was being naive or outright pushing this, but either way it was fucking terrible. He probably just right. Read more on our source. Wanted to play League of Legends a bit, and is doing this for kicks. I've scheduled a meeting with them on Friday afternoon, so brace yourself. Division head. Has this already been finalized upstairs? I've already told the higher-ups everything. They've sorted it out. You just have to do your best. Understood. That was confirmation. If I refused now, it'd only lead to an ugly fight, and I'd end up doing it anyway. Fucking hell. Maybe I should draft the next album in advance and force them to approve it. This is insane. As I left the meeting with the division head, I checked who else had grasped the gravity of this situation. Except for Big Sejin and Lee Sejin, everyone's clueless. Big Sejin wasn't surprised, but Lee Sejin was. Does she game as a hobby? The other four seemed to think, this is awkward, but we'll have to do our best, probably expecting a challenge on par with the debut album. I decided to leave them be. They'll notice on Friday at the meeting. Right then, Big Sejin gave me a nudge with his elbow. Hey, what do you think of this? It's fucked. Haha. He smiled slowly. Then irritation flickered across his face. This is really messed up, right? It's not something you can solve by hard work alone. Exactly. This is too much, seriously. He seemed about to say more, then realized his voice was too loud and clamped his mouth shut. Wise move. Instead, I checked Lee Sejin's reaction. She was walking with her head down, face as pale as ever. Was this drawn expression because of the game collab stunt? It was worse than anything I'd seen even during a Jusa. Sure enough, Cha Eugene, walking beside her, patted her back. Hyung, are you okay? I'm fine. She spoke normally. Should I probe? I thought about it, then stopped. She's no child, she'll manage. Right now, finding a solution to this mess was the urgent task. What if we slip in a bonus track and use it as the game's theme? That wouldn't fly with the division head. Damn it. I racked my brains all the way back to the dorm, but of course came up with nothing. Yet at that moment, the game collab fiasco began snowballing into an even bigger accident. It wasn't only T-Star that this would tear apart. The whole mess began when T1 Stars Int finally registered on Job Universe, allowing corporate reviews. A few burned-out staff who had quit during the debut album prep wrote scathing critiques. Pros: the artists work hard, the food's good. Cons: chaotic structure, idiotic, power-hungry higher-ups with no entertainment experience. Work-life balance vanished due to unreasonable schedules. Verdict: only way out is to quit. Artists should quit, too. The most recent review read like that. 1 star. Reviews by employees at major entertainment companies attract attention, so this screenshot spread across various communities. They grind people to dust here. It's worse because they're a big corp subsidiary, clueless higher-ups running wild. Save T-Star. Sucks, can't stop sighing. No wonder fans went all out with stans. That just made work-life balance worse, right? There's no mention of fans there. Why jump to that? Suddenly dragging fans into this. If fans did that, they wouldn't have hidden it so well, haha. Because our debut was a success, everyone had something to say. Then the screenshot even showed up on an anonymous office worker app. Entertainment companies seem brutal. I was curious, looked into a career change, but it's terrifying. Although I'm not in the field, seems tough. What do you insiders think? Screenshot at entertainment. Honestly not worth this salary, MSent. Every job has its hardships, haha, Latient. They pay barely enough to live, but it's rewarding. Still seems like a pyramid scheme, Treasurent. The laments continued. But just before this post vanished from the front page, the very employee appeared. Haha, that's our company. Don't ever join, stay. T1 Stars Ent. Wow, they showed up. Is it really that rough? Yes, T1 Stars Ent. Oh no. Haha, revealing everything. Those terse replies spoke volumes. People flocked with questions, and the employee, in a gradient of anger, posted everything they could. There are really weird higher-ups. I've met all kinds, but this is the worst. We almost botched the debut album. Brought up some bizarre concept. Now they want to do another weird idea, but it seems already approved. Honestly, feel sorry for our artists. TSDR is doing great, but watching them beg higher-ups on the reality show made me pity them. I feel so sorry they work here, haha. Everyone thinks similarly, so maybe they won't know who wrote it, but I'm too pissed. This is as far as I go. Don't ever join our company, T1 Stars Ent. Soon it hit hot posts, and then was deleted, but of course the screenshot survived and kept circulating. Fans, who'd been eagerly awaiting the second album, felt like someone poured ice water. over them. What is this even? Is this real? It's legit. They have to verify with a company email. Oh, this is nuts. Shocked fans rushed back to rewatch Reality EP2. The warm, enthusiastic behind the scenes made them uneasy. Did they bring that weird concept on the reality show to try and persuade them? The one presenting looked like the division head. The guy in the middle, he's the one speaking. Looks like they left Magic Boy title to the kids, but the company handled High Five. Yet Ray-Bin arranged High Five, right? They must have persuaded them on High Five. So they reworked both songs from that point, with less than a month left? LOL, they did 2 title tracks, concept, MV, choreography, in 1 month? Are they insane? Did they even let the kids sleep? I was mad about Magic Boy alone, but double that LOL. Fans, burning with anger, soon chilled in dread for the future. The poster said they brought another weird concept, but it's already approved. No way. Sigh. Please just give them enough time and let them do it. Terrified, fans flooded the company with calls and emails. Is it true the concept for TSDR's second album is already decided, as it's being said online? At first they got cookie-cutter replies, but as the volume grew, the tone and format became slightly more polite. T1 Stars Entertainment here. We apologize that we cannot disclose internal confidential matters regarding your inquiry. However, we are making many preparations for TSDR's new album, and we respect the artist's opinions as well. Of course, that hardly reassured anyone. If the concept were actually undecided or chosen by Taystar, they would have confirmed it by now. Looks like the screenshot was real. Oh no, what do we do? They should just hand the company over to Taystar. It'd be better. Eventually, fans resorted to a more extreme tactic. The guy on the reality show was division head Kwok Shinjan, right? If you DM him directly, maybe you'll get feedback. And that choice produced a tremendous result. 100 chapter. When I woke up, my superior was gone. Was it a dream? It wasn't. The division head who'd been sparring with fans these past few days had disappeared. Of course, he didn't resign. He simply returned to his previous position. It turned out he'd already been eyeing a quick exit with his portfolio in hand. Rumor has it he always planned to stay only a year. When the feud with fans flared up, he used it as an excuse to smooth-talk the higher-ups and clear out. And of course, the Taystar game collab he'd tucked into his portfolio. Went ahead. They'd already stamped the contracts. Fuck. But sending him off didn't give me any right to nag fans. Hey, fix this too. I had to accept reality and get ready to head out. Today was Friday, the day of the meeting. Hello, I'm a huge fan. Hi there. Good afternoon. The 2 people we met at the meeting struck me as surprisingly down-to-earth. A relief, since I'd braced for con artists. They looked just as stunned by our sudden collab request. Shall we start by explaining our game? Yes, please. We're all ears. Right, so, what they told us was distinctive and genuinely interesting. Unexpectedly so. Ooh. The main story follows a protagonist exploring a devastated soul, ruined by a mysterious substance from a meteor. It's a roguelike adventure. You meet various factions around Soul, and your companions and abilities change depending on your choices. That sounds incredibly fun. Thank you. Ray-Bin was the first to applaud, definitely a good sign. Maybe the division head hadn't thrown us garbage after all, but some quality beef. And these folks were genuinely enthusiastic, not just polite, but in a way we could put to use. Honestly, we got this collab request pretty late, so our research time was limited, but from what we did check, your Magic Boy was amazing. Thank you. We can't wait to try the game ourselves. It really looks fun. Oh, shall we let you play for a bit? Excuse me. We're still fixing bugs, but it's fully playable. No problems progressing. The person on the left pulled out a large Android phone, fired up the game, and handed NVLIGHT it to Ryu Chongwu. Ah, I'll do it. Let me. Chongwu awkwardly accepted the phone, then looked panicked at Eugene's eager expression. Deciding someone who enjoyed games would do better, he passed it over with a warning. Be careful. Yeah. Eugene grabbed it and lit up as he dove in. The rest of us leaned forward, curiosity piqued. They seem excited too. Conscious of their eager, tense eyes on us, I watched the screen. Likely because it's a mobile game with high freedom, it alternated among text, graphics, and illustrations. It was very polished and conceptual and fun. Recruiting companions to clear story chapters was a solid structure. This could work. I understood why T1 acquired the studio. The quality spoke for itself. But where do we insert idle promotion? That question still left me speechless. In no time, Eugene finished Chapter 1 and exclaimed, "This is so fun." Ooh, thank you. They retrieved the phone from Eugene, who looked half reluctant at giving it back, and asked, smiling, "How was it? Any ideas for the collab? What would you like to see?" We'll have to think about that from here. Right? We'll think on it too. Everyone expected this, so no one grew solemn. Still, the fact the game wasn't a flop was a big win. Thank you. Until next time. The first meeting ended with, "Let's each think it over." But the mood stayed positive. How about we adapt the game's BGM into our title track? But that's advertising. We can't air it on broadcast music. Shows. Oh, Ray Bin, sketching out ideas on his phone, paused at Lee Sejan's comment. And I breathed a bit easier. At least our brand image won't be wrecked. It might be criticized or cost us some points, but it wouldn't derail the next album. Now the issue is, what exactly do we collab on? Back at the dorm, we jumped into discussion. Chong-Woo relayed the staff's suggestion. Everyone thinks swapping an album track for a game BGM is the cleanest approach. That's safe. With no division head to butt in, the idea was simply a nominal collab to get it done. Corporate misery, right there. But to my surprise, Big Sejan shook his head with a grin. Nah, then we'd be the only ones doing the work, right? Both are music-related. It'd be the AR team and us slogging away. I think we deserve something in return, too, just saying. I saw his point. It's not enough to avoid a loss. We need a gain. As it stood, the game company would reap the benefits, while Taystar gained nothing, since no one gains real recognition from collaborating with an unreleased game. Gamers aren't likely to become idle fans just for a soundtrack. So what's the alternative? We should brainstorm fresh. If we're going to put in the work, we might as well get a tangible payoff. Just as everyone was about to ponder, Lee Sejan spoke up softly. Let's leave it to the company. We're busy enough preparing the album. Having to decide a collab ourselves is weird. But then our workload. That's the AR team's problem. We just tell them we'll handle the recording. Lee Sejan cut it off decisively. The situation itself is absurd. Why should rookies decide this? It's not like the company's broke. She was so right I couldn't help but nod. Lee Sejan, unusually talkative, drew a deep breath. She'd clearly been stewing on this. Then Eugene piped up brightly. But I want to do something different. BGM is boring. Lee Sejan closed her eyes. Yikes. Still, she didn't back down. She'd improved. All right, then let's vote. Who wants to come up with a brand new collab theme? Surprisingly, everyone except Lee Sejan and me raised their hands. Stubborn fools. Clearly, aside from Big Sejan, they weren't seeking personal gain, but craved the challenge and wanted to create something cool. Big Sejan even feigned surprise. Mundy, you don't want in? No, I'll sit this one out. If a good idea comes up, we'll run with it. Otherwise, we'll stick with BGM. Okay, let's proceed that way. Chong-Woo steered us back on track. All right, what benefits could our group gain from a game collab? Appearing in the game? Money. That ship sailed, the contract's done. Yes, both options aren't on the table. The game's about to launch, we won't be added now. True enough. Even with more time, I doubt they'd want to shoehorn celebrity-inspired characters into a carefully crafted game world. Wait, could we flip this? How about this? Yes. Instead of asking them to include us, we pick game characters ourselves and use them. I pointed at my smartphone. Let's choose the game characters who resemble us most and make a subtrack about them. Since it'd be a non-title track, no TV restrictions, and targeting cable and YouTube is huge these days. We'd simply leverage the game's well-made IP and fold it into our own world. You mean you want a list of companion characters? Yes. Oh, the game developers looked stunned by the unexpected ask. They exchanged glances, then replied hesitantly. Well, we do have a gacha system for companion characters to generate revenue. Okay, but all of it is random. They meant you pull randomly generated characters. But I saw some illustrations. Those are cartoon renders. But again, those are randomly generated too. I hadn't expected this roadblock. Then Ray Bin raised his hand. So even the companions Eugene used aren't fixed? Their names change every time. Oh, those guys. Actually, they all die at the start of the next chapter. We have to send the protagonist exploring Seoul alone, huh? They laughed, calling those the only fixed companions. I don't like them dying. Eugene suddenly looked heartbroken. He'd grown attached fast. And then it hit me. Then why don't we just use those guys? I looked around. Everyone but Eugene had that same thought. There are exactly 7 of them. The game's party size is 4, so with protagonist plus 7, it made exactly 8 tutorial characters. Chong-woo spoke up cautiously. Can we use those characters? Yes. I mean, our members take those roles 1-to-1, then we compose a track and stage for them. They might refuse. If they'd been rushed into this collab, they could balk at such deep involvement. Then we'd go back to BGM. Huh. I love it. If we have the time and budget, we'd love a project like that. The woman exclaimed, and the man beside her clenched his fists and shouted. To see our kids in 3D. Against all odds, it seemed the collab would proceed smoothly. 101 chapter. It was Sunday, September 23rd. TSDR's fans, the love viewers, were grieving over the dried-up scraps of news. Of course, Taystar regularly left updates on SNS, and every few days there were steady announcements about ads or events. But the fans couldn't forget the torrent of excitement during debut activities. Any news from the guys? It's been about a week since they chased out that division head bastard. Would have been nice to get a congratulatory party on WAP or something. We're not expecting a comeback teaser already, but could we at least get some kind of variety show on WeTube? NOVLIGHT. Feels like we went from a feast to eating barley rice with soy sauce every day. Torn between conscience and desire, the fans would be tormented and fall asleep, dreading the coming Monday. That is, until that video dropped. Oh, something just went up on the official account, WeTube. Link. Taystar, bonus book, comeback trailer, with 127 section. Comeback trailer? All of a sudden, almost had a heart attack. Fans yelled and flinched, then clicked the video immediately. The thumbnail showed the left eye through a rifle scope. Whether wearing a lens or CG, it glowed an unsettling violet. Then the video began. First appeared a pair of long, black legs. A sleek foot in leather pants strode purposefully. The camera followed the steps, cutting briskly down a corridor scarred with smashed boards and patched cloth. It panned up the legs to a left hand in a black fingerless glove and caught a side profile in close-up. Cha Eugene, hair dyed red, appeared. In his hand was a tattered red plush doll. Cha Eugene softly whistled the familiar melody as he flipped the doll over. A gear was set into its back. His right hand grabbed the cog and began to turn. CRRR CRRR. The grinding gears sounded loudly, then a strange tone mixed in. Pi 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 pippa pippa pi. PPI. Bang. With the explosion, the screen went black. A narration played. What makes people live? A choice. When the screen brightened again, the scene had changed. It was a half-ruined playground. The sand had hardened and the goals were broken. For an instant, an aerial shot captured a strange symbol in the center. A heavy beat began. Dum 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 dum. A flashy violin orchestra joined, an urgent minor key accompaniment. Above it, an electric synth riff struck like thunder. I'm gonna survive. Like you did before. I'm gonna grab it. Just like I dreamed. The high-pitched intro started. In that moment, the goal under the playground exploded, and Cha Eugene burst out from below. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. But not for me. I'm alive, yeah like. Legends never die. Cha Eugene dusted sand and grit from his hair, kicked the goalpost in excitement, then dashed across the field toward the main gate. When he kicked open the vine-choked red gate and strode through it, the scene shifted. All paths lead to choice. But wherever you go, you'll find the surest formula. You will never die. In a blue-lit lab full of samples, actor-turned-researcher Lee Se-jin peered at a monitor. Contrary to her delicate glasses and features, her lab coat was splattered with green and dark red stains. Watching Cha Eugene sprint past on the monitor, Lee Se-jin rose and walked to a barred door, stopping to read the many warning labels plastered there. A biohazard symbol. At that moment, the shot cut to a hand ripping the same symbol from another location. That's what keeps me alive. I'll chase it down. Steps that complete my life. If I reach out, I can hold it. Holding the torn paper was Big Sejin, dressed neatly in modern clothes. He stood on an old podium as if delivering a speech. When he tossed the paper at the rusted fence, plop, the crumpled paper bounced off, but the crowd below rushed the barrier. Big Sejin shrugged, grabbed a baseball cap hanging nearby, snapped it onto his head, then casually stepped off the podium. At that moment, the camera shot upward. I'm gonna survive. Like you did before. I'm gonna grab it. Just like I dreamed. On a rooftop, a sniper in full modern gear aimed past the front sight. His rifle glowed blue as he fired. As the glowing shot struck a pulsating red mass, it exploded. The camera spun around, capturing the sniper tossing aside his gun as he stood. It was Ryu Chongwu. The rifle fell off the rooftop and, upon hitting the asphalt, melted red and seeped in without a trace. The camera dropped below street level. I will never die, like I did before. I'm gonna keep you. Alive, alive, alive. In a huge, water-filled sewer, broken mannequins and weapons lay piled. Kim Rae-bin lay motionless atop the heap. A shaft of sunlight illuminated him as water dripped onto his black hair and face. He lifted an eyelid, then rolled his eyes to the side. That unsettling gaze guided the camera as it moved on. Splash. The shot cut to hurried feet moving the sewer tank. Instead of a drop, the song grew more melodic with soft falsetto. Choose your way. Choose your side. Make your way. Decide your fate. The camera focused on a giant water tank being shifted by people. The tank trembled, then its top opened, and a white arm shot out. Sien Ah-hyun emerged, pulling herself free from inside. Beyond the swaying camera, glowing water overflowed, creating a halo of radiant droplets behind her. As the camera followed the soaring droplets, it exited the sewer and revealed a shattered window of a high-rise building. Choose your way. Choose your side. Make your way. Decide your fate. Behind the window stood a boy staring at his smartphone. The music faded. The boy in a black hoodie turned from the window to face the camera. In his hand was a worn smartphone. Though it was late at night, the city outside shone with flickering lights, backlighting the boy's silhouette. As his torso slowly filled the frame, he spun around and stared into the lens. It was Park Mundy. The camera recoiled as if startled and revealed drones hovering around the boy. The phosphorescent drones aimed their lenses at the camera. Park Mundy stared back with his violet gleaming eyes, then threw the smartphone out the window. As he advanced toward the camera, the screen cut to black. Click. Subtitles appeared. Choose your side. 127 section. Coming soon. The video ended. Fans exploded with question marks and exclamation points. The trailer ran just 2 minutes and 42 seconds, and the song was cut at the first verse. Yet the overflowing visuals, cryptic meaning, and ties to the previous album set every fan account and community ablaze. Monday was forgotten in the buzz. Seriously, how could they drop a trailer without warning and scare a timid fan like me? Thank you. Make this a law. I'm glad they kicked out that division head. Still able to cast them well without him. Feels like a pre-release track. I wish there was choreography, but if they added dance scenes it might have broken the tension, so I love it as is. True, it wasn't one take, but the editing gave that impression, and I'm here for it. But why is it called bonus book? Still don't get it. It means supplement, right? Or is it just the video title? Soon general entertainment communities picked up the news too. Equals. Taystar comeback trailer dropped. Fans didn't expect it. They're all over the place. Equals. Wow, smell that money. Looks like a movie trailer. But there's no dance and the song doesn't feel idol-like. T1 must have dropped serious cash. Lucky Lee Sejin, making bank on this. Having an actor in it boosted the quality, I think. LOL, 20 seconds of screen time. Can you feel the acting? Agu, it's a shame the stock they backed got eliminated. Who was that again? Feels swallowed by the world building, so otaku. Amazing, really. Even the loud haters couldn't lie. Views and comments didn't lie. And of course, the subtitle bait at the end was dissected immediately. Equals. Seems like TSDR's vid ties into a game. Google 127 section, and you see an in-game trailer dropping in October. Article screenshot. Originally a small dev team, now acquired by T1. Equals. Oh, it was a game collab? Wow, even better. No wonder it felt game-like. So it was an ad after all. but calling it a comeback trailer feels more than an ad. Not my thing. They're only just building their own world. But there are so many links to the Magic Boy MV. Fans are digging deep. Did T1 make a game just for the Taystar universe? OMG. No way. True money flex. Casual observers watched with interest, while fans swung between worry and hope, until the next day's album pre-order notice gave them something concrete to latch onto. Seeing how much they spent on that video, they're not being bench players. Good song, connects to the last album's world, so I'm down. This probably isn't the title track. Seems like a 1 or 2 song collab with the game studio, but I'm satisfied with this quality trailer. Song, video, visuals, all 3 hit perfectly, so I'm hyped. For the main title, still, some remained unconvinced. Hey, did you guys see this? A gaming community thread. 102 chapter. The game developer collaborating with Taystar had already built recognition among niche audiences by releasing several cult favorite titles before being acquired by T1. As a result, small gaming communities related to their past work existed. 127 section appears in the Idle MV subtitles. What do you think? Taystar comeback trailer video. Wow, this seems legit. Just saw it. Soul backdrop, red curse, biohazard. Even the water tank shows up. Isn't it confirmed? Wait, they're slapping an Idle ad onto some fringe flop game studio. Confused emoji. Must be sweet getting bought by a big corp. Something's happening. Oh, thank God it's not a girl group. Kept the weeboo creeps out. But now we get fangirls attached, huh? If you throw enough money at it, who cares? Still worried they'll shut the servers and vanish, though. So true. You didn't see a single, why ruin your image with idols? Comment. First, the footage was so cinematic and perfectly captured the game's established atmosphere. Second, they weren't in any position to complain. Ruins Factory, the developer of 127 section, had quietly gained a reputation for high-quality games in recent years, but their monetization model was always weak, leaving post-launch support underfunded. All they really wanted was to avoid an early server shutdown. Can we realistically expect corporate investment here? Wow. 127 section is going to be the nation's god game. So when does the game actually release? Why drop a trailer without a release date? Table slamming emoji. What did you expect from a mom-and-pop shop? Once TSDR's comeback had been sufficiently promoted through press and articles, the game studio announced the release date, just a hair late. Ruins Factory, new game, 127 section to launch in collaboration with nation's stock Taystar. Taystar comeback trailer revealed as collab video. 127 section launch imminent. Yahoo! Wow, massive brand lift. Taystar? We're Ruins Factory's children. Call them Godstar, not Taystar. While gaming aficionados rolled in anticipation, TSDR's fans began to grow uneasy. Is this album really just a game ad? Please tell me it's not exactly what that division had set up. They could at least explain exactly what the collab involves. This vague wording is so infuriating. Are we about to burn the agency down again? Fortunately, just as the fans' anxiety was about to peak, new information dropped. Taystar concept photo Sida. It was TSDR's album concept photos. And the vibe of these photos was pure freshness. They showed the members barefoot, lying in a forest in white t-shirts, headphones on, lying on a bed gazing at the nature outside the window. Overall, it was as refreshing and wistful as a summer day in youth. No way. A freshness overload. Ahian barefoot. Barefoot. Did you see the cut of Mundi biting an apple? Did you? I feel like passing out. Sob the more I look, the more handsome they get. With the utterly different feel from the 127 section info and the comeback trailer, fans could breathe easy and focus on color grading the photos. Mundi. The reaction is phenomenal. I'm looking now too. Big Sejin's laughter echoed down the hallway as he crossed outside my room, probably to share the news elsewhere. I checked comments on my smartphone. Everyone had naturally accepted that the game collab was only part of the album rollout. This sequence was the right call. If we'd revealed the game collab too late, fans might have felt betrayed, too early, and their focus might have been sucked into the game. So we'll build up stage by stage. We needed to build interest without causing rejection, while keeping the game tie-in just loose enough. Can't be too tied together. Better for the game collab to feel like a fun side story that enriches the world, nothing more. As I savored that moderate satisfaction, a pop-up appeared on my phone. VTIC Chongrio Sunbeam, releasing an album? That was definitely a pointed question. Still, I couldn't ignore it, so I replied, yes, we're coming back at the end of this month. VTIC Chongrio Sunbeam, I see. Then you still have some time. And then came an unwelcome proposal. VTIC Chongrio Sunbeam, I have a song I wrote. Would you like to include it on your album? Are you insane? That's very kind, but no thank you. I couldn't impose that on you, and our album is already organically complete. Thank you for the offer. VTIC Chongrio Sunbeam, I have something I want to hear about. Don't worry, I'm gifting it, not selling. It doesn't have to go on this album. Happy face. Is this about future plans? I hedged, worried someone might be snooping on our chat, but asked if she wanted future info. VTIC Chongrio Sunbeam, yes. I don't have much experience either, so I don't have much to share. VTIC Chongrio Sunbeam, I'll listen and decide. Happy face. Ugh, this feels icky again. Can't cut ties now. Then I'd have to extract info myself. Then I'd prefer to hear about your past experiences rather than the song. Unlike the swift reply earlier, this time it took her a moment to respond. VTIC Chongrio Sunbeam, as you wish. Pressed for time preparing the album, I wanted to postpone this meeting until after promotions, but that wasn't possible. I'll be leaving the country for my concert tour then. So I booked the studio in the dead of night after practice had ended. Damn it. I told the company we'd attempt the collab, but couldn't guarantee results. Though we probably won't actually work on it. Anyway, Chongrio arrived a few dozen minutes later. Hello, how have you been? Good, thank you. I thought so. The trailer looked amazing. Oh, she hung a thin coat on the rack, then turned expressionless. Did you already know about that game? You think it's going to be a massive hit? Is that why you did the collab? The company just told me to do it. I see. She smiled and sat in the studio chair, then pulled a USB drive from her pocket. Shall I let you hear the song first? This person really doesn't listen. I don't need to receive the song. Since we're here in the studio, just listen. She fiddled with the console and hit play. Good, right? A catchy tropical house track. That made me more suspicious. She'd never give away something she wrote herself. Why are you giving it to me instead of using it yourself? It's not my style of song. Then what about another junior at the agency? Or even a unit member could use it. She stopped the track and propped her chin on her hand. You're sharp, maybe too sharp. I didn't actually write this. She removed the USB and tossed it in the trash. I got it 2 years ago from a promising rookie composer who gave it to T. Holick. It should have been a hit, but I hijacked it. What? Oh, don't pity the composer. After that song, they got sued for plagiarism and fled abroad. She laughed awkwardly. That's what happened before I returned. They're fine. Now, I paid them well. But I can't give a plagiarized song to anyone at our agency. But you offered it to me? She grinned. I planned to explain the backstory. Once you know, you'd never accept it. Right. Had I not caught on, she'd have screwed me over. You said I was too sharp for that. That comment was just to spoil my fun in explaining. She deftly evaded further questions. Then she grew serious. I want to manage these risks. I'm not after big secrets, just the big picture. Trends, incidents. Tell me what you recall, and I'll share what I know. I'd only studied, remembering events that made the 9 p.m. news or Inc. VLGHT. Exclusive on Inc. VLGHT, portal headlines. She wasn't asking for next year's typhoon names, though. You remember I was a public service exam prep student, right? You seemed pretty familiar with the world, enough to place first in a JUSA. A misunderstanding. I answered brazenly. That was just effort and talent. Mentioning the stat screen would lose her mind. Better to keep quiet. Still, you seem to know the cuts too well. Even if I dropped out and sold data, that wouldn't fly, so I gave a plausible example. Before exam prep, I dug into idols in this area, so I know this scene pretty well. She seemed momentarily stunned. Then she sighed. You were an Idol fan. Yes. Which Idol? I was for Sweet. She sighed again, then in a softer voice. Just tell me everything you remember. I'll answer in kind. She surrendered. I nodded. All right. Let's see. Oh, Maximid's beaten, had a DUI scandal early next year. That guy's always been like that. Next. Moody's releasing a carol at year's end. I heard it at restaurants, so I guess it charted well. Understood. Next, after about 3 rounds, she asked gloomily, don't you know any beats that'll trend next year? If I did, I'd have used them already. She finally admitted I had no special intel. You're not lying. Huh. Shall I tell you next year's exam competition ratio? No need. Time for my question. Do you have any idea why this situation happened? Any incidents? I wish I knew too. She frowned. One thing's certain. Once all tasks are done, you won't have to worry about sudden death anymore. And your future knowledge has been handy these past years. The nuance of handy was subtle. You stole the song? What do you think? They weren't composers themselves. Who's the rightful owner? The one who first gets it from the composer. She laughed brightly. Too bad that ended last year. In that moment I realized. She rewound time last year and returned to before our debut. That meant, given Tick's tenure, at least 7 years back. So she had at least 8 status debuffs. Trying to dodge that unknowingly must have caused countless failures. No wonder she's out of her mind. I resolved to keep my distance going forward. 103 chapter. It was already 3 a.m. when I returned to the dorm after that fruitless meeting with Chongryo. Of course, everyone was asleep. I have to get up at 8 tomorrow. I needed to sleep immediately. I tiptoed down the hall toward my room and froze. Lee Sejin was collapsed on her bed, smartphone in hand, sobbing uncontrollably. The glow from her screen illuminated her tear-streaked face. Is she watching Net Plus or something? How awkward. I made a deliberate creak with my foot as I passed her room, giving her a moment to compose herself. Better to shower and change first. I took a quick shower in the bathroom, then returned to find only a mound of blankets where Sejin had been. She'd pulled the covers over her head. All right. I slipped into my own bed. No need for earplugs at this hour, right? But soon I regretted not wearing them. Sniffle. A dull sound of crying came from next door, her face buried in her pillow. I can't handle this. I seriously considered crawling back under my own covers with earplugs, but instead sat up and walked over to her bed. I tapped the blankets. Hyung, what's wrong? The covers shook, then a cough. I knew from the sound she had tears, a runny nose, even spit. No pretty sight. So I crossed my arms and waited. You didn't wear earplugs, did you? I didn't think I'd need them at this hour. She shifted, then Sejin's voice became calm, almost her usual tone. I'm fine. It's nothing serious. So something really was wrong. A faint warning bell rang in my head. Hyung, please tell me it's not drugs. Are you crazy? Right, it wasn't. I jumped back as Sejin kicked off the blankets and checked on her, then returned to my own bed. Her face was flushed red, even in the dark. Do I look like a drug user? No. It's just that I met Sunbae Chongryo today and heard about someone who overdosed. I just remembered and asked. Sejin frowned, recalling some uncomfortable examples. You should avoid being involved in that kind of thing. It's best not to form any connection with weird people. I understand. I shrugged and pulled the covers up. It would be awkward to ask more. Sejin seemed determined to grow, so if something serious happened, she'd tell me. But just in case. Hyung. Yeah. If you're struggling, talk to me. Okay. Talk to Chongwoo Hyung. Hey. I waved and lay back down. I fell asleep instantly. As the comeback approached, juggling practice and schedules wore me down. It's still easier than prepping the debut album. I agree. Compared to preparing a double title track in 1 month, this felt like paradise. The group was still praising the relative ease. True enough, at least we had guaranteed sleep time and a little monitoring window. I checked the current chatter on my phone. Until a few days ago, fans were speculating by comparing the concept photos and album specs. Is the album called Choose Your Side because it comes in 2 versions, side A and B? Otaku details kill me. I'm team A for freshness, B for dreaminess. What about the trailer? Probably just an intro track. Feels like side B to me. But the trailer had magical boy props. It's weird to call it a game ad. And the game isn't even out yet, so we can't compare. Hello, we're Ruins Factory, known for god-tier games. Please try it when it launches. Sure thing. Today the second concept photo dropped. Taystar concept photo, side B. Taystar wore classic winter uniforms. Though it linked to the last album, the mood was starkly different. The classroom walls were covered not in simple wear or graffiti, but in glowing fluorescent scrawls. Behind them, rusted chrome framework showed through instead of ivory plaster. Some members held gas masks or strange mechanical gear, neon lights flickering from the devices. It screamed dystopian pseudopunk. Yeah, insane cyberpunk. Love it. They finally got winter uniforms after the last album. These kids are so cultured, love viewers might faint from envy. Chong-woo dyed his hair. It's almost black, but still blue. I'm so happy. You guys be happy too. My expectations for Dreamy 2 got totally blown. Both concept photos are fire. Hurry up and release the album. Fans rejoiced without any need for spin control. Looks like game worries are gone. Actually, the side B photos shared many visual ties to the trailer, but since people liked the vibe, their ominous feelings faded. Even general communities outside fan circles reacted positively. Equals. Taystar choose your side concept photos. Side A image. Side B image. Overall consensus, well done. Equals. Wow, so handsome. Sean Ah-hyun gets better looking every time I see him. Their concepts are always over the top. Must be lavish budgets. LOL perfect description. I'm a 2D otaku, so I have to watch everything. Second concept suits Kim Rae-bin. More decadent than delinquent, really stands out. Can't wait for the MV. Posted here when it drops. Attempts to push back barely dented it. Who cares? They say it's well done everywhere. This form's fine too. Everyone says it looks great. Maybe fans flooded it. If it's all fans, then that's the consensus, right? I chuckled at that and closed the thread. And Monday, are you browsing the internet? Yeah, I saw the new concept photo reactions. Oh, I see. Sean Ah-hyun didn't pry. I'd heard he was training himself not to worry about what others thought. His face looked brighter lately. Maybe the new coach was a good fit. Hope his pronunciation training goes well after this promotion cycle. Man, it was so hot during that shoot. As soon as Ah-hyun spoke, everyone chimed in. Right. Because of the unseasonal heat wave, the set's air conditioning was nowhere near enough. Thanks for saying what I would've. But Sejin didn't even change color while shooting. Amazing. Actor goals. Seriously. Lee Sejin nearly spit out her water at the praise, but replied quietly. Thanks. You earned that compliment. Ryu Chong-woo laughed and resumed stretching. Their routine of cheering on Sejin when she lagged on new choreography was now familiar. Not that there's anything wrong with it. Whenever content required acting, Sejin's skills shone. Beside us, Big Sejin playfully grumbled. Hey, let's not forget our Sejin here. She did great too. Haha. Hyung, you're awesome. Eugene, no soul. I can't lie. Oops. Big Sejin gave Cha Eugene a light headlock, then burst out laughing. Sejin looked away sharply. Those two always keep their distance. Not that they wanted to fight, just a mutual, I don't want to hang out vibe. All right, back to practice. Yep. The short break ended and the choreography resumed. Watch your feet. Tilt to this side. Members mimicked the choreographer's instructions, then launched into the chorus. Everyone struggled to keep a straight face, their smiles breaking through the routine. Sejin still looked overwhelmed, lips pressed tight as she focused on the mirror. No surprise. Her dance level was D+. Skipping an alphabet rank is like changing categories. Tough for someone with little dance talent to bridge quickly. She'll clear C soon enough at this rate. I checked Sejin's stat screen. Name, Lee Sejin. Vocal, C, B+. Dance, D+, B. Appearance, A+, S. Charisma, AS. Trait, focus, B. Status ailment. Her vocal was already creeping into C, which made sense since she'd always been better at singing. With her B potential in dance, she'd hit C with steady work. And that trait, not bad. Focus, B. Desire to succeed. Concentration plus 100%. Simple name and description, but versatile. I'd have kept it too. I should tidy up my own stat screen sometime. I brought up mine. Name, Park Monday, Ryu Jianwoo. Level, 15. Title, none. Vocal, A. Dance, B. Appearance, B+. Charisma, B. Traits, infinite potential. Fits the description, C. Bacchus 500, B. Keen ears, A. Status ailment. Die if not stage debut. Remaining points, 3. Hitting 100 stage achievements and 5,000 practice achievements was quite the feat. A couple of fresh pop-ups for stellar performances added more stats, and a random trait roll gave me Tier Tap Faucet, B. Tier Control Ability Max. I trashed it immediately. Damn. Still, even without it, I'd gained plenty. Debut activities were intense. I'm still reaping sleep deprivation rewards. Here. But the most surprising thing wasn't that. The Ink VRIite, original source. Biggest shock was that my charisma stat had increased naturally. I'm guessing WLive or the fan sign event triggered it. Of course, most members had natural stat gains, but Mundy stopped spacing out. I snapped back at Big Sejin's call. Focus on practice first. A moment later, the final instrumental ended. Sweat-wiped Big Sejin asked politely. Phew, start over from the top? Let's do it. Yep. Big Sejin boosted his dance stat from a to A, then blitzed through the choreography at an incredible pace, perfectly capturing the choreographer's intent. Jealous. I almost dumped all my points into dance right then, when during the intro Sejin suddenly collapsed to the floor. Gasp. You okay? I'm fine. Sejin tried to stand, hesitated, then grasped her ankle, teeth clenched. It didn't feel good. 104 chapter. Hyung, are you okay? Sejin, let me check your ankle. Lee Sejin, pallid-faced, looked down at her ankle, then ground her teeth and rolled up her pants to inspect it. Her ankle was swollen. This isn't good. The injury was confirmed. I'm fine. It's just swollen. If we go to the hospital right away. Sian Ah-hyun, trained in dance, examined the joint and exclaimed urgently. All right, Sejin, sit down here. I'll call manager and we'll head straight to the ER. Okay. With Ryu Chong-woo's steady support, Lee Sejin sat on a corner chair in the rehearsal room. Shortly after, manager arrived and escorted her off to the hospital. Let me come with you. No, we can't delay practice because of me. I'll be back. Lee Sejin refused accompaniment and left with the two managers. I hope it isn't serious. Me too. It doesn't look too swollen, it'll be okay. They assumed a minor sprain and resumed practice. But Sejin didn't return until after the rehearsal time had ended. And she wasn't alone. So this is where our Sejin lives? Nice. I'll come by often, I will. Because of schedules, she's hardly ever here. Then let Dad come in and manage things. No need to refuse. I'm fine. Lee Sejin emerged supported by a middle-aged man who looked unmistakably like her father. His tone, however, smelled of convenience store clerk and drunken troublemaker. These must be Sejin's friends. Hi, I'm Sejin's dad. Oh, sir, hello. Hello, sir? I thought you were just her older brother. Haha, I have baby face. Big Sejin cut in with a polite bow. Ryu Chong-woo smiled awkwardly. Thank you for bringing Sejin back. We need to film the dorm now. I'll just sit quietly while you shoot. Chong-woo looked uncomfortable. Lee Sejin's expression flickered with fatigue and humiliation, then vanished. He really is a pain. Big Sejin waved at Sejin's father. Nonsense, sir. Next time we'll invite you properly. We shouldn't neglect a member's parent. We'll prepare and call you again. No need, really. I'll stick around a bit. Carrying her out was tough. There was only one way to handle him. I dashed into the room and returned with something. Sir, you must be tired. Please come in and rest. I held out a red ginseng gift set the company gave for the holidays. I'm not one to receive gifts. You didn't ask for this. He accepted it greedily anyway. I nodded. Of course. You wanted to see where your son stays. We couldn't because of the schedule, so this is a token of welcome and apology. Which one's your best friend? The friend Sejin picked? Very solid. Sejin, say thanks. It's time for manager to come back for our shoot. Please take care on your way home. Right? I'll go. We'll be back soon. Sejin's father glanced at her once more, then left. Sejin lowered her head. I should sit down. As Ah-hyun approached, Sejin reflexively swung her arm, brushing Ah-hyun aside. Ah-hyun, NVLIGHT, dodged, and Sejin jumped at her own action. I'm sorry. I'm fine. Chaos. Sejin looked at the room as if wanting to escape, but instead went to the living room sofa and sat, perhaps unable to limp all the way back to her room in the half-caste. Thus the mood settled. That was your father? Yes. In the heavy silence, Kim Rabin timidly raised a hand. Where did manager go? And why did your parents come instead? He must have called them last minute. His second manager is new and panicked, so they contacted his parents. Then Cha Eugene asked the most important question. Is your ankle okay? Why, yes, it's fine. How long until it heals? She said it's nothing serious, just needs care for a week. Then why the firm's support rap? I asked them to do it aggressively. I wanted to heal fast. Several underage members gave thumbs up. Hyung. Legendary. Only then did Sejin's face relax into a faint, embarrassed smile. I won't be a burden to the group. But her smile darkened. I won't let my father come anymore. Don't worry. Awkward. Family matters aren't for public debate. It'd be okay if he came, right? I'd almost forgotten Ray Bin was there. He didn't seem to notice the tension. Sejin's face turned flustered, and she stammered out her story. Since this dorm is spacious, he thought he could stay too. Then why not get company permission? No, he's bad with boundaries. There's nothing good about him being here. Sejin looked lost, as if she didn't even know why she was telling us. She finished quickly. Anyway, I won't let him come, so don't worry. That's it. She hurried off the sofa and hobbled back to her room. The rest of us stared at one another. Well, her ankle seems okay. Should we head to bed? Let's. At Big Sejin's suggestion, everyone reluctantly rose. Eugene, turn off Net Plus and sleep. I don't want to. Cha Eugene turned off the TV gloomily and trudged to his room. Net Plus. I remembered Sejin crying on her bed over it. It wasn't Net Plus. Was it because of her father? I hoped it wasn't that. Family problems are hard to solve, and I didn't know how fragile Sejin's psyche was. I walked to my room uneasily. I caught Sejin's eye as she struggled to rest her casted leg on her hamster body pillow. She looked away in embarrassment. Let's pretend we didn't see. I sat on my bed pretending to check my phone. Sejin spoke instead. I'm sorry. Take the ginseng. It's yours. Oh, that was it. I nodded. Thank you. I'll enjoy it. Okay. Just as the room fell into peaceful silence again, Sejin rustled and spoke in haste. I opened it and ate a few already. I'll buy new ones. Please take these. It's fine. I'll eat them. No big deal. Phew. She sighed, a sound of relief mixed with embarrassment. Looking at her cast pressing into the hamster pillow, she muttered, Why do I always cause trouble? You haven't caused any real trouble. Anyway, I'll pull myself together this time, so don't worry. Okay. Glancing back, I saw her staring at her phone with flaming resolve. Maybe she was watching the choreography video. Again. Well, passion's good. As long as she didn't demand it of me. I turned off my phone and put in earplugs. The last thing I saw was Sejin's serious face illuminated by her phone. Somehow it overlapped with the image of her crying before. Could she be trying to fix the problem with her father? That might work on internet forums, but real-world family issues don't resolve so easily. It'd be weird for me, someone without family, to give advice. I decided to sleep, but Sejin kept staring at her phone long after I drifted off. A few days later, I was returning from the final meeting on the collab game 127 section. Rumor was the game team got so excited by the trailer that they created in-game content themselves. The result was, wow, they tweaked it to look like us. This is totally me. There's even a beauty mark on my cheek. They'd lightly incorporated a few of our members' distinguishing features into the initial character designs. We didn't overhaul everything, just adjusted within the assets we had. See? Totally reminds you of the trailer. Especially Lee Sejin's rimless glasses. We all agreed to update that immediately. My own character's double eyelids had been altered to mirrored folds, but sorry, I couldn't tell the difference. Few fun and exhausting. Let's keep it up. Yeah, let's. The MV release was just days away. Our schedule was busier, but that sense of this is working was addictive. Everyone in Taystar was happy, Lee Sejin included. She even seemed relieved, chatting easily with Ryu Chong-woo. Her ankle must be healing well, and I thought the comeback would go smoothly, until an incident hit as we left the company building. Lee Sejin. Come here, huh? A familiar middle-aged man sitting in the lobby near the back door leapt up when he saw Sejin. Her father. Sejin's face went ashen. Fuck. Luckily, our two managers blocked him immediately. Sir, you can't do this. Calm down, please. Let go. These kids have no manners. Harassing people. Sejin's father, thwarted by a bulky manager, hesitated but kept pointing and yelling as they dragged him away. I won't forgive you, you ungrateful bastard. The commotion died down once her father was escorted out. But moments later, an even bigger uproar erupted. 105 chapter. The manager who returned delivered the predictably frustrating news. They said they were going to report us to the police. That's right. They threatened to accuse us of assault or something. We almost lost our minds. The first manager wiped cold sweat from his brow and muttered, "Why on earth did they call them?" A dig at the second manager who wasn't present, having accompanied Sejin to the company meeting. How did he even get into the lobby? He drove by the company on his way back from the hospital, and little Sejin insisted on coming to practice. The guards recognized him as a member's parent and let him in. I see. Big Sejin made an admiring noise but didn't look relieved. You can't exactly block family by policy. Scandals involving relatives can arise even if the member cuts ties. And someone who'd cause a scene in the lobby was hardly sane, so future trouble was likely. Anyway, little Sejin must have been shaken. When she returns to the dorm, let's be extra kind. Of course. Understood. With an ankle injury and now family turmoil, Sejin would surely be under immense strain. The members nodded thoughtfully. Shortly after, Sejin returned to the dorm in her half-caste, just like before, except now her expression was resolute. Sensing it, the others tentatively spoke. Sejin, how did the meeting go? I'm fine. Yes, you look totally fine. Sejin squared her shoulders, marched into the foyer, and headed for the kitchen. She downed a glass of water in one gulp. Gulp, gulp. Placing the empty glass on the table, she inhaled deeply. Tomorrow, I'm filing for a restraining order. Against my father? No. He and my mother divorced when I was little, and he never had custody. Some members, hearing Sejin swear for the first time, were stunned. Do you have evidence? I'm not filing against him. I'm filing against my mother. Phew. Sejin sighed, then explained. When I was a child actor and started to get recognized, he kept contacting my mother demanding money. But her mother, to spare young Sejin pain, never let on. Sejin found out only recently, when they spoke openly during her last break. He stopped when I paused acting, but began again once I appeared on Ajusa. Sejin swallowed and continued in a trembling voice. I thought they divorced over personality differences. I sent money when she said she needed it, but the amount kept increasing, with insults and threats. She paled, recalling how, as the show succeeded, the demands came almost daily in the late rounds of competition. No wonder I was extra sensitive in round 3. Her mental state had already been fragile then. Then, during the last break, I talked it through with my mother and learned the truth. That her parents divorced over gambling and his poor character, and that her biological father had been extorting her mother financially. A worried silence fell. Then why has he continued contacting you until now? Because if I'd acted rashly, it might have caused trouble for my mother or the group. We already had the agency scandal, after all. Sejin bit her lip and wiped her eyes firmly. I planned to deal with it somehow, but it didn't work out. I apologize in advance. If I file, there might be a news article. The company will try to stop it, but I'm sorry if it causes problems. Sejin, you don't need to apologize for this. I'm truly okay. Amid the members' fluster, Big Sejin spoke with a kindly face. I'm sorry you're going through this, but I don't think a restraining order alone will solve everything. You might need another plan. I know. Sejin swallowed. So, I found where he gambles. How? Does that matter? I'll report that place to the police. Gasp. Then he'll go to jail. While he's in custody, we can have him pay what he owes and move my mother somewhere safer. Wow. Among the underage members' cheers, I thought wryly. Illegal gambling typically ends in fines, not prison. Even if convicted, many get suspended sentences. And would the police act on an anonymous tip so readily? Won't it end in a suspended sentence? It won't. He ran the place and cheated at gambling. I recorded all his threats, calling me a gangster, everything. I can send it anonymously to the police. This wasn't a mere addiction, it was serious criminality. I understood Sejin's thirst for justice, but worried that the situation might become more dangerous. What if he brags about being her father and scams people using my name? A more drastic step seemed necessary. Let's see if she'll go for it. I spoke up. We should make sure he can't use your family ties later. Even if he's out of jail, he could pretend to be your father and swindle investors. Why not sever ties formally? What do you mean? I twirled my finger. You could legally change your surname to your mother's. Cough. Erase the link to your father. Entirely. It was an unexpectedly radical suggestion. Sejin choked. Calm down. I fetched her some more water. She downed it and murmured, stunned, I never considered that. Me neither. Me too. Cha Eugene and Sian Ah-hyun agreed blankly. Big Sejin swiftly looked it up on his phone and nodded. If you're not a minor, you don't need your father's permission. They'll send a notice to his address, but you can file it while the gambling place case is in the works. Sejin's face flickered. Changing it mid-comeback might be tough. She worried unnecessarily. You can just use a stage name first. Then switch your legal name later. Kim Rabin beamed. Sejin was still dazed. I thought, no wonder she's conflicted. She's built her career on that name since childhood. She might still hesitate. Just then, Sejin nodded resolutely. Fine. I don't care what surname I use. Her eyes blazed, the same eyes she had staring at her phone days ago. It must be her crusading spirit again. The members cheered her bold decision. Who? Sejin shyly turned her head. Decision made. I added one more point. Ask the company to frame any article so it implies your father's fully at fault, divorced over his misdeeds. Don't spell it out, just leave it between the lines. That way no one could claim unfair treatment. The company would handle it, but it doesn't hurt to be clear. Sejin's expression flickered as if recalling something. I thought before, but you're not. Say it. I said I'm not. If that's how she feels. Ryu Chongwu smiled awkwardly and joined in. Honestly, independently of why you're doing it, it's a great decision. Better to have your mother's name, someone who loves you, than a worthless father. You're right. Anyway, thank you for making a tough decision, Sejin. It wasn't tough. Sejin, having expended all her social energy for half a year, reverted to her usual blunt tone. Anyway, I'll call the company now. Yes. I'm glad we reached a solid conclusion. Thanks. Hehe. Thanks for your hard work. Big Sejin smiled kindly. He didn't seem to harbor any fondness for Sejin, but at least he wasn't annoyed this time. Sejin dove into her work and had no time to feel awkward. That's good. From that warm moment, I suddenly asked the question that came to mind. By the way, what's your mother's surname? Sejin's ears reddened. Bae. Excuse me. Bae. And so, after many twists, actor-turned-idol Lee Sejin truly became Bae Sejin, honoring her mother's name rather than a stage nickname. She seemed pleased. It was amusing how the same given name felt so different under a different surname. But the most astonishing part of this saga came in an online news article a few days later, which Bae Sejin excitedly showed me. This is it, she exclaimed, thrusting her phone at me. I read. Equals. Major arrest in XX City illegal gambling ring. Drugs also found. The Gyeonggi Northern Provincial Police announced on the 12th that on the 11th they arrested A, 43, and 5 others for operating an illegal gambling house in an underground warehouse in XX City. They also seized 2.2 kilograms of pill-form narcotics on site. Equals. What do you think? I won't have to worry about him for years. Yes. Indeed, he was finally off the streets. The day we caught a Schrödinger's drug addict red-handed. And a few days later, as Bae Sejin's half-caste was replaced with a lighter brace, a new milestone approached. Tonight at midnight, the MV teaser drops. It was the true kickoff of our comeback activities. And today was the day I needed to make the choice I'd been delaying. How to allocate my points. Stat screen. I had 3 points to spend. I'd save 1 for emergencies and definitely use the other 2. The question was where. Without overthinking, I decided on my distribution, and before boosting my stats, I addressed what I had to first. Hyung. Yes. What do you think about changing our salon? It was an advanced version of what we'd done during Ajusa. 106th chapter. Bae Sejin's name change drew just enough attention and then passed without incident. Only his surname changed, and since the new name was one of the nicknames he'd already been called to distinguish him. From Big Sejin, it didn't feel out of place. OMG TSDAR's Bei Sejin really legally changed his name to Bei Sejin. His mother's surname was Bei LOL. She raised him alone, so out of respect he's changing his name. So funny that his nickname became his real name LOL, article link. Wait, is this for real? LOL. That's wild LOL. Such unexpected filial piety, no cap. Lolalalal. Well, there's his personal family story, but I bet they changed it because having two Sejins in Taystar was so confusing. They couldn't keep adding letters to everyone's name LOL. LOL. Glad fans won't get confused anymore. However, fans weren't all that thrilled. The nickname Bei Sejin had originally stuck because viewers of Ajusum mocked him by calling him actor Baeonim, and that sarcastic nickname had become permanent. Over time, the negative nuance mostly faded, but those who remembered the origin couldn't help feeling a little odd. Still, after reading the full article, a quiet sentiment rose among fans that they should embrace the change. According to his agency T1 Stars Entertainment, Bei Sejin said, "I'm aware that my new name overlaps with an existing nickname. It's a curious thing, and I want to take it as an opportunity. I hope fans can feel this nickname in a new way." Fans felt his determination to face it head-on. Bei Sejin says, "It's a name like a gift from his mother. Now that's the real name. He never used that nickname in case Sejin felt hurt. But Sejin himself said it was okay. There are plenty of guys thirsting over idols, but our Bei is just the perfect son, filial to his mom and filial to his fans' loudly crying face-beating heart. I was kind of bitter about choosing the Big Sejin name over the small one, especially that nickname. But after reading his statement, I get it. Sejin seems stronger than I thought." Within the Taystar fandom, not his personal fanbase, people shrugged and said, "At least we won't get confused," or "It's cute and interesting." Since everyone already avoided calling him by his given name to distinguish the two Sejins, it wasn't a big deal. Only Big Sejin's most toxic fandom accounts stirred up a brief fuss. Finally got the name Sejin back, sick of having to search by nickname all the time. Glad that's over. My baby's so smooth and perceptive. He even turned that mocking nickname into the perfect image. So slick, happy face. Maybe instead of framing my kid politically, you should think about the brain you're wearing on your head. But even that blew over quickly beneath the surface. Just as Taystar and the company intended, the name change took hold naturally, as if it had always been that way. And by the time Bei Sejin's name change was no longer news, the comeback date was approaching. Finally, after 2 all-nighters, the grad student stumbled out of the lab and into her apartment's entryway. Her dog was enjoying a nap in the living room, but she couldn't sleep. I have to watch TSDAR's music video. Despite its release at midnight yesterday, she still hadn't seen it. All she knew was the last teaser. And since that teaser merely stitched together a few short concept photo-style cuts to a melody, it offered no real hints. She was dying of curiosity, so with nothing to lose, she grit her teeth and ran home to watch it on a big screen. She splashed cold water on her face, sat down at her computer, and, heart pounding, opened YouTube. No need to search. The title was waiting for her at the top of the trending tab. Taystar Airplane, Bingi. Official MV. She could finally see it. Finally. Without even glancing at the thumbnail, she clicked play. The first shot was a white school corridor cutting across a bright blue sky. The fantastical image could have come from an abstract painting, curiously reminiscent of the Magic Boy concept. But before she could take it in, the cut abruptly shifted to a pitch-black corridor. In the dark hallway, water dripped from every surface. Graffiti painted with glow-in-the-dark paint, and a flashing emergency light distorted and glimmered in the flowing water. Then, at the far end of the corridor, someone appeared. A dark figure stumbled forward, pressing against the wall as they moved. Just as she thought she recognized who it was, the figure's outstretched hand suddenly covered the camera. The screen went completely black, and then an acoustic guitar began to play. The sound was unexpectedly clear and achingly beautiful. The palm fell away from the lens, revealing a sky filled with white clouds under a brilliant blue. Below it stood an old school, not dilapidated, but nestled like a picture among mountains and trees, straight out of a youth novel. The next moment, a boy stood at the school's entrance. He hesitated for a heartbeat, then reached for the door handle. As the door slowly began to open, a clear, fresh voice started to sing. My heart's fluttering. I want to send it somewhere. Every last bit, all of it. Now open the window. I'm going to send it to the sky. The paper airplane I folded today. The boy dashed down the corridor beyond the door. The camera shifted slightly to the side, showing his profile, Park Mundy. At that moment, crisp drum hits sounded. Tang tang. Dr 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 dr. A band sound and violin melody layered over them, filling her ears. Though the instruments and sounds felt like something from the early 2000s, the modern beat placement and synthesizer details kept it from feeling cheesy, just retro. Meanwhile, the boy reached a dorm room door at the corridor's end and flung it open. Bang! Inside were the other boys, playing around. They froze, eyes wide, and turned to the camera. Then the video fully transformed into a coming-of-age drama. Scenes showed Taystar attending classes and enjoying daily life at the small rural school. Every time they moved to a new area, and dance practice cut appeared, just a bit clumsy, like students clearing desks themselves, capturing the mood perfectly. Wow! The grad student's heart pounded at the flood of youthful longing, but it wasn't over. From the second verse, new cuts began to intersperse. Each member encountered minor supernatural phenomena in the school and forest. When Sian Ah-hyun turned on the water at the playground faucet, glittering soap bubbles poured out instead. Wow! She marveled reflexively. The twinkling bubbles drifting on the breeze around Ah-hyun made for an incredible shot. After that, most members discovered their magic boy abilities in subtle, unforced ways. What about Mundy? Worried they'd skip his reveal, she watched until Park Mundy's power appeared. After class, as he followed friends out of the music room, he grabbed the door handle, and a strange symbol flickered into view above it. Then the door locked. Whoa! Before she could even scream, the video charged toward its climax. The 7 boys used their powers to hatch a plan. Sneak out after curfew to go have fun. That starry night, their playful escape began. After Big Sejin closed his eyes to check that the hallway was clear, Cha Eugene wound a tiny bear-shaped key, so it grew to human size and covered them with a blanket. Meanwhile, Kim Rabin carefully used a compass to open a window, and instead cut a perfect circular hole, leaving him with a sheepish grin. Despite the mishaps, they succeeded in slipping out of the school building. The final chorus rang out. Will you let me go if I don't hold on? Joy and regret. When they rise again, I'll make them fly. To you, the airplane. As modern electronic instruments dropped in, a field under a shower of stars became the backdrop for a group dance shot. When the dazzling choreography paused, the boys abandoned the dance and ran across the field in one continuous take, seamlessly advancing the storyline. Ha ha ha. Their laughter overlaid the track as the drums dropped out. A bridge variation gently wound the song down. Fly high far away, my soaring heart. May it cross the Milky Way and become a shining star. Ryu Chong-woo laughed and fired a toy gun into the sky. With a playful pop, the bullet burst like fireworks, decorating the night sky. Hands together, pray again. I want to reach you. Beyond our line. I want our hands to touch. The boys giggled and bolted across the field. The camera lingered on their backs for a while. Ah, that was so good. Her tension melted away, and her fingers drummed weakly on the keyboard, her energy spent. But the video wasn't over. When the music ended, the screen suddenly went black. The darkness became a classroom window at midnight, but outside there was no night view or stars, just pitch black, creating a powerful sense of unease. Then, light flashed across the curtain. Graffiti in glow-in-the-dark paint, the same she'd seen at the start, covered the curtain. The eerie glow revealed a figure lying by the window, an image familiar to Taystar fans. Magic Boy teaser. It was the exact same shot. But this time, no magic happened. The video simply ended. Phew. The grad student let out a long breath. The final bait. No, before that, it was amazing. The song, the choreography, the costumes, everything was perfect. But she was too tired to form detailed thoughts. Only the feelings floated in her head. In times like this, I check other people's reactions. Then she could empathize without thinking. Excitedly, She scrolled down to the comment section. Her jaw dropped at the sea of English comments. YouTube's policy of highlighting English first. The only Korean comment visible near the top was, "Looking for Koreans. I love Taystar." Grinning face with sweat. She decided to create an SNS account. 107 chapter. Several days had passed since the song was released last Monday. It meant our first stage schedule was right around the corner. However, perhaps mindful of the accident at our debut showcase, the company announced there would be no showcase this comeback. Instead, they'd lined up new content. Wait, they're doing a comeback show too? This is so exciting. Ryu Chong-woo started tentatively, and Cha Eugene finished for him, shifting the whole vibe. Sure enough, Taystar had secured a solo comeback show slot immediately after Music Bomb next Thursday. Our last album's performance helped, but being from TNET probably carried weight, too. Debuted on Ajusa, so we're top tier. In any case, the VCR shoot for it was already wrapped. It's nice not having to do Here I Am again. Feels like we've really staked our claim as a group, right? Huh. Big Sejin looked openly pleased. This comeback show was clearly one of his personal milestones. Good for him. I shrugged and kept working on what I'd been doing, something I'd been meaning to check but hadn't had time for. Hey, want to see the album? Sure. We were about to inspect the physical album. The company had handed out sets, but I'd also pre-ordered one myself, since last time so many debut copies arrived with sloppy covers or misprinted booklets. I hope they got it right this time. Even if luck might save me, I wanted to order one and check it myself. Hey, Monday, doing an album unboxing? Want to film it? No, I'm good. I peeled off the bubble wrap and declined Big Sejin's offer. A drawer-sized box stood before me. Wow. Can you even call this an album? Big Sejin muttered. By the way, he'd finally ditched his ankle brace last week. The box was enormous, for good reason. Oh, so it's the Lightstick set. That's right. The new Lightstick had finally launched, included in the pre-order set. Let's check the Lightstick first. I opened the box and was stunned. The Lightstick, nestled in foam, was even more extravagant than expected. A gigantic cubic crystal in the center shimmered with aurora colors. Flashier than the final mock-up. It screamed, "Put everything in," a workaholic's madness. The others watching me looked shocked, too. Ooh, oh. Wow, it's huge. It's so sparkly. Cha Eugene's vocabulary had grown. What's that cylinder next to it? Probably a cover for the Lightstick. I pulled out the black cylinder. The baseball bat idea was rejected, too costly and time-consuming to attach stably. This is already above expectations. I slipped the cylinder on, confirmed it clicked into place, then removed it. Now the album. On the right side of the box, 2 hardcover photo books, textbook thick, stood proudly. It's really big. It seems the photos dominate the set. I could use one as a weapon. I lifted each book in turn. One had a white cover with a summer watercolor landscape, the other a black cover with glow-in-the-dark graffiti. Yet their unified design tied them neatly together. Both finishes were clean, and the print quality looked great. Oh, a photo card's falling out. Got it. The photo cards were Sian Ah-hyun's classroom selfie and Ryu Chong-woo removing a gas mask. I handed each member their card and finished inspecting the album. Ah-hyun's selfie game is so bad. How is he still handsome? Thanks. He'd recently hit an S stat, so it made sense. Then it was time to prep for the comeback show pre-record. We're doing multiple songs, so pace yourselves. Got it. After final checks, we took the stage for the first song recording and confirmed that 500 real Lightsticks were on hand. Wow. As expected, no, more than expected, they were blindingly bright. It was like everyone was holding a personal mirror ball. Won't that distract us on stage? From the stage, it looked gorgeous, but if it bothered the fans holding them, it was counterproductive. After a few greetings, I lifted my mic. So how are the Lightsticks? They're beautiful. We love them. Understood. If the fans were happy, that was enough. After filming the comeback show with fans all day, reviews popped up early the next morning. Naturally, the anonymous fan communities were buzzing. One post about Park Monday read, comeback show pre-record review. Bare hair, this crazy guy went back platinum blonde. Damn. Instant shock like cheap noodles. He needs to stay blonde forever. Stage was great, but I'm not telling. Watch the broadcast. Whoa. Back to platinum. Platinum. Pic of Park Mundy landing like a puppy. Honestly, my baby's scalp must be melting. Why not stick with black? Black would suit the concept better. No, panda hair only works platinum. How many songs did they do? Is this fake? Seems legit, similar posts everywhere. Bear hair knows what's up lol, but don't search here. If you're lurking, hit back and never return. That's overzealous stan behavior. They held it on a weekday, so even these idiots showed up. Since the first broadcast hadn't aired yet, even in-depth reviews only conveyed impressions of external changes. And that Thursday evening, the first comeback stage would air, so the music bomb pre-record occurred in the cold October dawn. Don't push. It's freezing. A Kim Rabin fan grumbled as she entered the venue. The reviews still buzzed in her head. Did Park Mundy really go blonde again? It looked so good. No, Park Mundy simply looked better blonde. Since the second team round, she'd secretly checked his fan site. Even Kim Rabin's personal fans subtly defended Park when others teased him. Heard Bear Hair scolded Rabin for pandering to older fans to hit #1. So cringe lol. But Bear Hair still feeds them. If he's with Big Bird, Rabin only catches heat. Big Bird is an extreme alias for Big Sejan to dodge searches. Despite it all, she denied her feelings for Park Mundy beyond mere liking. Let's just watch the stage. She shook off her thoughts, pulled out her light stick, and remembered the black cylinder. Unveiling it revealed the sparkly wand. This light stick is awesome. Fans held their light sticks aloft as Taystar walked on stage. Hello? Hello, we love you. The roar of cheers filled the studio. You must be tired. Thank you so much for coming. No, we're not tired. Truthful and polite answers blended into chaos, but the fun atmosphere made everyone laugh. Taystar looked nervous but spoke well, and above all, their outfits were incredible. What is that? Instead of winter coats, they wore techwear harnesses over school shirts and slacks. The silhouettes of leather, plastic, and metal were bold but perfectly tailored. I knew it'd differ from the title track, but wow. Kim Rabin's hair was slightly longer, half covering his forehead, half shaved. A precarious edge that ink v right, read more on our source, suited him. She wanted to ram something with her light stick in excitement, but held back in the crowded space. Then she noticed Park Mundy, standing slightly apart from Rabin. He looked so handsome. She blinked in disbelief. He was always attractive, but not gasp-inducing. Today he was. Is it the platinum blonde? His hair was bleached so pale it looked colorless, and for some reason, it suited him amazingly. Did they get a new stylist? She heard whispers. They switched his stylist. Looks like it. Everyone seems even more handsome. She realized a top professional had to be behind this. Taystar finished greeting fans and formed up for their positions. As they turned, she shook her light stick cover and remembered. We were supposed to cheer with the cylinder on. Then the central controller lit the light sticks via Bluetooth. The glow-in-the-dark graffiti she'd tested at home wrapped around the cylinder like neon. It looked even more like a neon sign than at home, and she was genuinely impressed, though most fans simply stared at the stage, having tried theirs earlier. She forced herself to focus on the performance. No time to waste. Then the studio lights went down, and a powerful intro began to play. 108 chapter. The stage remained dark. On that unlit platform, a deep, mechanical bass rumbled as if machinery were churning. Doon 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 doon. Though most fans had streamed it countless times, hearing it live packed a striking punch. The tempo was faster than expected, ratcheting up tension. Then in slash electric riff cut in. Devithe. That thunderous melody from the trailer. As if struck by lightning, powerful beams illuminated the set, revealing a dystopian alley of discarded school desks and chalkboards scattered across the stage. Taystar stood with their backs to the audience, each looking a different way. Cha Eugene tilted his head, then spun forward and began. Do not trust it. There is no justice. Ugh. As his low singing rap ended, the riff vanished, and a Moombahton beat kicked in, energetic yet edgy enough for an early dance break. Centered on Cha Eugene, the choreography felt almost robotic. The moment he slipped to the back, the main song launched. Even if I look back, I can't know what happened. Target, 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 got it. I'll chase it, I'll seize it. The melody was entirely new, built on only a sample of the trailer's beat. It was a trendy idol dance track, and onstage Taystar seemed to fly through it, leaving barely any room to breathe. Vivid is this feeling. It won't fade, it won't vanish. I still know. I got that code. As they hit the pre-chorus, Kim Rabin and Big Sejan's vocals intertwined, their duet choreography intense and confrontational before they split. Then Park Mundy stepped up, and suddenly the trailer's electric riff returned along with echoed lyrics. I will never die, like I did before. I'm gonna keep me alive. His high note rang out cleanly, every bit as challenging as it was in the trailer. He delivered it alongside dynamic moves, his tone tinged with melancholy. In the chorus, Kim Rabin reappeared, singing with a sharp, slightly somber edge. But it's just confusing. I don't even know when it started. I'm just confused. How far it goes. The beat shifted back into Moonbaton, low vocals weaving tightly with crisp percussion. Ryu Chong-woo then took over the next lines. Could be confusing. What I want, I may be confused. How I'm supposed to do it. The lyrics suggested a wandering soul, abstract yet ominous. Combined with the set, outfits, and choreography, the performance felt like a dystopian journey through inner turmoil. Neon signs and tech props only amplified the song's haunting core. Take me and give me that power. As the melodic chorus ended, Cha Eugene launched into a biting rap for the second verse. The choreography grew more complex and fierce. That distant feeling. I tried to erase, I try to forget. Yet I still know. I got that code. Like climbing endlessly toward an explosion, new instrumental layers piled on, the beat intensifying. Until, just before the chorus, every backing track dropped out, leaving only the piercing riff. Devithe. Over that riff alone, the final chorus erupted. But it's not confusing. I know who I am. I'm not confused, though. I will find a better me. Park Mundy, taking over from Ryu Chong-woo, hit the ultimate high note with such power the backing drop barely registered. The audience let out silent cheers. What felt fatiguing on streaming was breathtaking live. When the Moonbaton beat returned, it clung to the ears like glue. Better me. Big Sejan burst into the final dance break center. The original motif transformed into a lighter, more buoyant variation as if all conflict had resolved. Yet the footwork grew even more elaborate, making this section the most dazzling. Better me. In a final hook variation of the title, they closed the performance. The crowd's internal roar spilled outward. Wawa. No way. How? Did they do that? The subsong stage had delivered peak visual and auditory thrills, and since multiple takes were being recorded, fans would get to see it again. Out of breath, Taystar waved thank yous and even fanned themselves with their techwear pieces. Then Ryu Chong-woo asked a staffer. Phew, next take. Yes, like that. Their faces brightened. We nailed it in one take. It hit like thunder. This single performance was the only one fans would see live. Though they tried to stall. Director, wasn't our vocal off? The decision stood. Embarrassed, they offered cute bows and dances before leaving the stage. 20 minutes after arriving, fans were escorted out, holding only cream buns and Americanos courtesy of a nearby bakery Taystar had arranged. That night, both the subsong and title stages finally aired. With recent events and staff changes, the company allowed them rest during promotions. At midnight in the dorm, they checked reactions. On YouTube, the title track led in views, but on social media and forums, the subsong buzzed just as loudly. One post with over 500 comments read, "Subsong was made for performance. Way better reaction than the title. Intense as hell. They kill it. The title's better for streaming, but I get why they chose this as the subsong. Live is where it shines lol. Is it live? Yeah, totally live. Mundy Sayar is so loud it's almost lip-sync level. Stage is amazing, but what even are the lyrics? Rabin wrote them. He'll explain on W Live, go if you can. Mostly positive, with a few trolls. Expected chatter. Park Mundy hits his peak when he's blonde lol. Is that really platinum hair? My mental image is stuck on Ajusa pics. What happened? He looks so handsome. Platinum suits him perfectly. What's going on? And some skeptics who fizzled out after learning he'd changed stylists. Overall, the new look and stage executed flawlessly, boosting everyone's image ratings. Even Ryu Chong-woo had climbed from B+ to A, after Ajusa's stress, his gaze sharper than ever. I realized I'd be left as the only B tier and invested my remaining points wisely. One in appearance, one in vocals, leaving one in reserve. The next morning, while monitoring title track reactions ahead of the music show, I heard surprising news. Got a variety show shoot next week, where you ride horses and shoot arrows. All eyes instantly turned to Ryu Chong-woo. 109 chapter. Ryu Chong-woo cocked his head and asked, "You want me to ride a horse and shoot arrows?" "Exactly," the manager replied. "Wow, I love horses. Was I the one who got booked for this?" Bae Sejin asked. The manager shook his head. "No, it's like that Idol Olympics show that just ended. KBC made it. It's their format, so pretty much every idol group's doing it." "Oh, I see. So if we didn't go, it'd hurt our music show invitations." "Got it. But isn't the holiday season over?" "Why now?" someone asked. "Some internal scheduling issue, I guess." Most members accepted that, but Ryu Chong-woo still looked uneasy. "Hyung, is there a problem?" Seon Ah-hyun asked. I'm a bit worried." Maybe his lingering injury worries him. A show that summons idols for physical labor always risks accidents. But the manager cleared his throat. "Well, here's the thing. Chong-woo, you're banned from competing." KBC said it's too dangerous, so they won't let you play. They only want you to do a demonstration." "No way." Everyone recoiled at such a sensible decision. Evidently, they'd half hoped he'd be allowed to compete. Ryu Chong-woo still looked unsettled. "I'd rather do it myself." "Hyung, we can't skip this, right?" he asked. If you want to keep appearing on KBC, yeah, it'll be tough." "What?" Chong-woo shook his head. "It's just too risky. Riding is hard enough, but shooting arrows from horseback is next level." "How much training time did they give you?" "They said we'll learn it on site." "Hold on." The manager bundled us into the van and made a long call from the parking lot. When he returned, he was smiling. "Don't worry, everyone. They've got everything covered." "Oh, they're KBC. Public television won't let us do anything reckless. Let's give it a shot." He must have heard something concrete to promise so confidently. I wondered if they'd even brought in a national equestrian coach. They wouldn't package a dangerous stunt as heartwarming. And they've got other events lined up, too. "Chong-woo, you'll shine there." "All right." Chong-woo still looked wary, but he agreed. On the shoot day, we saw a spectacle. The venue was Daegwallyeong Pass. Even more absurdly, we arrived in historical Hwarang attire. "Hwarang?" someone asked. "Yeah. The show's concept is a Hwarang competition from the Silla era." "Wow. Using ancient ancestors to differentiate from Idol Olympics. Who'd have thought?" We flew from Seoul in full costume, hair and makeup done en route. "Don't lean too hard, or you'll wreck your hair." I felt my neck might snap. At the site, a pink carousel spun under the mountain sky. "Over there, that's your horse." Cameras captured our dumbfounded faces as we realized we'd been cast as shining Hwarang riding merry-go-round horses with toy bows. The ultimate incongruity. "Are our ancestors going to be furious?" someone whispered. Nonetheless, the shoot proceeded safely, just as KBC promised. Idols in Hwarang garb rode a glittering carousel and shot foam animal targets with toy bows, a bewildering triple-layered gag. Why on earth did they pick Daegwallyeong? Big Sejin chuckled at the absurdity and stretched. "At least they didn't invite fans out here. It's a nightmare for them." "Right," I agreed. I'd heard fans complained about remote shoots. "Let's grab some pics for our social media, Taestar Hwarang style," Big Sejin suggested. "Good idea. That was a solid plan." "Ooh, so you actually like the Hwarang look, Mundy?" "Feeling stylish," someone teased, and I felt a pang of annoyance. "Me too," I muttered. "Want to take pics? Show me that hair." Even with random idol teams milling around, we snapped a few group shots. They barely glanced at us. Most groups here had less clout than Taestar and just politely nodded before turning away. True meritocrats. With no one to bother us, we endured the wait peacefully. When it was our turn, the MC announced. Up next, the Taestar Hwarang, famous K-pop's national stock. Equity aside, Ryu Chong-woo and Bae Sejin, who'd volunteered out of fairness, took the sidelines. They'd join the next event. Do your best, be right. Read more on our source. Careful. Yes. I wondered how you could be careful on a carousel, but after Chong-woo's convincing story beam, we mounted our horses. Strapped in and given the emergency stop signal protocol, The carousel began to turn, chiming. Darang ting tang, darang charu. The charming music box melody clashed with our high-stakes task, stoking self-doubt. Then the MC added a rule. To shoot arrows, you must answer quiz questions first. Quiz, we echoed. Correct. A right answer grants you 10 seconds of firing time. The group that hits 5 targets in the shortest total time wins. Only a Warang versed in both culture and martial arts can master the answer, the target, and the timing, the MC declared. Timing is something you match, not answer, Big Sejin muttered. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Bring on the questions. The MC held up his hand. First question, name the Silla general who led the unification of the 3 kingdoms by defeating Gaibeek at the Battle of Wangsanbil. The preceding group had gotten easy geography questions. Was this payback? Thankfully, Cha Eugene raised his hand and said, the general is Kim Yushin. Correct. You, the Taystar Warang, are on point. We sighed in relief and grabbed our bows. 10 seconds, start now. And as if on cue, the carousel sped up wildly. No longer a gentle ride, but a dizzying spin cycle. Whoa, this is so fast, we shouted. Ready? 1. Miraculously, Cha Eugene struck a target immediately. 1. I sighed and took careful aim, but missed. Curse it. That was fun. I like it. Big Sejin and Cha Eugene grinned as we dismounted. Surprisingly, we'd finished in 2 minutes, 7 seconds, a new record. Even more impressive, Cha Eugene nailed the second question. What does www in web addresses stand for? With World Wide Web. I managed to hit a target, too. Finding the right technique helped. Great job. You two were amazing. Big Sejin praised. We'll take it. Cha Eugene laughed. Bei Sejin turned to me quietly. Did you have fun? I shrugged. He understood without a word. I think we did well this time. Yeah, let's nail it again next round. The team buzzed with excitement. I sensed a danger in overdoing enthusiasm. A subtle, still newbie critique could arise. Focus on reaction, not winning. When it was Ryu Chongwoo's demonstration turn, he burst into laughter, then proceeded to knock down all 5 targets solo within his 10 seconds. I had no idea where our national archery team stood anymore. Time flew through sheep shearing and giant Yutnori rounds until the final event, paintball combat with bows. 7 members competed, so Chongwoo and Sejin joined in. This was pure luck-based chaos, and Chongwoo didn't sit out. Nice and even, I thought. Some teams had unbalanced numbers. So will Chongwoo do all the shooting for us? Someone joked. I'll shoot too. Sian Ah-hyun declared with rare determination. Good luck with that, Bei Sejin said, half believing it. Chongwoo, rolling with the momentum, said, let's just have fun. We might get knocked out. That's weak. We want to win. Fighting. With even Ah-hyun on board, Chongwoo eventually caught the hype. Haha, alright, let's win. Yeah. The cameras recorded our battle poses, but I worried that if we actually dominated, it'd rob airtime from less established groups. We already lost the Yutnori final. Winning again might provoke backlash. Yet if we played half-heartedly, we'd be criticized. The best move, dive in fiercely and lose spectacularly. So I pumped my fists, seeming fully motivated. Roll with it. I'd feign effort, but let myself be hit, and collapse dramatically in my Warang costume. 5 minutes later, that's exactly what happened. Mundi, are you okay? Sejin yelled. Yes. Only Chongwoo and I remained. The other 5, absorbed in firing, hadn't noticed our absence, and we'd both been eliminated. Chongwoo, still rolling, barked orders. Roll left, roll right. He couldn't hide by feigning confusion. Damn, just let me lose next time. But Chongwoo was more invested than I expected. 110 chapter. An arrow is coming from the right. Let's crawl over there. Do we really have to go this far? But Ryu Chongwoo, face set in determination, began to belly crawl. In full Warang costume, wig and all, crawling on the bare ground. A horrible hybrid. Just then, an arrow whistled overhead and thudded into the wooden fence. Ping. Bright green paint splattered across the plank. Ryu Chongwoo narrowed his eyes and raised his toy bow toward the direction it had come from. Fwoosh. Out. Too bad. 2 members of the red headband team staggered out from behind the fence, shoulders streaked yellow with paint. They'd been peeking through the slats and firing over and under. He took out two at once with a single shot. That was ecological devastation. Level. It felt like watching a veteran sniper massacre bronze-rank newbies in a side account. 3 teams left. We'll pick off the left flank first. Please stop. Hyung, maybe we should wait until there are fewer players? Oh, only then did Ryu Chongwoo realize he'd crossed the line. Embarrassment flickered across his features, like an adult suddenly noticing children glaring at him. You're right. Let's hang back behind that fence. Roger. He actually looked relieved. Clearly, primitive competition calmed his nerves. Not even a rant. He'd be perfect for a hateful memes thread. Following his lead, we crawled behind the largest section of fence, but before we could settle, arrows began flying again, this time from the green headband team. They're already down to 4. Soon, if 2 more fell, that side would win cleanly. But things didn't go as expected. Watch out. Whoa, got them. Ugh. Chongwoo did eliminate 2 more, but then got splattered and was out. Yet in his final shot, he splashed paint on the last member of the green team, eliminating him too. Suddenly, it was down to just me and one green band opponent in a one-on-one face-off. For real? Both of us knew the drill. Whoever eliminated the other one. And each of us had targeted the other as the biggest threat, so both surviving players were strategy-shy turtlers. The green band member hesitated, firing wildly. It was a stalemate of cowards. Then, paint smeared, Ryu Chongwoo called out urgently. Mundi, use me as cover. Take your shot now. Where did our tacit take it easy agreement go? I couldn't half-ass it now, so I crouched and aimed. Thunk. Oddly, an arrow from him flew straight into Chongwoo's back fence. Even that worked. I gritted my teeth and loosed my arrow, expecting to miss high. But I hit him. No way. As he'd reached up to extract his arrow, my shot caught him right in the hand. What are the odds? Woo-wah. Mundi wins. The eliminated players poured out, cheering. Ryu Chongwoo beamed and patted my back. Well done. Wow. I faced the camera, fists clenched. Victory meant nothing now, gotta avoid an attitude scandal. But then the MC burst from the commentary booth with breaking news. Taystar Hwarang, eliminated. Right. Eliminated Hwarang must leave the field immediately. You cannot aid surviving Hwarang. The green band team took the win. Paint combat champions are Onyx. The Taystar members wore the expressions of raccoons soaked in cotton candy. Chongwoo, was it your fault? Sorry. It's okay, Cha Eugene said quietly. And that wrapped filming of Idol Hwarang Showdown. Unsurprisingly, Idol Hwarang Showdown spectacularly flopped. Not due to cruelty or controversy, but sheer lack of fun. It's not grabbing my attention at all. Let me know when TSDAR's cut is on screen. The editing is so tone-deaf. The subtitles are cringy. Why so old school? How is this concept this boring? I don't get it. Chongwoo's archery vibe is unreal. Why couldn't they capture that? The stale editing and captions flattened any potential absurd charm. Promotion also failed to hype TSDR's participation. So many casuals didn't even know they appeared. Producers, too fixated on aping Idol Olympics, only sent out dry press releases focused on format. Honestly, they should have just filmed us playing with sheep at Daegwallyeong. All that's left is the Hwarang costumes and Chongwoo's proof of gold medalist status. Check out the fan recut Taystar highlights. So much more fun. In the end, only photos and clips of idols in Hwarang garb survived as amusing promotional material. The show quietly ended without a regular slot. Meanwhile, TSDAR's stock price, figuratively, continued to climb. Taystar first week sales slow. Closed at 780,000 copies. Weekly summary. Wow, insane. They're on fire. Everyone has a Taystar icon in our group chat. They almost ran out of a Juica hype. So how did this happen? They must have sold overseas too, received some imports. Fan meet and greets probably helped. Congrats. We didn't even book that many slots. Average at best. Add them to the big 3 boy groups. They outperform in physical sales, though they're behind VTIC and streaming. That's not true. Let's drop the baiting. Taystar fans don't claim they're top tier. They just love the kids. Though cautious, fans delighted in shattering the previous sales record by over 100,000 and holding strong on the charts. They even clinched first place on network television in week 1. Taystar Music Show Number 1, Reaction plus Encore Clip. We love you all. Number 1 Promise. Sing each other's parts, cuties. Congrats on hashtag 1 Hour Airplane is forever. Hearing our name at the awards? Finally. Thanks for hyping up Taystar, every mic grab LOL. Rabin's acceptance speech was so on point. Our bunny made us proud. Mundy can rap too? His rap had Eugene dancing. So cute. The chorus chant was so warm and uplifting. Fans nervously watched for any interference by rival fandoms, but reveled in career-high joy. Around this time, the Taystar collaboration game 127 section launched. Fans weren't wary. They saw no direct tie to the comeback. They probably just used our subsong for a collab track. The game's post-apocalyptic, while Better Me was dystopian. Similar vibe, but not a shared universe. They won't overinterpret the trailer. The Magic Boy world is Airplane, obviously. Trailer analyses waned, overtaken by the MV breakdown. When game ads appeared, just photos of members in trailer outfits. Reactions were mild. Looks like any other celebrity game ad. I'll play once for Chong Woo's sniper outfit. Saw the trailer ad on YouTube. Thought it was a different promo. Gaming community feedback was positive. Subway ads. They're ready to drain our wallets. I lost consciousness. Better prep servers. This could blow up. Holding my breath till launch. I'll only buy T1 dumplings now. Hope they don't nickel and dime us with DLC. Though anxious, they welcome the broader exposure. On launch day, all set. Park Mundy, editing his fan CAF's Warang footage, paused to check his phone. The 127 section icon now graced his home screen. I've never played a game like this, but I should at least try it. Since he'd done the ad, he planned to boost downloads and play counts, then quit after the tutorial. He tapped the icon. Let's get this over with. After a brief install, the tutorial began. You awaken in the 127 section. 5 minutes later, in-game, this grad student character met a companion. A boy in a black hoodie controlling a drone, eyes glowing violet with each maneuver. It was Park Mundy from the comeback trailer. 111 chapter. Is that Mundy? Or Mundiga? Park Mundy's fan operator muttered without realizing it, then tapped the screen. The character's appearance was so similar to the comeback trailer that she couldn't help but suspect. As the dialogue moved on, the character whose name had shown up as was finally revealed. And it wasn't Park Mundy. Yeah. B11. Call me B11. That's enough. Then, in the Ally ad cutscene, the black-hooded boy spinning a neon drone appeared as a playable character. Oh, so maybe Mundy was copying that character? She'd seen ads with concepts like that before, so she tried to let it slide, but her over-immersed mind immediately began analyzing the situation. Wait a second. Mundy's baseball uniform number was 11 during High Five. So if the B comes from the surname, Park. The college student swallowed hard at her plausible theory. Anyway, let me just keep playing. Surprised by the unexpected clue, she continued playing. Besides, the game was actually pretty fun. It started in full first person. The protagonist falls into a sinkhole while out, and ends up transported to a half-ruined, parallel world soul. This is strange. You definitely left home early this morning, yet the sky visible through the sinkhole is red and dark. You think you hear someone crying and groaning above, but you can't be sure. You're very flustered, but worry the sinkhole might collapse further if you stay still. What will you do? Find a way up. Wait for rescue. Shout for help. Listen more closely. Despite the bleak atmosphere, the well-constructed world, the thrill of exploring it for the first time, and the abundant choices made it engaging and enjoyable. Although text-heavy, every battle and decision featured eye-catching graphics or illustrations, so it never got hashtag ink via light, hashtag boring. The mix of luck and strategy kept the tension high. I can't stop. I'm curious what happens next. So far, the supposed Mundy, Ally, and the other characters resembling future Taystar members hadn't received much story, so she began to think perhaps each would get their own arc later. I wonder if there'll be any Taystar world-building clues too? Some players complained, why'd they make us play a game too? But as someone who decided to keep going, she felt a thrill. The game progressed, and her character reached a half-collapsed subway station overtaken by bizarre red masses. The station is pitch dark, with only emergency lights blinking. A strange, fishy stench seems to waft up. The subway doesn't appear to be operating, yet an announcement repeats that a train is incoming. B11. Should I scout ahead? Allow it. Refuse. Scold him. Go together. Come on, let's go together. The college student, fully immersed, played excitedly. Then, a sudden vibration shakes everything around you. The massive red mass embedded in the ground flickers ominously. Then with a gruesome roar, strange creatures burst forth. Combat forced itself upon her. All allies were slaughtered by the horrors emerging from the red mass. The last one left was B11, who so resembled Park Mundy. B11, you're alive. In a cutscene, Park Mundy shoved the protagonist violently. Her phone vibrated, and the screen went black. Then narration appeared again. And when you came to your senses, you realized you were alone. All that remains are the supplies your allies left behind, and your heavy life. Now you must navigate this ruined soul, 127 section, on your own. Only then did the game's opening screen appear. On a dark background floated the 127 section logo over a biohazard symbol. The college student stared blankly at her phone, unable to process what had happened. After the brief opening, a short tip appeared on the loading screen. All allies who die in battle do not return. Ever. She finally panicked. What is this? What is this? Clearly something was wrong. What kind of game kills off all your allies right at the start? She barely regained her composure when a Chapter 2 cutscene began after loading. You eventually admit you cannot accomplish everything alone. You need allies, whether strategic partners or temporary alliances. Right? There's no way this ends here. She recalled complaints from gamer friends. I heard some games force you to shell out cash for gacha pulls to get characters. She'd be furious. Are they treating me like an ATM? Yet she'd still cry and pay. I'll just pull for Mundy, only Mundy. But when the cutscene ended and the gacha pop-up finally appeared, it included a warning. You cannot pull characters you've already had as allies. Hey, she couldn't understand why they'd stop her from spending money even though she had it. She hurriedly fired up her computer. Maybe I chose the wrong option and died. Then I'll just follow a guide and do it right next time. She thought, hopeful, and logged into SNS. She saw fans burning with rage. Ark, what's this? Why does Mundy die? Crying face. 127 section impressions. These devs are as devilish as the Idle Corporation staff. No, Base in the gown. Crying face. He was protecting me, and he died. Why can't I save him? Isn't that weird? Why do you die no matter what? Crying face. Here's the scoop. The 7 allies you get in the tutorial, the ones who look like T-Star from the trailer, all get wiped out at the end of Chapter 1 no matter what. And apparently the highest Bond character dies last. F***K, this isn't a game. Crying face. Sob sob. The college student felt faint. She wasn't the only one in shock. Comments under the T-Star trailer video began flooding in Korean at terrifying speed. Crying face, oh my. Now that I know these kids' ending, I can't watch the trailer the same way. Save them. Take my money and return my kids. Crying face. So that's why the lyrics say we won't die. Crying face. Watching it again, they're promising to save me. That's insane. Could that be why the special booklet is titled that? Is T-Star planning a side story to soften the blow? But fragile fans are already wrecked. Save them. Crying face. Some tried to stop spoilers, but most were drowned out by the avalanche of comments. Fortunately, fans soon regained their wits and began worrying about T-Star fans causing nuisance in a new game posts. So most comments were just cries and screams. Unaware foreigners left remarks like, "What happened? And someone tell me why," bewildered. Funny and sad was that, despite cursing the game, many kept playing because it was fun, and little hooks kept popping up. Around mid-Chapter 2, the costume shop unlocked. Give your allies new looks. Clicking the pop-up showed purchasable costumes. And now, the launch season costumes were exactly those of the allies brutally wiped out in Chapter 1. Though you couldn't pull the dead allies, you could overlay their appearance. Plus, the description read, Purple Drone Boy Costume. A costume that evokes a wistful memory of someone once protected you. As a result, players began pulling characters with similar stats and personalities just to overlay these costumes and keep playing. Game maniacs experienced the same, but they were calmer. This wasn't their first rodeo with Ruins Factory. No matter how much hype, You can never give up on the twist. That's Ruins Factory's grit. A day or two. We expected it. These bastards must have loved pissing off new fans, dropping costumes to block refunds. Feeling good, you bastards. Must feel awesome. #1 on Play Store revenue. LOL, so damn infuriating. Bring back beerin'. Watch the trailer, grabbed a beer, love the sniper. Do I need to buy a male character's costume, factory bastards? In 2 years, when the game's dead, they'll open the initial gacha, using all Ruins Factory know-how to empty wallets. Better to do it now, when hype's high? True, but they're already raking it in via costumes. Long-term cash whale model activated. And as predicted, Ruins Factory did not open the initial ally gacha despite the flood of inquiries. They insisted that players needed to stay immersed in the story, refusing to artificially hand out allies that would break the narrative flow. Not to mention sales were already astronomical. Recovered all 7 original characters with identical stats and similar personalities. Now we're together forever. Screenshot. Wow. How much did you spend? More than you can imagine. But I'm satisfied. Such stories were countless. Some fully immersed Taystar fans and hardcore gamers kept boosting revenue. Through this, most 127-section players developed affection for Taystar. Glad they're doing well as idols, even in 3D. Isn't that odd? Usually people complain. They died in 2D and got reincarnated. Wow, this is real. So Mundy's real name this life is Mundy? No wonder the code name was B11. They must have hated their real name. There's an Easter egg at Myeongdong Cathedral. Recommend checking it on at least one run. Thanks. Because small hints about the original allies appeared in later chapters, this interest lasted a long time. Then, unexpectedly, a new Taystar content was announced. Taystar Better Me official music video. It was the MV for TSDR's subtrack, Better Me, and its opening was the final scene of the game collaboration trailer. 112th chapter. When you play the Better Me music video, the first thing you see is Park Mundy's face staring into the camera. He's wearing a black hoodie, with purple glinting eyes, just like in the trailer. Without a word, Park Mundy reached out his hand toward the camera, and he manipulated the camera. Click. Crackle. The footage rewound, and scenes from the trailer began passing by in reverse. The water tank, the sewer, the mannequin, the falling gun, the biohazard symbol, and finally, the screen settled on a dilapidated cloth doll with gears. The rewind stopped at the opening shot, and then the song began. Do not trust it. There's no justice. Ugh. At that moment, the cut switched to Cha Eugene, holding a brand new, pristine doll instead of the ragged one. The camera pulled back to a full shot of the surroundings. It was an ordinary classroom where students were attending a lesson. Taystar members sat scattered among the desks, wearing everyday expressions as if listening to class. But the moment the rhythmic Moonbaton beat started, crackle, all the other students vanished, and an X was sprayed in glowing graffiti paint across each desk. Against the darkened classroom, an intense group choreography began. 돌이켜봐도 알 수가 없어. 무슨 일이 일어난 건지. Between choreography shots, members appeared alone in locations like the music room and gym. Each space transformed into a strange atmosphere linked to their individual abilities shown since Magic Boy. In their techwear outfits, Taystar looked as if each had built their own boss chamber from the game. Target, target, target. Got it. 달려가는 대로 잡아채는 대로. They sang in their personal spaces, Inc. via LGHD conceptual and world-weary. Then, at the moment the thunderous trailer riff hit, DDVV 8th dash. Quick cuts showed Taystar fleeing from or charging at monsters in their school uniforms, ending on the classroom's motto chalked on the blackboard. Rough red graffiti had been sprayed over the clicked black lettering. Winner take all. Loser? Goodbye. Blood splattered across the word goodbye. Then the chorus began. But, it's just confusing. When did this start? I'm just confused. How far will we go? The melancholy chorus clashed with the brutal survival game visuals. Within the music video, the lyrics began taking on concrete meaning, and as the song progressed, TSDR's actions grew more extreme. Fighting shots became more frequent than scenes of unity, reaching a climax when the final monster collapsed. As Kim Rae-bin turned and raised his ice pick, Ryu Chong-woo shot him in the back. Afterward, The video shifted to more intense performance shots, interspersed with chilling hints of them hunting each other. Then came the bridge. During the second verse, when Bae Sejin had received few cuts, a close-up appeared. While singing his part, Bae Sejin suddenly rose and left his space at the school entrance. 감당 무드, 그의 paradox. 손을 잡을 때, 더 크게 payback. 스스로 만든 번복을 벗어나. He ran down the hallway to the last door. When he opened it, a normal classroom appeared. But as the camera pivoted, red graffiti, paint dripping from the motto came into view. At the moment Bae Sejin threw something from his hand, the final chorus exploded. But it's not confusing. Who I am. I'm not confused. Oh, I will find the better me. In Bae Sejin's hand was a heavy metal padlock. The padlock flew in an arc, smashing the motto frame. The shattered glass flew in slow motion. And as the frame hit the floor, the Moonbaton beat returned. Bae Sejin smiled wryly. Better me. With dazzling choreography, the timeline in the video began to rewrite. After the last monster fell, Kim Rabin's ice pick was halted by a salvo of camera shutters from Park Mundi's smartphone, and Taestar dispersed, grumbling at one another. Their expressions were unburdened. Then the screen cut back to Cha Eugene holding the ragged cloth doll. But this time, Cha Eugene did not turn the gears. He whistled, tossed the doll into a corner, and began walking down the shattered hallway. A fixed camera from behind captured his light step, and the words, Better Me, appeared in white text above. Better me. With that final hook, the video ended. And the Taestar fandom entered an era of unexpected MV interpretation. What are you watching, Hyung? Our MV interpretation. Why interpret it? Want to join? Yes. Rather than get caught in endless questions, I decided to include Cha Eugene. I connected my phone to the TV's YTube. A fluffy duck character appeared on screen. Hello, YTube friends. I'm Potato Duck, the duck who interprets music videos. Today I've prepared an interpretation of TSDAR's Better Me MV. Yes, that game. That group that's all the rage. Full disclosure, I played the game so hard I cried. So some of my own opinions might slip and please bear with me. 127 section spoiler alert. Let's begin. The ducks summarized the Better Me MV plot and then explained the overall story. The monsters in school uniforms seem to be the students from TSDR's classroom, Transform. In the peaceful classroom shots, you can see name tags of the same color and name on the students' uniforms. I listened with genuine interest. But the duck immediately dropped a bombshell after the recap. I've had a theory about TSDR's world since Airplane, and after seeing this MV, I'm sure Park Mundi and Bae Sejin are probably the same person. Pooh-huh. Bae Sejin, sipping coffee as he left the kitchen, choked on his drink. Cha Eugene's eyes widened, waiting for the duck's next words. Since Magic Boy, they've shown opposite actions. Park Mundi locks the school entrance with a padlock. Bae Sejin smashes that door. And in this MV, Park Mundi rewinds time by turning the camera, while Bae Sejin destroys the very clock that symbolizes this horrific time. If you ask why that means they're the same person, it's because their powers operate on the same plane. Both manipulate time and space, but Park Mundi imposes constraints, while Bae Sejin breaks them. What's plane mean? Plane. Like the same line. Bae Sejin answered and flopped beside me on the sofa. He seemed intrigued by the interpretation video. As I mentioned before, Park Mundi's Magic Boy prop looks like a book, but it's actually sleep. Through sleeping or acts symbolized by sleep, he slips back in time. On screen appeared the shot of a hand covering then uncovering a camera, and Park Mundi standing at the school gate. The footage continued to the scene of him running into the school. It was from the Airplane MV. Doesn't this shot look familiar? Yes, it's in the Better Me MV too. A repeated clip showed Bae Sejin running down the hallway. The framing was identical. And what did Bae Sejin throw to smash? The motto frame? The very padlock Park Mundi used on the entrance in Magic Boy. That was a detail meant to be noticed. Based on these points, I propose they're actually two personalities of the same individual. More evidence followed. Did you see? In the Airplane MV, the dormitory bed count is 6. And in the Better Me MV, Park Mundi sits alone in the farthest seat. Even if there were no other students, that placement wouldn't be odd. And there's never been a shot of anyone besides Bae Sejin speaking directly to to Park Monday. The members murmured with appreciation. Ooh, that's plausible. It was convincing. But the truth was just a coincidence. The padlock came from the entrance but got cut for time. The hallway shot was repeated simply because the director liked the composition. And there never was a shot of me talking to other members, because Sean Ah-hyun wasn't in that scene to begin with. Still, the theory was so entertaining that the video racked up views and comments. Maybe we should pitch using this idea in the next album. After all, it's not the seller's preference but the buyer's that matters. Anyway, the MV wrapped up the Park Monday equals base Sejin theory and returned to world building. If you trace the timeline via Park Monday's dream type slip, airplane, magic boy, better me, and then the trailer bonus book. But they seem to exclude the trailer from the official flow, hence in. This MV base Sejin ends the incident as something that doesn't happen. The screen split between the trailer's exploding doll and this MV's unbroken doll. Spot on. It was a device to keep the game from entangling too deeply with their world. Neither side wanted the other's lore to fully bleed in. And if version, then, judging by people's reactions, it was the right choice. There were already plenty of stunned fans. They couldn't hit them with more shock. It's nice to think of a fitting ending for them in 127th section, but it's truly sad that we may never see the futures of our first allies. A subtitle appeared, Duck Potato Sobbing When B11 Dies. Apparently, its impact was even stronger than expected, but I'm hopeful the members' trailer abilities might show up later in the world. Quack quack. See you for the next MV interpretation. See you. That duck is smart. I handed the TV back to Cha Eugene and checked the comments on my phone. Wow, Taystar has gone insane with their world building. Seems legit they're the same person, gives me chills. Thank you, Potato Duck, for always bringing quality interpretations I can watch MVs worry-free. I thought Better Me had a battle royale vibe, and this makes it even more interesting. Loved it, happy face. It seemed that theory had solidified as the accepted interpretation. No dissenting voices even with newest comments. Interesting. Watching how every unintentional detail lined up into a fresh interpretation was fascinating. And every now and then, some game maniacs floated by. So how do you see the loser bits? Monday's on SNS all the time. Follow him he. No, I'm a gamer. Just wondering if Monday's done anything else as B11. Thanks for replying. Oh, got it. It reminded me. Something else was set to drop later this week. It's just fan service content, but it might get a reaction here too. This could be awkward. I rubbed the back of my neck and put my phone down. Then at 10:31 p.m. the next day, a new video was uploaded to TayStar's official YouTube channel. Taystar Better Me choreography video late Halloween ver. It was a Halloween costume version of the choreography video, with Taystar in the initial 127 section ally outfits. 113 chapter. Over the past few days, in the 127 section community, a few hardcore players have been dissecting the Better Me music video. Because of its ties to the trailer, a strange conviction arose that there must be game-related Easter eggs. Godstar, have you seen the latest video? Those school uniform monsters in the midsection are a clue. When you go into the Gangnam Mungo nest and check the meteorite survivor records, the descriptions of people mutated by that very meteorite are identical. Game screenshot. In other words, the Godstar video is planting a seed about the meteorite fall from 7 years ago. Has the collab infiltration gone this deep? OMG. Hey, that's pretty convincing. Do I have to watch a boy group MV to play this game? Is this what they call over-immersion nerdism? No way. It means 7 years later they'd look exactly the same. The factory perverts don't miss this sort of thing. What if they're all already mutated post-meteor survivors? Godstar's superpower concept. What if that power came from the meteor mutation? Damn, these guys are sharp. Are our brains factory mortgaged? Nice nerd delusion, but as a factory worker I'm intrigued. Doesn't sound so bad, does it? These guys are crazy LOL. Despite the controversy, the more people tore the MV apart, the more dubious elements they uncovered. Every tiny detail became fodder. Earrings if you hang it on the ear, nose rings if you hang it on the nose, but at least they were talking. See the calendar in the back of the classroom? It says 2030. 127 section is set in 2037, 7 years after the meteor disaster. Case closed, right? Blurry MV background capture. Godstar fans were pushing that Biren and the Doctor are the same person. This explains why only Biren has a code name. He's an android clone with drone integration. LOL, these guys are hilarious. But nothing definitive surfaced, and since it wasn't an officially designated collab video, the discussion hovered at mere suspicion. As usual, aside from prayers for the original allies, only occasional new voices appeared. I don't care, just bring back the sniper, you factory bastards LOL, or at least sell us the right to rename a companion so I can name him Sniper. Ikotaku. You're into that? I just started. Can someone tell me why they all die? Please, a strategy guide. There isn't one. Go to the official CAF. There are newbies like you popping up every hour. Just when the initial ally drama was still hot, Taystar uploaded their late Halloween choreography video. The thumbnail even showed all of Taystar flat on the floor at the start. Then, as the Better Me intro began, the members smoothly rose and each struck their opening combat pose, exactly the same as in the game's battle entering illustrations. Because their makeup and styling were so on point, they even nailed the exact expressions from the trailer. Cha Eugene even changed his intro lines. Do you trust me? It's me. Ugh. After that, whenever each member's most memorable part hit, they grabbed a small prop symbolizing their character. Hats, flasks, a handful of little glowing bulbs, and reenacted a brief battle highlight. Most props were minor compromises so they could keep the choreography intact, resulting in a light-hearted, playful vibe. Only Kim Rae-bin, during his chorus, dragged out a mannequin from off-camera, tripped over it, and got flustered. It's just confusing. When did it start? I'm just confused. How far will it go? His embarrassment, and the others helping him move the mannequin while stifling laughter, somehow turned the gloomy lyrics into a meme-worthy joke. Moreover, the members' performances perfectly matched their characters' in-game impressions. Some brazenly owned it, while others awkwardly exaggerated combat motions in mock embarrassment. That deepened viewers' immersion even more, culminating in the final verse. Thank you. See you again. Until next time. Originally a bittersweet build into the dance break climax, seeing them wave and say those lines so cheerfully overlapped chillingly with the game's true ending. Though the members themselves were simply enjoying a fun, slightly embarrassing shoot, the fallout was massive. Comments flooded with crying fans, pushing even English remarks off the top. Crying face, Aya. We're rewatching this, right? Right, guys? We're getting another collab, right? My PTSD is kicking in, but why do I ink via LGHD? Exclusive on N via LGHD. Feel happy? I'm going to spend everything. Won't stop till I get every one of our kids. Crying face. My kids are alive and well here. I was obsessing over the wrong characters. I'll wait for our Taystar to come back. Opposing sentiments both climbed to high ranks, sparking threads of sobbing and laughter in the replies. Even on game community shares of this video, the mood was the same. The dead allies came back for Halloween. F***K. Don't make comments like that. It's too sad. LOL, our Biren never died. He's alive in my deck. They just renamed him. What are you talking about? Don't pull these childish pranks when you call yourselves Godstar. Tears emoji. Better than those devilish factory bastards. Before long, a parade of reaction viewers, some non-fans just there for the tears and laughs, joined the comment thread. Foreign fans who hadn't yet been able to play 127 section were even more anguished once they pieced things together via translations on SNS. I really want to play that game. Crying face. Pure jealousy fire. Denied even the chance to grieve properly. Those international fans added to the frenzy. The late Halloween choreography video thus became a highly effective gateway for game maniacs. And with that, the whirlwind October of game collabs drew to a close. Early November, all the game collab content had been released. But naturally, the group's schedule grew even busier. This comeback outperformed their debut, and their stocks soared. Proof of that was the very schedule we were in. The high-pay single commercial. Pull your corners up more and smile. I gripped my light stick and forced the biggest smile I could. The director seemed pleased and called the next cue. Tilt your head here. Tilt. They said a pair of dog ears would be composited above us. Is this too much? And the title of this ad was Magic Boy TSDAR's magical AI assistant, Curiosity. They planned to leverage Park Mundi heavily by making the AI a dog character. I wondered if it was okay to air this on TV, but at 350 million. One for 3 months, I decided to shut up and follow the sponsor's orders. They'd handle the rest. Okay, that's a wrap. Thank you. Filming went smoothly. The members, who'd been waiting, finally expressed their joy at finishing today's schedule. Only Big Sejin didn't lift his eyes from his phone. He waved with a smile. Huh, that's not like him. This feels off. What are you doing? Ah, sorry. Nothing. He shrugged and pocketed his phone. Cha Eugene, standing beside him and watching us both, suddenly brightened and blurted out. Is it your girlfriend? What? No way. Hey, what are you talking about? Eek. Don't even think about dating. I'm not. Big Sejin tickled Cha Eugene several times and then, with a grin, offered an explanation. Some friends who debuted earlier contacted me. I just thought it was surprising. Sian Ahyun exclaimed beside him. Sejin, you really have a lot of friends. Haha, not exactly friends, just acquaintances? Big Sejin beamed and drew a line under it. So they only reached out now? How lame. He shrugged again to end the topic. Anyway, we'll see each other next month. Huh. Oh, you mean the year-end awards? At Ryu Chongwoo's prompt, Big Sejin nodded. Right. We have less than a month until our first award show. Wow. Time flew. Everyone seemed to pause in reflection, no doubt remembering the tumultuous year from Ajusa to this album. And I had a premonition. This schedule's only going to get crazier. There'd be almost no downtime outside of sleep, and we'd have to prep for the year-end awards too. It was clear the agency was still cherry-picking only the most lucrative gigs. Cutting any more of those would be impossible. They'd have to cut into our sleep. I wasn't the only one thinking it. Kim Rae-bin raised his hand and said, So we'll start preparing our year-end awards stage soon? Is there a lot to prep? Bae Se-jin, the lowest stat member, asked tentatively, and K-pop veterans in the room fired rapid responses. We'll do a special stage. I think we'll need at least 3 different rearrangements. How much we participate is up in the air, though. And the choreography. I'm sure we'll create a lot of new moves. Bae Se-jin already looked exasperated, but then nodded. His face hardened with resolve. All right, I'll work hard. Yeah, let's work hard and hit all the award shows. I love awards. Oh, it'd be so great to win. Their cheerful banter about gladly sacrificing our personal lives continued, but the problem was, I felt the same way. Gotta focus on Rookie of the Year. Sleeping can wait. I checked my debuff again. Win an award or die. If you fail to win Rookie of the Year at the most prestigious domestic awards show within the allotted time, you die. Since most prestigious is vague, we need to secure Rookies of the Year at all 3 top award shows if possible. And even if there's no direct link to the stage performance, a half-hearted one could deflate voters' enthusiasm. The awards season lasts a month. I have to make the stage the best it can be. Well, there's no competition at my level right now. I felt more at ease than before. Our live performances are Mundi's responsibility. Doesn't that make you feel better? Absolutely. Thank you as always. Yeah, thanks. Haha. By the time my thoughts settled, it had become the next topic of conversation. The team atmosphere was good. That night, en route by car, I received a message. VTC Chongryo Sunbeam. Next is Rookie of the Year, right? Isn't he still on tour? I had no desire to bite, so I quickly replied. I'd be thrilled with any award. I hope you have great results too, Sunbeam. After a moment, he replied. VTC Chongryo Sunbeam. Yes, happy face. I really want to block him. I turned off notifications and went online. While browsing awards-related news, one post caught my eye. Is it really right for Taestar to go for Rookie of the Year? 114 chapter. Why are people still talking about Taestar for Rookie of the Year? I had a rough idea what the comments would say, but I clicked anyway. Is it really right for Taestar to go for Rookie of the Year? They didn't debut normally. They're basically an extension of Ajusa, right? This should be viewed as a variety show. Project. Frankly, they're stealing opportunities from other rookie groups. Of course, I kind of expected this reaction. We heard the same when TIC's schedule overlapped. Calls of ecosystem destroyers. I can understand it. Ajusa should have been a flop. It's not surprising people call us a broadcast giant's abuse, given we debuted off a popular audition program. But the contestants suffered terribly, and by season 3 management had practically given up. It feels unfair to take all the blame. This isn't strong enough public opinion to change the tide anyway. The comments were overwhelmingly one-sided. Some even mocked other rookie groups' sales. That audition was literally an idol audition. What are you talking about? Exactly. Doesn't that make it more unfair? What rule did they break? You'd think idol auditions were illegal or something lol. Wait, was this just bait? I was writing a serious reply. How many groups have debuted via audition programs? Should we invalidate all their debuts? LOL, because Ajusa did well. Suddenly, every weird theory pops up. Seems you're just bitter your favorite rookie group didn't get the award. Good luck. I think Ajusa itself was weird, but that doesn't mean Taystar lack rookie qualifications. Way too far. TSK. Later replies just ridiculed the original poster. Huh, this one-sided vibe isn't great either. This post was clearly troll bait, but the fact that random people sneered at this year's rookie groups unsettled me. They didn't seem to be Taystar fans, just people amused by mocking someone. The best-selling rookies only sold 80,000 copies. LOL. LOL, even that game doesn't sell that much. With those sales, Rookie of the Year seems a stretch. LOL, empathy levels 0. This kind of needless friction with other rookie group fans isn't good. It left a bad taste, but it wasn't a major issue. It wasn't trending, and TSDAR's results were solid enough that even critics couldn't completely dismiss us. I shrugged and moved on. The next week, busy with year-end rehearsals, I wasn't too worried about Rookie of the Year. The mirror in the dance studio fogged up. Rest, huff, now again. Huff. Ugh, I'm dying. If Cha Eugene was saying that, the others must have been utterly exhausted. Eugene has the hardest time, but it makes sense. His solo choreography section was long, and he even had to use that aerial rig. The finished stage would look amazing, but performing it was brutal. Water, please. I tossed my water bottle to Eugene. Me too. Please have mercy, Mundy. I threw water to the two Sejans across the studio. A hush fell as everyone guzzled. After a while, Sian Ah-hyun spoke up, hesitantly. St still? I think it'll look cool when we actually perform. That's right. If the camera catches it well, it'll be an awesome stage. Kim Raybin said, and nervous chuckles rippled around. Raybin looked puzzled at the laughter. Funny guy. I smirked and pulled out my phone, planning to check the Rookie of the Year voting progress in the break. But the manager entered carrying trays of drinks, and I put the phone away. Hyung, coffee. Thanks for the iced coffee. The manager handed out drinks and asked, all right, guys, how's practice going? Good. If we keep this pace, we'll nail the awards show stage. Great. But, sit down for a moment. Ryu Chong-woo, reporting our status, glanced at me but then calmly gathered everyone. What is it? Another schedule? No, nothing like that. The manager looked uneasy, hesitated, then said, they said there'll be an article tomorrow about Ajusa. Tnet tried to block it, but apparently couldn't. We're preparing a response, so don't worry too much. What's the article about? It's a rumor about Ajusa participants, but we have all the refutation materials ready. Especially, they're picking on Chong-woo, so don't get rattled. I barely contained my panic. Of all times, now this blows up. This was 100% the controversy about the writer's kin. I thought they'd kept the writer quiet for at least a year. With the group's success, people were digging. Chong-woo, ever perceptive, didn't look surprised, just serious. Should I say anything? I haven't heard that, but hang on. The manager stepped out to make a call. The rest of us sat in stunned silence. The hashtag #EnvyLight hashtag adrenaline that had driven away our fatigue just vanished. Big Sejin spoke up seriously. Hyung, may we have a brief explanation? Of course. Chong-woo calmly repeated what he'd told me, that the Ajusa writer had contacted him via an obscure clan registry, claiming distant kinship. Most of us breathed easier hearing the explanation. So you're really strangers? That's right. Once that's clarified, it shouldn't spread further. Chong-woo still looked bitter. Sorry for stirring up controversy at such an important time. It's okay. Hyung, don't worry. Well, what's done is done. Let's hope it resolves smoothly. Bae Sejin chimed in softly. If I were Chong-woo, I'd have quit already. He'd turned self-deprecating. Then Eugene cheerfully added, that's true. Hey, haha, The absurdity cracked us up and lightened the mood. Nothing to do but practice, right? Wise words. Moments later, the manager returned, surprised to see us back at it, but relieved, and left us to our drills. The next morning, tired from lack of sleep, I saw the headlines. TSDR's Ryu Chong-woo booked via kinship chance by a Jusa writer. Uncomfortable truth of audition shows. Did Taestar debut via blood ties? A Jusa debuter's Taestar writer's relative was ex-medalist Ryu Chong-woo. Exactly what I'd expected. Even social pages jumped on it, and comments poured in. Don't. Read the comments. Okay. Chong-woo looked worried. Fans must be upset. Fortunately, rebuttal pieces followed immediately. T1 stars. Writer a relative? Chong-woo never met them. A Jusa writer and Chong-woo are more than 15 generations apart. Not kin. Typically, rebuttals get little attention, but because our response was so swift and Chong-woo's image strong, these ran high on portal news tabs. Fans worked hard. Seems the writer just chased a famous name. Ended up calling a distant relative. Good timing. A Jusa hit big. Chong-woo got conned by the hype LOL. Likes. 11026. Replies. 1501. 15 generations apart is basically mortal enemies. Likes. 8490. Replies. For 22. 15 gens? Honestly, if I were the writer and a national athlete existed, I'd interview them. Likes. 6178. Replies. 759. Taestar fans mostly accepted the rebuttal, and public sentiment quickly recovered. The agency's PR team even messaged. Should be fine, but Chong-woo, lay low on SNS for a while. Yes. Thank you. Chong-woo seemed relieved, and conflicted that he couldn't publicly thank fans. I stifled a sigh. I probably shouldn't mention this. On some corners of the internet, I saw that full recovery hadn't happened. Even after Chong-woo's rebuttal, don't you still feel uneasy? Just calling it distant kin doesn't explain how Chong-woo got so much airtime on Ajusa. From the moment he was scouted without prelims, it felt rigged. What? Deals were made behind the scenes? I read the whole article. Didn't they say he was scouted when they thought Season 3 would flop? Isn't that weird? Even after Ajusa's huge success, Chong-woo's airtime stayed high. Wasn't it strange he got that tragic hero edit? I can't help but be suspicious. Chong-woo, you national team defender, felt weird since Ajusa. Finally people are saying it. Scouted. LOL, they probably promised him a final spot. So annoying some got no airtime, but Chong-woo got scouted? LOL. Suspicion and criticism of Chong-woo grew until it spread to Taestar as a whole. Honestly, I'm suspicious of the other members too. LOL, fans are too scared to say it. I'll say it. Not just Chong-woo. All debuters benefited from editing. So refreshing. Soon fans will freak out in here. Prediction. What about so-and-so? They barely got any airtime and still debuted. LOL, exactly. They even cleaned up the bad edits later. Total whitewash. I hate those fans and those idols. This atmosphere wasn't healthy, so it eventually died down as people grew tired. The agency, betting that attention would swiftly shift to another issue, focused on mainstream PR and shelved it. Yet those doubts about TSDR's legitimacy lingered uneasily. And before long, the same topic resurfaced. About TSDR's Rookie of the Year. Their results speak for themselves. They deserve popular or main awards, maybe not Rookie. I wish another group could take it. Those who lost out have it so unfair. The difference this time was that people started actively agreeing. 115 chapter. The arguments in the comments saying Taestar shouldn't get Rookie of the Year have become much more sophisticated than before. They've shifted the focus away from Taestar itself to the idea of rookies. Seriously, it just feels wrong. Think of the groups with last year's sales who probably gave up. They're from a variety show, which distorts the whole field. If Taestar had debuted normally, would they have these numbers? Absolutely not. Right? With Ajusa's fairness already in question, grabbing Rookie of the Year on top of that is crossing the line. Wow, you guys are the ones crossing the line. You almost make me think Taestar did mass buying. Honestly, I think what they're doing is worse than mass buying. Mass buying is a crime. What are you even saying? Don't you think something more insidious is going on? That's why no one's found a way to stop it yet. Shouldn't we separate out the audition show, boosted cases? Rookie of the Year should go to real rookies. They're clever. Since you can't attack our numbers, you try to withhold the symbolic rookie award. And if that tactic somehow caused us to lose, they'd say, see, they couldn't even win Rookie of the Year, and flip it back on us. But that won't happen. None of this affects the actual voting criteria. It's not like a juicer where you can subtract votes. After all, mainstream public opinion is locked in, and jury scores are unlikely to change. At worst, a few communities might boo us and refuse to congratulate us, but the award itself is secure. Even this post was already getting buried. Now you're even dragging in mass buying? You're just bitter. If some rookie had sold 200,000 copies, I might have listened, but that didn't happen, so lol. I get how you feel. But who appointed you to redefine Rookie of the Year standards? LOL. There were plenty of comments like that. Let's just focus on practicing our year-end stage. I stopped monitoring to avoid needless stress. I hope the fans aren't too stressed, either. Since our social media activity is paused, there's little we can do now. I could provoke a counter-thread. Okay, then who deserves Rookie of the Year instead of Taystar? But if the name Park Monday came up, it'd be a real scandal. Better stick to rehearsal. With a sigh, I return my thoughts to practice. One more time. Yes. Soon, the atmosphere in the studio turned intense. Everyone must have seen those provocative posts. Perhaps some fans had shared their frustrations. It felt like NVLIGHT in a Juica team showdown. I'd never seen us this fired up. Ryu Chong-woo, nearly exhausted, murmured as if steadying himself with facts. We're practicing for the SBC stage, right? That's right. Hearing Kim Rabin's confirmation, Bae Sejin muttered, pale-faced. This might be the hardest one yet. It's fun. Sejin stared at Eugene as if he wanted to slap that cheerful face. Chong-woo smiled and rallied the team. Okay, let's give them a great show. Yes. Let's all do our best. Perhaps aware of potential further controversy, our agency trimmed external schedules in November, giving us extra rehearsal time. By the time we were fully prepared for all the awards show stages, the season was upon us. The first awards show was Tonia, the self-proclaimed largest global music awards in Asia, hosted by T1. In other words, it's run by the conglomerate that's fully behind Taystar. Naturally, we collected awards in line with our performance. And the winner is Taystar. Congratulations. I heard that line 4 times today. We took Excellence Award, Popularity Award, even Music Video Award. And of course, Rookie of the Year. Thank you so much. We'll take this as a reminder not to lose our initial passion, work harder, and strive forward. We arranged for Big Sejin to give the Rookie of the Year speech. He and Chong-woo planned it carefully. The wording was company approved to avoid controversy, so at worst we'd take the usual flack. Still, my win or die debuff hadn't lifted. I didn't expect otherwise. Even if Tonia calls itself Asia's largest, most people know its prestige is limited. At least the members looked genuinely relieved that our first awards show ended safely. Great job. Despite winning, relief outweighed excitement. Darn, they lost the chance to really savor this moment. I felt bad that their year's worth of effort was overshadowed. Guys, you all worked so hard. Hehe. I'm glad it went well. If judged purely on our performance, I think we delivered as prepared. Rabin's words hung in the air. We did our best. We had about 8 minutes of stage time. Tnet wanted a Taystar hits medley, so we performed 4 songs back-to-back. That meant no extra choreography, so rehearsals were easier. Though once off stage, we needed oxygen masks. I thought we executed flawlessly, but the problem was camera work. I only monitored the last part, and the shots were incomprehensible. The image was so dark I couldn't focus. Infuriating. I hoped someone recorded a fixed cam I could watch on YouTube later. Well, the live audience heard it clearly. The cheers were amazing. We couldn't critique camera work in the backstage hallway, so everyone shrugged it off. And since more meticulously prepared stages remain, the disappointment was bearable. I'll grab my phone in the waiting room. I wanted to check if any new issues had surfaced, probably just a few trending snarks, but I needed to see. When I returned to the waiting area, I found an unexpected, unwelcome face. Hello. Ga? Sunbeam. Good evening. It was Chong Ryo. The rookie waiting room door, and the grand prize winner stands outside. It looked like a protest. Look at me. Flustered, The members bowed and rushed congratulations. Congratulations on your 2 dancing titles, Sunbeam. Congratulations. Ah, thank you. Changryo smiled. Raybin's eyes widened. What brings you to our waiting room? I wanted to congratulate you and see my juniors' faces. Changryo met my gaze. Congratulations on Rookie of the Year. It may not have meant much to you, but... Pardon. He offered a wry smile to the stunned Raybin. You won 4 awards, hardly typical rookies anymore. We look forward to your continued success. Ah, thank you. Well, now that I've seen you, I must go. Have a schedule. Yes, please take care. Changryo nodded, smiled, and strode away. I clicked my tongue inwardly. He made it all about Rookie of the Year. He even implied it was meaningless for us. Unsettling. It felt one-sided. He dispensed that jab without room for response. He could leverage our debuffs against us. As I brooded, someone spoke beside me. Oh, Mundi, did you make variety show connections? Kind of close. I nearly frowned at Cian Ahyun's question. We're just acquaintances. Then, may I ask you one question? It wasn't Ahyun, but Raybin, stammering in excitement. Does he always bring up VTIC? Oblivious, Raybin asked. Earnestly. Which arrangement software did our VTIC Sunbeams use on the last album's title track? He cared more about audio tools than anything else. I'll see if I can find out. Thank you. Raybin beamed, oblivious that his chance might never come. Well, I was glad someone was happy. Time to check audience reactions. In the car back to rehearsal, I briefly scrolled SNS and forums. Public sentiment hadn't soured. Congrats posts still outnumbered sarcastic ones. The fans are holding strong. They were bumping congratulatory comments to drown out the snarks. Getting drawn into a flame war would only hurt us. Of course, personal SNS still saw angry posts. In the end, only records remain. 6 months from now, these rants will vanish. Just vote. Damn, I want to punch all these trolls, but I'm holding back. So many love to dunk on rising stars. Even Valkyrie now lol, this is insane. Raichu's charisma is 0. This mess started when he got the leadership banned. From devoted fans to toxic anti-fans, everyone complained. I felt a pang of guilt. I almost wish we could just say we don't want the award. If we claimed we'd rather not win than risk sudden death, it'd be bittersweet. Luckily, it's not literally fatal. Since public opinion hasn't turned, I expect this back and forth to fizzle out by season's end. Tonia only gave us what was fitting. I worried they might overdo it, but they stopped at an appropriate point. No further backlash. Too bad the performance footage was weak. Fixed cams should help. We have more stages ahead. Some days just don't go smoothly. Once things settle, we'll post fun content to relieve fan stress. I cleared my head and tried to switch off my phone. Then I saw a newly trending community post title. TNET audition show debuts sweep 4 awards while clapping from the sidelines. I clicked immediately. A card news, style image post unfolded. Damn, they'd gone on the offensive. Changryo lowered his phone, glancing at the trending post about the Rookie Award chaos. I'm curious. Excuse me? Curious about what? He didn't answer the member's question. He simply displayed his own SNS account on screen. I wonder what he'll do. One by one, he uploaded several photos he'd taken today, each with a comment. Then, as if casually, he added one more. Hardworking juniors. Hope you have great results at year's end. And he hit upload. The fuse was lit. 116 chapter. Card news. Style posts were composed with bold, eye-catching fonts and images. Do you perhaps know Onyx? A rookie idol group that debuted this year. Below that, Onyx's results were attached. An initial sales of 80,000 and overseas performances, a respectable achievement for a rookie idol. However, Onyx cannot expect any Rookie of the Year awards this year. Because there is a group Inc. via Light. Read more on our source, whose results are unbelievable for a rookie. The next page was entirely devoted to emphasizing TSDR's trophy wins, name, and achievements. From the following page onward came a one-sided explanation of Taystar. Taystar is a group created by a variety show. It detailed how Idol Corporation is a program with heavy network involvement and a strong variety show flavor. It even listed, one after another, article headlines about the controversy over the writer's relative casting and the edits in question. The entertainment division and mass media have come to dictate success in the music industry. And they didn't miss a defense against expected questions page. Question: there have been countless idol auditions until now, right? A. The problem is variety show auditions. It's not the agency's own auditions being aired, but a full-fledged variety show produced by network PDs and writers. Question: aren't there many solo artists who debuted through audition variety shows? A. Those were existing artists being scouted, not groups formed through a program. Question: there have been many project acts from variety shows releasing songs and promoting, right? A. They were not evaluated in the rookie categories. Then came pictograms alongside photos of rookie idols struggling. Rookies who can only compete with albums on an unfair platform. Finally, an extra page was added. This year's Tonia Awards. Taystar received awards in 4 categories including Rookie and performed 4 songs. Other rookies didn't receive a single award or the chance to perform even one song. Images of other rookies applauding were placed in the background. The large corporation sponsoring Tonia was the same one sponsoring the variety show that created Taystar. The card news concluded with a quote from the bestseller The Illusion of Fairness. They even used imagery thought to be authoritative, showing they attended to every detail. Moreover, the tone was subtly shifted. They linked it to the entertainment division's infiltration of the music industry. Of course, on sober reflection, it's bullshit. Variety show stage projects are one-offs meant to create episodes. In contrast, Idol Corporation was a variety show launched specifically to create an idol group. Their natures are completely different. Besides, this industry has always been unfair. Trainees from the big agencies have long had a different starting line in terms of attention and opportunities. It's not just Taystar that has a special issue, but the problem is that many people already resent Taystar itself, and the fairness debate sparked by the relative controversy has turned community sentiment negative. Furthermore, the post limited its critique to rookie awards, lowering resistance. So what would normally have been dismissed was absorbed easily by those who wanted to believe it. I'm not saying Taystar did anything wrong. I'm just saying the current system is strange. I agree. Right. It feels like the entertainment division's power over the music industry has become too warped. I hate how reviewers scoff at Onyx for selling 80K and still wanting a rookie award. It hurts my feelings. I'm really sick of this. Why go this far? It's the variety show advantage, LOL. Reviewers, stop frothing and actually read properly before commenting. What is this? Idol Corporation's hype ended with debut album promotions. Now they're delivering on the charts themselves. Is the Rookie Award really that precious? Audition programs are all made by network PDs and writers, right? It's not just Idol Corporation. Then name another audition variety show that pulled as much attention as Idol Corporation. Thanks to this, the comments section exploded with supporters and people demanding they shut up. The extreme split in opinions only fueled the controversy. Expletively rude remark. This definitely wasn't made by Onyx fans. They wouldn't bite off more than they could chew against a group 10 times their size. It was made by people who just wanted to screw over Taystar. Going this far, making card news takes real effort. Posting simultaneously across every SNS and community shows dedication. I don't understand how much you have to hate them to do something like this. I'd just ignore it. Honestly, it's creepy. Could it be that this alone will make us lose the Rookie Award? No, that would be too much. A scandal big enough to hit the society pages would have to happen to take it away. At any respectable awards show, they couldn't withhold it from the rightful winner over this. They just want Taystar's image tarnished. They want the fans so worn out they give up. My mind grew cold. Maybe we need to use an extreme measure. I had hesitated, not wanting innocent people dragged into this. But now the fans' feigned ignorance was the bigger problem. And it didn't take long for another enraging post to appear. Chongrio in hate, or what? Photos from the T1NA Awards afterparty include Onyx. Chongrio in hate screenshot. They hope for good results at year-end, they say. Am I the only one who sensed a signal? The comments were filled with VTIC fans telling them to stop the nonsense. But the post itself was the end. An article was on Countdown. What the hell now? It was clearly posted on purpose. The controlled level showed they'd done this before. What are you thinking, you bastard? I opened my messaging app in a fit of anger, then closed it the next moment. Let's not react. After all, that bastard would be reluctant to add more fuel. Fans hate meddling in such a sensitive issue. It could backfire later. They just want to pick a fight with me. They must think that if they make me lose it, they win. They're daring me to reveal everything I'm hiding. There's no point in contacting them now. I would only lose from anger. I'll reach out with a clear mind after this is handled. I blocked Chongrio. I'd sealed off any angry messages from my end. But I needed to figure out how to deal with that bastard soon. First, let's handle this matter. I hadn't checked SNS, so I called the members who were still calm. The ones about to sleep gathered in the living room, looking dazed. Why you called everyone here? Oh, did you prepare a gift to celebrate our first award show? I want the biggest one. Thanks. There's a prejudice that bigger is better gift. Maybe the small one is actually a great gift. It's not a gift. Okay. Suddenly the tension evaporated. I looked at Ryu Chong-woo, the only one with a serious expression, and made a proposal. As for our SBC performance, yeah. What if we change the arrangement? Everyone was taken aback. Now, just for one special stage. Any particular reason? Bae Sejin looked ready to refuse, but decided to hear me out. I hesitated, then explained the situation. I had to convince them, and they'd find out soon enough anyway. Actually, online right now. As I continued, the members' faces hardened. This reminds me of Idol Corporation. Seems like the same people are still at it. But why change the arrangement? In response to Sejin's question, I spoke frankly. To make an impact. And I explained the direction I wanted to take. The members looked a bit stunned. Hey, aren't you going too far? I'm a bit worried too. But Sejin was the first to vote in favor. It's going to require real guts, but I'm in. With that, half the battle was won. I think it's the most effective response right now. Anyone opposed? Bae Sejin glared at Sejin, then met my eyes and deflated. I would have welcomed objections, but none came. Even Ryu Chong-woo simply nodded. Let's do it. I can't worry about anyone else right now. Hyung. Chong-woo seemed relieved. He'd been fretting that public opinion had turned on him. That's just how they are. Even without you, they'd have found something to pick on. Don't worry. I didn't mention that the timing wouldn't have been the same otherwise. To my surprise, Si and Ah-hyun chimed in. Why yeah, those kinds of people never change, so why waste energy on them? She must have recalled something from counseling. Oh Ah-hyun, that's awesome. Awesome. Well, Si and Ah-hyun's face flushed. Ryu Chong-woo smiled and nodded. That's right. Thanks. Bae Sejin watched the warm atmosphere, then spoke in a small voice. So it's settled. We changed the arrangement. Change it. Any objections? Cha Eugene's call. And Sejin's echo left no dissenting voices. Bae Sejin appeared resigned. His self that wanted to agree won over his body that wanted to refuse. It'll be intense, but let's do our best. Let's do it. And so the arrangement change was agreed upon. The next day, the company confirmed it after a meeting. Without delay, we received the track and began rehearsals. It can't be helped. Kim Rae-bin looked slightly disappointed that he wasn't doing it, but he seemed to accept it. Over the next week, we revised positioning and choreography. Meanwhile, as expected, all kinds of stories surfaced online. An article had even slipped out. I heard that in a small awards show that Taestar didn't attend, Onyx won Rookie of the Year. Onyx wins Tearful Rookie Award at Solar's Choice Awards. It was 100% vote-based, and communities live-streamed it, cheering it on as justice served. I also heard VDIC fans quietly voted alongside to push them over the top. That kind of awards show is no problem, but fan demoralization accelerated and trolls were delighted. Whenever fans voted, the frame became, why do they want to steal a rookie award when Taestar isn't even there? Thanks to that, stage preparations went very smoothly. Even members who had reservations about the format practiced with fiery dedication. And on the day of the SBC Gayo Festival, a decisive incident occurred. Hello? Hello? As we passed Onyx with smiles. And greetings, I heard those words. Didn't they just say something about justice served? I heard it too. I did too. Honestly, they could say that among themselves. I suppose they felt good, an award secured, the competition slightly cut down. But unfortunately for them, there were ears on this side, too. Wow, makes me want to get on stage even more. Me too. Me too. Thanks to them, we could all set aside guilt and look forward to the stage excitedly. They removed our doubt and strengthened our unity. What nice people. SBC Gayo Festival usually airs on Christmas evening, but this year it was pushed back due to a special program. It was scheduled for a Friday night in mid-December, an odd slot, right after a drama finale. Why is the date like this? I thought they'd do a drama special. Who are these unknown idols? SBC always invites idols. It's boring. They must be aiming for WeTube instead of ratings. Who's on it? I don't know. Most viewers were people waiting for the first year-end music show of the year. But thanks to the popular drama finale, many subconsciously tuned in to SBC. Non-fans casually threw comments. Heart-pounding. No special stage this year. All are visuals, though. Part 2 will have people worth watching. Wasn't there a rookie special in Part 1? I think I saw an ad. Again with the same old carol arrangements. It's amazing how mediocre they are. Every year. VTIC only appears in Part 3? I'm switching to something else, thanks. People chatted while skimming through Part 1. Except for the opening, Part 1 mainly featured rookies in their first 3 years or groups, just starting to get noticed. Then, a brief VCR appeared. K-pop Rookie Stage. TE Star Park Monday. Drawing lots to experience each other's stages. Soli Minjong, wow? This looks fun. Onyx Pox. There's a song I really want to try. Oh, so this must be the special stage in Part 1. Taystar shouldn't be at that level. They say they're rookies, LOL. Broadcast networks are definitely stingy with cable origin groups. Right? Taystar is from a cable variety show. I only know TSDR's song. Is it 5 teams? Please don't play full songs, it'll be boring. No matter what the live comments said, the VCR showed the groups drawing lots and screaming, then ended with a final caption. What will their stage be? And then came stages of songs that sounded familiar. Each group chose one song that had at least a hit-like chorus. At least I recognized the chorus. They might as well have the idols cover a famous old song. This is pointless. Those who got TSDAR's song must have sighed with relief, LOL. If someone performs better than Taystar, that'd be awesome, right? Hey, they said it's about skill, not variety show advantage. Don't speak carelessly. While people laughed and chatted, 3 teams finished their short stages and left. Then, a caption appeared under the dim stage lights. Taystar, Enjoyer, Onyx. Whoa, TSDAR's up. And they got an Onyx song, LOL. Looks like they drew each other, haha. What a twist of fate. Did SBC rig this? I'm curious, LOL. But as the short intro played and the intro began, the comments grew confused. They didn't rearrange it? That's right. Taystar performed Onyx's debut song. Untouched, exactly as the original. 117 chapter. A loud siren sounded over the dark stage. Wee-ow, wee-ow, wee-ow. And with the crisp shattering of glass, the siren became a beat melody. Ha! The moment a child's laughter was sampled, dazzling lights flashed and revealed the 7 seated on stage. They were Taystar, each wearing a glossy black hooded zip-up rebelliously flipped backward. The hoods were covered haphazardly in various emoticons painted in white and red. Then, like lightning, Cha Eugene leapt forward and the intro began. Look here. When the child's narration played, Cha Eugene placed his hand in a V pose on his chin. Every time I sing, my hand on the mic aches and pains. Today, I'll show you the real thing. Please wish me luck. Cha Eugene, playfully baring his canines, punctuated the melody with sharp staccato hits in time. As Cha Eugene moved, the rest of Taystar joined. In pairs, clapping to a rough, tightly synchronized formation. Their swagger was relaxed yet brimming with confidence. Even as Cha Eugene was yanked backward, Engvier HT, don't copy, read here, by teammates gripping his shoulders, he faced the camera and struck poses. Groan, that's an illness too. Well, don't say such obvious things. Stop thinking useless thoughts. And just cheer for me. Shout out loud. When Big Sejin winked and raised his hand, the 2 members beside him executed martial arts-style moves, vaulting through the air. Each then gave a casual glance to the rotating cameras before sliding out of their spots. Shout out to me. Thank you only accepted in a lump sum. The comments filled with amused astonishment. So much fun. Wow, they're insanely good. This is the excitement I came for. Is this the difference in class? They're way different from the ones before. Look at how they find the camera. This was always a thug vibe originally, but Cha Eugene crushes it, LOL. This is amazing. They really didn't change a thing in the arrangement. The original was so cringe, but why do I love this? The outfits are almost the same. Over the excited comments, the stage continued. With a whoosh, Park Mundy was yanked forward as teammates grabbed his limbs, and he grabbed the handheld mic. If you want to pass through here, there's a deposit. You can't just go. Sit here and enjoy the show. Unexpectedly, the pre-chorus's higher notes poured effortlessly from Park Mundy, delivered with casual bravado. At that moment, the formation shifted and members spun on the floor before rising. They rotated, each cutting in beside Park Mundy's shot, and then sliding back out, playful yet edgy. Park Mundy glanced at each member, then smiled and tapped the camera. Shout out to me. Only those who enjoy it. He scratched his throat and hit the high note cleanly. His bright voice soared over the deliberately low mix of AR, showcasing a live feel. They're having so much fun. I can't believe I'm not getting goosebumps. Park Mundy can really sing, wow. So refreshing. The AR got totally crushed by his vocals, LOL. They really didn't change the arrangement, right? What is this? Why does it feel so different? Sounds like their own song. Meanwhile, the song's highlight unfolded on stage. Shout out to me. Shout out to me. As the beat dropped into a slightly more laid-back, heavy groove, the siren riff morphed into a Middle Eastern-style melody, loud and flashy. The chorus hit like a punch. Shout out to me. The choreography became complex, with rapid legwork and repeated jumps. The members rode the rhythm, effortlessly nailing difficult moves and reveling in their flair. Their spirited mischief exploded across the stage, and the audience realized, right, they got chosen because they're so good, LOL. Their stage skills are off the charts. This is pure euphoria. This is it. This is what I came for. I literally can't look away. People who had watched Idol Corporation but never paid attention to music shows or clips now saw TSDR's stage again on the year-end broadcast. And of all songs, their first special stage was another Rookie's track, which only fueled more chatter. Does anyone know the original? I'm wondering if the song itself is a masterpiece. They really didn't rearrange it? Is the original this wild? At that moment, something on the members' hood zip-ups fluttered during the choreography's peak. Animal ears. Taystar had sewn cloth shaped like each member's symbolic animal ear to the top side of their hoods. As the vigorous chorus moves played out, the ears flapped, revealing themselves and stealing the show. What the? Animal ears loudly crying face, they put ears on the hoods. Genius idea. So damn cute. Yes, this is Idol energy. Adorably fierce animal gangsters. Is this TSDAR's new song? Why are they in part 1? The potentially overwhelming concept was softened at the end by a touch of cuteness. And the song's final climax arrived. It was the chorus without vocals, each member adding individual moves mid-routine as the choreography sped up, an uncontainable display of flair. Their unified formation interspersed with solo shots of each member's exuberance made the finale unforgettable. Shout out to me. The cut ended with Center Kim. Rabin seated, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand as if yawning. As the camera switched to Onyx's stage, comments about TSDR's performance flooded in. Insane. I don't know what else to say besides they're good. Wait, why was it so short? They cut at the first verse. Must be because it's a special stage, loudly crying face. Even the groups before only did one verse. But look at the reaction, LOL. This isn't a Taystar song, right? I need to watch Onyx now. I meant to comment, but forgot watching the screen. And the moment Onyx's stage began, the mood turned awkward. Onyx, too, chose TSDAR's debut song, Magic Boy, but their stage felt flat. Did they not prepare well? This is terrible. How much did they lower the key? There's no charisma, loudly crying face. Is it lip-synced? Or is the AR too loud? No idea. This is boring, loudly crying face. The audience's excitement evaporated instantly. At the same time, many went looking for TSDR's original Enjoyer stage. The moment they watched Onyx's Enjoyer, they sensed it. Did Taystar really outperform Onyx's original? And most of those who then played Onyx's Enjoyer stage sighed, some even screaming as they clicked to write comments. As soon as the first part's special stages ended, clips flooded every community and SNS. SBC Rookies special stage. Attached the original stages too. Video. Comments were instantly overrun with talk of Taystar and Onyx. These were the very reactions people had during the special stage. The unaltered one-to-one match drew brutally honest responses. How did this happen? Taystar is better than Onyx's original. Lol. The shareholders knew what they were doing. Fuck the variety show bullshit was always bullshit lol. The skill gap is bewildering. They hardly had practice time. Too wow. Putting them side by side is cruel lol. No wonder Idol Corporation worked so well. It produced these guys, so their stage skyrocketed lol. Moreover, the difference wasn't just skill, it was depth of interpretation. Onyx's debut, Enjoyer, is a bold hip-hop track designed for an intense performance. Rookies usually practice a debut song for months, sometimes over half a year. Onyx, naturally nervous and solemn about their debut, practiced it earnestly. Their performance was solid, but the song's true vibe is more playful and edgy, feral energy. Taystar captured exactly that interpretation. TSDAR's expressiveness is unreal. These are the warriors who survived Idol Corporation mayhem. Sorry to say it, but TSDAR's feels more like the original. Right? Onyx's felt like a respectful senior cover lol. They didn't quite nail the original sticky charm, but it's cute watching them give it their all. That's it lol. Because Onyx's fandom was shallow, people felt free to voice their thoughts. Of course, those fixated on TSDR's controversy didn't vanish overnight. Ugh, they just won't give up. They still don't get that a variety show project group winning Rookie is unfair? Isn't it embarrassing to keep picking on a rookie? No matter how hard fans try, muggles will still find Taystar sketchy. But when you compare head-to-head like this and one side clearly prevails, prior debates look ridiculous. In this rare case of clear winners and losers, trolls flocked to mock the uproar. Do muggles not have eyes? This is hilarious lol. Stripped of all titles, they still won fair and square. Give it a rest, it's pathetic lol. Aren't the ones barging in the haters? LOL. I'm not a Taystar stan, but Onyx's original is trash. Taystar owned it. Lololololol. The best should win. Duh lol. Looks like even without Idol Corporation, Taystar would have gotten Rookie lol. Right. They even produced their own debut album lol. Then the narrative shifted slightly. That's so mean. Did they plan to not rearrange it on purpose? But that backfired too. If it was planned, isn't that even more embarrassing? Lolololol, so true. It's not that TSDR's evil, maybe Onyx just sucks. Someone think Taystar broke Onyx's legs to stop them lol. If you sort the comments on Onyx's original Enjoyer stage by newest first, it's full of people who came after watching the Gayo Festival clip. They're here instead of TSDR's official Enjoyer upload, since that isn't out yet. This isn't it, it's missing that. Feral swagger and laid-back confidence. That badass vibe isn't here. Loudly crying face. They tried hard, but loudly crying face. I actually like this version too. Cheer up. Feels like running to see the popular kid at school when someone you barely know waves at you. Lololololol. The vocals aren't as crisp. Peace. Cruel comments from non-fans laid bare public opinion. No need for judgment. Taystar scored a KO victory. And the next day, Park Mundi received an unexpected congratulatory gift. 118 chapter. SBC Gayo Festival ended. Because of scheduling, I spent the whole night sleeping in the van while we moved, but my condition was the best it had been all month. The manager, apparently too excited right after the broadcast, rattled off all the current public opinion. Everything's been completely flipped. The expressions on the members' faces at that moment were priceless. After that, everyone finally relaxed. Even in the van, they all slept soundly. Thanks to that. Being the only one summoned to the company this morning instead of going back to the dorm was tolerable. But I had no idea why they called me. Well, judging by their faces, it can't be bad. Maybe they'd scheduled a new personal event. As soon as I entered the staff entrance at the back of the company building, I saw why I'd been called. There were so many boxes piled to burst the door open. Each one was carefully wrapped, complete with matching ribbons. They were gift boxes. They looked like the ones I'd seen at the dorm entrance during our last vacation, but on a much larger scale. Huh. One of the staff, smiling, said, Mundi SSI, birthday gifts have arrived. Of course. Today is December 15th. It's Park Mundi's birthday. I didn't even notice. Endless schedules and practice had erased all sense of date. I hadn't checked social media on purpose, so I missed all the notifications. It's not even my real birthday. Even before I came into Park Mundi's body, I rarely celebrated my birthday in any special way. I usually just had a nicer meal or something. Seeing walls full of gift boxes, I froze. All of these are for me. It'll be hard to keep them at the dorm. Mundy SSI's family home, The staff faltered, realizing Park Mundy's family situation, then kindly corrected. Let's store them in the company warehouse for now. We can send electronics or luxury goods to the dorm. You can open them there. Did the senders say anything? From the packaging styles, it looked like several different sources. At least 1 or 2 teams would have delivered them in person. Oh, they used a professional delivery service. We got a shipping notice the day before yesterday. The staff shrugged, and they said you don't need to verify receipt. Yeah, that's what they said. Then I understood. They deliberately kept it quiet. The day before yesterday, the internet was in a frenzy over rookie awards and Taystar. If we hadn't gone all out at SBC yesterday, it would still be the same. They must have worried that if they posted selfies receiving these huge gift supports, people would seize on it as another excuse for controversy. They even cared about that much. I felt strange. It was unbelievable that people who barely interact with me would put so much thought and effort into this. That it was for me felt even stranger. Aren't you going to open them? Should I move them to the warehouse first? Just a moment. I stepped forward and approached the boxes. I saw photo frames made from printed pictures of me, uniform boxes wrapped in brand shopping bags, and rows of identical gift wrap boxes behind the ribbons. Each ribbon had a tag. I glimpsed countless clothes, electronics, and accessories tagged on each. What do I do? I felt overwhelmed. I didn't know what to choose to bring to the dorm first. Maybe 3 items per wrapping style, ones that are easy to verify receipt. While I was worrying, one tag caught my eye. It was on a relatively small box. Message book. I hesitated, then lifted the box and unwrapped it. Inside lay a gilded hardcover that looked handcrafted. You, who fell into my heart like a shooting star. I opened it. Inside, neatly arranged sentences appeared. From the moment I saw your New World performance, I knew. You're my idol. Haha. Always doing your best and growing. I support you. But even if you don't, it's okay. I'll always cheer for your happiness. My star I want to see for a long, long time. Since meeting you, my insomnia is gone. Just seeing you makes me happy. Thinking of you makes my heart flutter. I'll love you forever. I'm grateful and sorry that you always care for fans no matter what you do. Let's do everything you want, Mundy. Really, it's okay. Between the long paragraphs, simple lines popped out, as if refined emotions were bursting through. Nuna still hasn't forgotten Tibetan Fox Mundy. I love Puppy Mundy, but I also love Tibetan Mundy. Haha. I couldn't help laughing. They were truly unique people. Their kindness was unbelievable. Of course, feelings don't last forever. These messages used words like always and forever. But as humans, I know they can't. Yet right now, just knowing that somewhere, someone thought of me like this made me feel uncontainable joy. I wanted to do something. Mundy SSI. Sorry. I snapped back to reality and quickly gathered a few gift boxes. More than I'd planned. Can you take these to the dorm? I have a car. It's fine. The manager joined me. He was probably in the lobby grabbing a drink or smoking. Okay. Have a safe trip. Happy birthday. Thank you. With my arms full of gifts, I headed to the parking lot. On the way, the manager freaked out. You brought all that by yourself? You should have called me. It's okay. It's close. Well, anyway, congrats on your gifts and birthday. Want me to buy you coffee? Next time. Refusing already. I just laughed. Everything felt strangely pleasant, like I had a head full of empty air. Have a good trip. Yes. Thank you. I parted ways with the manager in front of the dorm building, then carried the gifts inside. As I stepped off the elevator, I smelled something odd at the dorm door. Is that a burning smell? No way. I piled the gifts to one side of the hallway, unlocked the door, then opened the fire hose cabinet. And I saw Cha Eugene and Sian Ah Hyun sprinting into the living room, each holding a pot. Smoke was rising from the pot. I managed to ask, what are you two doing? Mundy. It's, nothing special. For the soul, chicken soup, Cha Eugene declared, then dashed back toward the kitchen with the pot. Left in the living room, Sian Ah Hyun and I sat in oppressive silence. Happy birthday. Thank you. Thanks, but I'd like some explanation. Birthday present? Yes. No. I mean, presents are already there. This is just to say thank you. I have more gifts too. Even listening to Cha Eugene and Sian Ah-hyun, I couldn't make sense of it. They barely spoke to each other. Other members, woken by the pot commotion, tried to clarify. So, it's Monday's birthday, and we all happen to have free time this morning. So we thought we'd make something delicious? Yes. With this many of us. When Bae Sejin muttered to himself, Sian Ah-hyun lowered her head dejectedly. I was confident in the recipe. I thought we could do it. Are you sure that recipe was reliable? Bae Sejin's suspicious question was met by Cha Eugene cheerfully. It's my mom's recipe. Chicken soup. Bae Sejin's eyes trembled, and he hastily added, well, even with a great recipe, beginners might fail. Let's try again. Wait, sit. I sat Cha Eugene back down as I recalled the pot I'd seen in the kitchen. It burned pitch black, and based on the state of the cutting board and sink, the cooking process itself hadn't been normal. By the way, Eugene, you cook well, right? I'm good at grilling. This is my first time boiling. I see. It was like a comedy sketch. Kun Sejin clicked his tongue, then waved when he caught my eye. Oh, happy birthday, Monday. I sent you a gift icon. Chicken. 2 whole birds. He repaid me exactly what I'd given him back in August. Typical. Thank you. I did too. Just a sec. Sian Ah-hyun, who'd been sitting like a culprit, suddenly leapt up, stomped toward her room, then returned with a neatly wrapped small gift. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you. Can I open it? Why, yes. Inside was a department store gift card. It felt weirdly like a collection among friends. But Sian Ah-hyun looked proud. I didn't have time to shop, and I thought it's better if you choose in person. Okay, thanks. I'll go when I have time. Next time I go, I'll pick something for her too. It was a lot for even a close colleague. Come to think of it, I gave Kun Sejin something pricey for his birthday too. I should tell him he doesn't need to. Oh, I bought something too. No surprise Sian Ah-hyun was unprepared, but a couple more members gave gifts. Cha Eugene gave me a giant jar of jelly. He'll eat half of it himself. Clearly, he just removed half from his own order. Surprisingly, Bae Sejin, apparently the type to remember birthdays, gave me a hoodie. I'll wear it well. Thank you, Hyung. Yeah. Thus ended the gift ceremony. Honestly, I'd never received so many birthday gifts all on one day. This feels surreal. I carried the fan-sent gift boxes into my room along with the members' gifts. Sorry I couldn't get here sooner. I'll buy you a meal next time. What do you want? No need to apologize. Let's eat whatever you want then. Sure. Let's do that. It was normal not to know it was my birthday, yet Ryu Chong-woo still said sorry, so I settled with a meal offer. Then Kim Rae-bin spoke in a solemn voice beside me. I'm sorry I didn't know it was your birthday. It's okay. I have a beat I recorded recently. If you used it for a solo track. Who just offers their own song like that? But I had to acknowledge it. Sure. It sounds good. I'll check it out when I have time. Yes. Kim Rae-bin finally seemed relieved, sighed, and stumbled back to his room. I'm worried he'll get into trouble if he keeps this posture. I should warn him later not to be too apologetic. I organized the boxes by my bed, then lay down. For the first time in a while, I turned on mobile data and immediately got a message. It was from Kun Sejin. Kun Sejin's gift. 1.5 kilograms Korean native chicken. Moments later, another message filled with arrived from him. That bastard. I reflexively replied truthfully. Wanna die? Instant reply. Kun Sejin, Shanfan. I got up, almost ran to his room, then stopped myself. That's exactly what he wants. Instead, I'd deliver a calm, perfect blow. No more photo uploads from you. Kun Sejin, sorry. That did the trick. I turned off my phone and tried to sleep. As soon as I closed my eyes, the shapes of the gifts and the sentences from the message book drifted through my mind. Somehow I felt I'd have good dreams in my nap now. But after a pleasant sleep, unwelcome news awaited from the manager. Monday, you got a call. Huh? From who? The manager handed me his phone, mouthing silently, VTIC. Chongryo. Damn it. 119 chapter. The thought of what that insane bastard Chongryo could possibly be plotting made my blood boil. He went out of his way to post on SNS telling me to go fuck myself, and now, just a few days later, he's at it again. He even called the company? And of all times, it had to be right now in the salon, just as I was preparing for my evening schedule. I saw Kim Rae-bin's eyes go wide as he read the manager's lips. So many industry people around made it even more unsettling. What's he going to say? Meanwhile, the hairdresser holding my head urged me on cheerfully. Pick up! Pick up! Almost done. I wanted to refuse, but I sighed and said to the manager, could you tell him I'll get back to him later? He says you changed your number and wouldn't pick up. He had to go through the office to reach you. I knew exactly why. He realized I'd blocked him. There was no avoiding it now, and having the manager relay messages for him looked bad too. Time to end it quickly. All right. I took the manager's phone and held it to my ear. I've changed numbers. This is Park Monday. Finally, came his triumphant laugh. I had to endure hearing him snicker. I hear you changed numbers. I'll save this one. Yes, please do. And congratulations on your Rookie of the Year. My grip tightened on the armrest. The ceremony isn't over yet, and nothing's decided. Goodbye. Before I could hang up, Chongrio cut in. It's practically a done deal, isn't it? Aren't you curious what happens next? No, I hung up. He tried to bait me, but I'd given him nothing. The manager returned the phone. Here you go. Thanks. I leaned back, closing my eyes. What a nuisance. At first I'd thought there might be some advantage in talking to him, but he's just a troll, and his sudden change of tone made him unpredictable. The answer is to cut him off. After 2 years, my future ends anyway. By then he'll have nothing left to exploit, and we'll drift apart. Until then, I'll avoid him and stay out of his mess. I opened my eyes to find Ryu Chongwu watching me. About the arrangement software. It's confidential. I understand. I tossed him a glucose candy and turned back to the mirror. After a few more year-end events, it was already time for another special stage, the KBC Gayo Festival. Because they only invited this year's biggest acts, our screen time was generous compared to other networks. But there was a hitch. Our ads on Next. Whoa, it's that AI commercial. The 3-month, $350 million deal. Good lord. Midway between parts 1 and 2 came the ad in full. Taystar sitting in a white living room set, each holding a different prop. I had a light stick, one of those sparkling magic wand types. I swear I had no choice. This AI assistant we were advertising was small and detachable. Connect to the item. That shows my mood. Your own assistant that understands you. Play the exact song you're thinking of. They cut to a somewhat uncanny cartoonish AI speaker. Cha Eugene tapped it and said with a grin, I want to hear Airplane. The speaker blared at Tinny the Airplane song instead. Then cut to me, calm as ever, waving my light stick. Curious, play Airplane. Instantly, our song, Airplane, filled the speakers. Over the clean BGM, Taystar members struck poses. Magic Boy TSTR's magical AI assistant. And suddenly, I, with dog-ear graphics on my head, barked, curious. Woof. The ad ended in an instant. The waiting room erupted in laughter. Ha! It's hilarious. I sighed. Ryu Chongwu, the first to stop laughing, cleared his throat to reassure me. Well, hey, getting a lot of ad screen time means you're number one. Why yes. See? Chongwu's right. Oh yes, that's true. I can't wait to see the other versions. What other versions? Bei Sijin, eyes wide, whispered to the stunned members. The script said there are 7 versions. Every time we watch TV now will be a thrilling game of Russian roulette. But there was no time to dwell. Our stage was at the very end of part 2, and it mattered. It was our first year-end stage since SBC. We needed to cement this turnaround in public opinion. One misstep, and people would say, they only tried that special stage so hard. We had to nail it. The members snapped to attention with a different kind of tension, and right before going on, they rallied. TSDAR's showing something great today. Let's go. I wasn't sure why we needed that slogan, but it got us fired up. We rode the lift onto the stage. Wah! Thousands of lights rippled through the audience, each one a person. It still felt unreal. But one light stick stood out, our own. Its glow power was off the charts, like tiny fireflies among flashlights. As the intro ended, I stepped forward to start the year-end arrangement of Magic Boy. It was an orchestral live version. Live violins and horns filled the hall. No AR at all, in a bold attempt to feel like a live band. Good thing I'm handling the intro. If I'd flubbed pitch or timing entering, it would have been a disaster. I was the safest choice. After that, the others handled the live band flawlessly. Cast a spell. Make a wish come true, true, true. We wove modern dance moves into the choreography, giving it a fantasy epic vibe rather than dreamy. It was a bit much costume-wise, but I think people liked it. Sean Ah-hyun's killing it. He's the best at embodying this concept. His solo violin and percussion dance break felt almost balletic. Then the song naturally transitioned to the airplane chorus. Airplane. Screech. It sounded like fingernails on a chalkboard. The in-ear monitors blasted at the worst moment, obscuring the beat. Screech, screech, screech. I tore out my in-ear. Several members did the same, clearly a broadcast error. Broadcast live without a hitch, huh? But what happened NVLIGHT next was crazier. During a floorline move, Bae Sejin's in-ear dripped off and fell onto the stage. Someone botched the fitting. Next time, I'm kicking them with my foot. Then Seon Ah-hyun, moving towards center on that same change of formation, stepped wrong and slipped headlong toward the floor. Instinctively, I caught his back. Ryu Chong-woo did the same on the other side. Lift him up and get back to the routine. This was an unavoidable emergency. I made my split-second decision, but just as I braced to steady him, Seon Ah-hyun pushed off with his legs and vaulted himself into a backward tumbling flip, using momentum perfectly. He landed it like a pro and immediately launched into his verse. So far beyond fly high, I hope my heart that flies will turn into a shining star across the galaxy. Despite my shock, my body kept the practiced combo. It was a miracle. As the final line approached, the members naturally returned to their original formation. Bae Sejin pressed the headset mic and sang his part, voice steady, though his fingers trembled. I want our hands to meet. The seven of us formed a circle, raising one hand toward the sky, and the song ended. They on air, light went out amid cheers, and only when the stage lights dimmed did we realize we were drenched in cold sweat. Did we pull it off? First, I needed to check on Seon Ah-hyun. He could have cracked his head open. What kind of lunatic tumbles like that without practice? There was no time to linger, though. We waved to the fans and left the stage, then immediately faced the monitoring screens. No time for words. 120 chapter. Not long after, the monitoring screen began replaying that critical part. The cut showed the members, including me, yanking out our in-ears, and then, I hoped the slip wouldn't stand out too much. Seon Ah-hyun's recovery was incredible enough to call it a stunt, but how the cuts framed the before and after was another question. Fortunately, my worries were unnecessary. Wow. Seon Ah-hyun's back flip and the way the two of us on either side caught him looked like a perfectly choreographed performance. Is it a matter of skill level? It was impossible to believe he'd done that without rehearsing it. The impact of the aerial flip was so strong that the slip beforehand appeared intentional. The dark stage floor also hid the fallen in-ear, helping the illusion. And just when the full view shot of the choreography came in, our surprised expressions were barely visible. It's true that that part was supposed to pause for a close-up, but let's skip that. Anyway, it came out great. Sejin whistled. Oh, Ah-hyun's improv. Awesome. Seon Ah-hyun's face turned bright red. That was amazing. Did you prepare that move for emergencies? And no, not really. I just thought, he can't hit his head, so I tried it. Incredible. Seon Ah-hyun beamed, unable to hide his delight at the praise. I should give him some praise too. It looked intentional. It was even cooler than our original choreography. That's not, but thanks. I'll work harder. Round of applause. The members applauded. A few staff in the wings pretended to clap along, and Seon Ah-hyun's face went from embarrassed to ecstatic. Let him enjoy it a bit longer. We lingered in the waiting room on purpose. Then during the lull, I spoke to Seon Ah-hyun again. Seon Ah-hyun. Why yes. Thanks for saving that fall earlier, but you don't need to go that far next time. Seon Ah-hyun's face immediately went pale. Why? He was more sensitive than I expected, especially after all that praise. I need to choose my words carefully. You could have been seriously injured. Impromptu moves are too risky. At that, Ryu Chong-woo, who had been frowning, added his voice. Right, Ah-hyun. We're grateful and you did great, but let's be careful. A head injury could be serious. He'd retired once due to injury, so he was understandably cautious. I am sorry. Seon Ah-hyun's trembling voice showed his shame. Chong-woo looked apologetic. You don't need to apologize. I'm just worried. Sejin, who'd been watching, jumped in. Well, do we really need to? Ah Hyun trained in dance, he checked his body and did it. Right. Why yes. I wasn't convinced. Seeing Ah Hyun tended to push himself when pressured. He'd probably thought first to recover and chosen the flashiest move without weighing the risk. But slash, it was a good moment to reassure him. After thinking, I spoke. You were beyond amazing. I'm just worried. It's better to stay healthy and last a long time. Why yes. I'll be careful. Okay. Luckily, focusing on worrying seemed to comfort Seon Ah-hyun. He's the kind who's touched by small gestures. But then Bae Sejin apologized to the team with a dark expression. Why you? I'm sorry. I dropped my in-ear. I'd half expected that. That was an accident. You were startled, but you finished it perfectly, Sejin. Exactly. It was a technical issue, pure luck. Hyung, the in-ear should apologize. That's right. The in-ear should apology. Seon Ah-hyun tried to chime in, but got tangled in Eugene's grammar slip. At last, Sejin broke the tension. Haha, let's just celebrate how well we handled it and move on. It ended well. Why the long faces? He was right. Chongwoo laughed and added, yeah, you all did great today. Let's stay healthy and keep it up. We've got 5 years ahead. Right. Didn't you say we'd resign? Let's go for 10 years. Haha, let's have a great 10 years. Yes. Sounds good. As if unaffected, Sejin made another startling comment, and the team ended their celebration. I was satisfied too. Anyway, the stage was great. I figured the online chatter would end with, Taestar still delivers on stage. With that hope, I prepared for the finale, a group performance with a veteran singer. Grandma's favorite song. Kim Rae-bin was especially excited. After the broadcast, close to midnight, I checked the internet reactions in the car. As expected, the responses to Taestar's KBC stage were overwhelmingly positive. KBC Gayo Festival Taestar Magic Boy plus airplane stage just now. Video. Wow, live. They pull off this concept too? That flip in the middle made me gasp. Insane, live orchestra and everything. Is it lip sync? No way with a live orchestra. You can still use AR over live accompaniment. Oh, then it could be lip sync THX. Eugene raps a beat late on purpose. Don't comment without watching the video LOL. At this point, trolls imagine a different Taestar in their heads. They're so good. Seon Ah-hyun's flip was wild. Of all the year-end arrangements, this is my favorite. Wish they'd release it as a track. I knew Ah-hyun was an angel, but I didn't expect confirmation on broadcast. Flying on stage, it's official now. LOL, such stand talk. Bae Sejin's sad he didn't get an ending line. Didn't he do fine? He's small part, but he nails it every time. Attempts to nitpick were completely shut down. This was a lock. What surprised me most was how much fans loved the in-ear removal. Seeing them pull out the in-ears was so thrilling. Not rookie at all. So professional, LOL. Once this hits SNS, there'll be a billion screen caps of it, LOL. So true, LOL. They'll make one for each member, haha. It already showed up on my timeline, even though I'm not a fan. Park Mundy is handsome, saving him to my collection. LOL, FML. Each member does it slightly differently. Can't stop watching. Exactly, LOL. My pick is the tall guy who pulls it out with a smirk and squints. So cute. Who is he? Sejin. There's a Kun SSI? LOL, it's Lee Se-jin. We nicknamed him Sejin because he's tall and cute. Thanks for loving him. Photo. The shot of each Taestar member yanking their in-ear became prime content. Because it was in the airplane chorus, everyone got their moment. Fans enjoyed a rare, stress-free moment. KBC released fan cams for each member pulling out their in-ears. Need other angles? Want to hear their genius live vocals? Welcome video. KBC stage concept is perfect, fairy tale scale. Pair it with SBC's cool vibe, and you've got a narrative machine, comparison screenshot. There's a move where Mundy and Sejin shake their heads at each other when transitioning to airplane. Is that an album spoiler? Screenshot. Park Mundy's outfit and hair on the way to KBC stage confirm his birthday support. Wow, photo collection. In this peaceful atmosphere without trolling or mockery, fans were ecstatic. Just then, watchers noticed something odd. It started on a fan account joking about editing footage. I was looking for a close-up GIF and noticed it looks like Ah-hyun slipped just before the flip. Wait. Teacher? What? Watched again, Seems right. Ah-hyun almost tripped on something at his feet, and Mundi and Chong-woo caught him. Screenshot. He recovered with a backflip. Notice Chong-woo and Mundi both look frozen. Screenshot. Crazy. That was an emergency recovery. Fans immediately started frame-by-frame analysis. It didn't take long to find the cause. Bae Sejin's in-ear fell off. Mounting was loose. Floor screenshot. No way. This is nuts. So upsetting. What if they'd been hurt? Sejin's shaking at the ending, loudly crying face. Wait, so Ah-hyun's flip was improvisation. How is that even possible? News of the fans' frenzy spread to general entertainment communities. Taestar KBC stage seemed to have an accident. Summary link. One line. Taestar handled everything from in-ear removal to ending. Wow. Is this real? Sounds contrived. They handled it so calmly that fans only just noticed. Impressive. A boy group doing a flip to cover a stage mistake? It must have been in the choreography, lol. It wasn't a mistake. It was an accident, and these guys from Idol Corporation can handle it, lol. If they drop their own in-ear, that's a mistake. Fans wake up, lol. As a non-fan, I know in-ears don't just fall off like that. It was a prop accident. Are you sure it's an in-ear? Looks like an illusion. It's an in-ear. Here's a brightness-adjusted cap. Whoa, it really is. He tripped, for sure. Their expressions confirm it. The backflip looked like choreography, but the catch move was clearly to prevent a fall. I agree. On every SNS and forum, heated yes it was versus no it wasn't debates broke out. Someone asked TSDAR's account already, lol. No conclusion in sight, lol. Then, interestingly, a real-time channel to communicate with Taestar opened immediately. Whoa, TSDAR's official live chat is on. Link. It was TSDAR's W-Live. Their first live interaction since the Rookie Award controversy began with a grand title. TSDAR's year-end dinner cooking. Today's menu. Chicken soup for the soul catface. 121 chapter. The long-awaited Taestar W Live began with Cha Eugene and Big Sejin's faces lighting up. Ready? Let's go. After seeing excited viewers start commenting, the two giggled and quickly pulled the camera back. Their professional cooking attire suddenly came into view, aprons and latex gloves. Hello viewers. Greetings. They bowed their heads and checked the screen. Cha Eugene glanced at a Korean comment and waved. Nice to see you too. Haha, same here. And the reason we're starting W Live today is to cook this chicken. When Big Sejin swung the camera back, two plump raw chickens filtered through a selfie lens into view. See that chicken? Actually, we ordered it as a birthday gift from Mundi. Despite the flood of question marks in the chat, Big Sejin carried on nonchalantly. Tonight we're going to cook it up nicely for our year-end party and treat Mundi to a delicious meal. A chicken soup for the soul. Chicken soup. What is this? They're going to cook that? Can they even do it? A chicken soup for the soul wasn't a joke? LOL. Despite worried comments, the two laughed heartily. If it turns out terrible, we'll eat it and order something good for Mundi and the members. But this time we'll nail it. Cha Eugene's baseless confidence only made the chat more anxious. Call Mundi. Guys, this feels wrong. It's cute but scary. Known within the team for their strong interpersonal resilience, they filtered out every nasty comment like, so boring, or stop showing off, and focused only on fan reactions. Aha, Mundi Hyung. He'll be here soon. That's right. He's a bit delayed by another schedule. We'll have the main dish ready first, then we'll make some simple sides together. That, by the way, was a lie. They were only a bit late getting off because the choreography had been tweaked and they stayed for extra practice. But since they'd finished the quickest, they asked to leave early and managed to start W Live on time. The other members never dreamed these two would do cooking content on W Live. Let's begin. Great. And predictably, their cooking was a flop. Having not forgotten the haunted soup disaster with Sun Ah-hyun before, Cha Eugene controlled the heat pretty well, but the problem came from elsewhere. Wow. Next up, cumin. Huh? Cumin? Unfortunately, we don't have exotic spices in our dorm. Let's add red pepper powder. Sounds good. Add honey too. Honey's perfect. They tossed bold extra ingredients into a perfectly fine recipe however they felt. The comments turned into a confused, embarrassed, laughing mess. No. Dump the honey. Do you have chicken stock? Guys, these days you can get delivery easily. Comments are moving too fast, I'm dizzy lol. As fans predicted, the result was an oddly flavored chicken broth. Oh, it's done. Okay, now taste it. Excited, they both took a bite, and their faces went blank. The chat erupted with laughter from everyone. Wearing the expression of people who've tasted a cooking disaster, they forced smiles and nodded. Before anyone could call it food waste, Big Sejin feigned heartbreak and cut them off with surgical precision. Haha. Don't worry, we'll eat the defeat ourselves. We don't mind eating. Seeing comments trying to console or laugh, Big Ingvier Elgar don't copy. Read here, Sejin shrugged and dove back into chat. First, let's order chicken delivery. At that moment, the front door opened and the members returned. They're here. Welcome back. As Cha Eugene rushed out, Big Sejin put a finger to his lips at the camera and hurriedly hid the pot. Of course, it was useless. What are you doing? Oh, haha. Surprise Mundy. Say hi to the yellow viewers. Oh. Park Mundy paused his questioning, bowed to the camera, and checked the chat. How's everyone been? A flood of greetings scrolled past. Mundy faintly smiled and nodded. Hi, everyone. I'm Mundy. Perfect timing. Watching Big Sejin mimic his SNS catchphrase and burst into laughter, Mundy glared icily for a moment. A few members entering the kitchen covered their mouths, stifling laughs. This idiot, seriously. Against Mundy's inner thoughts, the chat was full of praise. Seeing the chat filled with LOLs and puppy emojis, Mundy decided to let it slide. It's cost-effective. He then opted to inspect the pot properly. Guys, what did they do? The chat jolted with teasing cover-ups and a few tattlers. We were hanging out. Just talking. We only chatted. Eugene. Showed Egio Mundy. Do Egio too. Cooking lol. Sejin went mmm. They did nothing lol. Big Sejin smacked Mundy's back theatrically and shifted the camera angle. We? Just some light interaction, right, Eugene? That's right. Cha Eugene added cheerfully. And we cooked. Ugh. Big Sejin sank. Kim Rae-bin muttered in a daze, unable to process the situation. You expected us to go unnoticed wearing aprons? Fans roared with laughter. Mundy immediately checked the pot Big Sejin had set down. No way chicken soup? That's right. It's year-end, and it's your birthday, so we wanted to cook chicken for you. But we'll just order chicken. We'll eat this ourselves. We'll eat it. Mundy made an odd expression, then tasted the pot's contents with a spoon. He smirked. You didn't follow Eugene's mother's recipe. We were being creative. We used honey. I see. That figures. Clicking his tongue, Mundy grabbed the pot and set it back on the counter. He pulled more ingredients from the fridge and began mixing them in. Oh, Mundy, make it tasty. Realizing what was happening, Big Sejin and Cha Eugene switched to reverent mode. I'll help. Really? Then try this. Okay. Oblivious to Mundy's polite refusals, Sun Ah-hyun grabbed a spoon and tasted the broth. Her face alternated between question marks and exclamation points. It's good, but the flavor is like dakbokkeumtang, spicy braised chicken. Why, yeah, exactly. Indeed. The chicken soup had vanished without a trace. The pot now held dakbokkeumtang. The shocking revelation stirred fans' opinions again, but Mundy remained unfazed. Great outcome. Turning to the smartphone streaming W-Live, Mundy kindly explained. With the honey and red pepper powder. I just saved it with soy sauce and gochujang in a Korean style. I reduced the broth a lot, so it feels right now. Wow, it's delicious. Everyone, this really tastes great. How did you do it? What is Park Mundy even? Wow, cooking success. Mundy temporarily earned their full trust, though he'd never asked for it. Still, one pot wasn't enough for dinner. So the members naturally brought out a grill and cooked samgyeopsal together. This time we can really do it right. I'm great at grilling meat. Surprisingly, Cha Eugene and Big Sejin excelled at grilling, smoothly redeeming their previous cooking failure. Tastes good. It really feels like a year-end party, doesn't it? Nice. The two older brothers who'd volunteered to clean the kitchen afterward also praised it. Yet both felt uneasy the whole time knowing the pot had once held chicken soup. The leftover pasta bits felt odd, but thinking of them as sajibi, hand-torn dough soup, made it fine. Chicken soup. Oh, so they made that again. At that ominous remark, the chat begged for the meaning of again. Must be a story behind it. Explain the chicken soup best friend vibe. Please share. Oh, of course I'll explain. That was an incident on the 15th, Monday Hyung's birthday. Thanks to that, Taestar could casually dismiss parts and then enjoy Monday's birthday episode. Rarely did they get such genuine real-time interaction. Even casual fans popped in, and viewership held strong. After 2.5 hours, they finally saw that question. This one, oh, was Ah Hyun's tumbling on KBC supposed to be in the choreography or an ad-lib? That question had popped up several times earlier. But Cha Eugene, focused on cooking, hadn't read the fast-moving Korean comments properly. Big Sejin had deliberately pretended not to see it. Answering together would have more impact and better screenshots when circulated. Ryu Chong-woo, enjoying the atmosphere, laughed and replied, "Oh, that was an ad-lib. It was really amazing, wasn't it?" Amazing. Details. Our in-ear monitors had an issue back then. Taestar cheerfully explained the situation in detail, with Monday and Big Sejin marking off any possible misinterpretations. Those two held Ah Hyun's back just right. "So how was it, Ah Hyun?" "Well, I felt like I could do it, so I just tried it. It was an incredible sight, but we never intended it. Ah Hyun will only attempt it again once safety is ensured." "Right. Why yeah? Safety first." They wrapped up that topic quickly, chatted casually for another half hour, then ended the broadcast. But of course that moment was the first to be screenshot and shared. Taestar confirms the stunt ad-lib was real. Directly verified on We Live. Subtitled screenshot. I can't believe it was all true. Did Sun Ah Hyun train for that? What about those who laughed at fans' delusions lol? Sun Ah Hyun is a god. I thought just controlling the accident was impressive, but this? Wow, not a backup plan, just spontaneous. Could they be lying now that it's trending? A few staff saw the rehearsal. Why lie now? Does Taestar have that level of motive? LOL. Let them be. Onyx stans wouldn't know. Fans panicked at the most astonishing conclusion, and the news spread on WeTube and FaceLeader. TSDAR's accident recovery turns out to be unbelievable rumors. Surviving Idol's stock power is scary. The shocking dance skills of Ajusa's third place. With TSDR's association, the unfair image controversy had already lost strength. This new topic wiped away any remnants. The Rookie Award debate faded completely into the past. Our kids are geniuses. Watching idols on stage is the best, but Taestar is also cute. I can't help but love them. We need to ride this wave. Let's push the cute concept too. High on excitement. Fans tried sharing every wholesome tidbit from W Live, but it had little effect. People had grown used to TSDRs. Sensational headlines. Embarrassed, fans dropped the chicken soup topic. Anyway, their Rookie Awards at the major January ceremonies were as good as assured. With a fully proven skills image, Taestar would of course appear on New Year's broadcasts. But there they met an unexpected familiar face. December 31st, MBS Gayo Dijijian. Thank you. The moment their first stage ended, time flew by. MBS was airing live for 4 hours, scattering TSDR's performances in parts 1 and 3. Of course, it wasn't 2 of their own songs. The stage they'd just done was a cover of a 2000s boy group track's first verse. And part 3 only got 3 minutes, so they had to cut the second verse. Given TSDR's achievements this year, it felt like deliberate slights. Should I call it discrimination by origin or by agency? Probably both. Still, it's nice we have enough time to change outfits. I nodded. Looking on the bright side, we avoided the worst. A reference to Imjingak. Yeah, at least we're not performing outdoors. Yeah, performing in summer uniforms outside in winter would have been an amazing spectacle. As we chatted and crossed the broadcast corridor, someone suddenly greeted us. Wow, it's Taestar. Please sign for me. The voice sounded familiar. The members turned, and their eyes nearly popped. Whoa, Hyung. To their surprise, the person was Gold One, Ha Il Jun. Hey, how have you been? Gold One waved. Energetically among a group of people. A few members brightened and approached. Next to Gold One was another familiar face. Oh, it was Choi Won-gil. 122 chapter. Choi Won-gil. He was the guy on Ajusa who stirred up conflict in every team battle and eventually got cut because he was edited to look bad. He wanted to coast by smoothly, but it showed, so he failed. He even got Sun Ah Hyun huffing. That guy's so mean. So in a way he was consistently impressive. Huh. I guess he defected to Gold One's agency and then quit the show. It wasn't surprising to see those two together, but it was unexpected that they were here at a year-end music program's broadcast station. He hasn't debuted yet, right? I'd been tracking all the rookies this year for award considerations, and his agency wasn't on any lineup. Meanwhile, Gold One was chatting and joking with our members. Wow, it's so good to see you. Wait, should I call you seniors? You guys are amazing. No need. Jay, just treat us comfortably, Hyung. Hyun, you're still so pure-hearted. In the warm atmosphere, I took a quick look at Gold One and Choi Won-gil's appearances and realized, oh, they came as dancers. That agency's female solo idol had been doing really well recently, and it wasn't unusual to use debut trainees as backup dancers for experience and publicity. Sure enough, Gold One introduced the black-clad kids around him. Right, these are the juniors practicing. With us. Oh, hello. Greetings. The juniors' eyes shone with curiosity, envy, and admiration. A few of our members awkwardly returned the greetings. Then someone pointed. Senior Park Monday. Yes. Could I shake your hand, please? They panicked and shut it down. Hey, don't get ahead of yourself. Agu, you little rascal, even here. What are they doing? I tried to hide my displeasure and nodded. Of course. Thank you. They exchanged handshakes with exaggerated politeness, as if meeting a corporate chairman. I'm so happy. Gold One's team muttered among themselves. Guess you really need courage for this industry. Right. You'd think they'd met legendary senior idols. It looked like those dancers were already set to debut early next year, just a year apart from Taystar. Well, success is everything, I guess. That reverent gaze was simply the psychological gap toward a hot group. And it wasn't only those kids feeling it. A bit later, in a different tone. Wow, even though it's pre-record, I was shaking so much I thought I was on camera. Hey, you've got hundreds of thousands of fan cams. Aren't you exaggerating? It's different. It's scarier to mess up a senior's stage. A tough comparison. Behind the catch-up banter between Gold One and Taystar, Choi Won-gil averted his gaze and kept his head down. He's crushed. He seemed like the type whose spirit would break completely. Once hierarchies were set, with Taystar's success this year, he probably felt too intimidated to say anything. Meanwhile, Gold One made sure to greet Bae Sejin too. Then, looking a bit disappointed, said, I have so much to say, but you're busy, right? Let me buy you lunch next time. He meant, go take care of your business. But one person who doesn't pick up on such niceties piped up, Kim Rae-bin. Oh, we have plenty of time until our next stage. If we move to the waiting room, we can continue chatting without issues. Gold One froze. Haha, Rae-bin. Thanks for the offer, but wouldn't that make unfamiliar folks uncomfortable? But Cha Eugene and Ryu Chongwoo jumped in. We're fine. Yeah, it's okay. Just come. Oh, really? Satisfied, Gold One looked sheepish. His team immediately bolted. Hyung, go on ahead. We'll stay at the dorm. Don't forget to say Merong when you come back. Ajusa updates. Fighting. You crazy bastards. The black-clad dancers stampeded down the corridor and disappeared. But Choi Won-gil, unable to catch the moment, remained standing. He's awkward because he just joined the team, or maybe they left him behind because he's also from Ajusa. This is awkward. Luckily, Gold One noticed him. Won-gil, since it's their first time visiting our waiting room, want me to grab them some drinks? I'll go get them. Huh. Choi Won-gil darted off before Gold One could say more. He probably won't. Come back. Gold One sighed. Sorry, that must have been uncomfortable. It's fine. Is it though? But he's improved a lot. Still, I worry he's checking internet reactions too much. But there's hardly anything about him these days. Gold One sighed deeply, seeming to carry Ngvrlgrht, don't copy, read here, a lot on his mind. Big Sejin laughed and glanced at the spot where Won-gil had disappeared. He's in the debut lineup, right? Yeah, he sings well. He's young, and he has some recognition. It wasn't Ajusa, so any negative edits could be smoothed over. Having one trainee like that in a group wasn't a big deal. None of my business. If that agency ever sells over 300,000 first-week albums next year, then maybe I'll analyze them. Hey, Monday, where are you going? The restroom. I slipped out of the line, moving to the waiting room, and walked down the corridor. The lower floors are less crowded. With time to spare, I wanted to go where I wouldn't bump into anyone. Before I even reached the restroom, I ran into Choi Won-gil. He was surprisingly sitting in a corner of the emergency stairs, brooding alone. I thought, let's just go to the restroom, and I nodded quietly, passing him and descending the stairs. Then Won-gil suddenly shouted, "Must be nice for you, Hyung. To have everything go so well. Everyone loves you. Why is he spouting film drama lines all of a sudden?" I felt embarrassed and solemn. These stairs echo every sound. I hope no one else was nearby. I didn't want anyone to know he was talking to me. What's it like to live like that? Like the world moves just for you. I never expected someone to say that in real life. He was even starting to sniffle. What kind of sensitivity does he have? I felt that alienation you sometimes get with idle hopefuls. I thought, should I just leave? And started to walk away, but then I noticed a shadow below the railing. Could he hear me? The distance was significant, but the echoes might have carried his words faintly. If he kept talking, some weird rumor might start. Should I handle this? I looked back at Won-gil. Everyone lives like that, you know? They all fight over parts and curse you, yet only I get painted as the villain. Now he was ranting as if alone. He couldn't stop once he started. Why is he treating me like this? You had your part, Hyung. Sejin Hyung got annoyed with me too, and I even apologized to Hee-sung, but none of that shows up. He kept muttering about how he'd been edited in Ajusa's mid to late stages. He's still stuck in Ajusa. Well, it made sense. He's young and self-conscious, and he'd taken months of harsh criticism from strangers. TSDAR's members shook off Ajusa's vibes quickly after our success, but he never had that experience. Meeting me personally must have unleashed all that pent-up frustration from Ajusa's rankings. Maybe he should see a counselor. Not that I wanted to suggest it. I just wanted to defuse the situation quietly. I sighed and spoke up. You're jealous? What? Because everything's gone well for you, Hyung. That's not true. I stared at him. If I swapped places with you, would you do it? I couldn't. So you do want to swap. I rubbed the back of my neck. But honestly, you wouldn't trade families, right? He flinched in his crouch. Of course he knew about my family situation. I spoke slowly. You're only envious of my career status. And that could change in a few years. You get along with your parents? Yes. Good. I hope it stays that way. He bowed his head deeply. That did it. I felt the tension ease. He'll drop his useless inferiority complex now. Using family history like that, it worked. I decided to wrap this up with a generic cheer. But before I could speak again, something surprising happened. I'm sorry. Choi Won-gil apologized. For saying it was just luck at first. I'm sorry. Was that me? Probably one of the sarcastic comments he'd thrown during practice. People who say things don't remember, but those who hear do. I didn't expect him to remember it this long. Anyway, this was a good resolution. I nodded. All right. I accept your apology. Good luck with your debut prep. He gave a small nod. He'd been annoying, but he hadn't committed any crime. He was just immature and not cunning. He wasn't capable of taking anyone down with politics anyway. Even Gold, too, whom he'd openly ignored, was doing better than him. Overall, he was just an irritating troll. I hope I don't have to see him again. I walked back down the stairs, checked below the railing. The shadow was gone. Happy New Year. Wishing you lots of luck in the new year. Taystar stayed at MBS to count down and welcome the new year. Of course, there was no time to relax. 5 days later was the next award ceremony. Golden Disc Awards. It was one of the more prestigious and long-running award shows, on Park Mundi's shortlist for most authoritative ceremony. It spanned 2 days for digital and physical categories, but there was only one Rookie of the Year. On the day of the album awards, the cue sheet included the Rookie Award presentation. Everyone thought, honestly, it'd be stranger if Taystar didn't win. And as expected, Taystar clinched the Rookie Award well before their performance slot. Congratulations, Taystar. It wasn't a shocking outcome, but given all the obstacles, fans and the group alike were euphoric. Wah! Recalling the past 2 months online, fans waved lightsticks and cheered fiercely. Thank you. Taystar bowed and took the stage. When they received bouquets and the trophy, they exchanged knowing smiles. Park Mundi immediately handed the mic to Sun Ah-hyun. A ripple of surprise ran through the audience. Anyone who'd watched Ajusa knew Sun Ah-hyun's stutter. No one had ever given him the mic first. He'd even once backed off in embarrassment. But though nervous, Ah-hyun accepted the mic. I am truly grateful for this generous award. 123 chapter. Si and Ah-hyun did not stutter again. From now on, with this same heart, doing my best. I understand your words to mean that, and I will always strive. It was slow, with many pauses to inhale and rest. Here and there she dragged out syllables to connect sentences. But she did not falter once. And to the Ryubyeonimdol cheering for us, thank you so much, and I love you. Ryubyeonimdol, we love you. Thank you. After seeing Ah-hyun safely finished her final line, the members rushed in behind her, trying to hype up the mood. But it wasn't necessary. The fan section was already caught in a vortex of shock and joy. Oh, she did it. She did it. Oh my god. Even those watching on video could hear the audience's cheers echoing through TSDAR's microphones. Oh lol, the fans cheering is so audible lol. Si and Ah-hyun's fans are gonna pass out from holding their breath. LOL, this is a secret, but I'm kind of moved too. Me too lol. LOL, is this the post-shareholder syndrome? Glad for Si and Ah-hyun. Not an easy thing, that's amazing. Anyway, congrats Taestar, totally deserved. It. And so Taestar completed their award acceptance, proving themselves once again. The ridicule and criticism people had predicted last year were nowhere to be seen. After finishing on the singers' stage and returning to their seats, each teammate tossed Si and Ah-hyun a word of praise. Ah-hyun, congrats on hitting your goal. Congratulations. Si and Ah-hyun's face flushed red. Thank you. She deserved it. She'd worked hard for quite a while. She practiced for about a month and a half, right? Si and Ah-hyun had begun speech fluency training during that unbearably busy time of late-year stage rehearsals. Since it was the initial phase, they'd set a simple, short-term goal to give her purpose, deliver her acceptance speech without stuttering. Thanks to that, I'd seen her muttering that short speech all day long in the dorm, the practice room, and even in the car. Within a week, she'd memorized it, manager included. Before long, everyone treated her mumbling like sleep-inducing ASMR. In any case, it was impressive that she'd practiced steadily without rushing and succeeded. Once you succeed once, you'll keep going. If her risk of relapse stayed low, that'd be good for the group too. I added my praise. You said it'd be okay if it didn't come out perfectly, but you didn't need that. You did great. That's not. I ended up breathing too much, and next time I'll really do better. No. I just said she did well. Why the excuses? But before I could correct her, she spoke first. Thank you for telling me to go to counseling. That was worth thanking me for. I nodded. No problem. How heartwarming. Our team's vibe is really great. With the controversy gone and Rookie of the Year safely in hand, the relieved bunch smiled and headed back to their singers' seats. But the closer I got to my seat, the worse I felt. Taestar was seated right next to VTIC. Why did they put the rookies next to them? Every time we moved, I had to bump heads with VTIC and exchange greetings, but that was bearable. Congratulations. Thank you. The problem was that every time I greeted them, Chongryo watched me with a smirk. Fuck. Anyone else would think he was just amused. He'd managed the SNS crisis around the Rookie Award controversy pretty well. Each time VDSE appeared on a year-end show, he uploaded tons of photos to SNS, slipping in random cast members with on-par phrases praising Onyx. It was damage control, making people assume the Onyx incident was just coincidence. What pissed me off most was the reaction. I thought he was friends with Park Mundy, so that was weird. After the greetings, I deliberately took my time walking in and sat as far away from VTIC as possible. It was pointless, but at least it felt a bit better. A few minutes later, the first half ended, and they cut to adverts. On the big screen appeared the magical AI assistant of Magic Boy Taestar. Eek. Please no. Members slammed their heads on the table, screaming. The roulette of horror spun on. Curious. This time the victim was Bae Sejin. A CGI hamster ear overlay made Bae Sejin's performance look natural, but he himself was completely mortified. Bathroom, please. His face went bright red as he staggered to his feet and fled. The members felt both pity and hilarity at once. Ha 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 ha. Sejin, you okay? Puh. Responses ranged from clapping to laying heads on knees. As long as it's not me, I'm fine. I nodded and reached for my water bottle. The moment I brought it to my lips, someone sat in Bay Sejin's seat and spoke. They have one of those for each member, right? That's funny. Sniff. I almost snorted. Fuck. It was Chongryo. The laughing members looked up, startled. Hello. Hi. Hello. I'll just talk with Mundi for a bit, then I'll go. Yep. Show at least some discomfort, guys. But with Bay Sejin gone, no one obvious could. Damn it. Big Sejin at least seemed to suspect Chongryo's SNS stunt was deliberate, but for now he just smiled and nodded. And actually, he was right. There's a fan cam rolling. Someone in the audience was definitely filming this. Whether VTIC member or Taystar member, at least 20 cameras had captured the scene by now. Stay calm. No matter how much we talked, it was so loud here no one but us would hear. And unless we spoke extremely loudly, even the members wouldn't catch it. What did you want to talk about? You remember our last call, don't you? The bit where he insisted his SNS upload didn't have malicious intent. In other words, he wanted to explain at length that I wasn't trying to make you die. I just wanted to listen politely, say, oh, I see. Understood, and be done with it. But there was a problem. You're going to explain all that within this ad break. It's enough time. Hear me out. Chongryo nodded with a smile. At this timing, dying once is the most convenient. I thought about it, and the hardest part was that I was reluctant to start over. He tapped the table lightly. But once you try it, you realize it's nothing. Then everything gets easier. I took deliberate gulps of water, my palms sweating. If you had things you regretted this time, fix them when you get back. The burden disappears, but you get the sense of accomplishment. Wait. I put the bottle down. So you really plan to make me fail the rookie award to kill me? Do you not get the award just because I did that? No. I just wanted to annoy you a bit. He kindly added an explanation. When public opinion was bad and the situation annoying, you might want to try again. So you tried to ease my aversion to dying. To smooth out the process. Yes. Don't lie to me. What? I don't care if your process is easier, but there's no reason to do that for me. As if we were such good friends that he'd act altruistically for no gain. I planned to let it slide, but at this point I couldn't predict what bullshit he'd say next, so I interrupted. He looked slightly embarrassed. Well, I did consider my own position in making that choice. It doesn't affect you. I was just curious. He tilted his head. If you die, I want to know if I'd restart too. Right? It doesn't have to be the exact first point I went back to. Any point you return to works. I have a few things I want to fix in the first half of this year. This guy was utterly insane. True reset syndrome. Of course I don't mean I want to keep restarting, but it's better to check in advance, right? Or not. Wait. A thought struck #Navia Light #me. If Tick's scandal ever broke, this guy might bury me alive. This is insane. Better to state it than leave it unspoken. For now, he seemed to still respond to logic, so I'd start there. First, I feel like if I fail, I'll just end. That's the feeling. I think I'd just die and that'd be it. I couldn't say status screen, so I fudged with feeling, but it was true. My debuff only says death. Unlike Chongryo's, it never said return. It just said death. This will be it. Even if a return were possible, no reason to gamble. Better to accept that I'd die and be done. But he chuckled. Oh, it feels that way at first. But it won't be. Don't be afraid. Try it. This bastard. I snapped, voice hot. No, I never want to restart. I want to end here. I like the members and I like the fans. I don't want to change anything. Chongryo fell silent. He stared into space, expressionless. Did I go too far? Was he about to crack my skull with an ore hammer or something? But after a moment he nodded. I think I felt the same. Okay then. That worked? My tension almost eased, but I held back. This guy might still betray me. Chongryo merely looked a bit sorry. Anyway, sorry if you had a hard time because of me. It's fine. But next time check with me first. Yes. Then I should give you some reassuring news. I'll tell you the criteria for the Rookie Award. He smiled. It's the Newcomer of the Year award from Hangan EUM. Hangan EUM? You mean that Hangan EUM? The Korean Popular Music Awards that judges purely on artistry, excluding commercial success? As far as I know, no idol has ever won a Newcomer Award there. Wait, so this guy hasn't either. Of course I'm joking. One day, when my debuff ends, I'll smash that Hangan Iwm trophy into his face. Luckily, before my patience snapped, Changryo gave real information. The important thing is the public's opinion after you win the award. There needs to be a solid public reaction that they deserve the award you received. Of course, you have to actually attend the ceremony and win. Got it. So the status screen's most prestigious award means public opinion. That made sense. No wonder the status pop-up didn't appear for the Gold Rookie Award. I guess it'll show up around February. Just as I reached that conclusion, the fleeing Bei Sejin returned. Hey. Sorry. I'll get up now. Monday, I'll contact you again. I couldn't bring myself to be positive, but aware of the fan cam I nodded. Changryo waved to all of Taystar and returned to his seat. Bei Sejin looked uneasy, eyed his seat, then sat down gingerly. Are you close with that person? I wondered why he didn't call him senior, then realized Bei Sejin had debuted over 14 years ago. So I answered plainly. No, he was talking business. Business. Oh, Monday's social life. My voice must have carried, because Big Sejin overheard and chuckled. He probably figured it was another SNS excuse. But Bei Sejin whispered with a serious look. If anyone's bothering you, let me know. Bei Sejin likely recalled his child actor days and thought of industry bullying, which, in its own way, wasn't wrong. Anyway, it was impossible to explain, so I just nodded with a vague expression. If it happens, I will. Thanks. For what? That day, Taystar also won the main award, performed flawlessly, and went home. For the record, VTIC took the grand prize. Until my debuff ends, I hope they keep winning the grand prize. Who knows what madman might try to reset me with a late-night ambush. The day after the Gold Awards ceremony, I'd steeled myself, but the unwelcome news arrived. They say the new division head reported for work today. 124 chapter. Oh, what kind of person is the new division head? Heard they're a decent person. I overheard the manager and Big Sejin's conversation. Don't get your hopes up. The probability was high that this new, high-ranking person would have the same kind of mindset as the previous division head. After all, TSDR's results under the last division head had been decent, so from the company's perspective, they'd likely send someone similar. But that expectation was pleasantly broken. An approval bot. That's what they say. Seems like they're saving their energy since retirement's not far off. Word had trickled down through the company that this division head didn't meddle in or push any major projects, and let the staff handle things as they had been. Now that I think about it, they haven't even said they'd like to meet us. Usually they'd at least want to see the face of their only signed artist, but not a word. They probably won't be around long, but for now that was fine. It's more comfortable when a boss I don't know just says okay rather than being overzealous. However, one big project was scrapped because of this hands-off approach. A concert, We'll finally prepare our solo show. As pending large-scale approvals were processed one by one, a concert date was finally set. But another issue arose. Isn't March a bit iffy? Exactly. It fell right in the season of semester start, when nobody really has the leisure to go to a concert. They'd originally aimed for the early year rush, but the company had been too chaotic to secure a venue properly. Whether to call it fortunate or not. Because of the delay, the rental of concert equipment and preparations were already complete. Fortunately, the members quickly shook off their anxiety about the date. It's still the weekend. Won't fans who can make it come? There will be fans with time. I'd love for many to come. We'll prepare well and show a great show. The atmosphere flared up, and we have 3 months left. I've seen artists who prepared a concert for over half a year, but 3 months wasn't bad. Realistically, half a year ago only our debut song was out, so preparation itself would have been impossible. It'd be tough work, but since it wasn't our promotion period, we could manage. Then, a new proposal came from the staff. How about debuting a new song on the first concert stage? Are we even having a comeback in March? Is that too much? It was too much. Had they forgotten the hell we went through when we released songs 1 month after debut? They were pitching nonsense. But surprisingly, the response was reasonable. But to fill the concert set list, we'll need a few new song stages anyway. Wouldn't it be better if they were our own Taystar songs, rather than covers? Yeah. And for this album, almost all the tracks are already recorded. We only need to finalize the title track. They had a point. This comeback was actually our first full-length album. To give it our all, While working on the previous album, we'd already half-selected songs for the next album. We'd worked on them during breaks in our promotions. Since we'll need to film VCRs for the concert anyway, we can schedule the music video shoot then, and we can align the concept photos for the concert too. Cost and time savings. And it'd be easy to set a coherent concert concept. Link it with the full album's concept for cross-promotion, which fans would enjoy. In the end, if only the staff and artists were on board, everyone would be happy. This is insane. Sure enough, Kim Rae-bin, who'd sat quietly listening, was raising his hand in agreement. It was like a rabbit voluntarily hopping into a fire. Ryu Chong-woo summarized the situation. Can we discuss it among ourselves and let you know? Sure, but please tell us by tomorrow. And we didn't even need until tomorrow. The decision came in the company practice room that same day. Surprisingly, it was unanimous. We'd like to try working on it. Oh, great idea. The company was delighted. And the members had that look of, once we do it once, we can do it again. It was the downside of our last insane schedule, turning out well. Even Bae Sejin's caught the bug. After we revamped the year-end stage in a week, we'd gained some swagger. Shortly after, the company sent a draft set list for the concert. Ryu Chong-woo briefed us swiftly. It includes our title and sub-songs. Even with fan songs and recorded tracks, only 10 songs total. For a concert we need at least 20 songs, right? Honestly, 20's still few. Shouldn't we add more? Why yeah. The set list, with empty slots here and there, felt sparse. Even if we bring 2 songs from the new album, we need 8 more. They'd considered including album tracks without choreography, but that was rejected in favor of more performance-heavy songs. Watching them eagerly carve out breathing space by choice left me speechless. We're going to collapse. Then I remembered the company's recommendation. We asked to include our unit songs. Let's fill those first. That way, while other members performed, others would get forced breaks. Moreover, the company seemed to have a bigger plan. Oh, they said they'll film unit content themselves. Right. Yes. They plan to edit the process of preparing unit stages into variety-like content for YouTube. Then after the concert, upload the unit dance videos too. Then let's exclude those 3 for now and think of 5 more. Anyone have songs they want? Me. I do too. After a fierce contest, 5 songs were chosen. With Bae Sejin abstaining and Ryu Chong-woo deferring, the process went Inkvl GT. Only on Inkvl GT smoothly. Okay, I'll send this up. Yep. The company asked, are you sure about this? About 10 times, then confirmed the set list with a few order tweaks. Yet they still seemed uncertain. They slotted in lengthy VCR times. I need more cardio. Judging by the staff's reaction, this concert would be murderous. A few days later, after deciding the new album's title and concept, cameras entered the dorm for the first time in a while. They were indeed filming the splitting of concert unit stages, but the method was unique. What day is it today? Roommate switching day. They decided to reassign roommates, and whichever members were matched would form a unit stage. This feels exactly like the Ajusa team battles. They'd all been influenced by that deep abyss. But it was unexpectedly fun. They showed confidence that they could do well with anyone. Let's say farewell to our longtime roommates. Oh, big brother, little brother. Big Sejin, holding a cue card, pretended to sob shamelessly as he hugged Cha Eugene and Ryu Chong-woo. It was pure comedy. Caught up in it, Kim Rae-bin politely bid farewell to Seon Ah-hyun. Thank you so much for always responding to my noise and work with kindness and warmth. I hope we share a room again. Thank you too. And I liked hearing your work. Your songs are great. They got along and seemed close, yet failed to become truly friendly. I also greeted Bae Sejin. I think our lifestyles were similar, so you were a great roommate. It's a pity. Indeed. I wish it could have stayed the same. While he spoke, Bae Sejin glanced subtly at Cha Eugene, nervous at the thought of rooming with him. Please don't be. It had to be someone else. I shook his hand, caught up in his worry. Now, let's meet our new roommates. Wah! After the obligatory applause, Big Sejin smiled and produced props from behind his back. This roommate method is card flipping. Ooh, see the numbers on the back? Those are room numbers. People with the same number share a room. He shuffled the cards with practiced moves, then laid out 7 cards face down on the floor. Now each of you picks the card you want. Okay, Got it. They lightly decided the picking order with a karaoke scoring game. Yep. Since the order didn't really matter, they focused on producing content. The scores had no real meaning. First place, Cha Eugene with a perfect 100. Oh, he'd accidentally chosen an unknown song. And improvised, yet still won. All right, pick your cards. Yes. Mo. Number 1. Starting with Cha Eugene, each member drew a card. I surprisingly got the same room as Bei Sijin. Oh, Bei Sijin's room number is 3. You share again with Mundi. Bei Sijin clenched both fists, then cleared his throat in embarrassment. Let's get along well. Of course. I'd similarly wanted to avoid sharing, so I had no comment. But the problem was room 3. As in the first reality show roommate draw, room 3 held 3 people. The remaining lineup was Big Sijin and Cian Ahyun. Only were left. Why yes, Big Sijin, whose turn it was, placed his hand on the last remaining card as if deliberating. Then he slid it away and placed his hand on another card. Wait, was he just? I'll take this one. Ahyun, shall we flip together? Sure. 1, 2, 3. Whoosh. Big Sijin and Cian Ahyun flipped their cards. The result. Oh, wow. Eugene. Looking forward to it. Big Sijin got card 1, Cha Eugene's room. Naturally, the remaining card 3 was Cian Ahyun's. Cian Ahyun flashed a bright smile and showed her card. Let's get along well. I look forward to it. Yeah, let's have a good time. Bei Sijin's face relaxed in an instant. He was pleased with this room assignment. I added a word. We're rooming together again after a while. Why yeah. Cian Ahyun, clutching her card, hurried off to join room 3's group. Now, we have a surprise announcement for Ryubyeonimdol. What could it be? The members laughed and added a drum roll. Boom, boom, boom. Big Sijin raised his cue card. This time, our new roommates will perform as a unit. Please look forward to it. As prepared, the members enthusiastically waved at the camera. And that wrapped up the living room shoot. Phew. Now let's move our luggage. Members immediately started moving their belongings to their new rooms. But the one you'd expect to dash first did something else. He collected the cards from the living room floor. Oh, here you go. Thanks. Big Sijin neatly organized the cards back into their box and handed them to the staff. Then he saw me still in the living room, laughed, and spoke. Mundi, aren't you moving your stuff? I am. I followed Big Sijin into the hallway, thinking, so that's what he was up to. That guy had deliberately avoided room 3. 125 chapter. He pulled a stunt like that? It was strange. I knew Big Sijin was quick at reading situations and steering public opinion to his favor. But would he really go so far as to rig the cards to choose his unit? Surely he could have just worked the given circumstances to his advantage without risking getting caught. It's not like he desperately wanted to avoid Bei Sijin. It left a bad taste. Yet accusing him now would be ill-advised. There was no proof. And bringing it up in the dorm with cameras rolling was self-sabotage. Even if true, what harm had it done? A one-off concert unit tweak wasn't worth souring the mood. Let it go for now. I headed to the bed in room 1, my old room, where Big Sijin followed, as if checking out his new space. Oh, I'll use Mundi's bed. Mundi, I hereby transfer my bed to you. Which one is that? What, you forgot? It's the furthest left. Right? Better stay clear of that one. Gosh, you're too polite to even use it? It's fine, Mundi. Don't be shy. Make yourself at home. As usual. I shook my head, packed my things, and left room 1. If anything else comes up, I can bring it up then. That moment arrived sooner than expected, the awards ceremony a few days later. Except for Hangani it was basically the last major awards show of the year. Yet some big-name artists didn't attend, probably due to tour schedules. In other words, VTIC wasn't coming either. No need to worry about an ore hammer from him. Just then my phone buzzed. VTIC Chongrio, this seems almost like the last one. Congrats on the rookie award, happy face. It felt like a blow to the head. I replied tersely and switched off my phone. Big Sijin feigned disinterest. Still texting Chongrio Sr.? Yeah. My see. He seemed about to say more, but we'd arrived at the waiting room before he could. A sign was posted on the door. Zyrup/Taystar. This time we weren't alone. Actually, thanks to our results, we've had amazing waiting rooms for rookies so far. I'd heard that in some venues, There just aren't enough rooms, so groups wait behind partitions. Half of two groups sharing was already a privilege. The other group was a famous boy band from a major agency, about 3 or so years senior, I guessed. Ryu Chong-woo quietly advised the members. Let's make sure to greet them properly. Yep. But unlike the others, Big Sejin stiffened. Wait a minute. If you calculate debut dates and agencies. Before I could dwell on it, Zyrop's manager opened the door. Hello, seniors. Oh, hello. Polite greetings faded as Zyrop's members approached with exaggerated smiles. Oh, Sejin. How have you been? I knew it. This was the group whose brief dalliance drew Big Sejin away before Ajusa, his original debut team at his first agency. Wow, hello, senior. Great to see you. Nah, don't call me senior. Just call me Hyung. Ah, come on. Big Sejin shook hands and bumped fists as if they were old buddies. The others watched thinking, Big Sejin acting like Big Sejin. He was sociable enough. But then their tone shifted. Sejin, you hardly reply to our texts. Feel bad, man. Ah, you know I've been so busy since debut. Yes, I'm glad you're busy now. You were late getting here. Lucky you. Excuse me. They were slyly mocking him for his previous failures. Big Sejin just smiled and replied. I'm sorry I reply late. I'm busy with work. Meaning, do you think I have no schedule and am twiddling my thumbs? Well, you weren't texting that often. I only asked once in a while out of curiosity. Hey, don't you find it easy to track me now that I'm everywhere? Tell me about your lives too. I'm curious. They deftly turned Big Sejin's lackluster pre-debut into a jab. His victory was decisive. By now, all of us except Kim Rae-bin had caught on. Our eyes darted with amusement. Zyrop's faces soured. Well, this year you'll hear plenty about us whether you like it or not. Really? That sounds great. Please look forward to Taystar as well. They'd steamrolled them purely on clout. Zyrop's members forced smiles and ended the greetings. Yeah, let's work hard together. Yep. It seemed over. But one Zyrop member, who'd been standing silently, couldn't resist. But I've only heard Taystar news. Don't know much about you, Sejin. Surprisingly, Big Sejin looked hurt by this trivial comment. Still smiling, he said nothing in rebuttal. Then Kim Rae-bin raised his hand to speak, not out of anger, but to point out the logic gap. Sejin Hyung is Taystar, so isn't Sejin's news Taystar's news? That's right. Cha Eugene chimed in. Zyrop didn't relent. No, group updates are one thing. Individual updates are another. We've never done individual activities outside the group. You can consider Taystar's news as Sejin Hyung's news. Unintentionally, Rae-bin's words cornered them. It was over. Time to wrap this up. I stepped in with a smile. Yes. From now on, whenever you hear Taystar news, think of Sejin. Right. Absolutely. Proud Rae-bin beamed, while Zyrop's expressions wilted. Oh right. Even for seniors, they didn't have the guts to pick a fight at an awards show. The conversation ended. Yet Big Sejin remained distracted. An hour later he still stared at his phone in silence, creating an awkward vibe. Linking this to the unit card incident days earlier raised suspicions. This is / too awkward to ignore. He'd handle the mic a lot tonight. If something went wrong during the acceptance speech, we'd be screwed. Better to clear the air now. I need to check on something in the car. Forgot something, so I'll be right back. I stood and got the keys from our manager. Want me to get it? I'll be quick. I nudged Big Sejin, who sat near the door. Hey, come with me. Huh? What? I need another hand to move something. And take photos. He scanned me silently, only smiling as he rose. Okay. He seemed miffed, but we headed down the hall to the car in silence. Once inside, away from everyone, I spoke. Got a problem lately? Sigh. Big Sejin stared at the ceiling, then sighed, as if he knew why I'd called him out. No. Really? Then clear your head and come back up. You looked uncomfortable in the waiting room. I shrugged, rummaged in the back seat, and pulled out a travel pillow. That would do as an excuse. I'll make up some excuse. Just be back before it starts. I grabbed the door handle. Behind me, Big Sejin sighed deeply. Sorry. It's just tough right now. You sound like there's a problem. A problem? I guess you could call it that. He hesitated too long to speak, so I decided it'd be better if I did. Actually, I saw you picking unit cards. You recognized card 3 and avoided it. Huh. Was it because a 3-person unit would give you less screen time? He'd been hurt by remarks like, "It's just the group doing well, not you." Perhaps he was sensitive to having less to showcase. But Big Sejin shook his head. Fiddling with his phone, he finally spoke. "No, you and Bay Sejin were why you avoided it. A 3-person unit would make dancing difficult. Obviously, they'd write a vocal-focused performance for you. I'd get the dance break center role, and that's it. And I'd have to adjust to his level, so the difficulty would be low. You could have pushed yourself into dance." Haha. Oh, Mundy. You think I'd risk our fans' money on an experimental dance showcase? And even if they'd structured it around my dance, fans probably wouldn't like it much. Why do you think that? This is maddening. He sighed repeatedly, then, after much hesitation, handed me his phone. It displayed SNS search. Results under his alias. Honestly, calling him a dance line is embarrassing. Ahyun is top. Eugene's the center role LOL. Big Bird stands pushing dance line is disgusting. Once Ahyun fixes all her stuttering, we can finally stop watching Big Bird's speech, right? Phew, what a relief. Honestly, Guk dances well too. Dance line is meaningless. Big Bird, have some decency and step aside from Ahyun LOL. Big Bird, what even is his position? Pretending to be an insider. Don't deny that the search returns only insults. When it's unanimous like this, it really is fan sentiment. He stayed calm. I scrolled down to see the overall trend. Seeing Ahyun was so impressive. After her backflip mishap recovery and overcoming stuttering, her status had skyrocketed. Meanwhile, Cha Eugene's immense popularity and flair cemented him as center. That left Big Sejin floating. Fans who'd long been lukewarm toward him felt it acutely. Of course, these are mainly from people who dislike me. But it's true I'm losing position. Ahyun doing well. Great. Good for the group. But I can't stand being in this state. I spoke slowly. So you want to outperform Cha Eugene? Yes. He took back his phone. I need to shine more than Eugene in the unit performance. It's the only way out I see, right? 126 chapter. So you're saying you want to focus purely on dance. Alright, I get the idea. This unit stage at the concert will be promoted as official WeTube content, with the video released publicly, so the fans' attention is guaranteed. You really think you can outperform Cha Eugene here? I doubt anyone will criticize the position choice again. But is that even possible? How about giving you the dance break in this album instead? Haha. Even if I do well, people would still say Ahyun or Eugene would have done better, right? Big Sejin answered immediately. He must have been mulling it over for quite some time. Still, going head-to-head with Cha Eugene on this. That didn't mean Big Sejin's stats were bad. Status window. I checked Big Sejin's status window after a long time. Name, Lee Sejin. Vocal, C+, B+. Dance, AS. Appearance, A+. Charm, A+. Trait, Be Quiet, B. Status ailment. His status was pretty solid. This awards season his charm had just entered a rank, showing noticeable growth. Those are stats that'd stand out anywhere. The problem was that overall he was slightly beneath Cha Eugene's stats. Except for matching vocal rank, every stat was a bit lower than Cha Eugene's. If at least one stat had been higher it might balance out, but this was dicey. He'd almost certainly get devoured by Cha Eugene. Eugene's charm was now S-. Plus he had the broken OP trait black hole, and he wasn't the type to create synergy with others. He just stood out crazily on his own. Honestly, even though our positions are totally different, I wasn't keen on a one-on-one stage with Cha Eugene. Hearing that he's still tinkering with that card is perfect fodder for Park Mundy to tease him. I could already hear the sound of all his invested dance stat points going to waste. I stifled a sigh and looked at Big Sejin. Let's cut to the chase. Okay. Whether it's you, Seon Ah-hyun, or anyone else, if it's one-on-one, it's nearly impossible to outshine Cha Eugene. I'm sure you've thought about that too. It would have been better to pick a part later in the set to secure your own spotlight. Yet he still chose Cha Eugene, his desire to prove himself, and his fear must be immense. Big Sejin stared at the floor and asked hollowly, "So you really think it's impossible?" In my opinion, instead of trying to beat Cha Eugene head-on, you should approach it another way. There was one scenario that seemed most feasible. Just make the stage itself so good that no one even thinks to compare you to Cha Eugene. Meaning only comments like, "That dance unit stage was amazing," explode everywhere. If you don't get overshadowed in your own part, the dance position impression will be solid. It'd be hard, but easier than defeating Cha Eugene in a duo stage. You need to make Cha Eugene cooperate on stage. All right. Big Sejin nodded calmly, but his knuckles were white from how tightly he'd clasped his hands. His hands are even shaking. I'd never seen him this tense, not even right before the Ajusa finals. It's like when the school bullying rumors exploded. Isn't this over the top? Do you have anything else going on? What do you mean? The buzz isn't the overall fan opinion. It's just some under-the-table chatter. You know that, right? You seem overly anxious. Big Sejin fell silent for a long moment. Then he gave a hollow laugh. Should I really be saying this? You know why I got cut from the debut lineup before? Because my position was vague. Right before the group launched, a pair of actor parents' kid joined with recognition. #InkViaLite #the higher-ups insisted on 7 members. What could I do? Someone had to go. And in our team, there was someone better at dance, someone younger, someone more handsome, someone who could sing better, someone who could rap. The leader couldn't be removed, so I, the vague one, was the odd one out. Big Sejin slapped his thigh. So I got cut. What else could happen? Anyway, I can't just sit back. If word gets out, and people think the team doesn't care if I leave, that'd be ridiculous. At contract renewal, I'd get the worst deal, or, I'm really saying absurd things. Big Sejin clicked his tongue and hung his head. He'd shared things he'd never normally admit. This is the kind of story you need alcohol to tell. It made me dizzy just listening sober. Anyway, I understand the situation. Being dropped right before debut must have been a huge shock. I guess his focus on leader or main dancer on Ajusa had deeper meaning than just screen time. But how should I respond? I was too stunned by his past story to suggest a solution. And I have no gift for consolation. No choice. I'd just enumerate positive facts as usual. I stifled another sigh and spoke. First, aside from position or anything else, the team does need you. For variety entertainment? No, to shut down scandals. Sad but true. You know at least half our team is oblivious, and more than half is soft-hearted. Think about it. Without you, where would this team be in certain situations? Big Sejin fell silent, as if recalling the month-long pre-debut rush and the recent Onyx incident. But he soon shook his head. You've made almost all the decisions yourself. Nothing major would have changed. About that. I actually trusted you and went all in. What? Well, if an idea was worth using, I thought you'd automatically rally support. I felt a bit embarrassed. I cleared my throat and continued. Chong Woo-hyung may be leader. But if you pick the person most suited for teamwork, it's you. On stage, on broadcast, internally, externally, someone who always does their part is rare. I finished my thought. A member with such hexagonal balance is a position every idol group needs. Well, that's it. Big Sejin, having heard me out, closed his mouth and looked away. I hope he's not crying. I really didn't want the atmosphere to get weird. A moment later, Big Sejin couldn't hold back. He burst out laughing. Not crying, but laughing. You must feel so cheesy right now. You're laughing? Cup. Hey, wouldn't you laugh in this situation? Park Mundy trying to comfort someone, saying all this nonsense. Even when he's complimented, he complains. Before I could hoodie whip him, Big Sejin stopped laughing. Really? Anyway, I get it. It's cheesy but kind of comforting. You're amazing, huh? Big Sejin beamed, then suddenly linked arms with me and muttered in an exaggerated voice. But if fans don't know how amazing Sejin is, it's pointless, right? Shouldn't I take over the leader spot from Chong Woo-hyung? Don't pretend to joke when you're actually serious. I answered as calmly as possible. Most already know. You worry opinions won't spread to other fans, but actually, I think you'll have the advantage in the long run. Really? Yeah. Having no weak points becomes more evident as time goes on. It was also a trend I'd seen in real market data. When each member's demand tanked in turn, the type that held up best was that kind. Big Sejin seemed hesitant to completely trust this, but he nodded with a smile. All right, I'll keep that in mind and kill it on stage. That sounded sincere. At least he'd reached his own conclusion, so the trait effect would kick in. Be quiet, B. No objections. Momentum plus 100%. From the name I thought it was a public opinion trait, but I was a bit surprised when I saw it. Well, it fits him. I imagine no objections refers to both him and those around him. He'll probably have the same stance with Chai Eugene while preparing for this unit stage. He'll sweet talk and coax out exactly what he wants. I'm curious how far that will work. Then I'm heading up. Come up when you're ready. You say that after organizing everything yourself. Hey, let's go up together. Big Sejin stretched and prepared to step out of the car. Seeing his hand, I suddenly remembered how he'd manipulated the cards. By the way, how did you display those cards? The ones used to decide the unit. The ones you manipulated. LOL. Wait. Big Sejin chuckled. Hey, I didn't manipulate anything. I just memorized the scratch pattern on the back while handling the cards. What can I do? I'm smart. My brain's to blame. Thank goodness he didn't actually manipulate them, but for some reason I'm pissed. Walking out of the car toward the waiting room, Big Sejin chuckled a few more times. Then in front of the waiting room, he suddenly spoke seriously. Anyway, thanks even more now. You listened to my situation even though you thought I'd manipulated things. Once the concert's over, I'll buy you a cow or something. Big Sejin burst out laughing. Yeah, but what kind of cow? I'll buy premium beef. Fine. If you ever have worries, tell me. My worries. I pictured explaining my own situation to these idiots. Yeah, I'd be suspended from activities that day and need to book a psychiatric appointment. Better just pretend none of this happened. If I have any. Confidence that you don't right now. Big Sejin smiled and entered the waiting room. The manager, having grasped the situation, gave me a thumbs up at Big Sejin's restored mood. Big Sejin can see that too. In any case, the rest of the wait passed peacefully. Except for Kim Rae-bin, no one made eye contact with Jerup. And Taestar took home Album of the Year for Q4 and Best New Artist that day. Thank you so much. We just celebrated our 200th day since debut last week. Waiting for Big Sejin's next turn at the mic, I finally received the news I'd been waiting for. Award success. You have won Best New Artist at the most prestigious domestic awards ceremony, under public recognition. Time limit. Met. Great success. Status ailment. Debut or die removed. Verify facts click. 127 chapter. The status ailment related to the Rookie Award was lifted faster than I'd expected. I thought it would last at least until February. That it cleared. The moment we receive the award at the final big ceremony means the current public opinion must be overwhelmingly positive. It was probably thanks to the way we pushed straight through the Rookie Award controversy. I hadn't imagined it would affect the timing of the ailment's removal. Well, it's good to confirm it quickly. Since I wasn't planning to click Verify Facts for a while anyway, getting it done early wouldn't mean I'd face a new status ailment too soon. Thank you. While I was thinking, Big Sejin finished his speech and stepped aside, giving me the front position at the stand mic. It was my turn. I walked forward slowly and stood before the mic. The dazzling sea of light before me made my vision swim. Even from afar, the glow sticks were impossible to miss. TSDR's light sticks. Way more than at other ceremonies. Probably because VTIC didn't attend. I took in the sight and brought my mouth to the mic. First, I'd like to begin by saying thank you. I didn't particularly want to give an acceptance speech, but since everyone takes turns anyway, I went ahead. Just did it because it was expected. But now I realized expressing gratitude this way was actually quite fitting. Taestar isn't a group that prepared together for a long time. We were improving as a team, but with a short preparation period and lots of thought and effort, we debuted as a group. Of course, we also griped about the company, but it was an honest truth. And what I said next was honest too. And the driving force was that there were people who waited for us. Not just for debut preparation. It was the same during the Rookie Award controversy. We knew that if things turned around, there were people ready to support us, so we could choose that primal approach. Having people who wait to like whatever good result you put out is a strange and wonderful thing. Thank you for believing in us, waiting for us, and having expectations. Even through all the exhausting public opinion and annoying situations, they never gave up hope. When you think about TSDR's tomorrow, we'll do our best without forgetting this feeling to bring you excitement instead of worry. Thank you. I bowed my head. and held it a little longer as I kept bowing. A brilliant roar of cheers poured down from above. The sound, as powerful as the glow of the light sticks, felt somehow warm, and I felt hands patting my back. That must be the members. I was about to optimistically think it was a good picture when I heard a slightly startled whisper. Emundi, are you okay? Are you crying? I'm not crying. Another whisper came. If you can't lift your head because you're embarrassed for crying, cover your face and turn around. Why did they assume I was too ashamed to lift my head? Isn't it normal to think the speech is just prolonged by emotion and gratitude? I stifled a sigh and lifted my head. Then the cheering and the countless glow sticks wavered like a galaxy. It looked even more enormous than before. Oh, that was a close one. If I'd lifted my head without thinking, I might have been so overwhelmed I actually teared up. Thanks to those who thought I was crying, the moment was diffused enough that I avoided looking ridiculous. I'm breaking out in a cold sweat. At the same time, I remembered the trait I discarded months ago as soon as I saw it. Trait, under eye faucet, B. Open and close comfortably. Tear control ability max. A chill ran down my spine. Hopefully I won't need it. I briefly worried I'd regret discarding it, but then shook my head silently. No way I'd give up other traits for something like this. If I ended up a little embarrassed, it'd be fine. And hey, how often would this happen? Only on days like today when everything aligned. I'll just wave. I waved to the audience with the guys who were about to poke my side and say, "We thought you'd cry," and gave a small nod. The lights remained hot. After the awards season wrapped up, preparations for the concert kicked into full gear. Among them was, of course, the behind-the-scenes unit stage preparation for WeTube. Magic Boy TSDR's magical AI assistant. So now even WeTube? It's Chongwoo Hyung. As Cha Eugene said, on the TV screen linked to WeTube, Ryu Chongwoo appeared. Wings had been composited onto his shoulders like a new emblem, and he smiled, winked, and made a finger gun gesture. Catch, curious. It was a perfectly normal commercial showing the cheerful, handsome man, Ryu Chongwoo. What is this? Why does only Hyung get something cool? Not an animal, huh? Bae Sejin's last question sounded almost menacing. But Ryu Chongwoo seemed embarrassed by even that, and just laughed, running a hand through his hair. Haha, it's not something cool. Fans compared me a lot to a bird, so I went with it, I guess. Yet the members' reactions were cold. You could have gone with Peep Peep Chick, but you picked cool. I was about to hit skip, but no need anymore. It's not even my idea, guys. Ryu Chongwoo looked a bit flustered, then realized it was just playful teasing and laughed it off cutely. He must love being the mascot animal. Someone else ended up branded a puppy, and it had been rough. I quickly shook off the memory of my own ad cuts and focused on the playing video. Jet Don de Fleurs K. A slow, beautiful chanson played on the screen. It was the unit song chosen by Kim Rae-bin and Ryu Chongwoo. Big Sejin instinctively admired it and asked, "Oh, you're going to use that song?" "Yes." Kim Rae-bin nodded, eyes sparkling. "I think the melody suits Hyung's tone. If we leave only the keyboard sound and make the rhythm kitschy, the instrumental will be really stylish." "I see. Since Rae-bin's excited, I'm looking forward to it too." Ryu Chongwoo chuckled and nodded. I could guess the general vibe they were going for. They're letting Rae-bin go wild. Since it's only one unit stage, Ryu Chongwoo isn't judging conservatively, but fully adopting Rae-bin's idea. This should turn out interesting. I was quite intrigued. Next, Cha Eugene excitedly searched on the device and played a video. Against a brown album cover, an old pop song played. Why pop song? It seemed too advantageous a choice for the Korean-American Cha Eugene, but I soon realized that couldn't be the case. Big Sejin must have covered Cha Eugene by letting him pick first, then chose the song he actually wanted. If he'd actually conceded, I'd be impressed. Already the surname divides us, but I tested again. When Big Sejin met my eye, he flicked an eyebrow almost imperceptibly. That pop song must have been his pick. I love #NAVIOLITE hashtag this song. I'm so excited. That's right. Let's make an amazing stage. Let's do it. Cha Eugene raised his hand in excitement, and Big Sejin high-fived him enthusiastically. Well, both seem happy, so that's fine. Nothing seemed off so far. We'll play the song we chose. Ooh. Finally, it was my turn with Bae Sejin and Seon Ah-hyun. Seon Ah-hyun stepped forward as scripted and manipulated the WeTube. Screen. Then a cheesy, laid-back band accompaniment began. Ooh, I can hear my heart. Huh. Seeing the other teams look slightly bewildered, I smiled and explained. It's Miso Sunbees, you are amazing. It was a song by a female solo singer who was active in the late 80s. Bright enough, sentimental enough. The chorus, oh, 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 amazing, had enough recognition that even teens and people in their 20s would have heard it on variety shows. But that was all it had. It probably didn't seem like the right impact or mood for a concert song. Ryu Chong-woo looked slightly shocked. You three are doing this song? Yes. I nodded calmly, and the other two members affirmed with slightly energized faces. Ryu Chong-woo studied their expressions, then barely nodded. Okay, Mundi picked it. No, Seon Ah-hyun and Se Jin-hyung picked it. They had both suggested it in the shortlist and then chose it together. I see. Ryu Chong-woo nodded immediately, but I could sense his worry. If there were no cameras, he'd have already asked if it was really okay. Noticing nothing, Seon Ah-hyun just murmured in an excited tone. I thought it would suit us, so I'm already looking forward to it. Bae Se-jin hesitated as if unsure whether to speak, but in the end he opened his mouth to the camera. Since it'll be a great stage, I think you can look forward to it. Watching those two rare proactive expressions, Ryu Chong-woo's face gradually relaxed. Seeing how happy they were, he must have thought there had to be some charm to the song. Ryu Chong-woo then glanced at me once. With a face seeking final reassurance, he asked, Mundi, you're confident too? It's hard to be absolutely confident with any stage, but I'll do my best to make it perfect. Let's all give it our best. Let's do our best. Taestar, fighting. After filming finished, Ryu Chong-woo asked, are you sure? About 3 more times, and I nodded each time. Only then did he leave for coffee with a somewhat relieved look. Maybe I shouldn't have joked. I wanted to tease him for dodging the ad roulette, but he's so responsible it worked better than expected. Actually, my worry is about something else. My real concern was the new song stage. It'll be the first stage in concert before the tracks even release. The title and the sub-song, both unfamiliar to the audience and untested by the public, would have to be enjoyed live. Keeping the mood from sagging would be crucial. I thought for a moment, then came to a brief, clear answer. Let's pour in the budget. Luckily, the company had plenty of money. By the time Taestar was fully immersed in concert and new album preparations, the concert dates were finally announced. Concert announcement. Weekend events on March 30th to 31st. Announcement. Image. Crazy, finally a concert. Wow, they really booked it. Please let me get even one ticket. Concert just 9 months after debut. What is happening to our kids? I'm not asking for much. I just want to go. Already imagining singing fan songs with glow sticks. Fans, having heard rumors that the company had booked the Olympic gymnastics arena, were bursting with excitement. And the moment that anticipation became reality, people screamed with joy and immediately started preparing for ticketing. I'm a regional reviewer. I need to book a hotel fast or prices will skyrocket. Where do I check the after-park server time? Anything I need for fan club presale? I desperately want standing tickets. But before they could calmly prepare for ticketing, new news poured in. While they're taking pre-orders for the new album starting next month? Link. What? Suddenly, they already announced an April 1st comeback? The day after the concert. Comeback right after concert? So many teases, I love it, but fans were already flustered, but the news didn't stop. An article says they'll premiere the new songs at the concert. Link. What? What is happening? So they'll perform them live before the MVs are even out? If I can't go to the concert, I'll lose my mind. There was more. It's reported that at TSTAR's first concert, they'll perform unit stages, and the behind-the-scenes process will be released as reality content on WeTube. Interview link. Too much happening, lol. They giving us reality content too? This is so good, I don't even trust it. T1 would never work this hard. While fans struggled to process all the news, one fact remained clear in their minds. The competition for concert tickets is going to be insane. And amidst this whirlwind of confusion and tension, Taestar posted one SNS message. Taestar is finally holding our first concert. Will you all come see us? We're challenging ourselves to get tickets along with you reviewers. It was a direct challenge. 128 chapter. Is everyone ready? Of course we are. Let's do it right away. Ryu Chongwoo's question was met with confident replies. In the PCCAF we'd rented entirely for this, Taystar tries concert ticketing content. Only the staff and us were present. Each of us sat at a high-end PC, faces lit up like we were shouting. Our concert is happening soon. Today's tickets will be drawn at random and, with signatures, sent to reviewers. We'll grab great seats. There was excitement, but no solemnity. Even in the worst case, they'll at least snag some corner seats, I thought. With a total capacity across both days of 26,000, that meant 13,000 bookable seats per day. A bizarre confidence floated among them. Surely we can't fail to get even one of 13,000 seats when we're using top-of-the-line PCs. Naturally, I was skeptical. I can already tell this is going to be a disaster. Just from overhearing their chat. Oh, ticketing opens at 8 o'clock, so we just log in exactly at 8 o'clock, right? Seems like it. Let's go for first floor. They'd probably never see the seating map, stuck forever loading at the entrance. At best, one or two might accidentally secure a back row spot. Maybe I'll have to try myself. If everyone else fails, it'd look weird. Better that at least one or two succeed for diversity's sake. Though honestly, I've hardly ever actually gone to a concert myself. At most I'd arranged one-on-one data orders a few times. But I had done proxy ticketing several times, and with a decent success rate. Made for some nice expensive dinners. I'd stopped because going further risked breaking the law. Scalping tickets was simply illegal. Anyway, I thought I could manage at least one ticket this time too. Just then, Sian Ah-hyun beside me quietly spoke. He'd only just reached the ticketing site. Mundi, which section are you aiming for? Maybe section 8 on the second floor? Second floor? Don't make it too easy for him. Let's do first floor. Others, overhearing, chimed in with brave suggestions from their ignorance of reality. Only Ah-hyun nodded earnestly. Then I guess, second floor? How do I do it? He admitted his lack of experience and asked for advice. I'll share what I know. I briefly explained server time and site settings. First, go to this site and click the After Park link. Mundi's giving us a tutorial. I'm all ears too. Tell us. The ticketing site shows its server time. Use that as your reference for booking. Too many interruptions. I finished the explanation anyway. Got it. Ah-hyun immediately navigated his PC, and soon the server name and After Park server time appeared. Magic Boy TSDAR's Magical Booking Station. February 26th, 19 hours 47 minutes and 49 seconds. The others excitedly copied the site URL, and even Ryu Chongwoo and Bae Seijin peeked over to learn. Better than going in blind. With 10 minutes left until booking opened, I rattled off the rest and opened multiple tabs per browser. Then starting at 59 seconds before the hour, refresh each tab. By the time I'd finished, a sense of resolve had settled over them. So this requires a lot of prep. If Mundi hadn't figured this out, we'd all fail. They'd sensed the nuance of my urgency. As the announced time drew near, that determination strengthened. 3 minutes left. Gulp. Let's snag the best seats and send them to reviewers. We'll do our best. Fighting. They seemed to forget these tickets were for the fans, and that scalpers might scoop them up. At least there was some chance the misses would be compensated. I shrugged and readjusted my mouse grip. In the camera blind spot, a staff member signaled the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Mouthing the numbers, I began refreshing each tab just before the exact hour. And nothing happened. Every tab remained stuck loading. We're screwed. There was no other explanation. I toggled between browsers for 7 minutes, hoping traffic might ease, but the screens never changed. The room was noisy, but no one seemed to actually have loaded the page. Looks like the server crashed. I gave up on the PCs and opened the mobile app. Queue position, 41,502. It was a death sentence. I'd held back from checking my phone on camera, and that delay was my downfall. I failed. Of all people, TSDAR's most methodical member, didn't secure a single ticket? Unbelievable. TIC's concerts used to succeed. Even 3 years ago, when their servers crashed, I'd switched tabs and eventually gotten in. Why couldn't I do it now? My own concert's ticketing. I was genuinely stunned. Only after double-checking the PCs and app did I accept the blank screens before me. Can't be helped. It's a shame I can't send any tickets, though. Since I also failed, the others' chances were slim. At that moment, Sian Ah-hyun beside me cried out and began frantically clicking his mouse. A quick glance showed his screen was already on the payment page. Whoa. Ah-hyun made it. How on earth did you get in? I don't know. I just did exactly what Mundi told me. Flustered by the sudden crowd, Ah-hyun nevertheless followed the steps steadily. He entered his pre-copied personal info, selected bank transfer for payment, and moved to the next page. And his seat was right in the planned center of the second floor. Wow, amazing. Ah-hyun succeeded. Thank goodness. At least one person did. The members patted Ah-hyun on the shoulder, the celebration already underway. I bitterly stared at Ah-hyun's screen. Suddenly Big Sejin smacked me on the back. No way. Mundi, you did all that prep, but only Ah-hyun succeeded. Feel let down? Ah-hyun jumped. But Mundi explained it so well. It's basically because of Mundi. No, that's not it. Before I could explain, Ah-hyun's PC screen changed as expected. An error occurred during payment processing. A deathly silence fell. I knew this would happen. The loading was too long. If the loading is either too short or too long, this is what you get. Ah-hyun froze, unable to accept it. The others looked equally dazed. Lots of tickets probably got bounced at payment. I checked a few more pages on the booking site, hoping against hope. Still just white screens. Shit. Was there anyone who actually succeeded? The site had crashed from traffic, so perhaps everyone saw the same. Blank screens. I calmed myself and made a guess. Maybe very few actual bookings went through. But that wasn't it. 3 minutes later, the page finally loaded and confirmed it. 0 seats available. An astonishing number of people had, against all odds, pierced the broken server and secured tickets. Seriously? Is this really it? It was over. Then, as if on cue, sold-out headlines began appearing. TSDAR's first concert sells out completely. 26,000 seats sold out. TSDAR's concert breaks servers. Taystar sells out both nights in just 10 minutes. Yes, I had simply been bested by fans at ticketing. A crushing defeat without even seeing a seat chart. Proxy ticketing record. Loss number 1, added to stats. TSDAR's first concert. Fans brimmed with excitement and joy, but it wasn't big news in general. You normally can't even imagine attending an idol concert. Moreover, Taystar had already announced their comeback date. Attention shifted to that, and the concert seemed poised to pass quietly. Until the video of TSDAR's disastrous ticketing attempt went online. Idols who tried their own concert ticketing and got wiped out lol.jpg. Even Sian Ah-hyun, who reached the payment page, got an error lol. Taystar becomes ticketless wonders, screenshots. LOL OMG. They're basically crying? Haha. Must watch this video. Taystar losing their minds is hilarious. The funniest part is apologizing that there are no tickets to send. Looks like a WeTuber apology thumbnail haha. Poor server fault lol. Their confident SNS pre-announcement day before screenshot. LOL. Reality, total wipeout. Too cute and relatable lol. Our idols went through exactly what I did. But you guys will be at the concert, right? I have no ticket. Hope for cancellation tickets. TSDAR's epic ticketing failure, complete with earnest preparation, became a hilarious talking point. Particular sympathy poured out for one member, Park Mundi. But Mundi really did everything multi-browser and app use. I didn't expect that lol. Yeah, he'd usually get it, just unlucky with the server. But his shocked face was cute haha. Mundi's been that way since the chicken feed incident. So genuine in everything he does lol. Pretends to be calm, then breaks down, ultimate otaku moment. Probably on purpose. Why would a visual main vocal go this far? Must be a brain disorder. Mundi isn't at fault. The after Park server is. Park Mundi's eyes sparkled when sharing his research, but after failing, he's like a Tibetan fox lol. WTF lol. True pupper is just for show. Real self is Tibetan fox. Just wait for that emoji trend. Fans and outsiders alike chatted about Park Mundi and TSDR's adorable plight for quite a while. They enjoyed the warm, cute vibe, yet lamented the lousy ticketing servers and their failure. Then, unexpectedly, it had a positive effect. Interest in TSDAR's concert-related content quietly surged. Ooh, they're releasing Unit Stage behind the scenes on YouTube too? When it's out, post here, makes me nostalgic for Ajusa. It's the first live reveal of the new songs too. They must have put a lot into concert prep LOL. That's why they flopped the ticketing and got even more mind-blown LOL. They tried to send tickets, but there were none. This is hilarious. Can't wait to see how the concert goes LOL. Before the buzz died down, the concert trailer and Unit Stage reality footage flooded YouTube. Even VOD service announcements went up early, absorbing the pent-up demand for the concert. The excitement reached a fever pitch. T1 really is doing work. What is happening? I'm going crazy with concert anticipation. Good call switching the head of A&R. Thanks to that, fans met the first day of the concert with hearts ready to burst from excitement and anticipation. 129 chapter. Are there a lot of people? There really are. Even though it's more than 8 hours until the show starts, I can see several fans gathered here chatting. Kim Rae-bin and Cha Eugene, who had pretended to go check the restrooms but were actually scoping out the crowd, chattered excitedly. The members standing on stage shielded their faces or took deep breaths. Phew, you can probably hear the rehearsal from out here. That's right, we just taken the stage for the concert rehearsal. Luckily, unlike some idol overseas tours where they sell rehearsal tickets, ours wasn't that case. If they'd opened the first concert's rehearsal to the public, everyone would be 10 times more nervous than we are now. Of course, we were still completely fired up. Let's really give it our all. We've practiced so much, so we owe them at least that. Absolutely. We've really done a lot. Bae Sejin's face had gone a little pale, as if recalling the grueling practice period. It was kind of extreme. More than once I'd thought my stamina just wouldn't hold out. That's why we installed cycle machines in the dorm. We unanimously agreed that standard personal training alone wasn't enough. And on top of that, we had to look energetic for the Unit Stage reality footage. No small feat. But at last, the day slash is here. I didn't feel regret or anxiety. We were fully prepared, and I'm sure the others felt the same. All right, this time, let's trust our practice and go for it. Yes. In that determined atmosphere, Big Sejin quietly raised his hand. Shall we shout our chant before we go? Our chant. You know? Oh. Exclamation marks seemed to pop above everyone's heads as they realized what he meant. A moment later, hands came together in a chant. TSDAR is going to show you something today. Let's go. It was a slightly cringeworthy slogan, trading off dignity for atmosphere, but it worked. Starting from the opening, right? The rehearsal proceeded smoothly, without a hitch. Before long, the empty seats would all be filled. The plaza in front of the gymnastics arena was a sea of people. Among many reasons, one major draw was buying concert merch. I got all the MD. Park Mundy superfans stood in line clutching shopping bags in both hands, trophies of a successful hunt. And the quality was really good. In particular, the shiny customizable parts for the light stick were gorgeous. Even from the pre-order images, they sold out fastest, as confirmed on SNS. They really nailed it. T1 had been showing real big corporate quality lately, and many fans had softened toward them. With more great merch, even fence-sitters were turning positive. But the superfans kept their resolve. Can't get complacent. We might see these same designs on the concert Blu-ray as the kids' own drafts. Still, the excitement was inevitable. They must have prepared so intensely, right? With a beaming smile, only those with tickets could feel that rush of pride. And her seat was Section 8 on the second floor. The exact spot Park Mundy had tried for and failed to secure. Mundy, I'm sitting here. She had originally planned to trade for a standing ticket to get better fancam shots, but after watching TSDR's ticketing video, she'd accepted that this seat was her destiny. I'll aim for great footage tomorrow. After all, she was someone with a ticket and could take it easy. Would you like this? Oh, thank you. She accepted the snack and small photo card that a fellow Kim Rae-bin fan sitting next to her had prepared. As they chatted and checked SNS updates, time flew by. Soon it was time for the concert to begin. An announcement echoed through the arena. Mundy's superfans deftly stowed their cameras away like luggage. At that moment, the arena lights dimmed. The murmur of the crowd fell silent, and a giant screen lit up. Woo-dash. On the screen appeared the 7 figures lying in a circle on the classroom floor. Taystar. Wah. Cheers erupted as the video played. One by one, each member's face was shown in close-up as they opened their eyes, and then soap bubbles floated over their heads. They chased the bubbles and lightly leapt out through the classroom window into the sunlight. Then, abruptly, the screen cut to black. The arena went dark again, and a familiar melody flared into a more dazzling variation. Soon the space was filled with drifting bubbles and the sparkling light sticks. Under the violet lighting in that magical space, Park Mundy's Magic Boy intro began. Tonight I'll dream of you, I met tomorrow. Images descending on wires from the ceiling appeared. All 7 Taystar members appeared suspended on wires from every direction. The idols entrusted their bodies to the rigging and began circling the arena. But reality is breathing all the time. Sian Ahyan, singing his part, swooped over Mundy's seat. Insane. Wild cheers flew from the crowd. A gentle breeze stirred where Ahyan had flown past and ruffled the hair of the fans. Goosebumps shot up my spine. Mundy, where is he? Park Mundy glided over a standing area a little distance away. That's my section tomorrow. Her camera caught his blonde hair shimmering. He gave a slight smile. Fairy, please be there tomorrow too. She cried aloud and lifted her camera. Cast a spell. Just before the second verse chorus, Taystar gathered center stage for a brief interlude. Then they descended from the rigging and launched into the chorus choreography. Their school uniform costumes, more ornate than in the MV, glittered under the lights. Without missing a beat, the music segued into the next song, Airplane, the title track of our second era. My heart's fluttering, I want to send it somewhere. Taystar had used wires from the very opening, flying in and unleashing all their title track energy in the first performance. Unbelievable. It felt like they'd decided to captivate the audience before anything else. Yet the mood was undeniable. As hit after hit rolled out, the crowd didn't even worry about the back half of the show, their adrenaline already soaring. That was how Taystar's first concert began. After performing another gentle ballad from the Choose Your Side album, they finally moved into light talk. Phew, was the opening fun. Yes, their slightly wavering voices and enthusiastic replies filled the arena. Ryu Chong-woo, who'd started speaking, looked a bit surprised at the enthusiasm, but soon laughed and nodded. He's cute the more you watch him. Even as he praised generously, her camera and eyes stayed fixed on Park Mundy. He handed his water bottle to Sian Ahyan, waved with a small gesture, and greeted the crowd. Hello, reviewers. I'm Mundy. I hope you've all had a fun, exciting time today. So cute. You could see his effort to mimic SNS speech patterns, and his ears flushed pink. Our pupper found his courage. She snapped the camera, even as sniffling sounds came from beside her. He's so cute. She was certain the person next to her was a Kim Rae-bin fan. In any case, since it meant how irresistibly cute Mundy was, she accepted it warmly. For this stage, I think you've all seen how hard we've been preparing. This is our very first unit stage. Though the members looked nervous, they handled the banter with bright faces. Which team goes first, you ask? That's a secret. Secret. After a few more playful jeers from fans and laughs. From Taystar, they prepared to leave the stage. Everyone ready? Then please wait with anticipation to see who does better. Coming up next. With waves and smiles, Taystar dashed backstage. Only then did the lights go out and the screen come alive again. Bambi-a-bam. Bobby-a-b-a-bam. Two heads popped into view. Cha Eugene and Big Se-jin. Already here? Normally the dance-focused unit would appear later for dramatic effect. And here was that Cha Eugene, the stage-crushing, personal fan creator Cha Eugene. Whatever. At least Mundy isn't up yet. She shrugged and leaned back, ready for a more relaxed viewing. Well, Cha Eugene will fly around, and Se-jin will dance well, too, right? From what she remembered of the WeTube reality preview, it'd be a somewhat classic jazzar and B-pop song. The duo's cute VCR banter ended quickly. So our concept is, what do you say, Eugene? The Outlaws of the Wild West. With Cha Eugene's final word, the screen cut to black. When it returned, a desolate wilderness. A landscape straight out of an American Western. Bam 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 bear barara bam. The prelude began with a far more Johnny Sax riff overlaid on the original. Wanted. $100 million. A bounty poster appeared, complete with playful cartoon caricatures of the two. Who's next? At the moment Cha Eugene delivered that line in his drawling voice, they both sprung from opposite ends of the central stage. They barreled at each other from left and right, slid past one another in sleek choreography, then, like magic, whipped back to face each other. Tall and lean, both wore leather pants, loose shirts, snug vests, and tilted cowboy hats. Cha Eugene's was light brown. Big Sejean's was dark. Now you have to know. What is right, dough? What is left? They both tossed their hats aside in unison. As Big Sejean's vocals popped along to the cheerful pop, dancers dressed in black appeared behind them. The duo then drew ropes from their waists. From every side, an aggressive group routine exploded. Cha Eugene and Big Sejean used both their feet and the ropes to pin dancers one by one in a bizarre, energetic spectacle. Their moves echoed the dancers' choreography while remaining synchronized with each other, always sharing at least one identical move per phrase. Thus the stage maintained a smooth unity. It was jaw-droppingly impressive. Take my gun and bye say goodbye. As the chorus hit, they tore off their vests and tossed them back. Underneath, gun holsters revealed themselves. Oh my! Pointing their guns at each other with one hand, they continued the choreography. Their fluid repositioning around the stage felt almost musical, yet the one-handed constraint made every move feel more intense. Finally, they knocked each other's guns aside, ending the dance. Say goodbye. Over a furious drumroll and manic sax, they slowly lifted invisible hats in a gesture of salute. Then they disappeared beneath the stage. Yeehaw! Before the final line even finished, the arena overflowed with screams. Whoa! Fans had barely time to process before the performance was over. Mouse agape. Amazing. As soon as they heard Outlaws of the Wild West, they got every expectation spot on, and then some. Maybe I'll post this clip for April Fools. Noting how great the vest toss looked, she thought calmly. Like her, most audience members remembered that unit stage not for any one member, but as the stage itself. It was a decisive victory for Big Sejean. The unit stage just ended. As they changed costumes and waited, the cheers still vibrated down to backstage. The two of them did amazing, right? Cian Ah-hyun beamed. I nodded. He wasn't outshone. Honestly, I hadn't really doubted Big Sejean. A few days ago, while showering, I'd accidentally overheard how he chose the song. Want to hear a fun fact, Mundy? What? I practiced fundamentals to this song from the day I first became a trainee. So every time I practiced alone, this was my go-to track. How long? Let's see, probably 8 years? Haha. In short, Cha Eugene had been working on a song that Big Sejean had been playing with for 8 years. Of course, longevity alone doesn't equal mastery. But knowing Big Sejean, he dissected every aspect of the song to craft a complete performance. He'd picked only the parts he knew were strong and gently pulled Cha Eugene into his plan. The result was inevitable. It turned out a spectacular showcase of his strengths. Plus, he added one more trick. There was no solo section. That unit stage contained no solo moments. They moved exclusively together. And in nearly every shared moment, Big Sejean never failed to capture the eye. By constructing an organically unified performance, he ensured that no single person dominated attention. Without skill, no strategy helps. But Big Sejean had the skill. So, no doubt, every tactic worked perfectly. He's really sharp. I silently nodded in respect. Of course, I had no time to dwell on someone else's unit stage. Our stage is next, so let's kill it too. 130 chapter. Those who couldn't get Taystar concert tickets showed up everywhere, looking for a transfer for the 31st final concert ticket. Of course there aren't any, but please schedule additional shows. Even weekdays are fine. I don't have a ticket, but I just came by to lurk, haha. So many people like me. It's funny, lol, actually not funny. Photo. There really were, that many. And when you include those who were just curious about the concert, the number doubled. Taystar concert is today? They weren't ready to go all out for ticketing, but they were curious about the stage. Thanks to the brief buzz over Taystar's ticketing video, the public awareness formed by Ajusa even reached the concert. As a result, Every community in SNS was streaming the concert with recordings or low-resolution phone videos. Wow, Wirecam. Park Mundi's live is really good. Was that Sian Ah-hyun just passing by? It looked awesome, but the streamer shook the camera so much I couldn't see. Too bad. Of course it was illegal, but the quality wasn't enough to affect demand for the official VOD, so people let it slide quietly. So everyone could chatter freely about a Taystar concert they hadn't even attended. Already through the title track? What are they planning for the back half? Let me know when they finish the B-sides, lol. Taystar dances so hard. First concert is the best. My bias was like this at their first show too, Wow, the production value on stage, haha. T1 stars really spent some money, lol. But not all reactions were positive. TSDR's live isn't as good as I thought. The stage hype was so intense I had high expectations, but it's sloppy. I'll have to factor in broadcast touch-ups going forward. What? They're amazing, though. Listening to your stream makes you sound like the Supreme Court Justice, lol. Why are fans here so defensive? Stop silencing opinions. Why are Taystar fans even lurking here, haha? They're busy fangirling at the concert, and you're here pulling your hair out. Come on, let's just watch. Critiquing like this is too much. Trolling attempts were repeatedly shut down. Unless the show truly tanked, whining over skill based on pirate streams that weren't even official was limited. Interestingly, though, it was extremely obvious when they were really good. Cowboy Unit, what is this, haha? Incredible. When they hit those snaps in sync, it was so satisfying. I knew this stage would be fun from the unit team selection. They're the dance line, after all. I really want to see this in person. The rave reviews after the first unit stage morphed into anticipation for the next unit. But it didn't last long. What are the other units doing, haha? Don't know who's next? Chongwoo and Ray Bin, Mundi and Ah-hyun and Bae Sejin, right? Haha, one of those. I have no clue what they'll do. LOL, same. I still don't know even after watching the reality show. They picked some old song, I heard. Because the members in each combo had non-overlapping main positions, people couldn't picture it. So as they reacted to the current stage, their excitement for the following unit cooled. Better Me is up next. Was that a huge golden flag just now? Was that Cha Eugene writing it? They really mastered showing off the budget. Wow, they're doing the 127 collab song too. I love that. I'd love it if they released the band live arrangement as a digital single. Is Taystar even breathing? Non-stop choreography. People were engrossed in the stream, enjoying the group performance of intense stages one after another after a single ballad. The mid-show talk segment resumed right then, but only two people grabbed the mics. Where did everyone go? Is that Cha Eugene and Big Sejin? They panted roughly but smiled brightly as they spoke. Hi, hello, gasp. Hop. Phew, my chest hurts in here. But I feel awesome. Eugene's out of breath, but says she feels great thanks to everyone. That's right. Cha Eugene is so cute. She says she feels awesome. Take a breath before you talk, lol. Reminds me of Ajusa comments. Can we please move past Ajusa now? Amid all the positive reactions from the audience, they joked lightly before announcing the next stage. Next is the second unit stage. With that, they beamed at the cheering crowd, urging them to check the screen for details, and dashed off stage. A few seconds later, 3 faces appeared on the screen. Is the screen on? Even on the shaky stream, their features were clear. That's Park Mundi's unit. Ooh, curious what they'll show. Sian Ah-hyun dancing, Park Mundi singing, Bae Sejin acting? LOL. The most likely thing is a vocal performance centered on Park Mundi. If that song choice is it, it'll be super boring. People chimed in with one-liners as they waited for the VCR to end. The song we prepared is Senior Inivia. Continue reading. Misos, you are amazing. Starting right now. After the trio waved, the screen went dark. And moments later, the stream began shaking wildly. What is happening? Why is the stream like this? Simultaneously muffled sounds flew through, followed by screams so loud they threatened to tear. The roar was so intense it turned the audio into noise. Holy, what the heck? Is my stream glitching too? LOL, watch the reactions. What on earth did they do? Naked on stage? LOL, are you insane? I'm so curious, this is nuts. The spectators watching via stream panicked yet thrilled at the overwhelming reaction. Whatever it was, It was clearly extraordinary. Some streams even cut out entirely. Wah lol. Where did the stream go? Must have dropped their phone. Screens just crashing. Anyone know what happened? All I hear on the audio is screams, lol. Amid the chaos, a contextual post finally appeared. Equals. Oh my god, just now Park Monday. This was the last thing I saw before my stream cut out. Photo. In the attached photo, Park Monday was wearing a glittering pink sequin ribbon headband, tied perfectly, inside the gymnasium where the concert was held. The second unit stage began with 3 pastel-colored phone booths illuminated by a spotlight. Zing. The booths rose on lifts, looking neat in pastel tones. You've got to capture this. Park Monday's dedicated fan clutched her camera and swallowed hard, making a quick guess. Are they singing Leaning on the Booth? Since it was an 80s sentimental song, a slow arrangement seemed plausible. I hope Monday has a lot of solo lines. At that moment, the intro began. A clear xylophone and playful synth brass tangled into a lively beat. To that upbeat rhythm, the booth doors opened in sequence. Bam, bam, bam. Streamers, confetti, and balloons burst from each booth onto the stage. Through the glitter, In Young emerged, leaning on her booth in a pose. Blonde. In the center booth was Park Monday, wearing well-fitted jeans, a white t-shirt, and a loose denim jacket draped over his shoulders. The outfit. Just as the fan raised her camera, Park Monday stepped out of the booth. Immediately, the choreography began and the first verse started. Ooh, I feel my heart trembling. Worried it might reach your ears. My lips are tightly sealed. As soon as Park Monday smiled and began singing, he pulled out something hidden behind him and placed it atop his blonde hair. A sparkling, giant ribbon. Whoa, a cute, ego-filled gesture that only someone with perfect stage presence could pull off. Unfolded with fresh energy. Meanwhile, the giant screen captured his pale face, complete with glitter stickers under his eyes. Insane. Park Monday is insane. He'd turned a classic 80s female solo song into a perfectly idol-style performance. My heart tickles so I can't sleep. Should I be the first to come to you? How do you feel today? What are you thinking? Bae-seejin took the next part. A sky blue ribbon sat atop his head. Thanks to choreography focused on fluid, pretty lines, even Bae-seejin, slightly less strong, delivered it with flair. And his expression was so good that it drew all eyes to his face. Back then, you appeared in a flash. I was so stunned I couldn't speak. The warmth of your embrace makes my heart race. Then Seon Ah-hyun emerged to sing the pre-chorus in his clear tenor, a purple ribbon bobbing above him. Insane face. The denim jacket over a white t-shirt looked made for him. Then the chorus joined in. As one, they draped the denim jackets on their shoulders, then slid them down to their elbows in unison. The white tees were short-sleeved. Oh, amazing. Everything about you makes my heart flutter every day. I can't sleep tonight either. From outfit, hair, direction, choreography to arrangement. You could feel their determination to deliver peak idol charm. And it worked perfectly. Their faces and talent absorbed elements that could have felt excessive if misaligned. Thus, the audience simply melted in blissful immersion. The fan cam operator, who hadn't even checked the capture properly and barely fixed her angle, suddenly realized the surrounding screams and moans. She'd been so focused on Park Monday's ego that she hadn't noticed how loud it was. I probably screamed too, right? Her scream was surely caught on the fan cam. But if there's a fan who could watch that and not scream, that person would be the strange one. She stifled her own scream and kept her eyes glued to the stage through the second verse. The 3 idols sprang from the phone booths, shredded the balloons, then used the balloon strings in a few neat choreography moves to end the stage in splendor. The fan cam operator leaned back, dazed, and only then realized that this unit had absolutely nailed the one-take live in its original key. It was the side effect of excessive charm. Fans loved it. As soon as they reached the stage edge, Seon Ah-hyun exclaimed, excitement radiating. Rarely had he sounded so certain. Well, after that reaction, how could he not be certain? The roar through their in-ears was massive, so big that he almost missed the half-beat before the second chorus. Even Bae-seejin, who had struggled with self-doubt during early practice, acknowledged it casually as he tugged off his headband. The concept was a good idea, right? Why, yeah. Si and Ah-hyun agreed fervently. You'd think he'd proposed it himself. Well, since those two picked the song, I guess Ah-hyun's idea was valid too. I only voiced my opinion after the song selection. I thought this would suit the concert best. And that choice solved a pacing issue for the concert as a whole. There was no song to lighten the mood. Only High Five was upbeat. The rest were concept-heavy. They needed one fun, laugh-it-off song midway. That would feel fresh and get a great reaction, I thought, and it exceeded expectations. That was fun, too. But there was no time for reflection. We had to change and touch up makeup before the VCR ended. Actually, we were chatting while doing just that. Wow, the ribbons looked amazing. So fun. We jogged to our next positions, and the rest of the members, already waiting, tossed out one-liners. I played along as I took my place. They checked each other's outfits and smirked, looking forward to the next song. Me too. Everyone knew time was short, so the conversation ended there. VRRMM-. The stage apparatus before us opened, revealing the audience seats. A sea of sparkling lights shifted across the vast space. It felt like entering a sci-fi film, and adrenaline surged. Amid the renewed cheers, I began the first verse. My waiting is long, yet always joyful. Ajusa, third team battle. Team Dal Rabbits, waiting is good, echoed through the gymnasium. 131 chapter. The song I like the feeling of waiting, which the contestants performed on Idol Corporation, was famous for its uniquely Eastern, plaintive atmosphere. And even now, views keep rising on that performance. Of course, beyond that number, Taystar each had several successful team stages of their own. Naturally, opinions about which of those they'd like to revisit surfaced repeatedly as they prepared the concert. I think a hero concept would be easiest to scale up for the concert. In New World, I feel like if we did it again, we'd be even better. Vampires. I want to try that one. Hey, do you guys maybe want to cover one of VTIC Sunbeam's songs? I think we could pull it off now. Please calm down, Hyung. Most ideas were dropped during discussion. After all, the lineup had changed too much. There was a risk someone might accuse them of stealing songs from the eliminated. But the track that Big Seejin pushed enthusiastically carried no such risk. Haha, it's literally all our members here. What's the problem? Except for Gold 1, every member from the Rabbit unit had debuted in Taystar. Moreover, the soon-to-debut Gold 1 even texted permission, on the condition they could use it in their own concert later. So they happily agreed. And so Taystar threw themselves into preparing the stage. And now, 7 figures in dark hanbok appeared at the front of the stage. The sound of a DGM echoed. Woo-wong, 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 woo-wong. A graceful, sorrowful timbre. Every audience member there had heard it at least once before. In that moment, one figure spun elegantly, the hanbok sleeves billowing, and vaulted backward into the air. That long, sharp line of motion leapt higher than before, then arced forward and fell. From the swaying midnight blue hanbok shimmered a lavish golden dragon robe pattern. The audience froze for a moment. Then, as soon as the rabbit mask's details appeared on the screen, screams rang out. Eek! Insane! Following the novelty act, the beloved rabbit had reappeared, decked out in full splendor. Every path where I wait for you. There's always an excited me. Beneath the mask that the members whipped off, a lavish jade Naragi swung. The costume details far outshone their Idol Corporation iteration, reflecting circles of light with every movement of the tall performers. And Taystar brought back the stage's haunting atmosphere and slightly inhuman choreography intact. No, in fact, it was even more intense. I like the waiting. My waiting is long, because it's always joyful. Thanks to the increased member count, the formations and ensemble moves in the chorus were all the more grand. When this waiting ends, I'll recognize you upon meeting. Already my heart is bright. Park Mundi cleared the high notes of the chorus with a pure tone. On screen, the glitter from the unit stage still clung to his face. And the second verse that had been cut for time on Idol Corporation ran in full this time. The friends newly joined to the Rabbit unit sang the new lines. With every moment that flows again, my focus stays on you. Cha Eugene grinned, then created an ornate flourish with a light footwork move that swept even the edge of his hanbok. The rabbits conveyed the stage as if overwhelmed with emotion, and the audience, infected the same way, writhed in delight. The venue, ablaze with delight and joy, was electrified. Then came the bridge part. You say you've been waiting for me too. That vivid DJ VU. The rabbits dashed onto the runway stage to perform that sweetly sensual line, holding fans they'd concealed under their hanbok. Gah! The screams from the standing section were visceral. After sweeping the floor with full bodies and dropping the hanbok sleeves in the final move, they stood in shirts. Over the white shirts tied with sashes hung sparkling strap adornments. And finally, as the last chorus approached its end, as if excitedly waiting for someone again, they hummed while executing the footwork. Hum hoo hoo hum, ho hoo. Dee do are you do do. The audience hummed along, cheering exuberantly. Do-ru-ru-do-do. It was a perfect round of group singing, every syllable honest. Surprised by this adorable turn, the rabbits finished the stage with grins even bigger than planned. Wait for me. Even. Big Sejin's final line was sung back in unison. He smirked, arms folded, resting his chin against the massive tree trunk prop at the end of the runway. When the stage went dark, the cheering didn't stop. Wah! Normally a VCR would follow here, teasing the next stage, but despite the audience's excitement, the stage remained black for several right. Read more on our source, seconds. Some cheering fans began murmuring in confusion. What's up? Just as a panic about a stage accident was about to ripple through the crowd, suddenly the lights snapped back on. Click. A single, massive spotlight. It illuminated the tree stump on the runway. It was where the tree had stood, but as if its trunk had been torn away, only the stump remained. And perched atop that stump, two figures in black hoods sat with their heads bowed. A slow solo of strings began. The two lifted their heads. Their faces were completely hidden by rabbit masks. Only the masks were partially damaged at the top, with paint dripping from the break. Before the hushed audience, the song began. Jete Don de Fleurs K. Over the eerily pitch-altered accompaniment of a chanson. And so the third unit stage started, without warning. Hey, isn't Chong Woo Hyung and Raybin incredible? Below the stage again, Big Sejin, hastily changing clothes with help, called up. Why now? Why? There. Fighting purely on arrangement and vocals, no choreography. Talk about guts. So cool. He praised members who weren't even there, out of breath. What's he thinking? But when I turned, I saw the behind-the-scenes camera. Of course. He really is the same constant guy. I admired him as I answered. Yeah, they were. Ryu Chong-woo had surely weighed the risks unique to an idol concert. Ray Bin, on the other hand, probably felt no need for extra bravado. I bet he thought, the arrangement's solid and the live strong. What's the problem? And indeed, the arrangement was excellent. They'd torn apart a decades-old classic chanson and recombined it into an indie-style hit climbing today's charts. If they released a concert album, it'd top the list. Big Sejin grinned at my agreement. Night? Oh, and Mundy's guts were amazing too. That ribbon headband was something else. Yeah, the camera was right beside me. I mustn't forget. Mundy, got nothing to say to me? You saw the cowboy thing, right? Yeah, it was awesome. Say it with more feeling. I ignored the nonsense and tuned into the sound from the stage. A grim beat under a catchy, crisp riff melody. An unending wound. Tears hardened like crust, leaving traces down below. Then rap kicked in. They'd entrusted the song's flow, minus the iconic intro and chorus, to rap. A structure familiar to listeners, so it'd stick even more. I wondered if the song's sheer atmosphere would work in a concert setting. The atmosphere should carry it. They'd planned strong storytelling using sets and lighting like in a play. And on screen, the chanson lyrics would flicker in black as if ink were splattering. To you whom I love, I offer flowers. Today is a special day. The streets overflow with laughter. Insignificant moments pile up like dust, then sparkle like jewels. I can still feel your breath. What had been upbeat in the original took on a darker hue with the beat and rap. It'll leave an impression. Because of those lyrics, our first draft set list unanimously placed this song before the next one, the new album's title track. The lyrical context matched. I thought it was a great build-up, but the company rejected it. Concerns about stamina and timing. Ray Bin and Chong Woo will collapse, right? If they keep going like this, they'll mess up costume changes. It could be fatal for the new song reveal stage. Better to avoid it, don't you think? Each point was too sensible. I just nodded. So we added a short talk segment for audience interaction, though I'm not sure the mood would survive after this song. Talk is better after a lively or lyrical song. We didn't have enough slots, but it was a shame. I clicked my tongue, finished adjusting my costume and hair, and followed the path down the corridor. Then soon the members who'd just finished the third unit stage joined us. Oh, how was it? Great, far better than I expected. I think we really expressed everything we wanted to show. Their faces were bright. The response must have been solid. The cheering lasted. Without any major hiccups, the concert was running smoothly. We're going up. Watch your seats. Yes. We sat in a row of 7 chairs and were lifted onto the center stage. Before us, countless lights rippled like waves across the vast space. Wah! The cheers sounded like light itself. This is something else. On stage it was easier, but sitting here sober made my head spin. Thinking of 10,000 people in those seats and lights. No, I'll stop. Running the script is already a task. I saw Ryu Chongwu lift the mic to start the first talk. It's great to see you again, everyone. Are you enjoying the show? How were our unit stages? Oh, Hyung, can you hear us? They're having a blast. Loved it. It was amazing. I put the mic to my lips. Which stage did you enjoy the most? Words flooded in like a tide. All of them. They were all great. Rabbit. Wires. Mundy's stage. Those pointed yet light-hearted comments rang in my ears. I fell silent for a moment. Then my prepared answer came a beat late. I loved them all too. Mundy, that was so moving. I was moved too. That's rarer than you think, everyone. After a brief moment as the butt of gentle teasing, the MC moved on. Now then, let's start the Messages for Taystar segment. Just as we were about to dive into the prepared questions, the stage lights suddenly dimmed. That wasn't part of the plan. The startled members met my eyes. What is this? An accident? Then, from behind, light poured in. It came from the screen. I turned instinctively and saw unplanned footage playing. TSDAR's debut showcase. You, who appeared like magic, my singer. Thank you. Love you. Captions scrolled as clips of TSDR's 9 months of activities. Every outfit from their first broadcast to year-end stages flew by. Then the camera panned back to the audience. In everyone's hands were identical pale purple cloths. They were slogans. On the giant screen, the phrase appeared clearly. Paper airplanes of love, sent to Taystar. And suddenly the backing track of a familiar song began. Magic is You. TSDAR's first fan song. Today, I feel happy as if something good will happen. In the blink of an eye, the venue filled with countless voices. If it's you, everything will be okay. It feels strange, but somehow wonderful. 10,000 voices sang in harmony. The sounds wove together like light, cascading from every corner like shooting stars. I was breathless. 132 chapter. It wasn't a sight I'd never seen before. Fans putting on events for singers at concerts isn't uncommon. I'd seen it every time I'd gone on a data request, 3 or 4 times already. I'd never felt anything special. I'd just been amazed that so many people, without getting paid, could pull off the timing perfectly. But this, being the one it was aimed at, that was a completely different experience. To feel that countless sea of lights, each one a person's heart, so viscerally, not as an outsider, but at the very center, feeling that overwhelming sense of shared emotion. What do I even say? But the song didn't stop. It was my part. Even if nothing stays the same. The magic of this very moment. Maybe it's you. A thrill I'd never imagined washed through me, as if scalding water were poured over my scalp all the way to my toes. Ugh. I hastily bowed my head. It felt better once I was out of sight. But at the same time, I wanted to lift my head and see more. This is insane. I was dumbfounded. The singing in my ears didn't stop. Today I feel happy as if something good will happen. And now even the others had joined in. It started with Big Sejin. If it's you, everything will be okay. They must have been really moved. Every time someone sang my line, their voice trembled, and I could hear it clearly. Lee, life is strange, lightly. Kim Rabin's rap part followed, with him sniffling. And soon my part approached. I'm going to go crazy. I grabbed the mic, anyway. When you see me. Half the line flew right out of my head. The words I'd belatedly thought of wouldn't come together. Damn it. I gritted my teeth. The silence grew long, making it weird. And at last, all eyes turned to me. Mundy, Mundy, are you crying? Suddenly, dozens of hands shook my shoulders and patted my back. Among the fans still singing, startled exclamations mixed in. Oh my God! I pressed a hand to my eyes. Then I lifted my head and looked around as calmly as I could. Most of the members had reddened eyes. Some were on the verge of tears, though none were openly sobbing. Even Bae Sejin wouldn't cry like this. This fucker. Was it only me? Was I the only strange one here? Oh my goodness. Mundy's like this. The circle of teammates laughed a few times, then, thankfully, began to cry in earnest. They must have been holding it in, too. Let's keep doing our best. The carried-away members hugged me mercilessly, over my head, my shoulders. It was scorching. I couldn't tell if the hugs were suffocating or the situation itself was. What do I do? Don't cry. It's okay. During the instrumental break, instead of singing, I heard all sorts of cries in my ears. Whoa. One of the hugs broke, and Big Sejin ran off somewhere, but returned holding a cloth in front of my face. Without thinking, I grabbed it and pressed it to my face. Navy letters on a pale purple background. It was a slogan. Someone had thrown it onto the stage. I'm losing it. I just buried my face in it. I must have looked ridiculous, laughing and crying and all. Someone ruffled my hair roughly. You did great. Before the instrumental ended, the members led me forward on stage. Hand in hand, we bowed deeply. Instead of singing, the cheers filled my head. I staggered and lifted the mic. Yeah, the magic is you. Fortunately, I managed to sing the final line somehow. When the fan event disguised as talk ended, and after I squeezed out a few shaky words of thanks, I finally stepped off the stage. Only then did I stop sniffling. Should have done this 5 minutes ago. Unbelievable. I never would have dreamed I'd cry in front of 13,000 people and cameras for the first time in almost 7 years. Maybe I shouldn't have avoided SNS monitoring. If only I'd known in advance. But with the concert imminent, we'd all agreed to stay off the internet for a week to avoid unnecessary influence. Since we weren't doing anything that specifically required monitoring, I thought it'd be fine. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, there will never be another pointless internet detox in my life. I almost crumpled the slogan in my hand, but I caught myself and neatly folded it onto a nearby chair. Man, you really didn't see that coming. You didn't cry even at number one. An idol born for this, crying only in front of fan love, wow. Cut it out. Big Sejin, who'd also been bawling, talked nonstop as he changed clothes, laughing. Why you okay? I'm fine. I couldn't even be angry, because I really was worried. Sian Ah-hyun looked deeply moved, but hadn't cried much, so the staff had less to handle. Conversely, Bae Sejin only started sobbing profusely once he got off stage, which threw the staff off. How are you, Hyung? I'm fine. Still sniffling, Bae Sejin finished his makeup. We don't have much time. We need to move. Ryu Chong-woo, quick to dry his tears and pull himself together, hastily calmed everyone. Next to him, Cha Eugene, who hadn't cried at all and was bubbling over with energy, was already fully changed. Let's go. Right? It's time to go. The much-anticipated title stage awaited. VCR start in 50 seconds. We dashed to the standby area. The central stage's set was probably already in place, the lights off. I pictured the scene from the script. An antique mansion, a dust-covered chandelier, butterfly displays, a rusty birdcage, and the winding key behind it. Going up, the stage mechanism began to move. The floor opened, and as my head emerged onto the stage, light and cheers erupted in unison. Wah! But now was not the time to be overwhelmed. I had to shake off every emotion and refocus. Blue lights stabbed the stage. Taystar formed the formation. On the weekend night of the 31st, after both days of TSDR's concert had ended, Park Mundy's homemaster staggered down the street, clutching her bag. Inside was her trusty camera, having completed its mission shooting the standing section. After 2 days of concerts, 2 days of crying, non-stop photos, and even standing to watch today's show, her energy was utterly drained. But she had no regrets. Not one speck. It was amazing. From beginning to end, there was not a single disappointing moment. Not only was it wonderful to see them give their all, the stage itself was so much fun and beautiful. It felt like stepping into another world, even if just briefly. I wish it didn't end after 2 days. She wished for at least 2 more days. Even now, as she headed home, she missed the living, breathing Taystar so badly she couldn't contain her excitement. She opened her phone, logged onto SNS, and quickly uploaded the photos, albeit with poor quality, by rephotographing them from her camera screen. 2x0331 Final Concert Park Mundy Preview. Photo of Mundy with reddened eyes. Photo of Mundy pointing to his cheek on the unit stage. Photo of Mundy on wires looking back. Love you, Mundy. Hashtag Taystar, hashtag Park Mundy, hashtag Mundyangdying. Every time she looked at the first photo, her heart ached. There he was, gripping that paper with both hands, bowing his head slightly, holding back tears. She silently pounded her chest. Our boy really is a puppy angel. Park Mundy cried again on the concert's second day. The fans had prepared a different event this time, sending paper airplanes into the air while Taystar sang their encore fan song. Of course, Taystar was once again overwhelmed by the spectacle of 10,000 colorful paper airplanes floating up in unison. And as a few airplanes fluttered down onto the stage, the lucky few members who caught them read the messages inside. Oh, this is... Wait a second, huh? Every fan had written their own message inside the folded paper. A cruelly touching event. In that process, some members couldn't help but let their eyes redden, and the very shot of Park Mundy's reaction became that Homemaster's first preview photo. And Park Mundy, who seemed least likely to cry, became the member who cried the hardest at the concert. Whether it was winning Idol Corporation, their first broadcast #1, or any awards show, he'd never shed a tear. So when those waterfall tears fell, the impact was tremendous. On the first day, the fandom and every community exploded. Damn, even Puppyhead cried? He didn't just cry, he sobbed. Photo. Whoa. So real, tears everywhere. LOL, I thought he'd never cry even at Grand Prize, but one group's sing-along at the concert broke him. Eek, pervert. Hand over mouth. Probably smiling if you wipe those tears away. How'd he know? If they cry at every concert, I'll buy the VOD. Already bought this one. Need high quality. ASAP. LL for real. All the puppy heads cry so well. I cried at my first concert too. It's gymnastics. They must know how precious they are. Grew up eating Society's spicy chicken flavor since before debut. Haha, they'd be eliminated from Idol Corporation if they couldn't do this. Yes, stay cute puppy head Millennium Idol puppy heads make my bias feel guilty. LL fangirls activate. Puppy head is a heavily modified Taystar search-blocking nickname. From no-filter rant communities to polite fan accounts, everyone was sharing stories of this concert. New unit stages, the shocking new song, and even the tears. Within 5 minutes of the Homemasters preview post, it had easily passed 1,000 shares. Responses from friends and followers poured in. Protect Mundy's blonde hair at all costs. So CUT. Oh my god, Mundy cried again. Thank you forever, Full Moon B. His real skin color is beautiful, too. Stop whitewashing loudly crying face. This is unedited preview. You're mad. Go away with your whitewashing. Overseas fans started stirring up foreign language trolling, too. They pick on every Homemaster. Having seen it all before, the Homemaster ignored it easily, and just in time, a subway arrived, and she hopped on. Ugh, so many people. On the first day, a friend gave her a ride, so it was comfortable. But today there was no such luck. I should have called a taxi or booked a hotel. Just as she was regretting it, a seat opened right in front of her. Thank goodness. She sat down and immediately started flipping through the photos she'd taken. That new song stage wouldn't leave her mind. They really are insane. She never expected them to bring that song, but she was so grateful they had. Since the first impact mattered, they tacitly agreed not to upload photos or fan cams of the new song until midnight. But honestly, she wanted to brag. At least let me review it again. Just as she was about to watch her fan cam of today's filming, her phone vibrated in her lap. And in the notification pane, an unexpected message appeared. You're invited to TSDAR's concert after party. Clapping hands. AW Live Alert. 133 chapter. Huh. Park Mundy's Homemaster couldn't even breathe. She immediately clicked the W Live notification. A live video chat at this timing? Taystar usually stayed active on SNS even during downtime, but she never expected them to do this immediately after the concert. And within the same hour. They must be exhausted. Thinking of the physically draining set list made her worry, but she couldn't help smiling. I get to see Taystar again right away. It felt like a built-in buffer against the hollow emptiness that hits after a show ends. The app loaded longer than usual, must have been a huge crowd, and then the video began. There was Taystar, gathered around a table piled high with delivery food. "Oh, you're in. Can you see us okay?" They waved cheerfully, and each member wore a party cone hat on their head. So cute. It was clearly the concert after-party. The homemaster quickly searched for Park Mundy's face. He looked like a Tibetan fox. There was something wistful in his expression, as if reality had just hit him hard. Our pro-idol Mundy, with nothing but a party hat. Puzzled, she then realized why. On closer look, each cone had a message scrawled in crayon. Must have been each other's handiwork. And Mundy's read, "Congrats. 2 days in a row, Crybaby King Heart." It was crazily adorable. Other members had playful slogans, like, "Working on abs." But Mundy's sulkiness was irresistibly cute. She tried to stifle her laughter so she wouldn't look crazy on the train, but failed. Half the car was full of concert-goers, anyway. Alternating seats, passengers were either sobbing or struggling to hold back laughter. And the W app comments quickly filled with questions and so cute reactions to those hat messages. Taystar waved several times, checking comments and viewer counts, and, slightly embarrassed but having fun, replied, "Oh, the slogans? Haha, you caught us." "Yes, we wrote them for each other. I like mine." Mundy Hyung wrote it. Cha Eugene lifted his hat triumphantly, his red, kneeling once more to ride the wires, and seemed proud of the dedication it showed. Eugene's cute too. The homemaster smiled warmly at the scene, accepting her role as the one who knows him best. Park Mundy offered a small laugh. "I'm glad you like it. Hee hee. Speaking of which, I really want to know who wrote mine." "Haha. We all did, everyone." Sejin Hyung wrote yours." "No, Eugene." They bickered adorably. She held her breath, focusing on the screen. Ryu Chongwoo laughed and began speaking. "So, how was today's concert for you?" Click. The video suddenly cut off. W Live has ended. Just like that? They hadn't even been fiddling with their phones on camera. What an error. Probably confused too, TSDAR's side soon got another live notification. "We invite you to TSDAR's concert after party again." Taystar, having removed their party hats in confusion, breathed sighs of relief at the revived stream. "Oh, looks like there was a problem. Hello again, Rubua. This should be fine now." "Haha, of course. Shall we continue?" Raybin. "Yes. This W Live is to give our something different on their way home." Click. It cut off again. This time they didn't even get a full minute. The homemaster felt an ominous dread. They tried again after about 5 minutes. Must have switched phones, as Sian Hyun suggested. The live's title now included a crying emoji. "Please let the after-party continue." A clear screen greeted Taystar and the viewers. Hope. This works. She momentarily relaxed, approving of their strategy. But then, and this time it was bizarre, no sound came through. Excited Cha Eugene. Questioning Kim Raybin. Reading comments Bae Sejin. Flustered Ryu Chongwoo. Park Mundy appeared in frame with the paper on which he'd written his slogan in crayon. "Can you hear us?" Comments flooded. "Nope." Big Sejin, with neither a smile nor a frown, scribbled extra commas on NLGHT. "Don't copy. Read here, the paper." They tried again. Taystar was beginning to fray. "Hello again. Looks like you can hear us." "Well, on our end there's still a glitch. If we restart again it might cut out. Let's proceed as is." Agreed. At Ryu Chongwoo's cautious suggestion, almost everyone nodded. They couldn't risk another abrupt cutoff. "So, let's talk about the most moving moment of our concert. Let me go first. List, Eugene, why don't you start?" Taystar finally dove into genuine concert recaps. "Riding the rope was so fun. Oh my, Eugene, did you tear that rope practicing because it was so fun?" "I didn't eat it." "You dummy, we don't mean literally eating rope." "No, the dummy is Kim Raybin." "No, I have test scores to prove my IQ." But they didn't know. Aside from a tiny handful, almost everyone had been kicked out of the stream. The drop in comments wasn't due to an error, it was that the viewer count froze. Most RoboOS were bawling over endless loading or the error screen. and Park Mundy's homemaster was among them. Temporary error occurred. A few malicious few of the streaming minority gleefully live-tweeted the debacle. LOL, the Burr is eating chicken at this hour. What is wrong with you? I heard Eugene and Rabin checked how many people were outside during rehearsals. Are they ranking pretty boys now? Normally such trolling would be buried, but here it gained attention, shares, and quotes. Ugh. Since the Rookie Award controversy, the homemaster hadn't felt such rage in a long time. Because there were so many complainers, the W app's SNS accounts were bombarded with pleas and demands. Fix your damn app. Give me my money back. Curious how you manage the app. Since the update, every idol has errors. Errors, 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 and not a single apology, damn you. Why pouting face? But W app remained utterly silent. They knew, but they'd inflicted 5 errors on a VTIC member's personal W live recently, and still no apology. Unless features themselves are locked, they just shrug off errors. Perhaps it'd be odder for them to comment on the Taystar incident. So I guess I can't see Mundy live. She kept clicking TSDAR's live thumbnail, but nothing happened. By the time she got home, the live was over. The replay, if it appears, would be tomorrow at the earliest, or in a week at the latest. If the error's severe, the replay might never appear. No, it can't be. Better not think further ill omens. Phew. She exhaled deeply and went inside. I'll shower and then sort the data. No need to spoil her mood after such a great concert. Yeah, it was amazing. Recalling the 2 days quickly lifted her spirits again. And when she next picked up her phone, a new notification awaited. A Taystar SNS alert. From Park Mundy himself. Equals. Hello, Rubio. I'm Mundy Dogface. This is today's W Live fancam. I wanted to meet Minnie W, but I'm sorry I couldn't. I'll be back soon. Clumsy fox drawing. Video attached. The attached video was the recorded W live itself. That's right. Park Mundy had set his own phone beside the members, recording the broadcast. And the moment the live ended, he understood what happened and immediately uploaded it. Filmed on a different device, it didn't violate any app contract rules. Good grief. The homemaster flopped onto her bed. Park Mundy was such a brilliant, wonderful idol that she was speechless. Glancing back at Mundy's post, she noticed something she'd missed before, the crooked crayon fox drawing. No way, that's insane. Considering his utterly hopeless art skills, he must have practiced obsessively before posting that. He even thought about not having a Tibetan fox emoji. She wailed in disbelief, and so did SNS. And the wave didn't stop with Mundy's personal fans. Members began replying in threads with photos from concert rehearsals and after-party prep, with little tidbits of info, too. LOL Bay Almond picked Better Weight's unit stage ribbon headband. Ah-hyun chose the pretty one. Thank you, face with tears of joy. So, I like the feeling of waiting, was Lee Sejun's pick. Of course our leader knows best. Loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face, that shot of Chongwoo in a white tee and dragon robe. Thank you, Rabin, love you. Why is everyone just posting other people's photos face with tears of joy? Fine. I'll stand all of them. In Taystar fandom, the disappointment over missing the live had vanished in a flash. Everyone seems happy. Phew. Really? What a relief. At Big Sejun's confirmation, sighs of relief floated around. I held back a sigh. That timing, so unfortunate. Had the vibe gone sour on the concert's last day, that'd be trouble. They needed everyone hyped and happy, so they'd come to the next concert and listen to this album again. Still, it turned around well enough, but the botched live left a bitter aftertaste. We even rented a place for it. A real shame. But scripts don't always go as planned. Time to be satisfied with this. All right, shall we relax and continue? Sounds good. Let's order chicken. Back at the dorm, Taystar finally changed into comfy clothes. And they were just about to start round 2. They have stamina. They were buzzed, and with no morning schedule. They seemed ready to party. I should join, but also do my work. Since even Bae Sejun was picking food, it'd look odd to stay out. Instead, I'd use the time to get some business done. Status screen. Thanks to the smooth concert wrap, there was some accounting to settle. 134 chapter. The moment the first day's concert ended, a pop-up unlike any I'd ever seen appeared. Successful performance. You moved the vast majority of the audience. Audience. 13,120 new. Impressed ratio, 96%, new. Hero trait draw click. And an achievement unlocked. It was the first performance achievement. Thanks to it, I finally leveled up. So a standalone concert counts differently than a one-off stage. Clearly, a single appearance and a solo concert fall under different categories. That's a nice bonus. My status screen had been stagnant. Having another angle to gain resources made management easier. Between the long-awaited level up and a free trait draw, the concert paid off in many ways. It was fun, too. Perhaps not the usual fun a modern person experiences, but it was definitely an overwhelming sensation. Thinking back still makes my head spin. All those lights, voices, heat, and emotions. I nearly drifted off in nostalgia, but then I remembered my own behavior. I cried my eyes out. And the slogan on that cone hat came back to mind. Damn it. There were no extras. Those hats were homemade. And I couldn't refuse during the W Live, so I had to wear it. I won't cry again. Next time, that damned Crybaby King slogan will become whoever made its title. Monday, want a beer? Yes. I took the beer Ryu Chongwu handed me and chugged it. It went down well. You all worked so hard. Phew, it already feels like we're done even though the promotions haven't started yet. Strictly speaking, we haven't even started. Our album drops tomorrow. The music video isn't out yet either. 30 minutes later. Should we watch it and then go to sleep? Sounds good. They really were pumped. I might have to record reaction footage again later. First music video reaction. No harm in saving it. I fiddled with the brand new smartphone in its yellow puppy case instead of my old cheap phone. It had been one of my birthday gifts. The OS was different from what I'd used, so adaptation took time, but the features were fun, and I was grateful. But after receiving about 7 flagship smartphones, cold sweat started pooling. This is the third of the same model. I'd even showed them on camera and certified it a few times, but electronics weren't the only gifts. I'd probably received every luxury item imaginable by now. This is too expensive. Calculating what I owed made my head spin. This couldn't continue. I was too busy to use them properly anyway. I couldn't even show myself using them. Just taking gifts satisfied only the giver. I'm not going to resell them. If I tried selling them, I'd be burned at the stake online instantly. And besides, they were gifts meant for me. I couldn't sell them. I should at least tell them to stop. If I alone refused gifts, I'd just become clickbait. Once accounting settles, I need to bring it up. But not now. If I mention it, the tipsy mood will make everyone shout okay, and then regret it tomorrow. How's the beer, you two 20-year-olds? It's bitter. Zero sweetness, huh? Then, how about this one? Suddenly everyone was offering tastes to the only legal drinkers, and reviews flew wildly. This is great. Thank goodness. But don't overdo it, Chaos. I shelved the reaction video idea. I'd need 3 more years of seniority to dare show that mess publicly. Monday, any recommendations? Tell them to drink cider. No way. Fine. Drink yourselves into oblivion, then. I popped open another can and, in a fit of pique, did a trait draw. Hero trait draw guarantees at least B rank, right? I hope for something useful. Baku's upgrading again would be ideal. The familiar slot machine appeared, spinning gold slots with the occasional platinum. Mental fortress. Focus. Squishy cuteness. No further explanation needed, omitted. Need empathy. Baku's. Traits I'd seen before and ones I desperately didn't want flashed by. Then it stopped. On a rare platinum slot. Papa Bang. With confetti, an A-rank trait appeared. Trait. Exchange student, A. I fully understand what you're saying. Foreign language acquisition plus 200%. What on earth is this random job seeker trait? Foreign language acquisition boost. Why not just grant full fluency in a language? Creating something from nothing isn't even possible with the status screen? I wasted 1A rank. I was about to discard the new trait with a wry smile when I snapped to attention. Wait. Let's recall past patterns. Unshakable mind. Discarded immediately, then controversy exploded. Tap. Discarded immediately, then I cried at the concert, damn. Could it be that it hands me whatever trait I need most at the moment? That unsettling hunch finally looked persuasive. Calm down. First, let's infer. What situation needs foreign language acquisition? Only overseas expansion. Unless I'm kidnapped and sold to a foreign fishing vessel soon. The only plausible idle future was that. It's about time we tried a tour. TSDAR's overseas fandom, given our origin on a domestic audition show, was modest but not non-existent. Once you gain popularity at home, interest abroad usually follows. Plus, the ONYX cover we did apparently trended among international K-pop fans. Guess that's their taste. I'd sold translation data a few times to foreigners using machine translation. Those groups did heavy hip-hop dance tracks with strong beats and intense performance. Taystar isn't primarily that kind of group. Trends don't dictate everything, but if we ever targeted overseas, 1 or 2 singles like that might work. Anyway, back to theory. The trait suggests an overseas tour is planned this year. But I don't think a tour needs that much help with language. I speak college-level English, enough for light communication. And our team already has a native, Cha Eugene. Drink more. Wait, Eugene, let's not. You've had too much. Cha Eugene, our only native speaker. And the other overseas educated member is Sian Ahyan. Their communication synergy is abysmal. This won't work. I decided on induction. Better to study foreign languages until the next trait draw than re-experience what happened when I discarded unshakable mind and tap. Then I'd have to delete one of my existing 3 traits, and that was obvious. Trait. That actually makes sense, see, has been removed. I've never used it since debut. Didn't trigger when persuading the director or advising Ahyan. It's the lowest rank anyway. Get rid of it. We're no longer balancing group projects in a mad survival competition. I reviewed my consolidated status screen. Name: Park Mundi, Ryu Jianwoo. Level: 16. Title: None. Singing: A+. Dance: B. Appearance: A. Charisma: B. Traits: Infinite potential. Exchange student: A. Baku's 500, B. Acute ear: A. Status ailment: debuff kills you if unmet. Remaining points: 2. The natural rise from B to B in dance caught my eye. Worth the grind. An achievement from end-of-year stages and concert prep. Now I'll look solid next to most dancers. With 2 points left, I could dump 1 into singing. The rank change would be satisfying. I want to see how S-rank vocals feel. But investing 2 in charisma or dance to have 3A ranks also seemed appealing. What should I do? I thought for a moment, recalled an upcoming schedule, and made up my mind. This is right. The moment I allocated the points, someone tapped my shoulder. Park Mundi, did you see this? What is it? I turned. Big Sejin held his phone screen close. A new message in the Old Rabbit unit group chat from Inc. via LGT, official version, the 3rd Ajusa team stage. Ha Il Jun Hyung. Heard the concert went well. Congrats crying face, sorry I couldn't make it when you invited me. Ha Il Jun Hyung. Actually I debut in April. Busy prepping so I couldn't come loudly crying face, please take care of me. Taystar Sunbeam. Folded hands. Oh, Gold One is debuting. But is there more to say than congratulations? Nothing special seemed to be happening. Wait. I scrolled up. Big Sejin saw my expression and scrolled the chat down. A new message appeared. Hi Eljun Hyung. By the way, one Gil from our team is debuting too. If they ask in interviews how we get along, is it okay to just say we resolved everything smoothly? Hi Eljun Hyung. Not that we're close. Just that level is fine. I see. Choi One Gil is debuting on the same team after all. More than half of Taystar experienced One Gil's trolling on Ajusa, and it aired, so edgy interviews could bring it up. Gold One has reason to worry. Big Sejin shrugged. What do you think? No real thoughts, it was fine. Gold One wasn't an attention-seeking fool. He'd say exactly that. That we resolved it. And remembering One Gil's apology on the broadcast stairs, he seemed reformed enough not to stir trouble. No problem. Really? Same here. Then post it. Big Sejin laughed and posted to the group. Me. Wow Hyung, you debut, congrats. Sparkles, of course that interview question is fine. No fights to report. Is that enough? You post congratulations too. Okay. How about the others? When they sober up, they'll post congrats. They will. Sian Ah-hyun and Kim Rae-bin, it was obvious. They were busy drinking and dealing with Eugene. Once they came to their senses, they'd post. Mumundi. Want some too? I'm good. Like a Pokemon contest, Eugene directed it at me. I dodged. In the end, I got sucked into that chaos and even drank wine. But I didn't think anything serious would arise from tonight. At least, Not until I found that trending YouTube video posted a few days later, just before the first music show. Comeback. Choi Won-gil recording 2. Until this point, it wasn't my problem. But when I hit play, everything changed. It was just audio on a black screen, but the conversation sounded familiar. No way. I scrolled down to the comments. Someone kindly added translation subtitles. Transcribed as heard. Choi Won-gil. How does it feel to live like that, when the world bends to your will? Park Mundi, presumed sigh. Why am I in this? 135 chapter. First, I kept listening to the recording. The more I listened, the more certain it became that it was the same conversation I'd had with Choi Won-gil on those isolated MBS stairway steps. Damn it. Everyone else lives like that, right? As if it's only me. Everyone fights over parts, curses each other, and yet, Won-gil's lengthy self-justifications, naming other people, played on in low quality. Honestly, up to that point, it was enough reason to hate him. He'd randomly picked a fight, then blamed everyone else while whining. But someone had even worked their editing magic afterward. They'd reordered a single line. Because everything turned out well for you, Hyung. That's not true. If I asked you to trade places with me, would you? You can't trade places, right? So you do want to trade, huh? But honestly, you wouldn't want to trade families, right? Right? What should have been Won-gil's reply to a follow-up question about his family was instead pasted at the very end. The nuance twisted grotesquely. Won-gil comes off even more monstrous than usual. It was as if I'd said, sure, being an orphan like you sucks, but at least I'm doing well. Unsurprisingly, any apology Won-gil gave afterward was erased. A few more seconds of crackling audio, then silence. A gap that made it feel like I was left speechless at Won-gil's sudden retort. Clearly, intentional. Humph. I reread the comments. First, there was one top comment, translating Won-gil's words in an even harsher tone. The same one I'd seen earlier. The next most upvoted comments were exactly as expected. Half of them were about me. Wow, who the hell picks fights like that? Mundi lost both parents, didn't he? What the hell is his reaction? LOL, look at his tone. What a character. I felt something off about Won-gil from the first time I saw him. Entitled, went nuts with jealousy. Meanwhile, kind Mundi just keeps shining. TSK. Mundi's trying so hard to placate him. Then here's that. Man, my heart hurts. How dare you say, I'm glad you're doing well, to someone who lost his parents and dropped out from school bullying. No evidence. Do you really believe this? All these comments from Taystar fans? Stan girl swarm, any conspiracy LOL, spend your time being a good kid instead. There's recording 1 too, with video, definitely real. Isn't it embarrassing to call people stans?